because, you know, they'll start reacting in a stupid way and, you know, you don't get the shots that you want.
Thank you. Yeah. When you say good girl, you say that to someone who's younger, but what would you say to someone who's older? Would you also say good girl to someone who's older?
Yeah, I don't know why. Do you know why? Because I don't say it in a patronising way. I just go, good girl, good girl. Like for me, it's like, yes, 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 good girl, stop, good girl. Oh, I love that, you know, and I don't want to do it in a sweetie darling kind of way. I just want to do it in a good girl, that's awesome. Everyone will have their own little thing. That is my thing. If I have my own little thing, that would be it. I didn't realise I did it until I watched the video. And I was like, good girl. And I was like, oh my goodness. You know, I didn't want it to sound like a good girl, you know, like it wasn't sort of, you know, we're at swim meet with the children, sort of, I wanted it to be reinforcing and positive. But anyway, that just comes out. So, yeah, I just prefer it to gorgeous, darling, oh, you're gorgeous. The wall for me would be the most significant posing card that I have, because in my studio it is one of the most amazing ways to pose. On the back of this wall card there is not only this incredible shape here of this gorgeous sort of asymmetrical body with this girl with her booty back. Then on the back we have this amazing little scenario here. We have a mature woman. Just so you know, mature woman is kind of like saying plus size. I look at it like this. There are sort of sexy portraits, and then there's the family-styled contemporary portraits. But for me, anyone over 40 or 50 is elegant portraits. I call them elegant portraits because I think that they are definitely in more elegant body poses than the young, hot, or the boudoir type poses. I think they're definitely more cat-like and sexy. I definitely think the mature woman or women in 40, 50, they have the real elegant. Now, when I say women 40 or 50 should be in elegant poses, I don't actually mean that. Recently, I've been photographing a lot of 50-year-old women in lingerie, and they have incredible bodies. And, you know, I just want to photograph anyone how they're presented. So if somebody comes to me without that sort of lingerie look, then I look at it like I just want elegant poses, you know, really beautiful poses. For me, the wall is definitely the best way to not only pose someone because they've got something to lean on, they've got something to recline back. I've used the wall in 10 different ways. And I just think it's a great way to photograph somebody that's not flat to the wall. And I think it's an amazing little series, this one. So let's put Simona on the wall and have a look at the poses we can do here. So will it be easier for the camera angle if I shoot her down that way? Or can I put her on this wall here and you can come around to here? What's going to be easier for you? Your wall? Okay. So the idea with the wall, and I don't think you guys can really see the wall pose, so I probably will use this. Mark, come and extend it for me. Ask another question, Kenna, while we put this up, because this will just take a little while to set up and it's really worth watching.
Okay, great. Questions in the audience? All right, back to the phones.
What a quiet audience. Are the audience normally this quiet?
No, I think it's the same thing online. And some people have been saying that they're not asking as many questions because they're mesmerized.
Oh, right.
And you've been so thorough.
And
okay. Yeah. As long as I'm being thorough.
But we do have a number of questions.
And not racing.
All right, I'll throw one out from Painted Foot. For the beauty shot, will you switch that up the eye line, not at the camera or down the body, ever?
Yes, only ever those two eye lines. So directly at the camera, you'll notice one of the very strange, that would be the third eye line that I never use, was the one girl at the front of the card because she was looking directly straight ahead, which is so unusual for me to do an eye line that's looking straight ahead or away from the camera. So yes, but the beauty shot, I actually think 99% of the time looks really good directly to the camera. And not with that little smirky eyes, but more like that blank sort of, open beauty face, you know, with that relaxed mouth and just open big eyes. But it's not a fish face. It's not like a dead face. It's still an open beauty face. So I kind of have to describe it more like it's kind of just a serene, soft. Yeah, do you get that? All right. Oh, thank you, man. Okay, so obviously the most significant thing about the wall is stand normally and then stand against the wall. And no, just turn and stand normally. That's it. Okay, let's see if we can. All right. So the idea, of course, is that we've got someone standing straight up and down against a wall. Turn your body towards me, Simi, so that you're just normal flat to the wall. Okay, and again, we're standing flat to the wall. So many people shoot people directly back to the wall. It always amazes me. So let's look at how we can do the shape. So from here, I want you guys are watching this, right? I'm not in that monitor's way. I want you to turn your hips away from me and step your back foot out over that way and then take your hips out that way. That's it. So kicking your bum away, because it's more important that I create this space here through her hip line. Can you see why? As soon as I bring her hips away from the wall and you have this beautiful space here, it makes a significant difference. The hand goes onto the thigh and then slides up and then the elbow goes back. See the hourglass? Now, Simi did something everybody does. She just pinned her back shoulder, and you don't want to pin the back shoulder. So go back, Simi, so your hand's two-dimensional. That's the shape of her body. If the hand touches the thigh, you slide up and then out. That's it, exactly right. Now the chin comes long and forward and down that wall line, and you can see that whole come into play, that whole pose come into play really beautifully. So it also works really well. The curvier the body, it also works really well. We're going to do curves tomorrow, and that is one of the best slimming lines that you can do for curves. Now, imagine then that you've got daughters or a partner, and you can add on to this pose. So if Simona keeps that position but stands up a little higher, then you can add a partner here. You can add a daughter, a sister, a mother, a best friend around them inside, or just still using the wall recline. Okay, the idea with these shapes is you can watch this line come into play, because this is really quite cool. I want you to hold your elbows, and I want you to change the weight of your feet and kick your bum back until you've got a beautiful arch. No, your shoulder is still back on the wall. Okay, so the idea now is that you're getting this shape here. So let's say you put this hand down to here, touching the back of the bum, and just touch up here with here. So that's exactly right, long chin. Now really arch into the back and kicking out that way. You can create all of these shapes down the wall line and use the wall to pose. All of them here, whether they're in lingerie, corporate, even this one here is in lingerie, touch down to the bottom of your sort of bra strap would be. That's exactly right. And yeah, under there, that's it. And then this hand just touches back against the wall and slide your arm down. Lots of arch into your back and chin down. Anything you do down that wall line looks beautiful. And you're shooting long, you're shooting on the wall line. What about both hands down, shoulders against the wall? That's it. And then keep this hand away. Take your body weight onto your back foot. That's it, because as soon as the body weight goes back onto the back foot, it's more slimming. Long chin down, nice tight shot, shoot it horizontally. Okay? Right. This is really cool too on my posing manual. It's when you turn around and face the wall this way and put your hands down. I need an actual wall. Okay, I'll go into here. So you want to be here. Okay, so hands together. That's exactly right. And I want you to bring your chin down, and then you can use your shoulder this way. And that looks absolutely beautiful on a window line. Okay, really beautiful on a window line. All of those poses using the wall look good. Tomorrow, we're going to do a little section called 2s and 3s, which is what I did before when I posed the 3 girls on there. I'm going to show you how to add on more, because I think sometimes it's really easy to pose one person and get it right, but it's quite hard to pose 2 and 3. Any questions?
Going back to what you said a while ago about
elevating?
When a client, how do you handle a client who walks into the studio and is a bit controlling?
Well, they're all, to some degree, most people are quite controlling because they have this idea that they're vulnerable, so they want to try and control their situation. The only thing you can do is be assertive, authoritative, and guide them, but just try and get them to trust you enough that you can just take charge of it. You'll always get somebody who throws that out. You'll always get somebody that tries to push that or anything. Just go with it. Work with people. One of the greatest gifts you can have as a photographer is to adapt to the people that come into your studio. I mean, you can't always get the most perfect clients. People will always be difficult and awkward.
Snowbeam has a question. I was recently told that shooting a woman with the 50mm lens is doing her no favors. What are your thoughts on that?
I like the 50mm lens. I don't know why. I shoot with the 24-105 and 95% of the time it's at a 50 ratio. I don't see it as being an issue. Maybe someone can enlighten me on why. But yeah, I love the 50mm.
Okay, I'll see what people say to that. And then another technical question from Vegas Studios. What aperture do you like to shoot at?
Well, I tend to shoot, the 24-105 is 4.0, and I shoot it at 4.0. I like that portrait drop away that you get at 4.0. On the 35mm, I shoot at 2.8. I can only do that with one client. If I'm shooting more than one girl, I'm shooting at usually 5.6, because if you make that mistake, if you shoot and you shoot at 2.8 and one of them are out of your depth, you've lost an image and it's just not worth it. It's one of those things, when you have a single girl and you're moving as slow as me, you can shoot at 2.8 because you have so much control. Make sure that focuses right on the eye. Even at 2.8, I miss the eye sometimes, and I'll have to chuck a killer shot because of it. Or I'm going to publicly admit all of these things, but one of them is I've even eye swapped to get a shot that I've missed at 2.8. So I've got a shot with not such a good pose, and then I've just nailed this amazing body and lips, and I've taken the eyes off a shot and dropped them on to save it. Yeah, I'm such a Photoshop rat bag.
Go for it.
And proud of it.
Yeah.
Do you have times when it's just not coming together, and what do you do?
I have this really calm outside demeanour when inside I'm like, it just comes together. You find a way. There's always a way. There's always extenuating circumstances. There's always somebody's not reacting, or I'm elevated or they're elevated, or you're trying to calm down, you're in a situation you don't know. Yeah, I mean, I still, 22 years, get nervous in shoots. I still sometimes start shooting people and go, I'm not hitting it in my head. On the outside, I'm going, you're doing good. And the inside, I'm going, oh no, I'm screwing this badly. And yet I rely on my experience, and I just keep relaxing and just keep trying new things. Sometimes it's a synergy between them just falling into this complete relaxation and then giving you more relaxed expressions. And then all of a sudden you just see this perfect shot, and then it's there and you're there for the rest of the shoot, but you always capture it. I mean, you always find a way to capture it.
When it comes to guys or girls, do you have a particularly strong or loose opinion about hands in pockets?
Yeah, I don't put hands in pockets. Thumbs look good in pockets though. I find when hands in pockets, shoulders go up because pockets are high and it stops the hands, so they tend to come forward. And then I think sometimes when the thumbs are in the pockets, then it looks really great. Yeah. The wall for me would be the most significant posing card that I have, because in my studio it is one of the most amazing ways to pose. On the back of this wall card there is not only this incredible shape here of this gorgeous sort of asymmetrical body with this girl with her booty back. Then on the back we have this amazing little scenario here. We have a mature woman. Just so you know, mature woman is kind of like saying plus size. I look at it like this. There are sort of sexy portraits, and then there's the family-styled contemporary portraits. But for me, anyone over 40 or 50 is elegant portraits. I call them elegant portraits because I think that they are definitely in more elegant body poses than the young, hot, or the boudoir type poses. I think they're definitely more cat-like and sexy. I definitely think the mature woman or women at 40, 50, they have the real elegant. Now, when I say women 40 or 50 should be in elegant poses, I don't actually mean that. Recently, I've been photographing a lot of 50-year-old women in lingerie, and they have incredible bodies. And, you know, I just want to photograph anyone how they're presented. So if somebody comes to me without that sort of lingerie look, then I look at it like I just want elegant poses, you know, really beautiful poses. For me, the wall is definitely the best way to not only pose someone because they've got something to lean on, they've got something to recline back on, it's slimming, but there's also a maternity in there as well. So I've used the wall in 3 different ways. On this card here, I've used the wall in 10 different ways. And I just think it's a great way to photograph somebody that's not flat to the wall. And I think it's an amazing little series, this one. So let's put Simona on the wall and have a look at the poses we can do here. So will it be easier for the camera angle if I shoot her down that way? Or can I put her on this wall here and you can come around to here? What's going to be easier for you? Your wall? Okay. So the idea with the wall, and I don't think you guys can really see the wall pose, so I probably will use this. Mark, come and extend it for me. Ask another question, Kenna, while we put this up, because this will just take a little while to set up and it's really worth watching.
Okay, great. Questions in the audience? All right, back to the phones.
What a quiet audience. Are the audience normally this quiet?
No, I think it's the same thing online. Some people have been saying that they're not asking as many questions because they're mesmerized.
Oh, right.
And
You've been so thorough.
And
Okay.
yeah.
As long as I'm being thorough.
But we do have a number of
And
questions.
not racing.
All right, I'll throw one out from Painted Foot. For the beauty shot, will you switch up the eye line, not at the camera or down the body, ever?
Yes, only ever those 2 eye lines. So directly at the camera, you'll notice one of the very strange, that would be the 3rd eye line that I never use, was the one girl at the front of the card because she was looking directly straight ahead, which is so unusual for me to do an eye line that's looking straight ahead or away from the camera. So yes, but the beauty shot, I actually think 99% of the time looks really good directly to the camera. And not with that little smirky eyes, but more like that blank sort of open beauty face, you know, with that relaxed mouth and just open big eyes. But it's not a fish face. It's not like a dead face. It's still an open beauty face. So I kind of have to describe it more like it's kind of just a serene, soft. Yeah, do you get that? All right. Thank you, man. Okay, so obviously the most significant thing about the wall is stand normally and then stand against the wall. And no, just turn and stand normally. That's it. Okay, let's see if we can. All right. So the idea, of course, is that we've got someone standing straight up and down against the wall. Turn your body towards me, Simi, so that you're just normal flat to the wall. Okay, and again, we're standing flat to the wall. So many people shoot people directly back to the wall. It always amazes me. So let's look at how we can do the shape. So from here, I want you guys are watching this, right? I'm not in that monitor's way. I want you to turn your hips away from me and step your back foot out over that way and then take your hips out that way. That's it. So kicking your bum away, because it's more important that I create this space here through her hip line. Can you see why? As soon as I bring her hips away from the wall and you have this beautiful space here, it makes a significant difference. The hand goes onto the thigh and then slides up and then the elbow goes back. See the hourglass? Now, Simi did something everybody does. She just pinned her back shoulder. and you don't want to pin the back shoulder. So go back, Simi, so your hand's two-dimensional. That's the shape of her body. If the hand touches the thigh, you slide up and then out. That's it, exactly right. Now the chin comes long and forward and down that wall line, and you can see that whole come into play, that whole pose come into play really beautifully. So it also works really well. The curvier the body, it also works really well. We're going to do curves tomorrow, and that is one of the best slimming lines that you can do for curves. Now, imagine then that you've got daughters or a partner, and you can add on to this pose. So if Simona keeps that position but stands up a little higher, then you can add a partner here. You can add a daughter, a sister, a mother, a best friend around them inside, or just still using the wall recline. Okay, the idea with these shapes is you can watch this line come into play, because this is really quite cool. I want you to hold your elbows, and I want you to change the weight of your feet and kick your bum back until you've got a beautiful arch. No, your shoulder is still back on the wall. Okay, so the idea now is that you're getting this shape here. So let's say you put this hand down to here, touching the back of the bum, and just touch up here with here. So that's exactly right, long chin. Now really arch into the back and kicking out that way. You can create all of these shapes down the wall line and use the wall to pose. All of them here, whether they're in lingerie, corporate, even this one here is in lingerie, touch down to the bottom of your sort of bra strap would be, that's exactly right, and yeah, under there, that's it. And then this hand just touches back against the wall and slide your arm down. Lots of arch into your back and chin down. Anything you do down that wall line looks beautiful. And you're shooting long, you're shooting on the wall line. What about both hands down, shoulders against the wall? That's it. And then keep this hand away. Take your body weight onto your back foot. That's it, because as soon as the body weight goes back onto the back foot, it's more slimming. Long chin down, nice tight shot, shoot it horizontally. Okay? Right. This is really cool too on my posing manual. It's when you turn around and face the wall this way and put your hands down. I need an actual wall. Okay, I'll go into here. So you want to be here. Okay, so hands together. That's exactly right. And I want you to bring your chin down, and then you can use your shoulder this way. And that looks absolutely beautiful on a window line. Okay, really beautiful on a window line. All of those poses using the wall look good. Tomorrow we're going to do a little section called 2s and 3s, which is what I did before when I posed the 3 girls on there. I'm going to show you how to add on more, because I think sometimes it's really easy to pose one person and get it right, but it's quite hard to pose 2 and 3. Any questions?
Going back to what you said a while ago about
elevating?
When a client, how do you handle a client who walks into the studio and is a bit controlling?
Well, they're all, to some degree, most people are quite controlling because they have this idea that they're vulnerable, so they want to try and control their situation. The only thing you can do is be assertive, authoritative, and guide them, but just try and get them to trust you enough that you can just take charge of it. You'll always get somebody who throws that out. You'll always get somebody that tries to push that or anything. Just go with it. Work with people. One of the greatest gifts you can have as a photographer is to adapt to the people that come into your studio. I mean, you can't always get the most perfect clients. People will always be difficult and awkward.
Snowbeam has a question. I was recently told that shooting a woman with the 50mm lens is doing her no favors. What are your thoughts on that?
I like the 50mm lens. I don't know why. I shoot with the 24-105 and 95% of the time it's at a 50 ratio. I don't see it as being an issue. Maybe someone can enlighten me on why. But yeah, I love the 50mm.
Okay, I'll see what people say to that. And then another technical question from Vegas Studios. What aperture do you like to shoot at?
Well, I tend to shoot, the 24-105 is 4.0, and I shoot it at 4.0. I like that portrait drop away that you get at 4.0. On the 35mm, I shoot at 2.8. I can only do that with one client. If I'm shooting more than one girl, I'm shooting at usually 5.6, because if you make that mistake, if you shoot and you shoot at 2.8 and, you know, one of them are out of your depth, you've lost an image and it's just not worth it. It's one of those things, when you have a single girl and you're moving as slow as me, you can shoot at 2.8 because you have so much control. Make sure that focuses right on the eye. Even at 2.8, I miss the eye sometimes, and I'll have to chuck a killer shot because of it. Or I'm gonna publicly admit all of these things, but one of them is I've even eye swapped to get a shot that I've missed at 2.8. So I've got a shot with not such a good pose, and then I've just nailed this amazing body and lips, and I've taken the eyes off a shot and dropped them on to save it. Yeah, I'm such a Photoshop rat bag. Go for it.
And proud of it.
Yeah.
Do you have times when it's just not coming together, and what do you do?
I have this really calm outside demeanour when inside I'm like, it just comes together. You find a way. There's always a way. There's always extenuating circumstances. There's always somebody's not reacting, or I'm elevated, or they're elevated, or you're trying to calm down. You're in a situation you don't know. Yeah, I mean, I still, 22 years, get nervous in shoots. I still sometimes start shooting people and go, I'm not hitting it in my head. On the outside, I'm going, you're doing good. And the inside, I'm going, oh no, I'm screwing this badly. And yet I rely on my experience, and I just keep relaxing and just keep trying new things. Sometimes it's a synergy between them just falling into this complete relaxation and then giving you more relaxed expressions. And then all of a sudden you just see this perfect shot, and then it's there and you're there for the rest of the shoot, but you always capture it. I mean, you always find a way to capture it.
When it comes to guys or girls, do you have a particularly strong or loose opinion about hands in pockets?
Yeah, I don't put hands in pockets. Thumbs look good in pockets though. I find when hands in pockets, shoulders go up because pockets are high and it stops the hands, so they tend to come forward. And then I think sometimes when the thumbs are in the pockets, then it looks really great. Yeah.
The one thing I wanted to remind you, Sue, that you asked us to remind you was about the soft mouth.
Oh yes, let's quickly do that. We've got a minute, don't we?
Yeah.
We've got time to add that in. Okay, so let's put it here. Mapuana, come here. Oh, I better get you a live view then, hadn't I? If we're going to show you that. Well, I might just take it off. So just kneel down, Mapu. Yeah, I got that. And elbows down. That's it. And just elbows out. So just relax your elbows. That's it. So I'll just put you here.
It's kind of hard to relax without these cameras.
Tell me about it. You're sitting over there. Okay, so just a normal face for me. All right, so for me, it's sitting up tall is lifting up through your crown, that's a girl, and pushing your chin towards me is very important, just your chin. That's it, so chin forward and down. And then what I want you to do is completely relax your mouth. Look in the camera, don't look at me. Okay, I want you to relax your mouth with no smile on your mouth. Okay, now what I want you to do is just give me a tiny little smirk. Tiny little smirk in the eyes. And a beautiful big smile go. Okay, so Mapu has 2 speeds. She does. And after I photographed her, she only has that tiny little smirk and then she has a big smile. And you'll notice with her images, that's what I've taken. I've taken that tiny little smirk and that big smile. But when you relax your mouth, and then eyes up, that's it. Her natural mouth is slightly up on the left-hand side, like a little smirk, right? Okay, so if I take a photo of her like this, then her mouth looks like it's almost smiling at me, but her eyes aren't. But when I say smile with your eyes, so eyes straight into the camera, that's it. Can you see that? Did you see that shift? Mm-hmm. Really big change. right? Really important. And there's a whole box over your face over here. Does that make a difference? Okay, so I noticed that it's really subtle, but it's really important. Swap places. Come in here, TY.
Okay.
Okay, elbows down. That's it. All right. So what I want you to do is completely relax your face. Eyes down. No, not chin down, just eyes down. Yep, that's a girl. Okay, I'll get my focus. Now, relax your mouth, eyes up to me. Okay, very gently, I want you to bring your chin up. Stop. Can you see how her natural mouth is right there? Now, I want you to do that with that tiny little smile in your eyes. Now, stop there. That was a perfect example of asking someone to smile with their eyes, and her mouth moved very slightly, which happens to everybody. And that's exactly right. When you say a little smile in the eyes, naturally the mouth is instinct to smile, but then the eyes smile and then the mouth sort of resets. And so when you look straight down the camera at me and chin up just a little wee bit and chin up a little bit and now tip this way, stop, and keep giving me those eyes. Good girl. Now lips together. And give me a little smirk. Now give me your little wee, you've got this little half smile. You do like a little soft. Good girl. Beautiful little half smile and beautiful big grin go. And TY's is a crack up as well. Okay, thank you. Sandra, come here. So you can see how everybody's doing it. Everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody's working their expression through. Okay, so it's always just a normal face first. That's exactly right. And the first thing you do is lift your eyebrows up. So elbows onto there. Okay, and just, all right there. Go into your eyes. Look into the camera, not into me. Okay, stop there. Right now I want you to go mouth together, lips together, but completely relax that mouth. Now I just want a tiny little smirk of a smile in the eyes. Good girl. See that lift? Straight away. Now slowly give me a tiny little smile, a little bit more. Good girl. Now you do this little thing where you just have this easy smile where you go, yeah, that's exactly right. Okay, so you'll see this in Sandra's shoot. She's got that. And then you have beautiful big smile, which is when your eyes really smile. And that's awesome. That's perfect. So you just go, that was 4 expressions, just like that. Amanda? Okay. There you go. Chin forward. Good girl. Chin forward and down. Okay, so as soon as you go down, now, Amanda's rested mouth is almost like it's little smiling all the time. Yeah, she does that all the time. So she's actually someone that I have to make not smile first. Okay, so instead of having a no smile face that I'm trying to make smile, I actually have to go completely relax your mouth. So push your chin forward. Okay, and only when I completely made her relax her mouth, she still looks like she's grinning, right? Okay, so she's a grinner. No, and so in order to get Amanda to do that completely sexy mouth that wasn't that beautiful big smile or that little grin, I had to get you to do this. So push your chin forward, shoulders back, nice and tall. I had to get you to go like this. Okay, so she actually had to open her mouth and drop her bottom lip. Then when you came in with your chin and down, her eyes went pop. And I would make her relax her mouth, relax her mouth, relax her mouth, and then chin forward and down. So everybody's got something going on, you know, with their natural closed mouth, and then everybody can bring their expression up through their eyes, and then everybody can change that expression by slowly bringing that smile up into their eyes. So you just watch it and you just look for it. When your mouth doesn't smile, Sandra, your eyes don't smile, your mouth doesn't smile, whereas Amanda's does, and so does Mapu's. They have a natural little grin like this, an upturn in their mouth. But if their eyes are dead, then and you shoot that, it looks like this.
Other people ask me if I'm angry when I'm not.
Yes. Yeah. So you have to make sure that both your eyes and your mouth are smiling. Mm-hmm. With the girls, if they're smiling and their eyes aren't smiling, they'll look like this. And that's, you know, got that look, and everybody does that. So you've got to make sure that you're bringing their expression through their eyes, because their mouth already looks like it's grinning, you know, and it's just everybody has a different natural set to their mouth and expression.
Thank you. That's really invaluable. It's really amazing to see it on the different folks. And I also love the way you tell people to close the eyes or to put the eyes down.
Yeah, you know what? Eyes down is an emotional state for the brain. You know, we have our constructed memory, we have our visual memory and our audio memory. When the eyes are down, we're generally in a safe emotional place in our memory. And so as soon as the eyes go down, everybody feels quite safe there because it's also a shy position. It's a blocking position where you feel quite safe. And then, of course, when the gaze comes up, it's right there. It's such an easy way to reset the eyes and the expression on the face. I'm going to come back to something that really resonates with my whole brand, and that is the before and after. So when I decided to shoot the girls that were in the audience, we decided to do a before shot of you, and we actually did it as a live capture because we wanted to see you talking with no makeup on and see you and get you to experience, you know, being in front of the camera, and which is, you know, naked face and vulnerable. And we talked about what beautiful means to all of us. And I think this is a really important aspect of my brand and the message that's inside my brand. And so before we photographed each of the girls, we sat them down and spoke to them. And this is our before.
Growing up, I never saw myself as beautiful.
You gotta feel beautiful inside.
So when I have a little bit of time for myself, I do feel the most beautiful.
Beautiful feels like confidence to me.
Growing up in Nigeria, there's a perfect picture of what a beautiful woman is. She's a particular complexion. She's got curves in certain places. When I grew up, I was never, ever that woman.
It's an inside experience, not just on the outside, but knowing that I can project that to the world and knowing that, yeah, I can be confident and I can be beautiful. That's what it means to me.
No matter what size they are or whatever, if a woman is confident, she is just beautiful.
Being a photographer and being on the other side of the camera, it brings up fears. It's the extra pounds. I've had kids. I'm not that perfect skinny model that you think you see. And it makes me realize what it's like to be photographed.
I tell my clients, like, you know, just relax, just be calm and all that stuff. And then yet when it's my turn, I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I can't believe it's going to happen, you know. And it's very exciting, yet it's very, you know, I'm just very nervous.
I started to embrace the things that I got teased about. I got teased about my eyebrows. I got teased about, you know, my hair. I used to get told, go shave your face. Tori, go shave your face. Because I had so much hair on my face. But I think with time, I have learned to embrace that.
If I could give women a message about loving themselves, I would say, love yourself now, not when you lose the weight. Okay, and this one's emotional for me. Not when you lose the weight, not when you're 20, not when you're in the perfect jeans. Love yourself today because you are a gift. You are special, and you are someone to be valued and are as beautiful as the next person.
Isn't that cool? That's great. So you guys told me that. So that's pretty cool because that's something that I believe in, everything that you said. I'm just intrigued by one thing. Most of you referred to a time... Oh, stop crying. Okay, it's their fault. They're looking at me and crying. Okay, most of you referred to a time in your teenage life where somebody said something to you that you still carry. And I brought it up with the boys because I think it's a great lesson for the boys. Why does a message that you hear when you're a teenage girl still hold to you when you're 30, 40? Why? And why do women have a direct connection between how they feel about themselves and how they look? Is it our media? Is it our society? Is it how we're brought up? I don't know. But all I know is that it does. It does have a direct connection to how we feel about ourselves because otherwise I wouldn't have a business. And I think whatever that connection is to the emotional self and why we have that perception about ourselves is a really huge part of my brand. It doesn't have to be a huge part of yours. Some people might dismiss it and say, oh, I don't want to go into that with my female clients. But I find it's inevitable that I end up speaking to my clients about self-esteem. because I just do. So if you're going to photograph women, if you're going to shoot modern glamour, if you're going to do the makeover, then you have to really, I think, be prepared for the fact that you could, and this is something that I highly value in my life, and my values are in my business and in my brand, which makes a brand more successful. All right, so what we then did was we photographed each of the girls, and each of the girls got to experience their before shot. I asked them all to bring, exactly as I would in the studio, a couple of outfits each, and we prepared them with hair and makeup, and we photographed them. So I guess the difference being is when it's in my studio, you have the security of being in a private room when you see your photographs for the first time, not in a public one. So anyway, Amanda, I photographed you first, so you have to go first. That's just the way it is. So let's have a look at it. I feel like I'm like, and these were your shots. You're still in the running to be America's Next Top Model.
Oh my God.
Isn't that cool?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Sue. That is amazing.
You are. Isn't that beautiful? All right. I said I'm not crying, so nobody's allowed to cry. It's so not so. You're bawling. I knew you'd be a baller. Okay. Is that cool? So, you know, I mean, that's it really, isn't it? I mean, it's, I think everybody has definitely something that I see in them is everybody brings forward a certain, not a character, but definitely something that I can see. And you just look like a little bit of a 50s starlet to me. I just saw that bombshell hair and, you know, and I just really love that. So I thought it was really beautiful. TY. The idea with you was I just loved, obviously you have magnificent hair, which is the most striking thing about you, until you get in front of a camera. And then I didn't care about your hair because your face is so beautiful. And I just enjoyed photographing you so much.
Oh my word.
I didn't know if I liked that in colour or black and white, so I had to show you both because I just think that is so beautiful.
Oh my God. Oh my word. Oh no. Oh wow. Oh my word. Oh my, wow. Oh my, why? Is that me?
It's you, baby.
Wow. Oh my word.
It's cool, huh? Yeah, I think that's definitely what a woman in Nigeria should look like.
Yes. Oh my word.
Mapu.
Oh my God.
Your smile is so beautiful. I just about photographed every single image of you smiling.
I love it. Wow.
I love the goal.
I love it. I feel like I just look so slim in there, like, you know.
And you had no slimming in post. Everything you girls did was slimmed in camera.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love
Which is actually very important to me. So I think Sandra. I love that shot. I love that shot. I really love that.
Who is that? Who is that? That's that hot mama dress.
There you go. I don't know why you're clapping. They're your photos. You know, it's
So the internet is clapping. The internet is going crazy.
What I want to do is I just want to show everybody how I shot each one of those shots. So I want you to go and sit in your position that you were in. I want people to understand that even though they couldn't watch the shooting of it, and next time I will let them watch, because I wanted to have that private moment with you. I don't think I could have had that with cameras and a crew. But I just want to show people that we shot it at the Creative Live warehouse, and that we have a high window with a brick corner and where we shot them, so it's really important to me. And after we show them where we were for those ones, so that people can understand the scenario, where the reflector was, where the light source is coming from, we'll show them each one of those hot ones there. Okay? So I'll start with TY. We shot TY on this black V. There's no mystery here in terms of how we shot it. There's only one light source at Creative Live, and that is this set of windows along here. TY was sitting on this little spongy thing here. Okay. Yeah, and all of her shots were taken right here. I didn't need to reflect light back to her because there's a nice even blanket of light coming in here. But what you'll notice with all of TY's shots is the light is hitting the upper half of the black backdrop, so it puts a nice mid-grey tone around her head that looks like a halo. So it looks very studio lit, this image of her, but it's actually not. The image that we took of her hands was standing up, and she was literally standing in the centre here. I'm standing here. And she was holding her hands up like this. That's exactly right. So both hands up. That's it. And then looking back through. So this hand's actually higher. That's a girl. And you were looking back through this way. And I shot it horizontally onto that black. So just using that bounce of light, if you have a look, it's on the screen now. You can see the little halo of grey-blue around her that looks studio lit, but it's not. And there was just a perfect amount of light. Now, because TY is got dark hair, she was wearing a black outfit and she's on the black background, I was shooting that 2 stops under, because I was watching the camera get confused and it was saying I need a better light source, but I just went with the camera. So if you trust the camera, it'll not work, and if you go with what you can see on the back of the camera, I shot it 2 full stops underexposed, and if you have a look here, it's so beautiful. None of those highlights had to be brought up in camera. They all just bounced straight up from her face, and there was a white reflector here just coming into this corner, but not enough to actually make a significant difference. The only thing I had to do in post-production on this image was to lighten the bottom of her eye around her iris, because her eyes had no catch light, because her hands were covering the only light source. There was no catch light in her eyes, so I just bounced a dodge into the bottom of her eyes so you could see her dark brown eye colour. Okay, so that was right there. If you just turn the camera this way, you get to see where I photographed both Mapu and Amanda. So Amanda, come here. Amanda's shot was sitting in front of this ottoman, so she sat down on the floor and so did I. The idea with this shot is that we can bring her arms up into play, so it's a beauty shot, and I'm shooting it horizontally, so her arms were just leaning up on her knee and at here. So at this point, Simona sits to my direct right, and she's sitting with me with a fan. Now, we had the 2 big white reflectors, so if you turn these around, they become white, and they were here and here, so 2 large white reflectors. Now, the reason I have my 2 reflectors here and here, and I leave a space, in fact, somebody said, I think it was TY, I should get a reflector and cut a hole in it so that my lens can just poke through, because it would actually make it easier. I'm trying to take a light reading off her face, bouncing light from there to the reflector back to her face. Her hands are touching. We've got big, sexy hair, and Simona's sitting right here like this with the hairdryer, and she's often right in my space here, shooting them with the hairdryer right there, because we want that beautiful action. We've got 2 massive reflectors. Amanda doesn't know what the hell's going on. Yeah. Sue keeps telling her to put a bloody chin forward and down one more time. Push it forward. And what do I keep saying? Give me the eyes, Amanda. Give me the eyes. Give me the eyes, Amanda. Give me the eyes. And she's like, am I not getting it right? But the thing is this beauty shot relies solely on the way she's looking at me. And I think you can agree that we got her. If you look at her expression, the way she's looking at me is so perfect that without that look, that shot does not work. So when I keep saying to her, give me the eyes, give me the eyes, give me the eyes. Also, I'm not really big on lots of jewellery, but Amanda loves the fleur-de-lis, so we put this beautiful earrings there and her beautiful bracelets there, and I just think those close-up shots like that are absolutely gorgeous. Thank you. Then what I did is I photographed Mapu without moving anything. I photographed Mapuana by pulling this away from the wall, and then I pulled the reflectors back, and Mapu lay on her tummy, straight down. From there, exactly the same position, lifting up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders. This hand goes across your body line here. I shot this entire sequence here, chin around this way, Mapu, lifting up nice and tall. Reflectors were here and here. Simona was sitting to my left. She's hitting that straight away with the fan, and we went through all of her scenarios there. This one here, such a beautiful pose. It's so slimming on the arms, lifting it up. What we did was we opened the arms up and then brought this one in and the elbow out. So when we put triangles in, they look more interesting. She's lifting up nice and tall. She's working her shoulder. And her booty's not kicked up because it doesn't need to be. You know, I think the booty can be kicked up when it's a sexy shot, but when it's a smile like that and it's that pretty, it suits being exactly where it is. And it's just a beautiful line for the hands. The arms look slim, they're away from the body. You can connect this chin to the shoulder and pushing forward and down. And you were another one, weren't you? Chin forward and down, Mapu. Oh, yes. Chin forward and down, Mapu. Chin forward and down, Mapu. So you do get really sick of hearing that because I repeat it multiple times. Then without moving that, thank you, Mapu, I got Sandra to come in. And with the white reflectors, we pick up the white reflectors and we drag them this way and we put them here. We grab the couch and we pull it forward to there, because I like to shoot everything at 45 degrees. Amanda lay down on her tummy, and she's long, and the couch is short, so I got her to push right back until her knees touched, and that's why her feet are up in the air. Again, she didn't need to have the sexy hip going on because she's in jeans and a top. She's lifting right up through her neck and shoulders. This hand is relaxed, that one's over there. Her right chin is around this way, nice and tall. I'm sitting right here, and we don't shoot this with a fan. 2 big white reflectors, exactly the same shot. Right? Perfect. So, as you can see, the light source is quite high here, but it's a large light source. And even though it's high, and we don't have a lot of room to move in terms of, you know, I was really worried when I first saw it. I was like, oh, I saw it in the evening. Is there going to be enough light? It is not a really bright studio, but it is such a perfect studio to bounce because these reflectors are so large that the light just bounces straight down and catches them. So potentially, we have all of this space, and I used these 4 meters. I then use this wall over here. So if you go to the next slide, let's go through this again. TY is back in here again. This time TY is here. So we didn't have anything to lean on. We're just improvising. We found these. So we got TY to kneel, and I sat down here. She put her elbows onto here. And the idea is that we just moved around and did a whole lot of beauty shots right there. So see how the background's got a nice grey tone to it? That's the same black background. The light's just bouncing straight down to her. I'm shooting it 2 under. The elbow comes across this way, and then we swapped over. We did our different poses here, and this was our beauty pose, just like we did on the white ottoman before. Then you came out, Mapuana came in. Mapuana's in fishnet stockings and her underwear and a lace top. And we needed the little stool, Simi, the little stool. So the idea here is that Mapu's sitting there, and she's in her fishnets. Her foot's up on her stool because we want to shape the legs. This knee is together because we want to hourglass the bottom half of the body. This hand goes up, across, that one goes up, and she was cupping her face and doing what she does best, smiling at me. Okay, so the idea here is the boobs were pulled back, so we pull back through here because it's nice and slimming, creates space, and we're directing from the front, we're directing her elbows down towards her waist, which tapers her in. If she pulled her elbows out, that would make her go out. We wanted to go in, so we bring her elbows down, and that connects to the diamond. So then you went out, and then we brought Amanda in. And this was really interesting because Amanda was getting dressed behind this because people were watching, and I had this pulled away from the wall, and as soon as she went in there, I saw the light jump around this corner like that. And as soon as I saw it, Amanda came around to here, except for those lights were off, and she's right here, and we instantly went into a cover girl here. Okay, and so straight away, we were in there, we had it backlight. I did not have a front light source in this image, so I just exposed for her face and pushed it in raw. And there's no slimming in that in post-production either. There's no slimming in any of these images because what she's doing here is she's kicking forward and she's working her upper body towards me. Okay, the hardest part, weight on your other foot. The hardest part about this was to get her to roll her shoulders forward, but to keep her chin projected forward, because when people roll their shoulders forward, they project their neck up. So I had her push forward, and she was working it there, and obviously Simona's standing right here like this, hitting her with the fan. And then lastly, Sandra's was over this way. So I wanted to shoot Sandra not on the brick wall because I felt like we'd already done the brick wall for Amanda, and I wanted to be a little bit different. So I have one light source which is coming from here, and so I hit this wall here. So Sandra came in and she stood here. All right, so I put this little V here to block what's going on so I could shoot down the line. She had all of her weight on her back foot. She was leaning down with her left shoulder. This hand here was touching the back of her bum. This hand here was on her thigh. Slide up, elbow back. Bring your chin long and forward. And I shot that right there just above the eye line. So if you have a look at that image, you can see I'm just above her eye line, but I'm not shooting down on her. I'm just shooting above her, and it's a perfect little slide down the wall here, and the more she slides, the slimmer she looks. Okay? So, dun dun dun. I repeated most of the scenarios for each of the girls and swapped the chairs over, used the brick wall, used a different couch, used those little spongy things. But other than the two big reflectors and the flat ottoman, the chair, and the two spongy things, we used nothing else.
Audrey Coley is wondering, when you say you're going off of what is shown on the back of the camera, are you referencing the histogram?
No.
Just your actual visual.
What's a histogram?
Nice.
Is that when you write down a list of your ex-boyfriend? Whatever, you know, it's I'm a natural light photographer. Let's put this out there. I'm a natural light photographer. That's code for she can't sink a flash. Yeah, put that in your pipe and smoke it. Whatever. You know, I can't be... The thing is I don't have a technical mind for photography because I don't need to. I don't even know what a histogram is. Yes, I do, but you know what I mean. I don't look at it, I don't care. My whites are probably blown out, my blacks are probably never black. I make a lot of people go when I say that, but it has no bearing on taking beautiful photographs.
No, you could say that. So the internet would love to hear a little bit from you ladies, a little bit about the experience, whatever part of it you want to choose to talk about. Tell us about seeing the photographs. How about that?
I'm not a big crier. I don't even think I cried that much when my kids were born. I'm just not a big showing an emotion. That's just not me. And so for me to cry, my husband's probably online going, what the? You never cry. That is just absolutely stunning. I don't even see myself that beautiful. I just don't. And that's just beautiful. I mean, just gorgeous. I mean, look at that.
I know,
like,
right?
I can't even believe it's me. Like, I'm like, no. You smooth stuff, and you push stuff in, and I know you did. But that's not me. But it's beautiful. And the process and actually being there and having her shoot us was amazing. Like, I didn't understand at first. Like, now that we've sat here for this day and we've gone through what we've gone through, light bulbs and, like, things, question marks are answered. Like, I'm completely understand why she does the way she does it. Because she shot me. I think I may not have understood it as much had she not shot me. It's just an amazing experience. She just makes you feel calm.
We're sculpting bodies with poses.
Yeah.
Somebody actually said that earlier in the chat room, that Sue is not a photographer, she's a sculptor.
Yeah, you sculpt bodies. It's you pull an arm in and kick a hip out and bring your chin forward. You sculpt the shape of a body. But you know what? It's the shape that you're trying to sculpt is you're taking away the bits that people don't like about themselves. You push the chin forward because nobody will buy a shot with a second chin in it. You push the arm in because nobody wants their arm poking out. You push their bum out because as soon as the hourglass becomes apparent, the body looks more feminine. And, you know, you take away the bits you don't like, but you've got to learn how to push all those bits in. It's easy to learn. We've done it all today. Everything we've done is for a reason. The shoulder connecting, the hands, the elbow away from the body, you know, everything. You can re-watch it and re-watch it and re-watch it and just follow those rules and then just keep practicing that. But I think sometimes being photographed is not actually that great of an experience. Simona would tell you differently because she likes being photographed. She enjoys the process of doing it. And so when I actually said that to her one day, you know, I said, I don't think anybody really enjoys it. She went, what? And I said, well, you enjoy the makeup, but who enjoys the shutter being clicked and wondering if I've got it? But when you see images, people will often refer to the shoot as being so much more amazing than what it was. Like they'll go, oh, it was amazing. And I think, oh, really? Because I remember sitting there for 3 hours going chin forward and down, chin forward and down, chin forward. And I know you weren't crazy about the whole idea of going, what am I doing wrong? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
She said that to me a lot. I mean, a lot. Like every other word was chin down, chin down, chin down. Because I am very self-conscious about this area. I don't like this area. Almost 30, so I guess it's that 30, whatever. So like I did wonder. I was like, I knew, and she kept showing Simone. She wouldn't show me the back of the camera, and I'm thinking, please tell me she caught something. Please tell me. Because I've seen since September. I have been begging my husband, can she come to Destin? We'll get her a condo, and can she please shoot me? Please come, please. So we've been going back and forth, and he's been baiting me back and forth. So I've been begging to have her come shoot me. So when this opportunity came up, I was like, oh yeah, I'm here. So I mean, it's just amazing.
Sandra,
Gorgeous.
what do you think?
Doesn't get any better than this, Sue.
Well, it probably would, you know. You know, it could. No. It can always get better. Let's face it.
No. I told my husband before I left, I said if there was anyone on this planet that I would want to photograph me, it was you. And as I told you, you're absolutely right. It's all about trust. I trust you implicitly.
Why? Tell me. No. Don't tell me for lip service. Don't tell me for me.
Okay.
Tell me what it is about my brand that somehow speaks to you as a woman. Because if I can tell people what that is, then they can do that.
Right.
Because why, when you don't know me, you do not know me, why do you trust me?
I trust you because of your work, what comes through, and I trust that you take a curvy girl and can make it happen. I think that is the biggest, well, I know it's the biggest fear of a curvy girl, is to go, I don't need to, I've come to grips with who I am and my size, but a camera, and like in the wrong angle, can add pounds.
Oh, camera's cruel.
Yeah. And not only, you don't just, stop at the size 12, you know how to shape a woman so that we have the illusion of being even slimmer. You've got me. You've got me right away.
So tell me, interesting enough, when I posted the Curvy Girl contact sheet on my blog, I got 3,786 pins on Pinterest in a week. And it curves. So that tells me there's a whole lot of normal women out there not feeling confident enough in the brands that we're showing them on portraits that they can look that good. Don't you think?
Absolutely, yeah. And that was something that when I first started doing, when I bought your modeling guide and I started doing the portfolio building, I wanted to represent, and I guess it's because it's personal. It's a personal thing for me. So to represent the curvy girl, that's huge. That is, and so empowering. You know, I know every woman has that issue, and I guess I just know it from the curvy girl side that it can be a very degrading thing through your life. You know, you never measure up to that size that you see on the cover. You know, so yeah, absolutely, it's essential to have the curvy girl.
TY?
It's amazing that people say that she's a sculptor because I felt like clay. I felt like somebody was just pushing this forward and pushing that backwards, and I was like, God, I wish I could do that, because a lot of times, and what amazed me as a photographer, because I was a model in front of a camera, but I was just peeping out as a photographer, like eavesdropping to see just peeping through to see what was happening, and I'm like, God, I wish I could be so in the moment. And then the funny thing is that every time she pushed me into a particular place, I actually felt emotionally different. Do you understand? She'd push me in a certain way and I'll feel proud. She'd push me in a certain way and I'll feel delicate. It was almost as if she knew exactly what to do to make that emotion that she wanted to express through. She's really like a puppet master, sculptor / because I actually did feel every emotion as she molded.
I can see when you feel beautiful. I can see it. So for me, it's like I can see an awkward pose, I can see you thinking about it. But when you lock down and you really push it out and you're in a position, or whatever that pose is, and when you really connect up through here, I can see it. I think everybody can see it. You just have to keep working people until you can see it. But you can see it. Like when you say you actually felt beautiful, or you felt proud, or you felt, in that emotion, you can actually see that. You definitely look incredibly proud in that shot, and you look incredibly confident, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
You look, that's so fierce. It's I'm woman right there, and I think you look like that, but I see that when you did it. So you say it's me, but when you do it, I'm the one that can just. You're doing it.
Wow.
It's not me doing it.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, and everybody can do that. Everybody can do that. Mapu?
I feel like I can identify with more of the curvy girls and also more of your before photos, because I feel like the before photos, that's like my everyday. Every day I'm a before. But I wanted to, I see what you do with the other women and stuff, and I feel like I just want to be able to see myself the way you see other women. Like I want to see what you can see in me. I want to see myself that way. But I don't. I see myself the before every day. But I just wanted to be able to experience this and see what you see and how do you do it and be able to. But I want to see myself like that every day. I just have to. I would love to just be like this every day, but I'm the before picture every day.
You're not though. Do you know something really cliche? Once I see it, I can never unsee it. Now I look at you, and that's all I see. Because you showed me something, I don't know whether it's that twinkle or what it is, but that is a true story for me. Once I've seen it, I never not see it when I look at you.
But I feel like I did feel nervous during the shoot and stuff, and I felt like, I don't know, can she get it? Can she see me like this, how she sees everyone else? I'm not sure. Do I have what it takes? And
yeah, my God, look at you. You sparkle so bright.
It's amazing.
Did you encourage any particular outfits or color choices or anything that for them to wear? Just say bring your 3 favorite outfits.
Anything you like? You kind of photograph people, how they bring in clothes. They're more sexy if they have lingerie. They're more fashion if they have cutting-edge dresses. They're more, jeans and T-shirt. Then it's more casual jeans and a T-shirt laughing. If that's what they are and that's what they bring in, that's kind of how you photograph them. Their clothes really dictate a mood of who they are. Some people bring in entirely glamour. Some people bring in no glamour at all. Everybody sort of represents themselves by the clothes they wear and the accessories they have, and then how they have their hair and makeup. So it's quite easy to go with the mood of somebody quite easily, I think. Do you have questions there, Kenna?
Well, I wanted to read a comment from Darla Sharp Photo when you had asked them, why was it that you trusted me? And Darla said, the proof is in the pudding. I would trust Sue because her images speak for themselves. However, without the before and after, I might not believe that Sue is shooting real women.
Excellent. There you go. So my problem is when I say to portrait photographers, too many young, too many lean girls on your website, they go, but they're just ordinary girls. And I go, I know that. I do this for a living. But what I want you to portray in your brand to the clients that you are marketing to is the reality of that. And there's so many cool ways to do that. So tomorrow we're going to shoot more. We're going to do Photoshop. We're going to do the makeup aspect of what we do. But on the third day, I'm going to teach you about behind the scenes and speaking through your brand with stories to every one of the demographics that you want to attract into your business, telling them stories. And that story might be a transformation. That story might be, you know, watching somebody go from no makeup to total hotness cover girl, but that it's telling them a little story, and that story is, this is what we do and this is how we do it. And we're going to go through all of that, and that is just such an eye-opener for me now, the marketing side of things with video and how that's opening a new world of telling stories is just remarkable. But yeah, I think Darla's so right. The proof is in the pudding, sure, but is the pudding, what is the pudding? You know, you got to tell me if it's real, and I need to know that it's real.
Tobin and Mark, the internet's wondering what you think, what you're going to take from this, how you feel.
I was just so amazed that when I saw each of the reactions upon the unveiling of the pictures, and I feel like I want that reaction when I show people my photographs, and basically that's where I'll be heading or pointing my target in. So
I guess to this point, coming from the world of knowing Photoshop and doing finishing, I've had plenty of clients who always say, oh, you know, even for maternity, can you take an inch off the shoulder? Do things where it's in post, and I can do it in post. I'd rather do it in camera, I can do it in post, but I've never had that degree, and I'd much rather be able to say to them, no, this was you, I didn't finish that. Whether they believe me or not, it's up to them, but instead of them just saying, I am how I am, and I'm going to rely on you to do some fixing in post, and I'll always look at that knowing that that's not quite me. The ability to be able to take that photo and now share it with my clients and then know that that is entirely them is what I wanted most out of this, was the seeing the sculpting.
As men, do you feel that you understand how important it is to us as women to feel beautiful? Do you understand what that means? Like, I think a lot of guys ask me that. They'll say to me, again, after I do a talk, they'll come up to me and they'll say, explain it to me. Explain that desire to feel that. And I can only describe it in one way. When a woman walks into a room, men look at her. She does not look back at you. She looks at how you're looking at her. That's how we are made. I don't know why, but we are hardwired this way. So you admire us, and we are gauging your reaction by how you're looking back at us, which is back to how we look. Now, that perception of how you're looking at us is only through our own perception of ourselves. So if we feel incredible, clearly you think I'm hot. If we put on a few pounds, clearly you think I'm not. It is not based on any reality other than the reality of how we feel about ourselves. So I don't know why it is so important for us to feel beautiful, but all I know is that when women experience that, when they experience feeling confident with how they look, and they take away all the stuff that they hate about themselves, and that they just feel so confident about who they are and how they look, it is magic to us, and we pay for that privilege. And it is a beautiful feeling. And I have a lot of repeat offenders. I call them repeat offenders because they want to do it again and again, because it's a gorgeous feeling, and next time I'll wear this, and next time I'm going to get my hair done like this, and next time I'll do this, and it's great, and these images will stay with you for a long time. So I think it's a funny thing. I like talking about it. I think it's important.
Okay. That was a question from the internet, was about, do you have a lot of repeat customers,
Yes.
repeat offenders? How often will people come? Once a year? I know you said that that's what you would love.
I've photographed one girl 5 times, once a year, for 5 years, and I photographed her with 3 different fiancés. I'm so sorry if she's watching.
She kept coming back?
Yeah.
Question from Ma'am. Do you ever get photographed in this way?
All the time. If you're friends with me on Facebook, I have so many profile shots, it's embarrassing. I like to photograph myself every day. I photograph myself every time I blow away my hair or, do stupid things. I always take a photograph of myself. I don't know why. But this is really weird. I didn't realise this. I was telling Simona, when I was a little girl, my dad played a lot of sports, and so did my big brother and sister. When we were growing up, I was the youngest baby, and my mum used to dress me up and photograph me.
Wow.
So I don't know why it was our thing. She would do my hair, she'd dress me up, she'd take me out, and she'd photograph me. Now, I grew up doing it, and I played with Barbies. So when she came to my big studio for the first time and saw it, she walked through the whole thing, and I was like, "What do you think, Mum?" And she was like, "Well, you grew up all your life playing with Barbies, and now you just play big Barbies." And I do. I dress big Barbies. I play Barbie dolls. I dress my dolls, and I play with them, and I make them feel good, and I enjoy the whole experience, and it's playtime, and I've been doing that my whole life. So I don't know. When I was a kid, I also used to only draw women's faces. Like, people would draw other things, I would draw a woman's face. I still do. If I get a pen and paper, I draw a woman's face, her eyes, mouth, her hair blowing.
I love it.
There's a follow-up question to your repeat offenders regarding them. Maya from Prayers is wondering if you, when somebody comes back a year later, do you do a completely different set of poses?
Yeah,
and backdrops?
Well, I do the same sort of poses, but basically they often bring in different outfits, and they often have something different going on, and it's entirely sort of different. So I try and mix it up, but I am limited to how many poses I do, because there's only so much sort of touching in this area and sitting and lying that you can do, but I do try and mix it up as much as I can.
What about, have you ever been photographed like this? These types of photos?
By who?
What? I don't know.
Well, I think what I'm going to do is put a challenge out.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody has to prove to me that they can make me feel as comfortable, and then they can photograph me.
Some folks are asking about, I forget her name now, but who is herself very skinny and 5 foot tall. Do you get women who come and want to look curvier?
Yes.
Or how do you pose them?
Totally. I never turn lean girls to the side, because it's just, there's nothing there. It's the same rules apply. All we're trying to do is make the hips go out, the waist go in, and the boobs go out. So for curvy girls, you're trying to pull it in, and for lean girls, you're trying to push it out. Always, lean girls want boobs and hips. So it's exactly the same rules. There's no differentiation. Really, all you're trying to do is, on curves, pull the waist in, and on lean girls, pull the boobs and hips out. So same deal, just push it out. Turn them flat to the camera. If you're really lean, don't turn side on. You get that lollipop thing going on, So stay front to the camera, and lots of shape into your booty, and, a padded bra.
Folks want to know if you have a Facebook page to follow.
I'm just Sue Bryce. It's a personal page. I don't have a business page, and you're welcome on it. So it's a photographers group at the moment. It's all photographers.
Folks have asked if you if you photograph pregnant women. I know I saw on one of your cards that, and if you're going to talk about that.
Okay, well, I'm allergic to pregnant women. So I'm sad they can only do a couple a year. I do photograph pregnant women. If they're pregnant and they want to be photographed, then definitely, yes, I do photograph them. The difference being, of course, is I love the Demi Moore sort of belly, where they circle the belly, and I tend to do all of my poses, except for lying on the stomach. And always the pregnant women love to have their hair and makeup done. Yeah, I don't put a lot of maternity on my website for the simple reason that they're not a big spending client. And I'm not saying I reject them because they're not big spenders. I have a lot of friends that photograph newborns. They want the maternity because they want the newborn, and then they want the baby shot. So they do the roll-off and the marketing. I try to stay out of other people's market. Yes, if a woman comes to me and says, "I love your work, I'm pregnant, will you photograph me?" Sure. But I will not advertise for a pregnant client and a newborn, because that's not the market I'm going after. And if I hold to just what I love to do, and just the one that I love, then I just get that client. I always get the family shot and the boyfriend, and every now and then I get a single guy come in and say, can I do a shoot? Sure, but I don't go after them because they're not my market.
Lots of questions in the chat rooms about hair and makeup.
Oh my goodness.
The importance of it, and if it's like a mandatory thing every time for you.
Yes, it is. It is a very important thing for glamour and boudoir. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get Simona to do a live makeup tomorrow on Amanda, hair and makeup. So you can see Amanda's hair is long and straight, and we're going to give her big, sexy hair like her shoot, which is a very hard thing to do, and Simona is a pro at it. And then we're going to do a makeup whilst I'm talking to you about how to incorporate makeup into your business. We're going to do T-Wise makeup because we've had a request to do makeup on her beautiful skin. So to show the difference, and T-Y loved her makeup. Yeah, and it was beautiful. So obviously we're going to show those two girls, we're going to do their makeup live here tomorrow. And also I'm going to be talking the whole time that she's doing hair and makeup. So I'm very lucky. In every country that I've lived in, I've seemed to attract these incredible makeup artists that are all very similar in personality type and very gentle and beautiful and great assistants. But when I met Simona's not only an incredible makeup artist, she's now shooting, and her level of shooting is outstanding because she's been training with me for a year. And it's so cool. I mean, I love working with a makeup artist. It's so neat, both of you working with somebody, because when I'm thinking, she can be, connecting with the client. When I'm moving around, she can assist me. It's so neat to have somebody there. And for the cost of a percentage of what you make in your shoot, these people can work with you. And if you just need to know how and finding a good one and all the tips to finding a good one, then awesome.
Follow up on the makeup question. Do you charge separately for that, or do you include that in?
Let's talk about that tomorrow, because I'm going to go through. There's going to be so many questions about makeup, and we'll hit them all at the makeup section. Yeah,
perfect.
I've got them all ready to go.
Quite a few of them. If you could let us know again if you set a time limit on your shoots and how you determine the length of the shoot.
Okay, for me, a hair and makeup should take 1 hour. I do not want my client in hair and makeup for longer than an hour, and then I've got an hour to shoot them. So that was when I was in the big studio, when I was doing 10 shoots a week. Now I'm doing 3 shoots a week at a higher average, and I'm doing 1 shoot a day. So I get to take my time with the hair and makeup and then spend a good 2 hours shooting. And that is enough for people. Once that 3-hour mark gets hit, they get hungry. They've had enough, so I'll take them out for coffee, or they can carry on with their day. And I've got the rest of the day to prepare my images for selling.
Excellent, thank you.
Before we go maybe into did you have a question? Sorry, please.
For preparing for selling, so then how quick did you set your turnaround for them to come in for the viewing?
Well, I'd like them to see them within the week, but if they don't, then within 2 weeks. And if I'm going beyond that, then I've stopped giving good service. Yeah, so I need to up that. And I get caught out. I get busy once you stop that turnaround. But I'm going to talk all about service and business, because that's a really important aspect of what we offer is service.
We have about 5 minutes left until 4 o'clock. Before we did you have anything more? Do you want us to keep anything more? Come on. No. Before we go to maybe a couple of final questions, we still have more people in the chat room asking again about your posing guide. Okay. So maybe you could mention that again for the people who aren't in the chat room now.
Yeah, it's a digital PDF and it's on my website under store, posing guide. It's got 81 cards in it, 81 sides, different sides, double sides. And it is everything that we went through today, and then the 1 composition 5 poses. So we're going to do more of that tomorrow. The curves guide is extra, but it's an add-on to that. And there's a makeup guide in there as well. So there's 3 different types, but they're all PDF downloads. They used to be in paper form. Shipping was a real problem. People wanted them now. If I had my way, I would probably go back to paper and shipping and digital. But I'm going to just stick with the digital for now and see how everyone goes. And you can download iBook onto your iPad or iPad, iPod, iPhone, and read them through there.
Can I make a comment about the modeling guide?
Sure.
I bought it last fall, and Sue says inside of the modeling guide or on your blog, you mentioned that you will see that when you put that pose together, you will see it in camera. And the first time I used it, I was floored. My girlfriend and I, we set aside a day, and she was awesome. She just let me play with her. And I'd be in camera, and I'd be reading the modeling guide, and I'm like, no. Oh, yes. Literally, it was like that. In camera, you see it. When you start shooting with that modeling guide and you get it, you know it. And that's what I loved about it.
One of my friends told me, because I gave it to her for her photographers in her studio, and she said they had so much fun posing each other. But she said they would get somebody in a position and then they'd look at the card and look at the girl and go, no, you're not doing it. And the girl was like, well, what am I supposed to be doing? They're like, try something different. Move this way a little bit. No. Move this way a bit. Yeah. Move your arm. And then they go, oh, you've got it. And then all the cameras would go up and they were laughing. But, it's a guide. Those shoots are real shoots. They're not models. Curves as a model because I really needed a curvy girl who was going to let me take bad photos of her. And Kate is so beautiful. And she has this beautiful curvy body. And she was the only girl that came into my studio that said, I don't care if you take bad photos of me, just take good ones as well. And she just let me take all these shocking photos of her with her chin pulled in, and she's so great. And she's got this perfect curvy body. So she's modelled for the whole Curves manual, but all of the posing manual are real shoots.
Question from R.M. Kilgoger. Sorry. What tools, resources, and or methods have you used to learn how to sculpt a woman's body to flatter her in these photos? How did you get to where you are right now?
I read fashion magazines and I practiced on my clients. Yeah.
Waiting for the and.
And I got paid
to
practice on them. Yeah. And I probably made some terrible mistakes, and there are probably folios through New Zealand that should not exist. But if they see my work now and ring me and go, you've gotten a lot better, can I have another shoot? I would do it. So I would do it. I just practiced. It's practice. You know how they say 10,000 hours of mastery? Yeah, I've done 20. So I've practiced one thing and I repeat one thing. That's the definition of having a business and making money, is you repeat one thing consistently and you have some brand consistency, and then you have a repeat buy on that product.
Fantastic.
Wow. I don't want this to end. I don't know about anybody else. Sue, thank you so much. You are touching so many people out there. Just a couple quick ones. So just to leave us on an awesome note, she is sick amazing. Kimberly Sue Photo says, brings tear to my eyes, so inspiring. Thank you for sharing who you are and what you do. Wow. We have gentlemen in the chat room saying, having you describe what a woman thinks is beautiful, how we view that, being able to communicate that to men is invaluable, and they're thanking you as well.
Cool. So for the boys, I always say, when you look at a woman and you tell her she's beautiful, you never look at her body parts either. You look her in the eyes, and if you tell her she's beautiful and you really mean it, and you say, I think you're just beautiful, her clothes will fall off.
And with that...
Hello, Internet. Welcome to day 2 of the Sue Bryce Glamour Photography Workshop here on Creative Live. My name is Lorraine Lobdell, and I'm alongside Kenna Klosterman, and we will be your chat hosts today. And we're going to have about 10 to 12 minutes of banter, so let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us okay. Also, shout out where you're from. We'd love to know. Sue, how are you doing today?
I'm very good, actually. I slept last night, so raring to go.
Fantastic. Well, we are as well. Raring to go. Wanted to take a minute to talk to our students. You guys, yesterday was incredible.
Mind-blowing.
So what I want to ask you this morning is, yesterday afternoon we talked about your experience of being photographed by SUE. Let's talk this morning about your experience being here as a student and what your biggest ahas were from what you learned yesterday as a photographer. Mapu. Okay. We'll start at the other end.
Learning, I think, about posing, and because I am a curvy girl, just learning how to get in those poses and learning about how she talked about like the triangle and giving some space and stuff like that. But that was just amazing for me. Yeah.
The biggest thing is learning that you can be powerful as a photographer, that you don't have to go to the shoot hoping that certain things can happen, that there's actually a method that you can use to get certain emotions and certain things to happen. I think that for me was the most amazing thing.
We talked about that last night, not happening upon a shot, like creating it and controlling it, as opposed to just machine gun shooting it and then hoping you get something.
Yeah, like you said, it's learning a method that gives consistent results, and this is like a 180 for me because I'm usually working with flash and strobes, and it's really trying to coax a response from the camera instead of methodically arranging my subject. So this is a really different experience for me.
I guess it's probably mostly about the consistency of chin out and down. I went home. I even today been using even when I use my iPhone, I've been asked to take a few photos behind the scenes. First thing I have to say, okay, 1 second, chin out and down, and we'll do a little head together. It's of course the whole day held so much, but that's I think there's definitely all the aspects between the triangle and you working with the diamond, which was actually even an aha for me as I was talking to my wife last night, and we were looking back on what I've previously been shooting, even especially with 1-year-olds and a lot of the children that I photograph, is that I've always worked, and the photos we've always discarded ones that don't work from that diamond. So it's kind of neat to see how to take control of that instead of just looking for it. Now to control to make sure it happens, and chin out and down.
How many of you were doing that last night? I know I was.
I was in the shower going, okay, remember going through the different steps that she was telling us about. Boobs back and arms out. And
what else yesterday for you?
For me, it was just a huge, because I knew that I loved SUE work, and I couldn't figure out what it was that I loved about the work. Mm-hmm. Like I knew it was the eyes. I love how all of her photos have the eyes in them, but I couldn't figure out what else it was. And then when I did the shoot, I was like, God, she's awesome, but I couldn't connect the dots as to why she was saying to do this and why she was saying to do this. And then that day one, all these light bulbs were going off. I was like, oh, it's a triangle. Duh, hello. Why didn't I see that before? And all her little tips and tricks of pulling the boobs back and doing the arms, and just it all connected dots, if that makes any sense.
It does, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sandra?
For me, excuse me, flow posing. Going home with the modeling guide, I've been going, okay, so you need to, good. And then we go to the next one. And seeing that there's a whole flow posing around that was huge.
Around each card.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I'm going home to practice that with my video. So.
Okay, we'll do more of that this morning then.
And I have to say, I mean, the thing about being live in here, I mean, as I was telling you about her seeing it on the screen and seeing the little window, because I actually didn't know that there was a little window of the reactions as the reveals, but being here, I actually found myself watching less of the photos. I actually missed quite a few of them. So I got to watch them last night, because the rewatch was already up at like 11 o'clock.
Right.
But
the rewatch was up at 5.
Or was it 5? I didn't
That was the second rewatch.
Sorry, not the rewatch, logging in for the downloaded files if you purchased it.
Yes.
Completely was already
Correct.
there.
Yeah.
So I got to go try to catch up some of that because I missed the rewatch.
Great.
But being here live and I found myself more even watching the reactions that were happening here in the room, and got myself. I mean, I know I wanted. That's part of what I wanted, the gift I wanted. But seeing that gift being received, and the power beginning to embody it's so addictive. It's like it's more so than I thought before that I want to go home and be able to work on giving that as part of the gift to the clients, that they get to have that within themselves.
I love that. I love that. And I just want to shout out to John Cornicello, who was here taking behind the scenes photos during the reveal. And if you go to our Facebook page, just some really precious moments of each of you, your expressions when you saw the reveal. So very, very cool, John, that you captured that for everyone to see. So let's go to the phones.
Yeah. Love that everyone around the globe is already joining us. Thank you very much. It's morning here, but it could be night where you're at, and it could be 3 a.m. and you're still joining us. So just want to say thanks. Singapore, hello.
Ukraine, let's see, Alberta, Canada, Cooper City, Florida. Is that anywhere near you? I don't know.
Riviera.
Hello from Serbia.
Ooh, cool. Riviera Maya, Mexico.
New Jersey, Montreal.
UK.
West Palm Beach is in the house.
I just realised last night, Hawaii, Nigeria, Philippines, Canada. You're the only US-born.
I didn't even put that together. That's fantastic.
Diagonal from Seattle.
Yeah,
too.
and Simona's from Czech.
Right.
That's and New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand.
All right, and shout out to Ocala, Florida. Toronto,
I just want to
Canada.
read this, even though it's kind of long. Sue, yesterday I was so excited telling my auntie about you and your work and how you make women your priority to make them feel beautiful always. She started crying and told me that she had never felt beautiful until I photographed her. It felt great to be able to make her feel that way because she is beautiful. Now I know what you must feel every day. And I just got the chill.
That's cool.
That's really cool.
Fantastic.
I was talking to one of my clients back and forth yesterday on text, and she was watching the whole thing today, and she said, "Now you know what it feels like when she had a newborn, and I did a newborn session for her, and she's like, I still go back and look at him." I was like, because I was telling her I can't wait to get the pictures to look at him, and she goes, "Now you see what I felt like when I got my newborn photos of my little boy that I just loved to death," and it made me go. Okay, so now I know what it feels like to give that. Because I was like, oh, they're pictures of his newborn baby. They're great, they're wonderful, but I didn't realize that there was still that emotional connection.
And I think that seems like it's so important then for all of us who are photographers to have that experience so we can really relate.
Because we get so wrapped up and we do so many sessions and we send them out and we're like, oh, they're wonderful photos. We just don't realize how emotional our client is to them. And having this, because this is the first time since my wedding I've been photographed. And so I had one of those, oh, okay. When she told me, she's like, that I cherish those photos. I look at them every day. And so I was like, that's how I feel about these. I'm like, I can't wait. I have them on blog. I'm like, go look at them every day.
Right.
And be looking at them every day.
Nice.
So it was really cool.
I was going to add to what Amanda said too. There's the experience, but last night, the same thing, I was talking with a friend on the phone, and I've gone from thinking of it as a wonderful experience to have to something even more essential, because I realized, I thought about my grandmother. My grandmother's day, women took the time to be photographed, and they've been documented, and we all, most of us have a good photo of our grandmother, despite them living through times that were really lean, right? They were not times that they could spend a lot of money. And this generation does not take the time for women to have that photo. My kids now have a photo of their grandmother, my grandkids. And yeah, it's not just an experience, it's essential.
Do you think though, in that era, we were going to war. It was, as a young man, you were a soldier and you went and had a portrait taken, usually in your uniform. And the idea, of course, was that you could maybe not come home. And also it was kind of the family photographer. They didn't have cameras like we have cameras, so you would go and sit for your family portrait or do one portrait, and it was that key portrait. Yeah, it's so different now. Now everybody has the same camera. I want to make it very clear what I do in a shoot when my client comes in. So I tell my client to bring in 4 or 5 outfits, and as I told you, women bring in about 23 things and they have nothing to wear. So this is quite generally what people will bring in. They will bring in a couple of tops, maybe a slip, they maybe have 1 pair of jeans, and every now and then they'll have a few nice dresses. So that's pretty generally what I get, about 60% black and a splash of colour. So I have a shooting wardrobe at home, which I don't have here. And my shooting wardrobe is really accoutrement. Okay, so it's just accessories, scarves and a few little add-on tops and things that are key pieces that you will actually see pop up in my folio, but aren't necessarily really significant pieces. I always have a plain black dress and a couple of black tops, a couple of white tops, a plain white slip, a nude slip, because we've always got to have something like that, and then a few vintage pieces of lingerie, which are really wonderful real pieces. I always keep something like this. So this we actually put on TY. We didn't use it for anybody else. Basically it's a sash, and I can actually make a top out of it. I can make a dress out of it. I can make a boob tube out of it. I can wrap it as a cummerbund. It can go around the throat, and it could go around the hair. I hold key pieces like this because the styling of what we do is very important. And often people bring in their own clothes. The more effort that they go to buying outfits, the more invested they become in the shoot. But not everybody is capable or able to do that. And more importantly, if you get somebody like me, I spend a lot of money on shoes and handbags, but I'm always wearing black. So I tend to not... I spend a lot of money on different coloured clothes or anything like that, and if I was going to do a shoot, I would bring my 3 favourite black dresses, which isn't going to give me a lot of options when I'm photographing somebody like me. And there are a lot of people like me out there that don't go out of their way, or some people just don't value shopping for clothes, so they don't bring in great clothing choices, and you have to work with exactly what you've got. So having sashes like this bring waistlines in. The fashion at the moment is a lot of boxy dresses, and the whole point is that I'm trying to create that hourglass, and I can't do that in boxy tops. Also shirts. A lot of women bring in a plain white shirt. White looks bigger and boxy, and it doesn't cover the body, doesn't hug the body, it doesn't accentuate the body in any way. So I tend to not shoot shirts. The curvier the girls are, the slimmer they look if their clothing is fitted. And that's hard with curvy girls, because often curvy girls bring in baggy clothes, and they hide behind their clothes as opposed to it being quite tight and fitted. So I'm always looking for pieces like this that are really significant to me. I always have a scarf or something really sheer like that to drape around arms if they have a dress and they don't want to show their arms, or for cover girl poses and things so I can flatter. I have a few little cardigan type tops in my studio. When these are Simona's choices, she bought a few different choices of neckline. I told her something light, something dark. So if I could say anything to you, and it doesn't matter if you're a boudoir photographer, family portrait photographer, the more time you take coaching your client into what to bring for the shoot, the more prepared they will turn up and the more invested they will be in the shoot. So I'll talk to women about getting their nails done. Do you usually have a spray tan? If you do, go and get a spray tan. Do your roots need to be done? Go and get them done 3 days before. There is nothing worse than photographing a client and then having them come back for the viewing and go, oh, look at my roots. And of course, you're fixing roots in Photoshop. Have you had a haircut? Are you due for a haircut? Do you get your pet mani-pedi done? What do you need to do to prepare your skin? I found that as I started to coach people more and spend the time with them in their pre-shoot, I would get them so excited about the shoot because suddenly they're doing all of these things that are really special to them, and they're suddenly feeling like, oh, I'm going to go and get my hair done, I'm going to get my mani-pedi done, I'm preparing for a photo shoot. I get women come into the shoot that have actually dieted for the shoot. Like they have actually gone, I've been carb free, I've been eating really lean and working out because I want to feel so good. And I mean, people come in, the more the effort that they put in, then obviously the more amped they are to be photographed, and the end result is better for everybody because they're getting a result that they really want and they're putting the effort into turning up. They're not ringing me the day before the shoot and going, hi, I'm cancelling my shoot. You know, they're coming in so excited. They've gone shopping. It's build up. So the more time I take in preparation, the better my end result. Also, the more connection that I have with my client. You could send all of that out in an email, but why would you? It's a 10-minute phone conversation. In that phone conversation, I say, you're going to look really hot. Are you going out tomorrow night? And then they say, you're right, I'm going to get my husband to take me out tomorrow night. I'll get a babysitter for the kids. Or I'm going to get all my girlfriends together. I've had girls ring me 2 weeks after a shoot, after their viewing, or come back for their viewing and say that night that they went out after their shoot, they met their new boyfriend. You know, like they're like, and so again, I'm selling the experience if I tell them it's not only a girls' day out, you all look hot, so I suggest you hit the town. So I kind of add that in my advertising because I want to start selling the experience right from that moment. For the young girls, I call it do the shoot on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then you can go out and paint the town red. You know, for the sort of 30, 40 demographic, it's like, girls, you really want to go out and have a beautiful dinner afterwards because you're going to look gorgeous. You know, for the family first, the mum demographic, it's like, get your husband to take you out. This is date night because you are going to look really gorgeous. And I think it's something that I like to tie in. It adds to my education, adds to my product. So it's really common for me to just have quite a simple wardrobe like this. What I then do, and after lunch, I'm going to show you a full natural light studio setup, is this would be very similar to the space that I have at home and the space that I have in my small studio. I would shoot an entire shoot around one window. And so I generally am using this wall here because I have this natural light coming in. I would use this wall on the back wall because I have that light hitting there. And so I have all of these poses here. And remember, I'm shooting square. So I'm using the wall to pose, and then I'm using the wall flat for cover girl position. I would move around here and do a recline here into this back corner. I would have the ottoman very close to the window here. I would have a chair very close to here. So technically, I could shoot maybe 6 scenarios without moving in this 2 meters as long as I'm close to my light source, correct? So before I go into that and show you each one, I'm just going to show you how I would select this wardrobe for that section. So Simona, come in.
So are there any colors that you talked a lot about the neutrals. Are there colors that you would tell your clients to completely avoid?
It's patterns, not colors that avoid patterns. They just take away from the people. All the primary colors look magnificent, but the truth is it's whatever looks good on her. You know, Simona glows in white yesterday, and she was in that white, that creamy white, and it was just, it suits her, and that translates through the camera. So if she was in a colour that didn't suit her, then it wouldn't matter how it photographed. Yeah. I want to pick the mood of the outfit, the colour of the outfit, and the style of the outfit around the sort of image that I would take. So I'm not going to lie her down in this outfit because it's fabulous. So I would go straight to a cover girl, straight away. And I have no qualms at all about using this outfit to freestyle because I think it looks really modelly, and in all the shoulder positions I think this is really gorgeous. I'm not going to do the leaning against the wall sort of recline nice portrait shot in this either because it's going to squash all the sleeves. So straight away I'll lay out 5 or 6 outfits. In my mind I'm already seeing each one and what I'm going to do with it. So straight away I'm thinking for the ottoman lying down, I'm going to do this gorgeous little sexy one. It's a pink slip lying down on the white ottoman with the ottoman 45 degrees this way. Okay? So that is already one entire sequence in my mind. Now, knowing that, I'm also going to go through 5 flow poses on that ottoman and then sit her maybe in front of it in that pink. So to me, I've already created 10 different images in that pink dress. This black one, I'm going to do a little bit of a freestyling. I'm going to show you freestyling today. I'm going to do a freestyling with it, which is when they move without props and without leaning. So this is direction only, which is probably one of the hardest things to teach. She has this gorgeous little singlet here, and I know she has beautiful white pants. So I'm going to get that gorgeous chair Amanda's sitting on and bring it to here and do a gorgeous sort of recline into that chair in the white with the white. Okay, so that's already done for me. In my mind, I have this gorgeous nude slip here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this light nude slip on. I'm going to stand her right here in front of the curtain. I'm going to shoot her straight into the backlight that way, and she's going to do a beautiful series there into that nude backlight. And then I've got this beautiful piece of fabric, and because she has this gorgeous little sequence here, this little top, in fact I could even do it with this, she can take the white pants off, and I'm going to make her a flowing skirt so she can dance with the white and the dancing. So I've got freestyling in black, pink and white dancing, white and white on the chair, hot pink on the ottoman, nude going backlit on the wall, and then all I need now is jeans and a black bodysuit or her lace top to do the wall recline here. And in 1 hour we've got one in the lace, 2 in the freestyling, 3 in the dancing, white chair, white top, hot pink, nude on the backlight, and I still haven't done a cover girl shot in there. So potentially I have 7 sequences very quickly in my mind in 2 by 2 meters. Okay, so that's how quickly we can create a folio that I sell for $3,000. So it should be in your mind. You should plan out your shoots and visualize your shoots like that. You're a photographer, so you have a visual, good visual mind. You have a strong visual mind, so it's good to just sit there and plan that out and then execute each one in sequence. So I kind of look at them in terms of how hard they are to achieve. I know the wall shot is how I start everything. I start everything with the wall shot. They've got something to lean on. They don't move their body because their entire body is leaning here. So really, that is just about a lot of recline. It's nice and slimming. If I'm going to show them an image at that stage, I'm going to show them there. So I can show them and they can really warm up. I will move her into the last 2 sequences, which is freestyling and the dancing one, because those are the 2 things that she needs to be really warmed up for, if you get my meaning. I need her to be really trusting of me. I can ask her to do anything and she's game. She's not shy. She's gone through her portrait shots, so she's just going to keep building up to that. So I lay all the clothes out like that. I reject anything in there that they maybe bought that I don't see as being in my sequence of 6 changes. And then I say to them, but I make sure I say to them, are you happy with all of those pieces? Because I don't want them to be holding something in their bag that their mother gave them that is very important to them that I didn't choose or that they did not bring forward. It's very, very important that they offer to me, what it is that they want to wear, and that we're both happy with the choices. Very, very important in your studio that you give your clients a safe place to go and get changed. Now, quite often, we're in a big room of girls, and there'll often only be Simona and I, and 100% of the time, our clients just undress in front of us, but we never expect that they will do that. We always set up one of the big V reflectors. We put it into the corner, and we say, just pop around and get changed there. Often they'll say, it's okay, and they'll just take off their clothes, but I would always give people the option to leave, to go and get changed. I don't want them to go out to the bathroom or leave the studio to the bathroom, because they kind of get stuck in the mirror and start preening their hair. And if they go to the bathroom to get changed, it takes them 10 minutes to come back. And if they get changed there, they just get changed and come straight back. We've got to keep this flow going for our shoot. So straight away here, let's just get a little visual just against the wall for me.
Quick question from Thea Creative. What size clothing of these pieces do you typically keep in the studio?
Well, they're not sizes. The wraps and things don't have sizes.
Right.
The skirts are wraparound, and the slips I buy are all large and cut on the bias. So, do you know what cut on the bias means? So they're cut on the bias of the fabric, which means that when you hold them, they can be extended. It's all fabric that can be worn pretty much any size. So if you're curvy, it'll be tight, and if you are lean, I can clip it at the back with hair clips. But you only have to make it look like a top. I had a girl turn up for a shoot one day, and she had no top. She had no clothes. I was like, I don't know what part of the coaching her I'd gone wrong, but she literally turned up in one top. So we got this, and we made a whole lot of tops out of it. Like, we just wrapped it like halters, and we made 3 or 4 different styles of tops just with a wrap. It looked like a top, so you can get away with a lot. So let's say we're doing that wall series that we did yesterday when she's right on that window light, which we'll do natural light this afternoon, and that's the outfit that I've chosen for that. So I'm just going to do a gorgeous black series there. Straight away, that's going to warm her up, and I think she can get straight into, I need that chair, Amanda. I'm going to get straight into this nude slip, and she's going to come and stand in front of the window, and come in front of my window, and in her nude slip, you can hold it. So in her nude slip, I'm going to do this beautiful series here, shooting straight back to there. She did that really well. She's starting to really enjoy herself, and she's starting to relax a lot. I've got this beautiful white chair, so I bring this in here. I want to shoot it into my light. Remember, we're going to go through Natural Light Studio later. White outfit. So white on white. I absolutely love shooting white outfits on white couches. They just look so stylish and classy. And I think they look gorgeous. And I've got this whole sequence here, reclining over here, so that all of that looks good, and slimming and all the rest of it. Now she's she's in her 3rd sequence, and she's laughing, having lots of fun. Jump up. I then take her straight away into the pink lying down on the ottoman. So we've got this 45 degrees. We saw the whole lying down series yesterday. We did that over and over. After she's done that, I'm going to take her up to freestyling. Let's talk about freestyling for a minute. And let me put you on a live camera feed so that you can see what I'm seeing. You can take it. Okay, Simi here. I might just take this out, Mapu, if you can. Okay. Now, do I want a live feed? No, let me just show you first. It's going to be in your way. Okay. The ability to direct somebody without props means that they have to step away from here. Freestyling to me is when I sort of think it's the next level of directing. It's when you're on a couch and arm is here, your shoulder's here, your hand's here, you're sliding it back here, you're dropping the front shoulder, your chin's long, you're pointing it forward. Those positions, when you're learning them, are quite difficult to find until you learn them. And then they're really easy. Anybody can do them eventually. Some people take a little bit longer to mould into those positions. But this freestyling here is when you go crazy taking photographs because they're out there on their own. So it's one of the hardest things to do. You did it actually in your shoot, didn't you? And that laughing shot of you holding your elbows was so beautiful and candid. But I need to be able to control it. So I control it like this. So okay, I see a lot of photographers freestyle. So let's just say we're freestyling and it's like, let's all just go freestyle, and people just do the same thing, and they don't connect their chin, and they don't do anything, they don't do any of my rules. Basically they'll go and they don't know how to touch their body because I'm not directing them. And, you know, and every now and then you'll get someone who's hot stuff and they can move a little bit, but they'll just do the same thing. And the chin's never where I want it to be. So it's directing and freestyling. So I want it to be a little bit like this. I'm going to say, okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to get you to hold your elbows and look at me over your shoulder this way. That's it. Okay, and then I'll go click. But then when you change, I want you to step out and go this way and then look over your shoulder this way. Okay, and so I just want you to change and then do the same thing again. Just rock it, that's it. Do it again. Click, look at me. Click, look at me and smile. Click, look at me and smile again. Look down and smile. Okay, look down and smile. Click, do it again. Okay, now spin all the way around and reset with your shoulder. That's exactly right. So that's all I'm saying to them. So I'm getting them to do really basic movements. Something really simple like hug your shoulder and then just look back over your shoulder. Hug your shoulder, look back over your shoulder. And what it translates to is just really, as long as you get it on the look, you'll just click. And if you put a fan in there or you've got fabric in there, it looks incredible because it looks like they're in a full range of movement and they're actually doing something really simple. Now, in a perfect world, I will demonstrate. You just tuck in my frilly skirt. In a perfect world, everybody would go, everybody would be good dancers and very confident, and I would say, I want you to turn and flick your skirt and look over your shoulder at me this way. And I'd go like this. And I'm going to shoot it right about here. So I'm going to get it while it's in flight. And I'll say, come on, lots of movement. Arch your back. Beautiful. Work your shoulder forward. Gorgeous. Trail that arm. Now look at me. Push your chin forward. And I'll just keep repeating it until I nail that amazing shot with the dress. But the reality is most people are like this. Like that. And so the idea is that you have to keep doing it until you nail it. Is it worth getting? Totally. So this is how I do it. Because that awkwardness, that rocking from side to side that has no connection here, no look on the face, is not a shot. So, yeah, like a skirt, yeah. A question while she's tucking?
People on the internet always ask some really fun questions. One of those being, what is the ring on your thumb for? And the answer was jewelry.
Oh, speaking of jewelry, what do you think of jewelry in your photo shoots?
Good question. I forget to add jewelry in my shoots. I let people add their own jewelry. Yeah, so we're going to pretend that Simona's got a flowing skirt on. Obviously she doesn't. Now, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you to spin like this with your hand out like that, just nice and slow, and spin, and everybody does the same thing, they spin. That's exactly right. Now what I want you to do is trail it. So I want you to go like this and trail it behind you. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now do that again, but this time I want you to arch your back and long trail like this, like watch it trail all the way around. Good girl. Now this time what I want you to do is I want you to spin, I want you to trail it, and as you come around, I want you to go like this on the shoulder. So I want you to go like that. So you're trailing behind, doing a beautiful arch in your back and connecting to your shoulder and looking at me at the same time. Go. And bang. See? So just keep asking one thing at a time until you're building into an amazing type of pose. Okay. So
what would she be wearing under? Just jeans and she just tucks it in on
No, it's just a skirt. Like a beautiful skirt.
Oh, okay.
We're just simulating a flowy skirt. So you could do this with a bride, a veil, a tutu, a skirt, anything with movement. I keep fabric like this because I really love to make skirts and get waistbands. I've actually tucked this all the way into somebody's underwear. So there's this really killer shot that I had yesterday. And what we did was we tucked this girl's skirt in, just tuck it in. And Simona and I were shooting her, and we were trying to get this amazing movement where she would throw this up and then go like this. So she could move really well. So we were getting her to throw the skirt and then set the position, and it just was not working. I was trying so hard to do this beautiful pose, and then we worked it out. Take a step that way. We worked it out. Simona was standing here like this. I'm there where the camera normally is. And we got her into this beautiful pose. So we crossed her over and we got her hand up to here. And I think she was, what's she doing? She was doing something, here. So she's doing this gorgeous pose and there's lots of shape in her body. And her skirt is just whoosh, flying off to the side. And how we did it was I stood there, I focused on her and on the expression and the beautiful mouth and everything. She's pushing her chin forward, she's really working her body. It looks like she's dancing. She's really going for it. Simona stood here like this and I'd say go, and Simona would go like that and throw the fabric in the air. And as soon as the fabric, her dress flew, it just looked like she spun and just done this incredible dance move, and the skirt's just gone whoosh. So remember when I said, talking about, even though I look like I shoot boudoir, there's a girl with the black fabric and it's flying up behind her head. Nico, can you bring that image up from yesterday by any chance?
Sue, a question from Wonder Flare. Do you prefer a certain shutter speed during the freestyle posing?
Oh, whatever I can get that's sharp. I'll just take whatever I get.
Great.
Okay, in the black shot, was that a yes, Celeste?
Yes.
Okay, it's a triptych at the start of yesterday's PDF of a girl flying pink skirt and black fabric. In the other shot, she's in this gorgeous black and white, it's a gorgeous black and white of her in lingerie, and she's doing something similar to this. And it looks very sort of Victoria's Secret-esque. And what we tried to do was shape her body, get her to throw the fabric and for it to fall. And what it really was happening was she was standing there doing this. And it was just sort of dumping on her head. And it just wasn't working. And we tried and we tried. And then all of a sudden we applied the same rule with throwing the fabric. We got her into a position that was like this. So crossover simi, crossover knee, and she had this hand here like this. So she was really working her body further than, you know, to get as much curve in there as possible. There it is. And see the fabric flying behind her? What we did was we put 2 pieces of fabric like this around her arms, like that, because we didn't want armpits. And Simona went like this, and we would rock the body, and then Simona would go like that and just throw this up in the air. And we were just making it look like the fabric was flying. And the more we did that, then we did it on both sides. And so it's really hard to explain to people why that fabric is just flying all the way around here, but she's completely static in both images. So getting people to move and getting people to freestyle is a very difficult thing to do, but once you nail that movement, and the only way to do it when you're freestyling and spins is to just break it right down. Break it down and keep them doing. So first they turn, second time they turn and have this hand here. Third time they keep it out and trail it. Fourth time they work their shoulder. Fifth time they're working their expression. And then all of a sudden they just turn around and go like that. And you get this incredible shot of fabric flying. And it's worth it because they buy a beautiful print. So movement. Movement is really important. I use a lot of fan in here, and I use a lot of fan in fabrics, but ultimately they have to look like they can move. If I get somebody who actually can dance, tuck in again, then I dance with them, and I say, okay, so I've got my camera on my monopod, I'm taking as many shots as I can. Okay, what I want you to do is I want you to bunch up and just flip. That's it. That's it. So I want you to sort of bring the shoulder across, mirror me, cross me, and then just bring it across. That's it. Now I want you to go this way, and this time I want you to flick back. That's it. So as high as you can go. That's a girl. Perfect. Now bring that shoulder forward. Okay, now I want you to keep this hand on the fabric, and I want this hand to come up. Kind of salsa. Don't let go. Yeah, so I kind of want you to spin this way, and then just like a salsa move. No, mirror me. So you're going to spin back this way. That's a go. Go back. Take that hand off. This one. You're going to come out, spin, and and I'll get people to dance. So ultimately, I get them to do small movements like that, or I'll get them to turn and spin back to the camera. And I just want to create some dance moves with their hair, with their hands up, that moves their hair, and I just say, keep bringing the chin forward, do it again, spin again, throw the dress up, move your hips, move your body, spin around, and ultimately they'll start laughing because all of a sudden they're doing all these dance moves, and then it translates to laughter and coming down, and that becomes a sequence for me. So tomorrow when I'm talking to you about selling a series of 9 images, I would like everybody who comes into my studio to buy a folio box and a wall portrait of 9 portraits. And the wall portrait of 9 looks its best when it's a series of dancing or moving images. It looks incredible when you can get somebody to dance in a skirt or fabric like that and then sell that as one piece. So I'll talk to you. That's to me is shooting to sell. So we'll talk more about that tomorrow. There is a movement card in my posing manual which talks about trying to fake as much movement as you can. And then just in terms of general movement that doesn't involve a wall, let's just do some general mirroring. So let's go hands onto your hips, kicking out this way. That's a go. And there's my shot there. Okay, and then I want you to go this way, and I want you to do that. Okay, this hand goes flat, slide back, and I just want you to lean straight back into it, long chin this way. That's it there. From there, I want you to hold your elbows and open your upper body up to me. I want you to turn this way and look back over your shoulder. I want you to put your thumbs into your, or your index fingers into your jeans there. That's it. Good girl. I want you to turn back and face me in the front. I want you to just kick out this way. So don't think too much about it. That's it. And maybe this hand out to here. That's the one. Look down. Beautiful big laugh. Awesome. From there, come back to the front. And, just keep moving. It should really be that quick. And the quicker that you are styling and shooting them, the less they have time to think about holding each pose. Every now and then, when I get them into a pose and I see something that I really like, I'll say, stop, just stay there, stay there, stay there, don't move. Okay, from there, don't just bring this hand up, don't move anything else, just bring this hand, stop, that's it. You see, I'm like that, so that's how I'm directing. And then I'm like, stop, that's it. A little higher, Simi, lift up the hands. Good girl, stop, there it is, bang, bang, bang. And I jump in and grab something there, and then I'll keep them moving again. But I just want them to mirror me. I want to come up with lots of different ways to move the body, but I want to remember the rules. At every moment, her chin is forward and down. At every single moment, her hands are either on her body, touching her body, and I try always for symmetry, asymmetry in the hands up and down. They never, if she crosses over and touches her tummy, then I say, no, not on the tummy. If never at any time did we touch the boobs again, so those are the same rules that apply, but she's just out there on her own. Now, nobody's going to do that unless they A, trust you, or B, if you take strong direction in their posing. Swap with Amanda. This is for everyone who thinks that Simi models for me. Okay, just mirror me. Okay, so from here I want you to take your feet apart, one hand out, push it out there, long chin forward, don't throw your head back, stop. Okay, from there I want you to kick this way, I want you to turn this way. This foot goes out, knee goes up, this hand comes all the way around, good girl, long chin around here, bring this elbow back. Good girl. Now bring your shoulder forward. So work your shoulder forward to me. That's the one right there. Okay, from there, what I want you to do is hold your elbows here, under your boobs. That's it. Now rock your shoulders forward. Bring your chin around this way. Good girl. Beautiful big smile. Okay, from here, I want you to turn around to the front. I want you to bring this hand up. Okay, put your feet together. I want you to kick your booty out this way. And I just want you to bring this hand up here and this hand up here. Now, bring your chin forward. No fist. Okay, turn this hand around and let this hand go to here. Okay, so soft fingers, nice, frame the face, push your chin forward, Amanda. Now give me that face and work that body out this way. Good girl. Okay, turn this way. I want you just to people will just keep mirroring you and doing what you're doing. Okay, people will just keep coming back to whatever you're doing and they'll just follow it. If they take more time, if you have to stop like that and push their chin forward and make sure that they're giving you that expression, you just take a little bit more time. But if I go too slow, so if I'm sitting here and I'm push this hip out so knee goes that way, bring this hand up to here, and bring this hand up to here, the more she thinks about what she's doing, the less expression is going to keep coming from her face. So keeping the flow in your posing is really, 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 really important. Let's imagine that Simona and Amanda are sisters and they're doing a double shoot. So I'm going to go through the same sequence of shots as an add-on. Okay, this is how you have to be efficient in your posing. So let's say Simona's here on her wall shot. Okay, so straight away, Simona's there on her wall shot. Amanda's getting dressed into her outfit. I photograph Simona's beautiful shot there. And then the first thing I do is I stand up a little straighter and sister come in. And what I want you to do is I want you to stand with your feet, face her. I want you to stand with your feet on either side. I want your arms around at your waist, each other, that's it. Okay, so to me, I want them as a V. I want their back shoulders together. Okay, very, very important. It's a bit of a boob squash for girls, but it doesn't matter. You don't want their body language towards each other because they're sisters, not lovers. and you want to open up their bodies because it's more slimming for them to be 45 to the camera. At this stage here, they've got their arms around each other at the waist. You do not want to see a hand come up and over here because everybody does it. You do not, and everybody naturally does that. And you do not want hands high, so hands go low around the waist. This hand here can then hold an elbow there, and that connects them. Okay, so straight away they're connected as sisters, and just like a couple, you've made that beautiful love heart, but a couple are joined at the hip. So see how her hips are open to me? You need to do the same. No, stay open to me. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so don't turn towards me, but just turn open. Okay, from here, what I then do is I just get them to bring their chin towards their shoulder first. So you go to your own shoulder first, and then you go to each other. That's it, but you don't tip towards each other. You come towards each other with your face. That's it. Now, Amanda, on your plane is further back, so you need to come towards me. Now come together. Now work your shoulders in. Okay, and straight away, they both come into their pose, right? So then Simona jumps out, and Amanda does a shot here, but hers is going to be a little bit of a different pose. So kicking your hip all the way out, take your weight on your outside foot, cross over, thumbs into here, long chin towards me, good girl, and then I shoot Amanda's sequence here. And then what have I done? If it was a mother and daughter, or if it was sisters, I've created a sequence of images around one style. Do you get me? Right? Any questions? Ask me questions. No?
Yes. The internet is wondering, lots of people were asking this yesterday and today, if you could show a side view of this.
Oh, sure.
To see what the neck is doing when you're saying the chin out.
Okay, it's you, Amanda. Which camera are we on? We'll do this one? Okay. So if you sit into your normal sitting position, everybody sits into their normal comfortable position, which is this chin line here, right? So from the front, we can see pretty much everybody's chin line sits back into a normal comfortable chin line. All right, so we'll do it from the front and then we'll do it from the back. So the first thing we do is we bring the chin towards me, like that, and then down. Stop. Is that good?
Can you see?
Yeah. So turn and face the camera, and so sit into your normal neck. That's it. And then we push our chin forward and down. Okay. So from the side position, when you're in a 45-degree angle this way, and then you put your hands up on your hips, and then you work your shoulder forward because we want body language. And then we bring our chin long and forward and then down. Got it?
Thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, so from there, stay, sister. Okay, so from there I've got my sisters. You're going to be mum today, Sandra. Come on, mum. Hot mama. Okay, then I take a beautiful photo of mum in the same sequence. So what I don't want to do is create 3 exactly similar shots, but I want to shoot them in the same area. So I have a few choices. I can change up the pose, I can add a prop, or I can stand all 3 of them against that wall, but I want all 3 of them to do something different. I want Simona to do a side-on one, I want Amanda to do a front-on one, I want mum to do a recline. Okay, so at 45, take your weight on the back foot. I want you to lean with this back shoulder. Yeah, that's it. I want you to touch here, good girl. And I just want you to push your bum out that way. That's it. And then drop down here. I want your chin long and around here. Done. Okay, so then I shoot mum in a beautiful recline. Mum looks great. Then I'm going to do the same shot that I did with the girls with mum in the centre. Okay, so straight away, I bring mum in. Amanda faces Sandra. Okay, Simi's behind, and straight away, this is really, really amazing. Remember how we posed the 3 girls on the couch and we all had to get our elbows on the couch and all of a sudden none of us could bring our heads together? Well, exactly the same. If you come forward, Amanda, we're kind of shooting around the window. This is something I do in the studio, but we really don't need to be shooting around the window here. So let's come forward and show people, yeah. Okay, so then you've got 3 women lined up. So this is what I call traditionally the choo-choo train, when everybody brings their hand up like this, okay, and everyone's like on their little choo-choo train, and you've got 3 little Thunderbirds going. Okay, so what we're trying to do is create some shape here. So the first thing that I'll do is put your hand under there. You two can touch elbows. That's not a problem, so you can hold elbows. Okay, now straight away our heads are all far apart, and if I have to get them in, I'm going to squish them in too much. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get Sandra to take her left foot out the back. Yeah, and I'm going to get, so watch this from the front. This is very cool. I want you to pull your bum back, Sandra. No, back, out, here. Pull it back. Your whole bum is going to step out of there, and these two are going to go in. Okay, so did you see that? Yeah. So her bum, well, not that far. Okay, you've got to be in the shot. Your shoulders drop and your chin's around. Okay, you're going to come in too, but what it is these two are going to come around you. So basically, you know, we take our booty back. All right, we want our booty back. Now you got three, if you have three curvy booties, so everybody come back forward, everybody bring everything back. Okay, I want everybody to push their bum back. Yeah, so everyone takes their weight back on their back foot and then comes in. So straight away, you're doing exactly the same thing. Now what you don't want to do is have a whole lot of people tipping forward like this. You know, like you see that with the bridesmaid shot. It's about taking your booty out of the shot, dropping your front shoulder a little bit, but staying upright. As soon as Sandra steps her booty through, back out, and the girls enclose her, all of a sudden, Mum's the skinniest one out of the group because we've made a daughter sandwich. Yeah, so I would be always more inclined to put the curvy in the middle. Curvy in the middle. Okay, because then you can just pull on through. So it always looks really good.
Sue, quick question
Sure.
from the internet. Picture Lady 82 is wondering, what if you have 4 women, 3 daughters, and a mom?
Sure. Well, same rules apply. I don't mind shooting this as a 4. The hard part is come back in. The hard part is you'd have to turn this way. Yeah, so we'll do 2 and 2. So now this makes our choo-choo train quite apparent, right? All of a sudden we're 2 and 2. So we do have to mix this up a little bit. And I don't mind if you take your weight back through, yeah? Okay, and then you two come in closer. As soon as you take her weight back through, she stops being choo-choo trained. As long as her face is coming forward so it's on the same plane, I'm going to come into Simona definitely and open out a little bit more instead of being all side on this way. But more importantly, what I really want to do here is I want to create her around this daughter. So you need to open your shoulders up a little bit around here, and you're going to hug up into her arm and shoulder maybe to come in this way, and then the 2 daughters can come in this side and I can open up, or Simona can open up to me, and then I can be with, you know, my sister on this side. So I want to try and just move those angles a little bit more so that we're not just all lined up like this doing our choo-choo train, because it looks so wrong. Yeah, so just try and play with who works and their body angle works better. Try and open her up to the outside daughter, keep her there, keep Simona here, and maybe even the 3 of us, it could work if I come into this side and I've got my thumb into my jeans and I'm around the girls this way. So if you were going to do that, you'd have to do the 2 curves in the centre. And so the leaner on the outside, because they're framing the other 2, and curves can rock onto their back foot and pull their weight through. Cool? Go ahead.
How much control do you try to maintain when you have a bigger group? Because sometimes, you know, it's maybe an extended family. Do you get those kind of scenarios?
Well, everybody's got to be looking at you, so to some degree you've got to be yelling and whooping.
Okay. I'm saying, how much control do you try to maintain when you have a bigger group?
Well, I've posed a 13 group, including 3 toddlers were in there and 1 baby.
Yes.
And I just took my time at placing everybody where they were meant to be, and then I just spent the time clapping, whooping, yelling, and getting everyone to look at me. And I will head swap if I have to, but I did just I have this amazing 13 shot where I built people around chairs and all had them pushing forward. I did shoot it quite wide and open, and it's beautiful. It's such a beautiful shot. But yeah, you've got to have a lot of control, and there's a lot of pressure there, especially when there's babies in there, because sometimes you can be going like this to get the babies, woo, to get the babies, and then mum and dad are looking off, or nobody's working their chin, or so I just have to. You've got to keep talking. It's the same as posing women. So everyone's sitting upright, everybody looking at me, everybody chins forward, and here we go, we're going to get the kids' attention. You know, keep it going, and lots of control. But yeah, very rarely could you leave 13 people to their own devices and get a good shot.
So you talk about shooting to sell. And Natalie Delgado asks, for a sequence with mothers and sisters, would you still do a 9x9 and include their pictures together?
No, I have a very special folio deal that I do for mother and daughters because they are my ultimate client. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow, but what I'll say about it is basically they are my biggest spending client. So for a very small amount, they can upgrade and double the sale. They can upgrade and double their package at a third of the cost, because the thing is ultimately she's going to be paying for it, because the daughters always bring in mum and mum always pays. So for an extra $900, I will double the package and give them a set each, because it's not costing me anything to double it. Well, it is, it's costing me product, but the profitability on that's pretty good. The thing is if I get the girls in and get mum to come in, but make it about all of them individually, they will choose their own individual folio, but their together folio, the mum folio, can be quadrupled. Tripled, sorry. Only quadrupled if there's 4 of us, yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll definitely talk about that.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a good question.
One more quick one.
Sure.
Maybe not so quick. People are wondering if these posing techniques translate to photographing men.
Well, no, because men won't hold elbows and men won't bring their shoulders forward and their chins around. Generally, men also don't really stand very close to each other, and men tend to all turn off their energy outwards and they're all lined up like this. So 4 guys will generally stand like 4 blokes. So that's pretty much how 4 blokes stand, right? And every now and then, if they're drinking, one of them might throw their hey and take a photo with their mates. So the idea, I think, with guys is you maybe have to sit a couple down, build your triangles, or turn them a little bit in so that they can still stay in their man position, but that they're not facing each other or looking at each other. Men don't turn their energy towards each other closely. Yeah. So that's a girl thing, or a man and woman thing.
Thank you.
And anyway, who photographs men?
A question from Hendrik. Do you find women aged 30 plus easier to pose than young girls?
It's, okay. I read this really famous quote by Kevin Bacon that said, the poetic justice of getting old is that as you age, as your face ages, you start losing your eyesight. So, luckily you can't see what's going on so much. As women start to get into their 30s and 40s, and 50s, they become more sensual than they ever are. And unfortunately, it's not when you have that young, hard body, that you had when you were 20. Young women, teenage women and 20s, they can be sexual if they want to. They can even, do all the faces and all the rest of it. But a sensuality, really I've only ever seen in women over 30. I don't know whether it's something that we arrive at or what it is, but it's definitely a sensuality that older women have, and they definitely, you can pose, young bodies into doing just about anything with their bodies, but there's something about sensuality, or women who are slightly that little bit older and they have this incredible sensuality. They're not easier to pose, they're just different to pose. But I often think at a time where they feel the most sensual in themselves, it's not fair that you seem to get it later. You should have it all the time. It would be lovely to have that comfortableness to feel sexy and feel beautiful and have that gorgeous sort of feeling. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. We have about 30 minutes if you want to keep going.
Cool, okay. So from there, what I'm going to do is I just want to show you a couple of 2s and 3s that are my faves. One of my absolute all-time favourites was the beauty shot lying down. The beauty shot sitting down on the ottoman. It was real classic in my studio, and it was one that I repeated a lot and one that everybody loved. This is also my manual too, which is about getting the 3 girls on the couch together. That works really well with young girls. I don't think I'd try it with an older group of girls, because they all had their jeans wrapped around each other and their legs wrapped around each other, and it looked very Guess jeans to me and very funky, and I would just pile them all onto a couch and make them get as close as possible. Obviously, the idea with this pose is that all of their hands, arms and shoulders are working towards all looking like three supermodels, just all crowded on together. The together shot that I took of the girls just now, when they've done their wall series each and they've done their together shot, I will repeat that on a darker background in black dresses and make it look more sort of magazine. So I'll do the friendly light version of that with light colour clothes on, and then I'll do that black sort of shot. Nico, in my first PDF yesterday, I did a beautiful shot of Simona and her sister and mother in black dresses, and I just make it look really kind of square in fashion. So I shoot it low, there's no tilting, I shoot it nice and low. If they've got to be sort of slimmed or contoured, I make sure that their bum is pushing away from the camera, but they're not doing that tip forward friendliness, you know, that it's very upright, that they're shaping their body but staying upright, and I shoot it very square to the background.
Do you prefer to have them all wearing the same color? Like if they're all going to wear like white tops and
Well, I
jeans,
tend to do tones more than the same color, but I'm kind of a monochromatic person. So I kind of feel like it looks good to me. Like I like it when everybody is in black. I like it when everybody is in white and jeans. I like that. Obviously, the girls all brought in something black. They all brought in something light. We photographed them in dark and light, but the next shot, when they were all in black, we took a beautiful shot of the three of them together. So I like the idea that, in fact, as a sequence, I shot Lita sitting down. By the way, I'd just like to say, on that next shot, on the family shot, I didn't retouch Simona's family, and because I was just sent it to her unretouched, and her mother is 66 years old. How's that? She's so divine. I just love the simplicity of that, you know. I love that it's cropped just below the bum line, because I like that the girls are kicking their booty out, and they are doing that on purpose. You know, obviously Lita's in the centre, standing upright, and the girls are on either side of her, but the idea is that they're both like this. They're both kicking their bum out. I want shape and shoulder. Like, why should we just take a family portrait where everybody's standing normally like this? You know, why not ham it up a bit? The shape of that image is beautiful. I love that you can see the gap between Lita and Simona. You know, I love that it's in all black, but I actually like this too. So I want to create family portraits that are really contemporary like that and really gorgeous. That is not just for the girls. If Lita's husband wanted to hop in, I would have put him where Simona is and then put Simona on the outside of him and done a family shot just like that. Mum and Dad connected, two beautiful girls on either side. The same would apply for Shaka. If we were going to replace Lita for Shaka's husband and then have her daughter and her son there, I will do an entire sequence of a family shot like that. I don't have a problem with shooting on a plain background square to the wall, because if I changed up Simona and put Simona's husband Graham and their two girls in, and then I got Lita's husband and just did a couple shot, and then I got the girls, the mother and daughters, and then put in Dali, their brother, and then shot Dali and his partner Lita, and then shot Chaka and her husband, and then their 4 kids, I've essentially sold 12 incredible portraits, and all they've done is stayed in exactly the same place. I don't need to reinvent the wheel every time I take a family portrait. What I need to do is take a killer shot of all of those people. You agree? Yeah, so you don't have to go... It's not about taking the most incredible background or whatever. You could do that in the most beautiful garden. What people want is a visual representation of an amazing shot of their family, feeling good about themselves, all laughing and feeling gorgeous. And, you know, the first thing that they said when they saw that, the first thing is, yeah, I want more, show me more, oh my God. You know, because people are pleased to see a beautiful photo of themselves. So keep it simple, keep it really simple.
So when you have the husband there or the dad there, you always put the mom and dad right next to each other.
Yes.
And then do you, like if it was a mom and dad here and they had one daughter, would you put the daughter on the other side of dad, or would you put the daughter on the other side of mom?
Well, either.
How would you?
Either,
Okay.
because mum is the matriarch of the family as well. So if you look at it like this, what you have to remember is the body language. So for starters, the husband and the wife are connected physically or sexually, so their body language will always be towards each other. Okay, and so a child will either hug her father's shoulder, or its son will be this way to his dad. You know, he'll be in the shot, but he's still against his dad, like the two men can stand together. Or he can even stand in front of them and slightly off to the front, pockets in his jeans. That works really well, as long as you represent the couple as a couple and our child. And so you can move people around, but if you set the centrepiece as being mum and then bring dad in and their centrepiece as a couple, then you can move whoever you want in and out of that shot.
So you always make mum?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I either make mum the centre or dad the centre. But you know what? Sometimes you see the energy in families. Sometimes mum's really dominant, right? She's telling everybody what to do. Dad's just sort of along for the ride. You know, she's the dominant one, and the children she's obviously dominant. I'll put her in the centre. Sometimes dad is very, very dominant, you know, and sometimes you get a very even husband and wife who are very into each other. Well, then they can be in the middle, mucking around, playing, kissing, cuddling, whatever, and the kids are usually just like, oh no, it's so gross. But they like it, and they're all around them. So I kind of watch the dynamic of a group, and I see who dominates there and who is more cherished and more loved. I've actually gone to put couples together, and they've hissed at each other. You know, it's like, okay, so the kids are running around, I want you two to hug and do a couple shot, and they're like, ugh. You know, and you just think to yourself, what? So I always joke, free cuddles today, you know, let's all have free cuddles, and I push everybody together and make them touch each other and cuddle each other and love each other, and I mean, what more can you do? You've just got to talk through what people have, the dynamic that people have got. Any questions there?
Absolutely.
And a bar stool, John, if I could have that white bar stool that goes up and down, and the little white half stool for the next shot.
Bethany P actually has a good question. Bethany from Rhode Island. She says that when you pose three women, you put the curviest in the middle, and you also tend to put the mother in the middle. If you're posing a mother with two girls and one girl is heavier, would you put the heavy daughter in the middle? How would you keep the mother in the middle and still make the daughter look slim?
Okay, so let's say I'm curvy daughter, so you two are together and I'm curvy daughter. There's two things you can do. One of them is if you open mum out like this towards me so that she cuts into my body line, then obviously she can put her thumbs into her jeans and we can lock hands here. I can be here, or what I can do is I can take my body mass behind her to some degree and come around, and if that fails, you can just kick it all out here like that and bring it in a little bit on Photoshop. Okay, but if she's turned side on and I'm curvy, then I'm kind of left out here on my own, and I'm going to just look like I'm sticking out here. Also, if I've got really big boobs, which happens, there's no way I'm getting our faces together. The only way I'm getting my face together, and now imagine that we've all got really, really big boobs. Just imagine that for a minute. Got that? Right? So we've all got really big boobs, and obviously we're going to push ourselves out. The only thing we can do is really come in to each other that way. So yes, you are going to get more of a cave-in, but also the good thing about having really large boobs, not that I'd know, is that you can move them. They squish. So it's kind of a boob squish, and then this one will go, oh my God, your boobs are squished into my back and I can feel them. And then they all go and laugh, and then, you know, you get more opportunity to take some more candid shots.
A question from Jen Bruss. When you're directing, do you have the camera in your hand or are you putting it down?
Monopod on dolly wheels. So I go up and down. I don't use a tripod because you saw yesterday for obvious reasons. And the other one is the monopod just goes up and down and I can kick it to the side. But the most important part, and when I shoot out, I'm shooting tethered next, I'm going to have the strap. Just because I need two hands. So if I go strap, I can put it there and then pose with my hands. If I hold the camera, I'm posing with one hand, and it just does not work as well as when I can use two hands to show movement.
Thank you.
We have a question from a gentleman in the chat room, Ram, and I think you went over this a little bit yesterday, but maybe recap on it today. Being a guy, mostly photographing females, how can I get them to hold their gaze without being creepy?
Okay, so what's really important is I've watched a lot of behind the scenes videos, and you know that when I'm talking to you, I'm being authoritative. Okay, I am, and I'm actually authoritative, especially if you are struggling to get into a chin forward or you're struggling to get into a pose. I am quite strong in my posing, but never at any time am I this. Amanda, bring your chin around to me. Gorgeous. I hear a lot of guys say they soften their voice and to create a mood, but it's like, dude, the only mood you're creating for me right now is I'm going to bring up my breakfast. You're posing someone. You're not trying to make love to them, or maybe you are, but then you might have a bit of trouble posing them unless they like you, in which case it's game on for everybody. I don't know. I just don't be creepy. If you don't want girls to think you're creepy, don't be creepy. It's quite obvious what creepy is. I mean, I go back to Russell. If Russell's probably watching, but Russell taught me. I was 22 years old. I had no life experience. 22 years old, I'm a kid. You know, and I loved the way he loved women. And he never loved them like, You know, he went like this. God, look at you. And he was confident. He has a mother and 2 sisters that he gets on really well with. When he posed a woman, he'd move something. Good girl. Nice. But never at any time. And the women would pose for him and feel beautiful and like, wow. But he never took it to that place where at any time where it's like, and if you're thinking that, dude, keep it to yourself. Till later. Yeah.
Sue Darmish asks, how often do you have full-length portraits?
Never.
So we haven't seen any.
Never. Oh, unless they jump up in the air and do something like that when their feet come in. I just don't see the need. I think a full-length portrait gets me further away from the face and the expression. Everything I do is cut off at the bum or mid-thigh, and every now and then I might take it to the knee. There's no reason for me to take a full-length portrait. Ever.
Cool.
Yeah. Quite weird, I know, but it's very true.
Everyone really liked your impression of creepy. By the
Oh,
way.
good.
I loved it.
Yeah. I've been creeped out by clients. You know, clients have been creepy towards me. So, you know, sometimes I think to myself, it's like the worst situation that you can be in when you're supposed to be vulnerable and trusting somebody and they're making you feel awkward. And you don't ever want to be in that situation. It's too methodical. Shooting for me is too methodical. Maybe other people want to get more into the mood of it. But I tell you what, I could be standing there like this with somebody. I can say, in this voice, I want you to put this knee up. I want you to bring your toe up, Amanda. I want you to push your booty out. I need you to focus on me because you're not listening to me. I need you to stay still. Stop fidgeting. I want you to bring your hand around like this. I want you to kick your bum out. Work your shoulder forward. Like I said, pull that elbow back. And once you're in that pose, push your chin forward, eyes down to me. Relax your mouth. And now just breathe, eyes up. And
that's exactly how she did it too.
And they can look as sexy as they want, and I don't have to be all like, yeah, to make them do that.
It's like if you have a client that's creepy, do you just try to hurry it up and end the session, or?
No, I just kind of laugh. But, you know, I mean, I've had a couple of creepy people be creepy to me as I'm posing them.
Right.
So we now have half an hour. I misspoke earlier.
Okay, cool.
Break,
Oh, good.
so.
I'll just keep going then. All right, so now let's look at the Barstool add-on. So the Barstool add-on was when Simona did her Fashion Quarterly. I call it Fashion Quarterly. It's one of those things. We realised our couch wasn't tall enough, didn't we? Amanda, can you push this over here? You take. Okay, so this was my one-shot wonder. This is in the posing manual. Bring it all the way around.
All the way? Yeah. Right here?
No. you come this way, and can you pull those clothes off? Yeah. Okay, this knee goes up here. Okay, this was just a pose that we did, and the idea was that we staggered it. Okay, so the whole point is maybe put your foot down there. Can you turn that off me? Yeah, yeah. All right. So the whole point of this pose is that we've made triangles. We've made a triangle here. Okay. We've shot it nice and square, so her body is pointing in this direction here, but her face is square back to this camera here. Very, very important. And we've created another triangle here. Okay, so there's another triangle here. Triangles are more interesting. We've created another triangle here, so this creates space. By the way, in my posing manual, this is what I call the fashion quarterly, or another version of the cover shot that's very fashion, it's very angular. It is not for curves. Okay, and if Simona stands up, I'll show you why. The reason it's really not for curves is because the curves fill all the triangles, except for that one. So it just sort of shuts it all down. You know what I mean? There's no space. And the more space there is in the shot, the more slimming and open it looks. So that would be the only pose that I say is not really a curvy pose. Hop back in. So the idea with this is if daughter takes a really beautiful cover girl shot, she takes a really gorgeous shot, she's facing this way, she looks great, and then I want a sequence here, then straight away I'll drop this arm down and then I'll bring mum in this way. Okay, now she sits up a little bit further and we can connect with our faces this way. Now we can hold hands here, we can lock in together, we can do a beautiful shot together. I can embrace her as my daughter and bring her right in, we can laugh, whatever you want to do, anything like that, but all I have to do is stand up behind her. So it's really good for my body line because my body line just sucks into hers anyway. So again, two curvy girls, not a problem. I just wouldn't sit her down and crunch up her arms and legs. I would sit her down and forward with both of her legs down that way, 45 degrees, and then I would lean forward and then lock their arms together here. So I would bring their hands together here, but I just would not have them all crunched up, arms and legs up into the frame, so filling the frame up. This shot here works really well for the boys and girls too, because if this was my partner, he was here, then I could be on his back like this. I could put my arms around him. He can stay open like a guy and have his legs and arms and knees out and have all of his manly position, and I can work it here, or he can turn around and face me and I can stand between his legs and we can do all of the couple stuff where I'm standing and he's holding me tight around the waist. So that's a really good add-on here. To add on, I need a drink of water, I think. Can't lose my voice on day 2. Okay. So what I've got on this card for add-on 3, where did I just put that? Oh, these? No. Right. Chuck a question at me when I'm just looking for this. Kenna?
Yep. Question. Do you prefer vertical or horizontal family portraits?
Both. Yeah, both. Vertical is actually harder because you always get the feet in. The only way you get a vertical family portrait is by doing that. Unless they're used to see the whole feet standing. 2s, it's always vertical for me, mostly. But the good thing about 3s here is what I actually did with this image is, if you stand up, I actually got one girl, let's go that way. Go that way, to the power. I got one girl to sit on this one, so some of you sit there, and then Sandy, you come here, and I want you just to like kneel your bum there, okay, so that you're just in the staggering line. As many chairs that you have that go at different heights, the better, because ultimately I can pose 3 now like this. Okay, so once I have a 3 stack, I can do whatever I want with it. So we connect these 2 together here, okay, so they go towards each other. And then what we do, what's really important, is that we connect our hands to each other. Now, often when I'll sit 3 people down, I'll get them into a position that I like, and the first shot I do is one that's quite posy. So I'll do the back girls up like this, I'll do Simona leaning on her knee, I'll do, no, you're not going to mirror me because we'll be two wings out there. So you're going to just go over her arm and down towards her, and I might be here. So I'll do a 3 set. Then what I do is I say, bring your arms together, whatever looks good from the front. So if it doesn't look good from the front, I change it up. But then what I do is, as I talk them through their expression, and I bring them into more of a laughter, and I bring them in together so that they're all laughing and leaning on each other, I might say arms around each other, and they will literally find their own way. Like somebody will grab this one, she'll hold their hands in the front, and they can do a beautiful laughing series together, and it looks really gorgeous, as long as you have that stack. So I call it staggering in the poses, and I've got bar stools that have, you know how you have the bar stool with the shape of the bum, but it doesn't have a back on it? They're the best ones because the bum covers it, and they go up and down really high and really low. That image there has 2 of those bar stools, and if you have a look at the back of it, you can see here where the bar stools are, that one is lower, one is higher, and one is standing. Now, there is a really killer shot in my studio of a mother and 2 young girls, and it's this image here. It's a 30-40 in my studio, so it's a very large image. That would be the most requested image in my world. So for some reason, when the mothers see that shot of that mum and those 2 girls, they walk in and go, I want that. Now that tells me the mum wants to look hot, and she just wants a beautiful photo of her and her family where she's looking really gorgeous. Because too many times we're focusing on photographing the kids and we're not looking at what mum's doing. So if you're shooting family portraits and you're out on location, the idea is this girl here is the one that's paying. She's paying you. Okay? Now she will pay you based on how good she looks. Her kids look good any time of the day. She thinks her kids look good when they're pulling stupid faces, when they've got really bad teeth because they're growing their new teeth and they've got these big dorky smiles. She thinks her kids are beautiful all day, every day. But what she wants is to feel really good. So for family portrait photographers, for the mother of the bride, just be aware that this matriarch of the family here, she has the checkbook. You know, she's the one in the family that controls the spending, and when she's happy, she will buy. Now, Dad here, I'll be Dad. Dad here thinks he has the checkbook. But luckily, Mum here knows that Dad thinks that. And as long as he thinks he's in control, everybody's happy. All right, any questions?
Yes, Sarah in Seattle. Do you tell people to leave non-participants at home? In other words, no viewers during the shoot, or do you let them come along?
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, 2 things happen here. They can really put a downer on the shoot if they come in with attitude, the viewer. Secondly, some people bring in, a lot of people bring them in as somebody to help them dress and reinforcement. You know, women don't go to the toilet on their own. If it's a young man and he's a boyfriend and he wants to watch, a young man, so I put this in my marketing demographics, the young guys are usually like this the whole time. Okay, he's going to pay for it because he's just, my beautiful young girlfriend is up there in her lingerie and I'm just blown away right now. They love it. The guys over 30 are like, what do I have to watch to get your hair and makeup done? Like, I love you, but do I have to watch that? They'll go for a walk and then come back. But the girls that bring a girlfriend, then yes. Do you know why? Because they're my next client. So sometimes they can be a pain. They can be a bit of a sort of side viewer and put in a lot of opinion. But I try and friend them the same way I would friend the person being photographed, because ultimately she's the next one on my network. And she's got, if I take great shots of Simona, Sandra's going to come back. She's going to come back anyway because she's seen the process. She has no fear of it. She's met me. She likes the studio. Awesome. I just doubled my sale.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, so let's look at another couple of 2s that really work for me. This is a really beautiful shot that I tried, and this works. Jump out, Sandra. I'll use you though. Sandra's now, we're going to be a partner. Okay, I will have a little half stool like that you can sit down on for a partner, and you're going to sit down between his legs. Okay, so ultimately, the biggest mistake we make there is to put people directly in front of the partner. Okay, 2 things we never do. One of them is 3 things we never do. We never put the girl right in front of the guy, right in front, like sit right in front of him. Okay, why would you stack people up like that? They can't interact with their faces, there's no body language like that. So the idea is she's got to sit to the side, and the easiest way for her to do that is to sit on one of the sides, but I'd go this way, because then your elbow can go on here. No, your feet go that way, Simi, but I want your elbow over here, yeah, and then ultimately right over. So you're on this side of him, right over. Yeah, so you're going this way. Okay, so then they can interact as a couple. Like he's staggered, he's slightly higher. You can't sit them down on the ground, because even if guys are a little bit taller, if guys don't have a lot of flexibility through their torso, so if they're sitting down on their bum, they get shorter, and then the girls sit in front of them and they can't bring their arms up and over. The idea is that they want to be up and over so that they can put their arms up and over and bring their head forward, and then they can kiss, cuddle, laugh, interact. So I only ever go down to the floor like this with a couple. As soon as you, in this position here, you can bring legs up. So this is one of the shots that I absolutely love for a couple, because she can bring her legs up, her arms up, and then they can interact together, right? So I really like that. Another thing that's really important, we never at any time does he bring his arms underneath hers. Okay, her arms never go on the outside. You think that that doesn't happen, but that happens all the time. I see that so often in shooting. And thirdly, you don't have to do this one, never is there any reason why he would become a human bra. Okay, if you're doing a skin shot and you want him to cover her breast line, he covers all of her boobs, but he does not hold a tit in each hand. Ever. There is no reason for him to have his hands around here like this with a tit in each hand. Okay, it looks horrible, it has foul body language, and never is there any reason why a woman would have a photograph holding a tit in each hand. It's like, here I am, holding a tit. It doesn't translate to a mood or a pose, and there's so many poses you can do, skin poses where you don't show the breasts but you have got no top on, that look beautiful, that don't show nipples. Am I allowed to say nipples? Okay. All right. So from there, the next thing that I do with twos, which is very, very important, is a simple sitting like this. So stay down there. If Simona sits in front of me, so you sit here, so the twins that are in my manual sit exactly like me, and bring your legs in front. Okay, so the twins in the manual, I've done like that. So you need to kind of come back to me and then turn side on a little wee bit, and then sit back to me, so not forward, so right up onto your fingertips, that's it. And I shot the twins there. And so I'll sit people down, I'll bunch them together, but you're always really trying to achieve the same thing. You want all of the poses that look slimming, you want all of the shoulders that work towards you, so that you get that beautiful energy there, but more importantly, you're always trying to get a connection between the two people in the image. So when you've done that, when their bodies look good, they're in a pose, when their faces look good, their shoulders look good, the last thing you connect is the hands. Okay, so always remembering that they have to be connected with their body language. So whatever that is, whether it's here, whether they're holding their jeans or themselves, and they're just doing lean back to me, and they're just here, taking a gorgeous shot, your hands and the body language and how you finish your pose is always where your hands are on the body. Very, very important. All right, any questions?
Do you keep the studio heated, like when you're shooting newborns? They have to
I
stay
don't shoot
warmer?
newborns.
Let me rephrase that here. So, for young,
No,
do you
I
keep
like
the
it
studio
cold.
heated because they are wearing less clothing?
Yeah, I know. I think about my clients, but then I think about how much I'm sweating and crawling around on the floor, and then I'm usually trying warm them up, cool them down, warm them up, cool them down, but ultimately, yeah, whatever's going. If they're sitting there going blue, I'll turn the heater on, and if they're, if I'm too hot, I'll turn it off, so I have to be able to work in it, so yeah, on or off.
And again, your backgrounds, people are asking about these
Yes.
walls.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is Natural Light Studio.
Okay.
When we come back from break, we're going to live tether and shoot curves, because curves is one of the best things that we can teach people is more and more ways to make the body look hot. And Mapu's going to be our curves girl, and we're going to tether live and shoot that so that you can see it, but we're also going to put a live view on that so you can see it being posed, not just the still image that's coming out of it. And then what we're going to do after that is a natural light studio. So I'm going to break it down and show you the images of the studio and the lounge. And I won't tell you what else because that's for the rest of the day. All right, so how much time do we have left?
We have 15 minutes or so, but we can break now if you want. It's totally up to you.
Okay, well, I would rather spend more time shooting live and doing curves and carrying on. I mean, I could keep doing it, but the truth is that same rules apply. It's just a method and more practice and more practice. The same rules apply. What Sandra said yesterday about looking at the manual and when you're learning to pose and seeing it through the camera is you can see what you are doing fundamentally wrong. The problem is you often see it after you've done the shoot. But you've got to learn from that and practice it and do it again. It is a really great idea to practice as many poses as you can with a friend, with a model, whatever. But if you're practicing with a slim model who knows how to move, you're not learning how to, when you're challenged by a curvy model who can't move. Because that is when you walk into a shoot and go, what the hell do I do now? And your stress levels go through the roof and you tend to revert back to what you know instead of what you've learnt. So that is all about practice, really important. The most important part about shooting curves is the rules, exactly the same rules that we apply with every one of our posing is about lengthening, it's about shape, it's about staying square. So every one of these rules is holding to exactly the same posing rules that we've learning, but what we're going to do is create some extra rules for body types and curves. So Mapu has agreed to be our curves model today, so I'm going to take you through a few of the scenarios. So one of the most obvious things is, can you take your jacket off and have you got a singlet on? Got your gold singlet on?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice and cold for you today. Okay, just pop it right there on the floor. You don't have to go anywhere. And I want you to come around here and just lie down comfortably on your tummy. Yep. Okay, so as soon as we are on the stomach, bring your body around to me side on. Okay, the first thing I do, and the first thing I do with everybody is, just lift up, pull her cami out. So the first thing we do with everybody when we lie down is everybody lies comfortably. And as soon as you lie comfortably, you do two things. You bring your arms against your body and you sit into your comfortable neck position, which is nice and low there. Okay, so the best part about this shot is, let's get this. Is that everybody sits nice and low. You don't have to smile at me, I'm just taking a shot. All right, and there's no shape in there. The most amazing part about this shot is that with a few simple moves that we do, so firstly, keep your elbows still and slide your body back. Okay, the body creates some space here and some space here. Your right hand relaxes forward. Now keep your elbow in, darling. Don't move anything unless I move it. That's it. And then this one goes across that line there. All right, so the one thing we don't do is take the elbows out, because I call that Farmer Joe. You know, we're always trying to push the elbows into the inside of the body line for women. So whenever we're sitting, the only time our elbows come out is when they're meant to be out for our hand poses. But there's no reason why our arms would go out beyond the outside of our body, because that's where it takes the outside of our body. So we don't sit with our elbows out and our hands in, and unless we do the recline, which is a different leading away from the body. So always elbows in. So we want our elbow line to come into where the breast line is. I push this arm forward over here, and this is the same pose that I do for everybody. Okay, at this stage, it's no different for curves, no different for anybody else. The most amazing part about this pose, I think, is when we lift up through here. So remember what I told you about lifting up like puppets, coming right up, straight up through the core. So it's when you use your tummy muscles and you lift straight up. Then you bring your chin around to the front, which is where the camera is. Okay, and two things. One of them is you're lifting up really tall through the neck and shoulders, and then you're bringing the chin forward and down. Now that the arm's away from the body, it's always slimmer, and this line looks good because we drop down. With curves, we don't need to lift the bum up, because have a look now, she's dropped away so beautifully that that's exactly where we are. And we're showing that screen, is that correct? So that camera's on? Yeah. Okay. So you can see that live view. So right now, already from the front, I can already see that she's in a really beautiful recline with her body, and it shoots really well. So lifting up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders, working that shoulder towards me first. So I bring the shoulder forward first and then the chin to meet the shoulder. Good girl. Right there. And then I shoot that nice and close. Okay, so lots of little twinkle in your eye. So we've got no reflector. We're just shooting nice and close. And see, there's no need to slim anything else in that pose. The bum is going away at 45 degrees and it absolutely just works perfectly. All we have to do is worry about getting a reflector to the face. Okay, from here I can move around a little bit more, work that shoulder in, bring your chin around to me. Good girl, beautiful, cute little smile right there. Give me a beautiful smile, Mapu. That's one. And I can come in nice and close. I can then take the elbow out, so let's do a little bit of flow. Take the elbow out. Simi, can you clip for my hair? Yeah. Elbow goes out that way. I want your fingertips to touch behind the back of your hair. I want this elbow to come back closer to your body. Okay, so we're on live view, sorry. This one to come back to your body, that's it. And then lift up tall, up out of your neck and shoulders and bring this shoulder forward. Do you notice how far she grows and lifts up whenever we tell her to lift up through the back of her shoulders? It makes a big difference. Now that that elbow's out there, she can fall onto that hand a little bit more. Good girl. And then I get a totally different vibe in my shot. So from there, sorry, excuse me. Any questions?
It just seems like you would bring her elbow away from her butt.
Okay. Not towards it?
It just seems like you would pull it. You'd want a space between, obviously, her boob and the arm. Like
there is space between her boob and her arm.
The angle.
So what happens? No, have a look at this. What happens is when people sit down, they always put their elbows here. Okay, and as soon as the elbow goes, as soon as the upper arm goes against the boob, it just squishes in there. Mm-hmm. And as soon as you pull it away, that's enough. We don't need to recline people all the way out here all the time just to get their arm weight off their body. All we have to do is create space. In fact, it's a really good posing lesson, if I'm in the camera, it's a really good posing lesson to learn that you don't have to be all the way out here to create the space in the waist. All you have to do is bring it away a little bit. As soon as you can see the gap between my body and my arm, you can see that that's not where my waist ends. And obviously you can do that by touching the thigh and just sliding your elbow up a little bit to there. So you don't even have to necessarily be hands on your hips, but what you do have to be is sort of shaping, hands shaping around your body. Okay. Yeah, and as long as the weight is slightly off your body, it's okay. As soon as this comes back to here, so the second thing is if you go back into a comfortable zone, so sit comfortably, arms down by your sides. Okay, as soon as you squash here, everybody sits into their neck the same way. If you get her not to move around but just lift all of her weight up, like lift all of it, see it already stretches it out anyway. The most hated body part that I've heard for 22 years is my arms. Lean girls, curvy girls, it does not matter. I always get that, don't make my arms look fat. Okay, don't make my arms look fat. Oh, I don't like my arms. I don't show my arms. I don't like my arms. Don't make my arms look fat. That would be the most complained about body part. If I can stretch this out and make this arm look gorgeous, then I'm always gonna win. Okay, no, elbow in. Yeah, and this arm across. Yeah. Okay, so lifting up nice and tall, chin around to me this way. Okay, straight away you have a drop off at 45 and that looks great. Okay, what we can do here is slide your body back. Keep your elbow still. Slide your body back a couple of inches, stop. Okay, the more I stretch out the arms, the more cat-like I get in my pose. Okay, and the more cat-like I get, then the more sexy I can get in my posing. That's when I roll up onto the thigh. Stop, don't move. Roll up onto your thigh, bring your knee forward. Stop, just there. Okay, a little bit more. Okay, so the idea here is that we put a little bit more shape in there. This knee can come up a bit more. That's a go. Okay, it's a bit of a short Ottoman, this one. If I have a longer one, then it will work. Elbow comes out towards me. That's it, stop. Lifting up nice and tall, shoulder forward, and bring your chin around. That's it. Don't close this gap. So keep a gap here and here. Really, really important. Okay, and once my booty's up, then I get this beautiful shape here, and then I have my booty poking up at the back. Okay, that's easy. That's fundamentally what I would do with the curves. Absolutely. From there, let's show them. I want you to sit down in front of it. So stand up, and I'm going to go around this way. So what I want you to do here, Mapu, is I want you to sit down, and I want you to sit on your side and leave some space here between the Ottoman, and I want you to recline back onto it like this. Okay. The whole point of shooting curves is to create space. As soon as you create space in the pose, you make it look slimmer and you make the body look great. So what we're going to do from here is just shoot. Sorry, stop. Just pull your jeans up around the waist and stop tugging, you'll be right. Okay. Now, even though I told her to leave space between the couch, she just did what everybody did. Now that's perfect, because it's a real example of what everybody does. Is they straight away sit down comfortably. Let me move this around. Right, everyone can see. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, by the way, there's a pipe poking out of the wall behind her, but we're not going to worry about that. What I want you to do is I want you to turn your hips away from me. Yep, scooch them. No, slowly move. Just scooch your bum away. Stop. Knees together. Stop. Put this hand here and slide your elbow back. All the way back and down. Down. That's a go. Okay, so straight away, do you see what we just did then? Now what we do is we take your entire weight off your side. So sit up. So only your elbow touches. That's it. Right there. All right, so as soon as we create space, we're slimming already. Now what we do is we turn the body away and pull your weight away from your elbow, because the more space I create through that pose, the better. This hand relaxes down in the front. This hand is wrapping around the body, which gives her an hourglass. What I do here is when I shoot curves, I'm going to shoot slightly higher than her eye line, but not too high. I don't want to shoot down on her like this. This is a really old way of slimming. We used to do it in the 90s, and I don't think you need to do it anymore, not with Photoshop and the way Photoshop works. You know, it just doesn't look good, that whole shooting down. Okay, so what I'm going to do is if I bring her chin around this way, and I just shoot it there on her eye line, one moment, then I'm there. Okay, so it makes a really big difference. Let's go even lower and lift her. So if we go back to our live view, because when I move her, let's lift her up even higher and project your chin forward. Good girl, not that far, and work that shoulder. Stop. Let's shoot that lower with her lifting up through her body. So it's still doing it, and she's still being shot at a nice low level. But all of her weight is away from me. Her bum's away from me. Her legs look slim. Her arm is hourglassed around the back. There's a great breast line. There's 45 degrees, and her shoulders to me. If for any reason she does not like that front arm, so if there's any reason she's uncomfortable with that, or I retouch the image and I want to bring that in, then I can slim that arm really easily in Photoshop. Okay? Now the add-on to curves. So let's say Now we do the add-on. I could shoot a couple or a mother and daughter or two sisters just sit forward. If I bring the second person in, and then I get her to do the same reclining slimming pose on me, and then I come forward and we connect there and you shoot that vertically. So that works as well. You can use the same poses and add people in. So there's no reason why we can't make mum look slim and gorgeous reclining with her children all around her, or sitting on her knee or up behind her, or her husband behind her and a child sitting here with her arm around that child, because it's all about lengthening her and stretching her body out first, instead of having her sit up here like me and sitting here like this in a not a good position for anybody, and taking a photograph of two of us like this, okay, with our children around us looking like we don't look that flash, right? Okay, so from here, same rules apply again. It's all about lifting, it's all about shaping, it's all about reclining. It's okay when you've got curves, and one of my curves poses is when we are sitting with the arm back like that, and then the next one is when we turn and recline back that way. So what I've done is, if you just bring nothing but your knees around to me until this hand goes across there. That's a girl. So onto the ottoman. That's it. This hand stays on the inside. That's it. Drop it down. Now lift up as tall as you can. Now as soon as you cross the arm across the body, it flattens down again. Okay? So this is where I just have to do one movement, and it's bring your knees around a little bit more and point your boobs that way. That's it. Because as soon as I take the weight off her arm and she pushes forward, ballet hands. Good girl. Okay, and then you bring this elbow away from the boob, so it can stay in front of the body, but just don't have it sitting up on the breast. So just get it to lean towards you a little bit more and pull the boobs back. See that? Okay, so watch from the front. When you come back up and your boobs are up in this area, there's no space around you, all you have to do is pull your boobs back. I'm saying boobs a lot today. Sorry. Okay. Ballet hands, pulling boobs back, lifting up nice and tall, and bring this foot around. Stop. Bring this foot around a little bit more and point your toe towards me. Bring this one foot around a little bit more. Stop. Sitting up nice and tall. Mapu right up through the top. Good girl. Don't move your arm. That's it. Sitting up nice and tall, darling. Good girl. Work that shoulder forward in the front. Long neck. You've just come straight down on your neck. I want you to lift all the way up as high as you can. Work the shoulder forward. Good girl. Stop. Right there. Excellent. Okay. From there, what we're going to do is that's lying down. Then we're sitting and reclining. Any questions?
See, I noticed, I'm just curious, in the corner you've got there a no versus yes.
Don't shoot down on them.
Don't shoot down. Thanks.
We just did that.
Got it.
Okay. Question. Yes. What's your black soft one? Not your jacket, your soft one.
Chrissy Marie is wondering if the woman is not wearing pants and just wearing a skirt or something, how would you slim the legs the same way?
Well, I just kind of wrap a skirt around the legs. If it's a big skirt, I just kind of, the more it looks fitted, the slimmer it looks. So it just works that way. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
What I'm going to do now is what I traditionally call cover girl. The thing with cover girl is all of a sudden there was a body going straight to the camera. So it wasn't about... The thing with all of a sudden cover girl was that there was no slimming in a 45, because it was impossible to slim somebody who's straight onto the camera this way, right? Because the bum's not going to go backwards away from the camera, because we take what we don't want back. And there's no way I was going to get, even on sideways movement with curves, there's no way I can do a tip or a 45 or a recline. So one of the hardest things I had to do was come up with a way that curves could do this, because I didn't want curves to not be able to do this pose. Okay, I wanted curves to be able to do it. And it really works really good for curves if they have a top, a scarf, or a wrap around their arms. And it's not to hide the arms, but it's to cut into the body line, because the camera is quite deceiving. Go back and lean against there, it won't fall. Yeah, okay. Let me just set up the live view. Questions while I do that? Mark? You're on live.
Question again about the big black background that you're using. Is that spray painted? And I think the answer is it comes like that, right?
It's foam core.
Right?
So it's just...
It comes like that, the black side and the white
side. I don't know where the boys got it from, but the boys here got it for me, so maybe they can answer that in the chat room.
We got it locally at Glazer's.
Glazer's?
Yeah, it's our local camera store.
Okay, cool.
What did they use to put it together?
Gaff tape?
Do you know what gaff tape is?
No.
Oh, okay. So in the movie industry, that there is gaffer tape, and you can rip it with your hands, but it's really sturdy, and they use it for everything.
Okay.
All the gaffers use it. It's for lights, it's for cables, it's for microphones.
You talked about additional slimming to the arms if they still didn't like as much as the slimming you were already doing.
Yes.
You're doing that in Photoshop.
Yes.
Is that after the viewing that you're seeing that they're still iffy about the end?
No.
You just choose it yourself?
No, I'm now intuitive, I would say, enough in my images to create images that don't need much post-production after they've seen them. I want to retouch my images before they see them, not retouch them after they see them. I just don't feel like people really need to see anything. In fact, this is really hilarious, but it's a true story. I was photographing a woman, and she's a curvy girl, and she said to me, whatever you do between the taking the photo and then showing me, don't ever show me. And it was such a bummer because I wanted to be able to use her as a demo because she was really such a great body shape for me to use as a how to make look amazing, but she just did not want to see that before and after process. And she goes, whatever you have to do, you just show me the finished version. And I said, I do that anyway. And she goes, good. And whatever you do in between that, I never want to see it. And I said, oh, okay. You sure? And she, you want to see a little bit? You know, she was a photographer too. And she said, no, when you order a bacon burger, you don't want to see them kill the pig. And I thought about that, and I thought, oh, it's such a crazy thing to say. But the truth is she's ordered something. She wants me to finish it and for it to look beautiful. She doesn't want to look at it and go, okay, that would be good, but I want this. So that means when we're doing Photoshop, we're talking about a very fine line between what I believe is the right amount of Photoshop and what I think she will like. Yeah.
So a question from Flea in Georgia. Can you explain what you mean by the eye line when you're shooting?
Yes, I can. At the moment, Mapuana's leaning back against the wall and I am in high heel boots, and we are exactly the same eye to eye level, which doesn't happen to me often because I'm short. So normally I'm a little bit shorter than everybody. It's very common, maybe most photographers I meet photograph a little bit higher than the eye line, so that means they are a little bit higher than their subject. People do this for two reasons. One of them is they think it's slimming, but also, I don't know, it seems to be something that people do all the time as they get a little higher than the eye line of the client. In order to shoot my version of glamour and posing, I do most of my shooting here just below the eye line, so I'm often in a slight squat like that. I'm constantly shooting at a slight bend. Good for the thighs, but really hurts. Okay, and the idea is let me shoot that. Stay there, Mapu. I'm going to broadcast a not nice photo of you. But then I'll go back to your really hot ones. Okay, so if I shoot her down there, then Mapu's chin looks like that. Can we? Yeah. Okay, I'm down there. And I see a lot of people doing that. So the thing that happens now is if you drop your shoulders down and lift your neck up as high as you can, so like lift your neck high, long neck, good girl, now pushing your chin forward and down. As soon as you do that, no, don't give me a smile, just give me a normal face, tiny little smirk, that's it. You instantly drop her chin forward and down to here. And if you go back between the images, you can see the difference in how much slimming that does, and all she did was push her chin forward and down. So the first mistake people make is let's bring it down even more. Let's go upright, long neck, push your chin forward and down, stop. So when it's here, you can see now she's really forward and down, and watch the difference bounce up. Okay, now if you go to the first one and the third one, because Nico is so amazing that he can just do that. That is just a normal neckline and a pushing forward neckline. She's got no reflector, so obviously she's got Dracula lighting on the right hand side, but the idea is it's so much more slimming on the right hand side. Also, look at her torso. Because she's lifting up, she's not sitting into her comfortable torso. So when she's relaxed, she's not sitting down here in her comfortable, in her comfortable position. She's lifting up and forward and down, and it makes such a difference in slimming. Okay, so we're not talking about slimming, we're doing cover girl. So what I want to do in my live view is I want you to put your hands on the inside of your top up onto your waist. Okay, so there's the waist there, and if we photograph the waist like that with no shape, that's what we get. Now what I want you to do is to put your feet apart. Okay, and now I want you to rock onto one hip there, good girl. And now we're putting movement in the body with the hand on the waist, and that's just there. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to put your hands higher. I want you to bring your hands in. Okay, now one's a little higher than the other. So yeah, about there. Now, I don't want you to Thunderbird it. I want you to hold it. That's a girl. And now what we do is you can relax it like you are. Keep your elbow out. That's it. And now what we do is we're bringing the hand into the waist and then bringing it in even more. So it's no different. All we're doing is creating a point of reference for the eye to look at. Push your chin forward now and down. Stop. And if you look at the difference between where the eye is drawn to, as soon as the chin comes forward and down and the hands come in, we instantly bring the eye down into the center of the body. Okay, so we call this faux waist. And the whole point of faux waist is that we're creating a fake waist. Okay, you hold that. Come and take a shot of me. Okay, can you give me this? Yep. And you go cold and I'll wear your jacket. Oh, that's good, because I was a bit cold there. Okay. So it stands to reason that if you photograph me out here like this, that is my width. Oh, new profile shot for Facebook. Oh, nice. Okay, so if I come into here, then the first thing I do is create my own waist. And it does make my waist considerably smaller when my hands are there, but also when I'm working my shoulder, when I'm working my hip. Now, I can use this shape anytime, so let's say I do it here, and then another one, and I'll come right in. Okay, so either way, what I'm doing, you can see what I'm doing. I'm using this as a distractor. I'm creating a fake waist here, okay? I can bring my hands right into here. So even the live view can see it. So I think when we go back to live view, yeah, we're on live view here, you can see what faux waist does and how good it works. And it really does work in terms of creating that illusion that the waist is smaller than it is. And once you see a shot of faux waist, you actually can't go back to seeing the waist where it normally is. The biggest mistake we make is sometimes we'll do that with a bride in a wedding gown, and she doesn't have the jacket, but she does have a veil that can come over her arms. If she doesn't have a veil, she does have her arms slimmed by being out on the frock. The problem being is that you don't want the bride to only do this pose all day because it's a stupid pose. So it's a good pose for cover girl, but it's not really a bridal pose.
Oh, really quick from the internet, are you squeezing your waist or are you just placing your hands?
I'm just placing my hands here. Okay. Well, I'm kind of squeezing because I want my thumb to look like it's right on my waistline. So I am kind of squeezing in, but I'm not like... And that brings me to another point. A lot of people suck in when they're being photographed. So they'll do their pose and then I'll look at them and I can see their shoulders raised. And often when I see their shoulders raised, I realize what they're doing is that they're holding their abs in. And I always say, relax your stomach. because then your shoulders drop. And instead of sucking inwards, poke outwards, because I cannot recreate this line here in Photoshop, but I can change this line in the front. And sometimes you compromise a shot in the front pose in order to get a beautiful line through the back when you're shooting curves. So come back. This shot here in my manual is a really beautiful recline forward. Are we on there? And the idea is that the whole stomach is pushed forward in order to get a beautiful shape through the back line. I will compromise the front line of a shot because I know I can Photoshop it. And tomorrow morning when I do Photoshop, I'm going to show you how I contour bodies on Photoshop without using Liquify. Okay, because Liquify is, I think, horrible compared to warping. So I'm going to show you how to change body types. So I will compromise one for the other without thinking twice about it. Okay, so are we going to change to the next one? Any questions about faux waist?
Let's see. Question from Sydney, and this came up from a couple other folks, is what if the person has really big arms? So people are saying, what if you're a lot heavier than Mapu is?
Okay, so just bigger arms just means exactly the same pose, keeping it away from the body, lots of recline, and we have a choice. We either cover the arms, we wrap the arms, we put a scarf on the arms, we put a cardigan on the arms and still faux waist. And if they still have their arms open and they have their arms showing and they have bigger arms, then usually, just because some people don't like their arms doesn't mean everybody doesn't like them. You're only removing the bits they don't like. Sometimes arms can get a bit flabby under here. You can stretch them out and Photoshop that nicely, and if you have to slim them, you slim them in post-production, and if they don't want their arms slimmed, you think they're quite comfortable with their arms, leave their arms as they are. There is a tuition video on my blog of how I slim the arms of a curvy girl who's sitting with her, the next pose I'll show you with Mapu, and I've used that shot to bring her arms in because she had arms that went down on the sides, and I was like, this is how I shape arms. And the first thing somebody wrote underneath it was, what was wrong with her arms in the first place? There is always going to be an exception to the rule. There is always going to be people that love having their arms. We should all be grateful for our arms. Let's make that right clear. If you have arms right now and you don't like your arms, you need to go and meet somebody without arms to appreciate your fabulous arms. Your arms work and move and lift and hug and do all the beautiful things that they are meant to do. But if I have got a shot of a woman who does not like a little flabby piece of arm or a little overhang, or I haven't stretched her arms out in a nice way, I will Photoshop it if she wants me to, or if I think she would like the shot more. Okay, does that cover that? All right, because it kind of weirds me out. I'm not telling everybody they need to have slim arms. I'm telling you what women do and don't like, and arms is a really big one for me. Okay, from here, this is a really neat example back against there to see live, because you can see again such a visual transformation. Coming this way towards me to the center, Mapu. That's it. See. All right. The first thing that we do is we'll take a shot of just standing normally against the wall, arms down by your sides. Okay, there you go. Good. Okay, so as we watch this one come into play, now turn towards me. Stop, lean against the wall. Yeah. Okay, there we are at 45 degrees. So this is a simple step from this movement here. I want you to take your back foot 45 degrees out, and I want you to take your left foot with it. That's it, so you're taking all of your weight on that back foot. Now I want you to lean with the back of your shoulder against the wall. So with the back of your shoulder, not your arm. So there, That's it. Now take all of your weight on that back foot and then push it out. Now further, take a step out. No, don't turn away. Yeah, just take a step out. So keep your hips 45 and just step away from the wall. Yep, step away from the wall. Now take this off. Just drop it. Don't move your feet. Okay. All right, so lean on back. That's a girl. So the first thing we do is create space here. As soon as we create space here, we're creating space in our pose, and we're also giving her an hourglass. Is that right? All right, now you're supposed to be on the seam, so stay in that position and come forward. That's it, so I can keep going. All right, now turn your body away from me. That's a girl. Okay, now take your hip out. That's it, stay there. All right, now the first thing we do is right now you're projecting your whole lower body towards me, and it's meant to be over there. Keep your shoulder there and just step away. One more. Good girl, stop. All right, now your hand goes onto your thigh, you slide it up and your elbow goes back. Okay, so just to show people, bring your arm back into the front. If you keep the arm out in the front, it will not define her waist. If you slide it up and bring your elbow back, then you define her waist right there. Now I want you to bring your chin around this way. Stop. Good girl. Lifting up nice and tall through your neck and shoulders. There you are. Stay there. And now the last one is to slim this front arm. We just touch the back of the jeans there. Okay, so just the wall or the back of the jeans, either way. And what we can do is pull her with this elbow right there. So stop there. Long neck. Chin around. Okay, and straight away, so that step-by-step process right there to get her to there is really easy to do. Okay, so she's coming round now. Okay, so we get a before and after. Okay, so see how that's working? Questions?
Does it make sense then, I know she took the cardigan off, that something more hanging doesn't create that space behind her back?
Yeah, if it's, well, I don't want a black cardigan with a beautiful gold top anyway. Yeah. I've slimmed her arms down and she has beautiful skin. Okay. So to me, it's going to work because I would rather, stay there, don't move. I'm going to move you. Just drop down. Stop. Put your hand back there. Just on the jeans. Yeah, that's it. So lower. That's it. Long chin around to me this way. This is the shot that I took of Mapu here. Chin around to me. Chin around to me. Chin around to me this way. That's a girl. Okay, wait a minute. Don't move. I'm just going to bring some hair around. There you go. That's it. Chin around this way. That's it. Beautiful. And straight away, I'm more interested in that shape there. So I think if the weight goes onto the back foot, it pushes away. This here is just a shadow, and that's easy to clone out. You know, once you drop that shadow out, that goes completely smooth, and she has a good shape in her arm. She has a beautiful shape in her breast line. She can connect with her front shoulder and bring her chin forward and down. So, and yet to look at, when you look at her, I'm just going to show you from the front how awkward she looks right now. From the front, because although she's got all of her weight on the back foot, when I walk around to the front of her, she's actually in this position here. Now, can you imagine most of your clients are saying, right now I do not feel skinny or sexy because I'm kind of halfway down a wall with my knee up like this, and yet from this angle, everything that I want pushing forward is perfect, and everything I want pushing back is perfect. Is that cool? Okay, so we can move on to the next one. Any questions there?
Your lens choices, do they help you in any way make this more effective?
I don't think so. I shoot this with the 50, I shoot this with the 24-105, and I shoot this with the 35. So, yeah, obviously there is that centre point and there is a slight warp in the lens, and you're definitely going to get that movement. But if it's all projecting forward, then it stands to reason the face jumps forward and the body jumps back anyway. I'll use all three lenses for the same shot. Okay. Yeah, as long as they're really working their body into that pose. I mean, you can see how that does not work. You can see from the front that that is just an awkward position to be in. And yet, if you show the side view of that, even if you can put the side view beside Nico, it's like Nico is God.
Yes.
You just go, Nico. And it just happens.
Nico is Nico.
Yeah, yeah. So such a simple position, and to drop it in like there is just, yeah.
So somebody had asked earlier about, do you have women who say, well, this can't be looking good in
All
this
of them
position?
Say that.
And so how do you coach them?
I always say two things. One of them I say is, you have to trust me. It feels ridiculous and it looks amazing. And they go, okay, I'll trust you. And the other one I say is, when they say this really hurts, I say beauty is pain. Suck it up, let's go.
Nice.
Is there a reason why you leave the hair hanging on both sides other than sweeping off to one side or the other?
Because we're not framing. I don't frame. I don't use the Rembrandt lighting or the system or anything where I'm lighting with shadows around the face. Because traditionally, when you're framing portraiture, Rembrandt lighting is more slimming because it takes down the shadows and brings the pointy bits forward, right? So obviously the more shadows there are, then the more slimming the body looks. I work on a flat lighting system not dissimilar to a beauty dish. Now, a beauty dish was designed to take beauty photographs of models straight on with light hitting them, and so obviously you're not going to have that with a normal body, with a normal woman. So I'm beauty dish lighting a normal woman and sculpting her body away from the camera to get a desired look. And one of them is, I use the hair to frame the face, where you normally would use artificial light in a studio to frame the face traditionally.
Yeah, earlier you were talking about the faux waist and the bride without a veil.
Yes.
And I think we asked you a question in between. Could you continue that?
What was that?
We were talking about the bride and the faux waist, and you don't ask her to walk around all the time.
Okay, so let's look at other positions that we can put the hands in that aren't up on there. So when you've got a bride, obviously she doesn't have a veil or she has a short veil, one of the most obvious things that I could do is just to bring the hand up to here. So I look at it like ballet hands, that anything that you can do that takes the hands a little bit away from the body. Also the hands to here and to the outer shoulder do exactly the same thing. They take the arms away from being flat and stuck to the side of the body. So anything that you do that touches, this is why you also have a bouquet. You can hold the bouquet, you can hold the bouquet here, and you can swing a bouquet out, which also takes the arm away from the body. So you can swing a bouquet, you can just touch down here, you can touch down with the back of the hand. So if we go back to ballet hands and how we use them, for a bride, she can ballet hands and do lots of beautiful poses where her arms aren't just stuck to the sides or in cover girl position. Because I'm seeing a lot of brides like this, because somebody's told them it slims their arms down. And let's face it, everybody says my wedding is going to be different from everybody else's, and they are 90% of the time in a strapless A-line gown with their arms out. And then they have the audacity to say to the photographer, I don't like my arms. So it's like, and you chose a strapless gown? But the truth is what they don't like is not that they don't like their arms. They don't like shots where they see their posture forward and their arms flat and squeezed against their body, because then they go, ooh, my arms look fat. And they aren't necessarily, they're just not shaped. I think keeping a bride's shape in her body all day is about coaching her and saying all day, a bride generally has a whole different energy around her body. So I look at it like this. Have you ever seen an ugly bride? You don't see them because they're so beautiful, because for one day they're allowed to be the most beautiful woman in the room, and they generally have an air that is quite beautiful about them. They're wearing a divine dress, they've usually prepared their body, they've done their hair and makeup so beautifully, they've chosen a dress themselves. They usually walk around with that, I am so beautiful and feel so beautiful, because they're allowed to be. So why do we allow them to be so beautiful? It's not fair that you can one day you are allowed to be the most beautiful woman in the room and everybody will tell you you are. So they definitely have a little bit of an air about them that's a little bit more sort of postured and beautiful. But you can explain that to them, soft hands, and keep all of the movement around your body, and remember that the shoulders, work your shoulders and have fun with it. You can coach them. Yeah. Right? Any more questions there?
one more quick one.
Sure.
Do you ever shoot with a ladder, and would you recommend it for someone to get the appropriate height of the eye line?
Yes. Recently, I photographed a girl who was 6 foot, but she was fairly lean, so I shot her at my full height in heels, which is about 5'6", and so I was about 4 inches below her eye line, which looked really fashion. But if she had been a 6 foot curvy girl, then I would have had to have been just above her eye line. So yes, I'll either get a little step, a little footstool, or a 1-step ladder. But be careful with the step ladder, because you are inclined to run up it and then shoot down, and you don't want to be shooting down. But yes, you should always have a little wee step in your studio. Okay, another one. Mark, can you bring that down? We'll bring this ottoman in, so go that way, Mapu. Yep, there. Is your mic off? Oh, yeah. Well, no, just on there. Yes, it does need to go lower. Okay, so just one that I'll demo without the live view. I can just shoot it. Let's come against this wall, Mapu. You can take your black top off. Something that Mapuana did in her shoot to give her a beautiful shape, and I'll often do this with big boobs, is to hold your elbows here and here. Okay, so the thing is often with really big boobs and anybody big busted, they can bring their hands under here really well and just squeeze together, and it's actually a really nice shape for the upper body. It also brings boobs, and often large busts make people look bigger than they are too, and so if you squeeze them in, you get a beautiful shape here. But what we did with Mapuana, and she was wearing that black lace top in her shoot, is we actually squeezed in her elbows, and we did a series where she moved like this because she's got such a beautiful smile, and then she came back and rocked onto this foot and did the same thing, but we kicked back with our back foot because we wanted that, and then you opened up here, and as soon as I got to that shape there and saw that, she just pushed her chin forward and down, and it was so gorgeous. So I often squeeze in and use the elbows and then work the shoulder for body language. So I'll just cross over and get this. And we took that there, and as soon as we brought the shoulder in, one of the first things that we do is, if for any reason we get a beautiful shape here and we work the shoulder towards the face so that we get that beautiful vibe in the shot, if for any reason, and this goes against what we're saying about pulling the arm away, but for some reason when that works, this is the outside of the shot here, and if we want to slim that part down, we can do that in post-production if you want to, but it has a gorgeous little mood to it, and she did that gorgeous shot. She curled her shoulders in and she did that beautiful big smile, and her lace top on the black background, it looked really gorgeous and we loved it. Alright, so I want you to come and kneel down here. This is something we did yesterday when we did the beauty shot. Remember, Simona was kneeling with her elbows on. And so this is really cool because the difference is when you're dealing with curves is when you come down and first just sit down and put your arms up. So okay, so just sit normally, nice and low, yeah, and then we bring okay, so from here, when we're sitting down, it's really, really important, first of all, that we're here, because this was one of your shots, is that you come up and over your elbows. Okay, so it's about hovering, coming up and over, that's it. And the first thing we do is we flatten this hand down, so let's put our ring in the front. That's it, and we slide this one out and then this one over. Now, as soon as we put some asymmetry in here and push the chin forward, That's it. We instantly start slimming down through here. So as soon as we start putting shape in, as soon as we bring the arms away, as soon as we start pushing some triangles in here, and then we can use our arm up. So we can bring this elbow in and cup the face. Now remember, we're trying to create an hourglass. So from the outside, we try and make the elbows right where her waistline's going to be. If I put her elbows past her waistline here, you can't see where her waist is from the front, right? And the idea is that I'm bringing it into her waistline so that she gets that beautiful shape outwards. And then that's her diamond. That's her diamond in her beauty shot anyway, is right there. And that's it. Good girl. And I can bring it in. Now, sitting up nice and tall, bring your chin forward and down. Take this hand out, good girl. And then just tip into here. That's exactly right. Relax your mouth. Beautiful. So straight away, elbows come in and she slims right down. Also, it's about lifting up and over. So many people sit flat and bring their arms forward. So if you sit flat and bring your arms forward, the arms are shorter. As soon as you lift her up, you stretch her right out. This is a really good card. It's in here, and it gives you such a great example of how that works. Let's just address something else that's really, really important. Come and sit up here in the front. And just sit normally. You can have your jacket back on because it's cold. Okay, so sit down. Now, sit down comfortably in a comfortable sitting position. Everybody's so quiet today. Quiet. All right. Right. Everybody, when Mapu looks at me, everybody has a natural second chin line, which is exactly what you have here, even when I'm here. Okay, so she's looking down at me. It's not because she's looking up. Even if I go lower than the camera, there is her double chin. Okay, that exists for everybody because her neck is in a relaxed sitting position. It's that simple. It's about everybody will sit there and talk at that level and literally, let me use this. Take a shot of it. No, don't smile, just relax. That's it. Okay, now, all we have to do, you stay on me, Mapu, all we have to do is push that chin forward, down, it's there. Now, it's such a significant difference in the slimming of the face. So something that I've put in my curves manual, which you can't see, and it's very, very important, is when you push, and also what she's just done there is she's dropped her head down, and she's not meant to do that, so that's my fault, not yours. But what I've done is I've taken a shot of Kate, and what I've done is I've got Kate to tuck her chin back. So yeah, not that far, but just comfortable. So it sits like that. And I've taken a photo of Kate like that, and we've just pretended that we got an amazing shot, but Kate just happened to have her chin tucked in, and we have to fix it on Photoshop. I've recorded myself retouching it on Photoshop and how I do that, so we can do that tomorrow in our Photoshop session. But how to fix a double chin if you do get it. So if you happen to get one, you've got to fix it, because it should be the one thing you're not getting from your clients is that double chin line. All right. Now, next, curves. Any questions about curves? Any more?
I have a question that is from Miss Bay. I have a heart-shaped face, broad forehead, and a pointy, sharper jaw. Anytime I tilt my chin down, my forehead is bigger and my chin is even pointier. Okay. Is there a face shapes that you don't do just down?
Yes. So also, a lot of very lean girls have a very short chin and a short space between their neck and chin. And so what you don't want to do is push it down, you just want to push it forward. So remember, we're working this off, the best way to describe it is Tyra Banks on America's Next Top Model calls this the turtle. Okay, it's about pushing the chin forward. All right, it's not necessarily about pushing it forward and down, but it's about pushing it forward. So when you do have a little heart-shaped face and a small chin, sometimes you're better with your chin up to the camera, but it still has to come long away from your neck. So like a little turtle, you want to push forward and then lift up just a little wee bit, but maybe you don't need to slim down that jawline, so keep it forward. Your photographer should be able to see that, because I don't just look at everybody and go chin forward and down and then think that's the pose. I'm looking at where it is that your face looks the most beautiful. I also challenge you as a photographer to shoot a nice close vertical shot of a girl from about here to here, and I want to challenge you to get her to push her chin forward like this, and then here. In fact, I'll do it with Simona. Let's do it. I want you to practice this. It's very important. Just stand against the wall. Is first of all, you can take that right off, is I want you to just take a normal shot like this. Alright, and what I want you to do is I want you to show me where you think somebody's face looks the most beautiful, pushing your chin forward now and down a little, stop, and again, down even further, stop, down even further, stop. So that would imply that there's at least 3 levels there. From there, I want you to give me a slight tip this way, too far, so just enough to just tip down, stop, no. So come forward, come down, and then slightly, that's it. So, yeah, now further away. So I want you, that's a girl, but I want you to use your expression so it looks like, yeah, a little bit tiny smile, that's it. And there, so see her face changing significantly as I'm moving it. Now, I want you to lift your chin straight up there, and no, just come back to the center, pushing your chin forward and relax your mouth. And now think of that real model, sort of lifting your chin, there, stop. Okay, so that's it there. And now, slightly away, stop, relax that mouth, that's it. Sorry. So you can see that there's lots of different angles, but the thing that we don't ever want to do is we never cross the nose, right, through the cheek line. No, come back. So it's about there, and look back. A lot of models, when they're posing, so this is a real model thing, a lot of models when they're posing, they do that whole, they throw their head back and then look back this way, like that. So they'll do the side look. I don't ever do that for portrait because it looks weird. I don't mind them changing that line there, or even this line here. And I do go up and down, and then up and down there. So I actually say, if you were to directly to the camera, up and down, you can have a look at all of those face shapes and see who suits what. Up and down, straight up and down like that. But you never really look right up. Okay, it's about here. And then I look at it like this. You turn the chin to where my breast line is, and you can do that, but you never go past it. Okay, so there and there should be the lines, right? Cool. Okay, so now I want to look at, we've done the chin, a simple sitting down, which was actually one of Mapu's poses, is to bring those two in. And I'll push this forward so she can put her feet on them. That's it. And so sitting normally, Mapu, just sitting on there with your bum with your hands on your sides. Yep. Okay. So one of the things that I talked about with pulling the boobs back, let me arrange this for you. Okay. So from here, one of the first things, what I talked about with Fashion Quarterly was closing down too much of that pose. If you bring your knees together and then you bring your right foot up and onto that couch, so we can use that couch. Okay, so if it's too high, if the knee's too high and you feel like it's crowding your pose, just pull the couch away and it will come with it and it will drop down. We always point our toes. Everything we do is with ballet feet and ballet hands, because as soon as we point the toes, makes the legs longer. Absolutely makes the legs longer, 100%. Okay, so from here, we now need to bring her arms from her width. Okay, so if you just relax your hands down, so sit normally. No, just stay up, but just put your hands onto your legs, yeah. Okay, so when the hands are by the sides, obviously that's becoming the width of the body. So we'll just throw a shot up there. Any minute now. And when we slide the elbow right out to the edge of the knee, so we're bringing forward what we want the camera to pick up and pushing back what we want the camera not to. We slide the other hand through, nice and close, and then we pull the boobs back through. Okay, now the chin comes forward and down, that's it, and then all of a sudden we're here. Now that's that's an extreme case of crossing the arms over. But what you can see is the way it tapers. Now, the reason I'm bringing the elbows forward to the knee, lots of reasons. I never want it to look symmetrical, so I never pull one all the way through. I'm taking the weight off the arms, off the side of the body and slimming down. The good part is it's projecting forward, and she pulled her boobs back through the center, is that you can bring this hand up and you can bring this hand into the shot. Now, when we bring our hands up around our face, we not only frame the face, we take beautiful shots. So if you jump out, and I'll jump in, and I'm going to sit down, I'm going to put my toe up, just make sure I pull my skirt down. I'm going to bring this elbow out, I'm going to bring this one to here, so it's tapering me in, and I want to be able to use my hand in the shot here, because we can take a whole lot of photographs of people with their hands down, but it changes the mood when you bring hands into an image. I want to be able to play with the hands. I want to take a shot here. I want to take a shot here. I want them to lean on it. I want them to be more casual and friendly. I want them to play with their hair if they want to play with their hair. I want them to frame their face and be all beautiful in a beauty shot here. I want them to touch their throat. I want them to touch the inside of this arm, this shoulder. I want to be able to move the shoulders and move the arms. I want to be able to bring the hands in and play with these to change the mood and pose without changing the fact that I've already slimmed the body, lifted it down, put it into position. So let's open up Q&A around posing curves, because this is an add-on to my posing manual, and the reason it's an add-on is so many people wanted more curves, and they looked at the posing manual and there's not a lot of curves in there. I wanted people to understand the same rules apply with everybody. It's always about lengthening, always pulling the arm away, always creating the hourglass for slimming. And I created that as an add-on because I had so many hundreds of people request it. In the posing manual and the curves manual, which is only $85, it talks about how I Photoshop curves, because I do post-production on curves where I compromise, like I said, the back line in order to get a front line, or the other way around to get a back line that I want. Tomorrow I'm going to slim curves on Photoshop. I think it is something a lot of people argue about, slimming curves, because a lot of people say, you know, it's what you're doing is not true, etc., etc. But I look at it as an enhancement, not a lie. I always want to keep the integrity of the shape of their body, so I think it's very important that you, if you're going to warp a line in, that you keep the line as it is. And I really only want to remove the little bits that people do not like. I don't want to go out of my way to make somebody who's curvy a size 0, because that's ridiculous. I want to keep that integrity, but just take away lumps and bumps and flabby bits that people won't like. That's my sort of philosophy on that. So everybody has their own opinion about that.
A couple people are wondering on the internet in regards to photographing more elegant women, and they have a little bit more skin under their neck. Do you have, and when you have them push their chin down and forward?
It just pulls it straight forward and up.
And if there's anything more, do you do that in Photoshop?
Always.
Okay.
Yes, I've never had anybody say, please leave my necklines. I never have anybody say, please leave my frown lines. And I've never had anybody say, I love those horizontal lines that go this way on my forehead. Okay, those are the 3 things women complain about on their face. 4, actually, Muppet lines as well. As you age, these are called Muppet lines. They go, or jowls. when jowls start coming forward, and jowls are hereditary. People get them because the other people, your family has them, and people go, oh, I hate my jowls. And so if you lift the chin forward and up and sculpt the face with posing, you can eliminate a lot of neck and jowl, but nobody ever wants that in an image. So just trim it or lightly Photoshop it, but usually they'll tell you that they don't like it.
Question from Claire of RA. How would you approach shooting someone who is thick rather than curvy? And similar to that from Rebadre, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. What about posing a woman with a stomach that is larger than her breasts?
Okay, that's important because you're certainly not creating an hourglass with an apple. And most body types, when they carry weight, don't particularly have underneath the waist. But what you do is that's when you go a little higher. Okay, because the boobs, the good thing is regardless of the size of the belly, the boobs will always project forward first because the camera angle is sitting at a place where the face is in focus first and then the boobs are second and then everything else drops away. So that's where you've got to really recline forward, pull the arm away, put the boobs forward, create as much space through here as you can and shoot a little bit higher. That's the only time that you would really shoot down on people, when they are that, larger there.
Thank you.
But same rules apply, just keep coming up a little bit higher. Maybe instead of getting above people, get them to recline down more to you. Because there's this distinct look in a photograph where you can see the floor, where you're obviously shooting down on people that does not look very cool. But if they recline all the way forward on a chair, so that their upper body is really projecting forward and they're really uncomfortably pushing their chin towards you, it will draw them out and slim them out. Remember, you're not trying to make everybody a size 4, you're just trying to make them look longer and slimmer than they are naturally. So anything you do naturally, you said it yesterday when you saw your photographs, that you don't want to have this fear of seeing your photographs and going, oh God, I even look fatter than I think I am. Don't you, right? You want to see yourself and go, oh, I look awesome. You don't want to kind of go, oh, yuck, that's a fat photo, or that's a horrible photo of me. So there's that little bit of stretching out that will make it better for anybody.
A question from Saldago Photo. How do you deal with people who are not as voluptuous or curvy other than a push-up bra?
Okay, other than a push-up bra, for me, when I get lean bodies, what I've tried to do is overextend them. So when they are really lean and they're straight up and down and I want cover girl poses, I do get them to push in with their waist, but I also get them to push out with their bum. So it's almost uncomfortable for them from the front. And then as long as I can get some shape in their body, as long as I can move them and shape them as much as possible, they do look curvier. Yeah, and only once or twice, maybe twice in my career, have I made a girl's upper arms a little fuller in Photoshop because she had a very skinny upper arms and they just looked really skinny in camera, and I just literally did the same rule for slimming but just evened them out and filled them out just a little bit. That works the same way.
And a question from Ishay. Curvy girls' faces are sometimes larger and the eyes look smaller. Is there a way to make the eyes pop or have wide open eyes without looking shocked?
No, it's a really hard thing when there's lots of weight on the face. The eyes do look naturally smaller. But remember, to us they look smaller than photographing somebody with a lean face and big eyes, but to them it looks like them. So, what you can do is once your level is slightly higher than them, it will open up their eyes and jump their eyes up just a little wee bit. And once they have nice big open eyes, so just above the eye line, which is where you should be anyway. Also, with shooting really lean bodies, to make them look slimmer, models with an anorexic BMI still look normal weight when you shoot them from the ground. So the lighter a girl is, the lower you can shoot. And, very few people, other than the lollipop and being a little bit higher and having them turn to the side where their head looks really big for a lean body, not many people look too skinny in an image. The camera is naturally quite fattening. Yeah, so, yeah.
A question from Teresa Aben Arens. What do you do about bags under the eyes? Is this a posing, lighting, or post issue?
Neither. It's it's a post issue. Yeah, it's if the makeup. I look at it like this: if the makeup can't cover it, and I can't get rid of it with a reflector, then Photoshop will deal with it. So what along that line is how bad it is. It will get dealt with at some stage.
We have a number of questions about eyes.
Yes.
Still, if we can touch on that a little bit more. Heavy top eyelids, bags over the eyes, Photoshop.
Okay, so when you get a rolling lid, it happens pretty much about 37, 38. The lid starts to drop down. The aging of a woman's face, the crow's feet start sort of about 32 and they start high, and as the aging goes up into the 40s, the crow's feet start coming down, and then obviously the frown starts dragging forward and we start to get a drop down on the eyes. We deal with that with makeup when we do our lashes. If we do get a rolling lid, there's nothing you can really do about it. It's their natural aging process, and there's nothing you can really lift it. I mean, some people will then go and do the extreme Botox lift, or and they won't have this movement here. They'll lift up and then they'll look very surprised. I actually find the surprised look harder to deal with than a rolling lid, because generally a rolling lid is caused by smile lines, and if people have a closed down lid and smile lines, they often have very beautiful friendly eyes. So it doesn't bother me if they have that friendly sort of eye. Yeah.
Guitar Goddess has a question. How would you approach photographing someone with asymmetrical features like asymmetrical eyes? Would you have them tilt their head a certain way?
Yes. So I definitely have an asymmetrical face going on up here on my right hand side, and I've seen a girl with her eye up and over here quite significantly. Whenever she was straight onto the camera, I found that her hair, which was actually naturally on that right side anyway, when it came down over her brow line, it looked more symmetrical, and all I had to do was turn her face slightly off that way and her eyes came into perfect symmetry. So like we just did with Simona there, where we took her face and we went 1, 2, 3, and then we took it up that side and then up that side. As long as you're not going outside of there, just watch for the face line and the eye line.
How do you do it? Crossed eyes?
I've recently, about 2 years ago, had the single most beautiful 3 sisters I have ever seen in my life, and one of the girls had a fully inverted eye, and they were just the most beautiful girls. Now obviously this is something that is noticeable to me from the second she walked in. Nobody talked about it, so I deal with this in this kind of way. I always say to people, if they have a burn or a scar or a birthmark or an obvious thing about them, I know they're going to talk to me about it. If they don't, then I say this, tell me about your eye. Tell me about your eye. Now her option right there is to say, I don't want to talk about it, or sure. And it started because my sister-in-law was born with an inverted eye, and she's had an operation to have it stitched back to this eye, so they stitched and moved together. In her lifetime, she's had this operation 9 times, and she has some scarring now around her eye, and even though she has the most magnificent, beautiful big eyes, when I met her, I could see that there was obviously something going on with her eye. So I said to her, when I first met her, tell me about your eye. And she went, and everybody went, oh my goodness, that moment where it's like, did she really say that? And she said to me, I'm so glad you asked, because I always think people are looking at it, but they never ask me what it is about it, and I want to talk about it. So she told me about the operations, etc. So when this girl came in, I was kind of equipped for it, and I said, tell me about your eye. And she said, well, I've had 7 operations at it. I don't want to have another one. It doesn't work. I have all this stuff. They keep putting it back. It comes back. So I'm fine with it. My boyfriend's fine with it. I said, okay. And then I asked the inevitable question, do you want me to change that in Photoshop, or do you want to leave it as it is? It is entirely up to you. And she said, can you fix that? And I said, if that's what you want, I will fix it. She said, yes, I want you to fix it in Photoshop. And I said, okay. So I literally took a lasso of her other eyeball and matched it with that one and dropped it into all of their images. And that's her choice to fix that, change that. It's not even fixing, it's whatever you want it to be. But yes, do I say that? I invite that by saying, let's talk about your eye. I had a girl with a big trachea scar. I said, tell me about your scar. There's a story behind everything. And if they tell you a story, they feel connected to you by telling you their story. And every story to do with a woman's body or anybody's body has an emotion with it. Because every emotion and every story, they can tell you something and what it meant to them. So when somebody stands in front of you to tell you a beautiful story about a scar, they can tell you the emotion behind it, and then somehow you have connected to one of the most personal parts of who they are. And when she told me about this scar, this story, she was quite shaky. And I said to her, cool, do you want me to take this out in Photoshop? And she said, no, it is part of who I am. That's her choice. So her choice, not mine, and I never feel like I can't ask somebody those hard questions because I should be able to ask them that.
Fabulous. Thank you. Question from Darla Sharp Photo. Do you do anything different for curvy girls with short hair?
Nope. I just don't blow their hair. So obviously, yeah, I love long hair. I love blowing it. So whether they're curvy or not, it gets blown or it doesn't get blown. So.
Question from Henry K.Y. Kaios. What do you suggest if the client has unattractive or extra chubby hands? We had a couple of questions about hands that might have...
I don't have long fingers and I have short stumpy fingers. So in the world of fingers, I tend to be, maybe I didn't line up at the really nice hands table when they were putting me together. And I kind of think, and I used to really not like my hands a lot, but any hands, no matter how chubby or how broad they are, in fact, I find more women with manly hands than I do with chubby hands, kind of big hands. And a lot of women will go, I hate my hands, and hold their hands like this, like, oh, I hate my hands. Ballet hands works for everybody. And if they're really big hands and they don't look good up around the face, do not put them up around the face. It does limit you having things like that, but you just work through your limits. And you can still do all of the reclines and get them to relax from side on, and they'll still have ballet fingers from side on, and the hand will look long, but do not bring it up here if they've got big, unattractive hands, and you can't make them feminine.
Even though you're working with professional hair on the set, do you ever find that you have to do a lot of post-processing on fixing any stray hairs?
Never. We don't really have stray hair. Sometimes I make hair bigger. So I use the same tool for slimming and that I do to make hair bigger, because I often will say to Simona, bigger, I want bigger hair. I love big hair. You will notice by all the shots that I take and all the shots I'm like, bigger. Sandra's hair, we were pulling curls out. Amanda's hair, we were buffing them up as much as we can. Mapu's, we were blowing it out. I loved big hair. I think it's really sexy and gorgeous, so I tend to make hair bigger, and sometimes if we don't pull that off in the shoot, I will make it bigger in post.
And TY?
TY just has cool big hair, so it's like, that's the sort of hair that we look at. In fact, we have a bit of a joke about that. Whenever we see someone with big hair, we always look at each other and go, yeah, I love big hair.
Nice.
I love big hair. I think everybody should have big hair. Just so you know, a little joke, when I was growing up at high school, my nickname was Miss Alabama. I was an 80s child. I don't have quite big hair, but I've always had the whole beauty queen, woo, big Miss Alabama.
And it's gorgeous, Sonia. Yeah. Question had come up from a couple folks about broad shoulders.
Yes.
So kind of like swimmers and who want to look a little bit more delicate.
I love broad shoulders. I think broad shoulders are gorgeous. What I hate is broad shoulders that are lifted up. Okay, so one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do is to get people to stop lifting their shoulders up. And that's why I'm constantly saying, long neck, lift up, because as soon as you lift the neck up away from the shoulders go softer and more feminine. I never do any of the roll forward poses, because if they've got broad shoulders and they bring their shoulders forward like this, they just look like, weightlifters straight away. So it's about dropping the shoulders back and lifting up long through the neck, long and tall, lifting right up and creating length. I had a girl one day with an amazingly hot swimmer's body, And swimmers can have very big shoulders and no traps. Well, no neck, you know, they can have the real high traps. And in every one of her shots, I felt like her neck looked really short, even though through the entire shoot I was like, pull your neck up long, push your shoulders down, pull the neck up. And one of her beauty shots, I actually extended her neck a little wee bit just because I wanted one beautiful long neck shot, and she was really, really broad. But, you know, anything like that, again, you try and fix in posing. If you don't get it in posing, you don't want to change their body too much. It's still her neck and her shoulders, so she's used to having broad shoulders. You just want to get those elbows in, so even if the shoulders are wide, the elbows are still in, so you're getting that beautiful hourglass. And then nobody's looking at her broad shoulders, they're looking at her tapered waist.
Another Photoshop question from Ace Clown. Do you advise clients not to wear bras or tight straps so that you don't have to use it do it in Photoshop later, or do you just embrace it and let them wear whatever they want?
I don't find I get a lot of bra strap marks, but if I do, I just remove it in Photoshop. But yeah, I don't usually tell people to take anything off. It doesn't really matter to me. I kind of think, you know, if people want to be photographed with their bra on, I'll remove the bra strap on Photoshop. What I want is for people to be comfortable. So some people will go, I want to do a skin shot, I'm going to take my bra off so I don't get strap marks. Fine, they can take their bra off. But if they don't want to, I don't ever ask anybody to. I just don't think about it like that. Watches I take off. Watches tend to be really large, they reflect a lot of light on the flat of the watch, and they often leave a nice big mark around the wrist. So whenever I see a girl sitting in hair and makeup, I do say, remove your watch. Yeah.
Great, thanks.
And if they have a spray tan and they've come to do a particular nude shoot or something like that, then I would probably get them nude in a robe underneath. Yeah, but I don't really think about it for just the skin shots, you know.
Question from Abigail. How do you pose women with big noses?
Well, there's the long nose that breaks the lip line when it comes forward, so when the chin comes forward. So what you need to do is keep the chin sort of at a halfway point instead of forward and down, because as soon as the tip of the nose touches the lip, it doesn't look good. And I actually have a friend who has that nose, and that she hates that when her nose touches her top lip. So often, when you've got that nose, it usually belongs to an ectomorphic body type, which ironically is long and lean. So they have lots of other winning areas and other places where we push the chin forward, and they've got a nice long neck and a nice column body, so they can have their chin forward and up. It very rarely belongs to a mesomorphic or an amorphic body type. So our body types come generically with a certain hair type, a certain nose and lip type, and then a certain body weight type ratio. So we all kind of have something really amazing going on, and we all have our quirks. But each of us, if you work with what's the best of everybody, and just as a little tip with that nose, when it is really large and there is that little tip that comes down to the top of the lip, I actually just trim the bottom of the nose about literally 3 millimeters, so it just clears the top lip on my best friend. I do that on her nose, and she says to me, you're the only person that's ever taken a nice photo of me, and it's because I've taken away the one little bit she hates, yet it still looks entirely like her nose and her face, and she now knows that I do this because I've just told everybody. And you know it's because I love you and I want you to have a good nose, because I know you don't like it. Not for any other reason.
Do you have any tips for Michael D Photography? He's wondering if you, how would you shoot a woman who was like a bodybuilder? How would you make her look more feminine?
Well, the bodybuilders want to take their clothes off and pose for you. So I photographed many bodybuilders, body sculptors, dancers, and I've never met one that really just wants a pretty shot in a nice white dress. Same thing again, they often have really big shoulders, really high traps, so long neck. and lots of feminine arms, etc. But mostly they want hot body stuff. They've worked hard on their body and they're quite happy to take their clothes off. And I've never done a portrait shoot. Also, the 6 weeks that they prepare for competition, they're quite happy to be in a bikini for that whole 6 weeks. Afterwards, they'll lose their muscle mass really quickly. So very rarely do you get a family portrait where a girl is incredibly muscly naturally and wants to look more feminine. Generally, she's prepared herself for a competition and she's quite happy to do everything that she does to show it off. And I love photographing contoured bodies that are ready for competition because they work so hard and it's such an art form, and I really respect that they've worked so hard with their nutrition and their exercise, and they're great to photograph.
A question from, let's see, I missed. Leslie Lee photo. What about a woman whose mouth is higher on one side?
I photographed a woman with Bell's palsy. So her face was fully paralysed on the right side. And there is a difference between a paralysis on the face and somebody with a slight smirk. Now, Mapuana smirks to the left, and her smile does not come up evenly from here. It smirks to the left, but that's her face, and she suits that. So when it's their little quirk, then it's kind of cute. It dimples and it quirks to the left. But this woman had a noticeably paralysed face on the right-hand side, and we discussed it. And she chose to only have her daughters photographed and not herself because of this paralysis. So I thought it was Bell's palsy, which goes away, you know. But she told me that 23 years before she'd survived a brain tumour and they'd operated on her, and one of the side effects was a paralysed face. And so she spent her whole life not smiling for photographs because she'd go up here and stay paralysed on this side. And I said to her, well, what if I could take a photograph of you and I could take the best photograph you've ever seen of yourself? And I just challenged her. And she said, I'll let you take 3 photographs. And I said, okay. So this woman, it took a lot of coaxing to do this. And what I actually did was I made her smile on the 3rd photograph, and she said, no, I don't want to smile. And I said, can you just do one? So she did a half smile, and I just got it. And then what I did was I lassoed it on Photoshop and I flipped it so that her smile came up on both sides. And when I showed her the image, she was beside herself. You know, she was absolutely beside herself. She had an incredible photograph of her and her daughters. And I mean, I don't want to say, but Photoshop can fix this. I want to be able to prove that I can do something and take a beautiful shot without overstepping the boundaries of what she wants to change about herself. All of these questions are, I have never, because I've been shooting for so long, there's nothing you could throw at me that I have not experienced in some way. But you need to look at everything the same way. You need to have respect for the person and how they look, what they like to change about themselves while being realistic. And as a woman, I know one thing. I don't mind that I'm curvy, but I don't want to have a double chin. I don't mind that I'm 40, but I don't want to have a frown. And thanks to Botox, I do not. I don't mind all of those things. Like I know how old I am. I know what my body type is. And when I lean on something, I don't mind being my size, but I don't want to have this flabby bit here hanging out. And when I'm here, I don't want to have that bit there. And when you show me those things, I don't want to see those things because those are things I don't care about, that I don't want. So when I look at a photograph as a woman, I look at it as I'm her. Now, this brings up a really great argument, and you can think about this while we're eating lunch. If I photograph a woman in a pose like this, and you are appreciating her female form, she has a dynamite body, you're watching the light go onto the curve of her back or maybe the inner curve of her thigh, you are appreciating it, whether you're a man or a woman photographer, you are appreciating her body and going, that is an incredible form, and I'm going to photograph it. Now, I do not shoot like that. I do not look at you and appreciate your form. I look at you like I am you. And I'm going to look at this photograph and say, I don't like that chubby bit. I want a long neck. I want to look slim. I want my body to look curvy and hot. I want to look really good. I photograph you like you are me, and I want to look the best I can look. That is the difference. I do not appreciate form and photograph a beautiful shot. I want to capture you in a full state of being you, in full appreciation of yourself. So when I look at a photograph of any other photographer, I can tell if you have empathy for her as a client or whether you were just photographing what you appreciated about her beauty. Because if you don't, if you photograph it in appreciation, then you cease to deliver to the client maybe what she wants in herself, and you are only seeing what you liked about her, not what she was. And I think there is a distinct difference between the two.
Wow, that was really powerful, Sue.
It's the truth. Yeah, and when you look at images, I want you to say that was shot by someone who's appreciating a body. Okay, nudes. Let's look at nudes. Nudes and boudoir, very similar. Nudes are just, boudoir is just, you know, a bit of clothing or a bit of lace on. But inherently, I've never made money from nudes. I've photographed a lot of nudes. I can get beautiful women to pose nude for me. But I've never had anybody come in and say, I want a beautiful nude folio and I will spend $3,000 on that. Because it is just not a big buying business. And all the nude photographers I know shoot weddings and shoot nude fine art for themselves. So they're not photographing a body for a woman. They're photographing the appreciation of that form. And that appreciation of that form will not pay your wages. Now, I'm not saying don't shoot nudes. They're amazing to shoot nudes. Shooting nudes makes you a better photographer. You learn about light, you learn about form, and you get to take incredible shots that make you love the female form, because generally when we talk nudes, we're talking about women. But I'm just saying, I'd like somebody to show me a business model where nudes makes money like portrait does, because the nude is taken for the admirer, not for the nude. Wouldn't you say that? Mm-hmm. That is the same with portraits. So obviously the importance of signing a model release is vital when it comes to protecting yourself, and so many of us do not do this. If at any time you use your images for display and you have not signed off a model release, you can get quite a backlash. And just so you know, a personal story about that is many years ago I used to not care about a model release because I used to think, well, everybody loves their images, and I would say, I can show these, right? And everyone would, yeah, put them on the website, and it would be a verbal confirmation. But as I built my business, I went from a little garage studio to 1 year later having this beautiful studio in the city. And one of the girls that was on my website, and she was on my main card, she didn't come to me. She went straight to a lawyer who sent me a letter that said I'm making money off her images and she should be entitled to a percentage of it. And I had to go through that process because I had not gotten her to sign a model release because I made friends with her. Why would I get her to sign a legal document? So what Catherine has created is she's created something specifically with the unique challenges with photographers in mind. And it's there on your iPhone or on your iPad, and there's no reason why you can't bring that to your client and have them sign it off, and it will email the contract back to you at the studio, and then you have a record of it. So it's going to be, there are, many reasons why we need to protect ourselves, but it's always smart when you're using your images and advertising competitions and all of those unique sort of situations that you are protecting yourself. So I call it, they call it crossing your T's and dotting your I's, but creatives are not very good at doing that, so I call it, dotting your T's and crossing your I's. Because we know we're not very good at doing legal stuff and doing business stuff and tax stuff. we're going to spend this next little section talking about Natural Light Studio. So I get asked a million questions about what my studio looks like, about where I shoot. And yesterday you saw me photograph the girls' images, and then you saw the girls in their little corners where they were being photographed. And I know a lot of people don't quite believe that it's really as simple as it is for me. Simona, on my camera bag I have that white sheer. Are you able to get that for me? Okay, so wrapped up inside my Think Tank camera bag, and my Think Tank camera bag has got both of my cameras in it and 3 lenses, battery packs and a Polaroid camera. Rolled up in a tight little ball, I have this, which is polyester chiffon. So it is just a very light sheer fabric. You can see through it. It doesn't have too much of a sheen on it. It's around $4 a metre. And I carry this in my bag because the one thing I cannot do when I'm not shooting in my studio, the one thing I cannot do when I'm on location is diffuse light if I don't have something to diffuse it. Now, you all know that I have these large polystyrene reflectors, and when I go on location, they cannot come with me. That is the one thing I do not take with me, is the large polystyrene reflectors. I can't. But what I do is I have a smaller version which I can pack into the car. Now today we've just got a really tiny version just to show you, but my polystyrene that I pack into the car are about 4 times bigger than this. So they're not the big ones, I just keep them about this size. I do not have the pop-out reflectors because I think the white styrofoam is a better reflector, and I will carry them around to locations, not a problem. Of course, when I travel overseas, I will buy, so you can go to Home Depot or whatever. What do you have here? Is it called Home Depot? You can go to Home Depot and buy a polystyrene sheet that is twice as big as that, which is quite portable for you to use, and I leave them places, I give them to photographers, but I prefer this. And so if these 2 things are in my bag, then I can diffuse the amount of light that's coming through a window, and I can bounce it back, and those are the 2 things I need to control light. This here is about, I think, 8 meters long. And I also have a packet of pins in my bag, and I'm not above draping this, doubling it up, using pins, but I will cover any window, double it up. I can make it look pretty. I can pretty much hang it off anything, and it gets a bit tatty. I have to wash it every now and then, but basically what it does is it diffuses the amount of window light coming through a window. And if that's my only light source, then this morning when we did the poses with Simona, so we did Simona against the wall, we did Simona flat on cover girl, we did Simona doing freestyling, lying down and sitting in the chair, all of those poses are going to be done within 2 meters of each other. Okay, so I will work around one corner. So let's break that down. This here is my studio in New Zealand. And what I did was I built an internal wall. So about 1.2 meters from the window, I put a wall in here, as in a little corner. So it was right here. And what it did was I actually nailed it into the floor. It didn't move. It was just a floating corner. I could pose down this line with leaning against this wall with the light directly on them, or I could go around the inside of that and pose them against this wall with the light brushing over them this way. The only light source in the studio is running along this side. And so I could also turn them around and photograph them flat against that wall. So for the people that have bought the posing manual, you'll see that there's a number on the floor, which I mapped out the studio, and I called them scenario 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So at any time, I could change a position to what I deemed as scenario 1, 2, 3, or 4, and I could say, shoot her in scenario 4 against the mid-grey background with the curtains pulled closed and that white chair. And my staff already knew how we were going to shoot it. So I kind of mapped out the studio where the light looked the best. And I painted the studio white on one end and mid-grey at the other end. There were 2 faux walls in the centre. One was mid-grey, one was light grey. And when you closed down the curtains, it significantly altered the light in that room. Because that is the beauty of light, whether it's natural or artificial. When you change the amount of light that's coming in and out of a room, and then you adjust your focus for your model, the light changes quite significantly in the background, of course. So when I wanted it to be light and fresh on the grey background, I just opened the curtain right up like this. When I wanted it to be dark and more silhouetted, I closed the curtain down, so just a shaft of light was coming into the silhouette, but it's the same background. So obviously you need two types of curtains in your studio. You need a net that diffuses light, and then you need natural light, thick block-out curtains. And they control how much light, and they go over the netting curtains, and they control how much light comes in and out. A lot of photographers shoot boudoir in motels or hotels, and ironically, motels and hotels have block-out curtains and a net generally because people want to sleep in and they want a dark room. So I find generally hotel rooms do lock down a lot of light. So it is easy to get a double curtain like that. But if you're shooting on location at someone's home, you do have to ask the question, how much light is in the house? And for a non-photographer, most of them can't answer that question. A lot of people say, I don't know, it's normal, or there's lots of light. But when you get there, there isn't. So always about controlling light. This is something I've pulled out of the manual just to show you that you can sit down on the floor underneath a window. It would be equivalent to having a high window like the back wall here in the studio and sitting down with your back against the concrete floor. That these images are shot within a metre of the window. So that chair is right up against that window. Do you understand? She's sitting, I'm here, so come and be the photographer. So TY is going to be me, the photographer. I've got the chair right here, the window light is there, and I'm sitting right up against that window, but you can't see the window on my shot. Because I want as much natural light hitting my subject as I can. So let's say we bring that chair in. So Sandra, bring that white chair so that camera can go down. You're the photographer, TY. Okay. Sandra's going to bring the white chair in. Our light source is here, but imagine we've got it nicely covered. You're going to sit down and be photographed. So on your right side, feet tipped away, push your bum out to me this way, elbow on there, nice recline, hand back, slide, right knee up, beautiful, knees together, chin around, projecting your front shoulder forward. TY is photographing her straight on, not on an angle. You're always straight to her, that's it. So you're shooting straight back this way, and our reflector is right there. Okay, she's that close to the window light, she's that close to the reflector, you're that close to her, and you are bouncing light straight back to her from your only light source. Okay, but my sheet of styrofoam is 2.4 metres high. So also, ultimately, if you've got a big studio space, here I am, I've got the chair butted right up against the window, I've got a window there with a sheer over it, block-out curtains, squeezing the light in, I've got a massive reflector here. My client feels pretty safe right now because she's surrounded by walls, she doesn't feel like people are watching her, she certainly can only see me, and it's kind of a safe feeling. I think the big polystyrene reflectors work two ways. They bounce beautiful light, but they also enclose you and make you feel quite safe. So I think it's a really good way to see how close you are. Now, if you are struggling to bounce light in, I will put another reflector down here to bounce up to her face on a box in front of her, and a second big one here. I will surround people in reflectors before I would use artificial light. I'm that stubborn. This is probably one of the most significant things that I ever did. As the digital cameras got better in the last 4 years, I started to turn, because remember, we couldn't shoot into the light with the early digital cameras. They just could not take that extreme light. If you exposed for this part here on her, your highlights would burn. And then if you exposed for a highlight or a mid-tone, your dark areas would just have absolutely no detail. And as the cameras got better and better, it wasn't until I got the 5D that I started to shoot straight back into that light. Now, I know a lot of wedding photographers and kids photographers love doing that outside sort of dawn or, sort of at sunset. But what I started to do was I started to shoot my portraits directly back to the window. And this is really interesting. My last 27 photo shoots, well, okay, 2 of them weren't. So out of the last 29 shoots, 27 were female photographers. Okay, so this year I photographed 27 female photographers in Australia. And the one thing that all the photographers say to me is, I love everything in the backlight. Because all the photographers are really drawn to the backlight. So whether you're using it for lingerie, whether it's just a nude booty shot like that, because I love the white sheet. I love the look that she's naked, even though she was wrapped in a white sheet when she lay down, and I unwrapped her just to show her hip line, but she was actually wearing a G-string, and I removed that on Photoshop. Then I shot her on a bed straight into the windows in the bedroom with white blinds down. So the white blinds were down. So let's just do that for a moment so you can actually physically see it. I need you to see it. You look fantastic. Okay, so right now Simona has set Amanda's hair because we're going to do a hair and makeup demo next. So yeah, I'm loving that. Okay, Simi, I want you for this. All right, so let's talk about this backlight. What you need is, if you have a strong light, you need to have quite a thick sheer curtain. That curtain must be quite thick, because if there is hard light coming through or bright light coming through, you cannot do this shot. So bunch up a nice net curtain, and if you have to, add more nets as a diffuser. So if you have a nice strong light source but you want to diffuse the amount of light coming through, make sure you've got lots of netting. Then what you do is you place your model, client, right there, yeah? And this is exactly how we shot this, and I'm going to shoot it directly back to that light. Now, the most important part about this, and I can't do it for the camera, is to have two massive reflectors here and here. All right? Because the only light source in the room is coming from there. So I'll shoot her right there within a metre of that window with two huge reflectors here and here, right up to the ceiling. Big, big reflectors with just enough room for me to poke my head through here. And like TY said, you should get a reflector and cut a hole in the middle so I can just poke my lens through it. That is not a stupid idea. That is definitely a good idea. Okay, so from here, I will sit down at this level. I will have two big reflectors here and here, and I'll shoot her through there. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to bounce back the only light source, which is there, to her face so I can meet her for her face in camera and expose for her face. My camera is so good now that I'm not burning out all those highlights, and I shoot in RAW. So everybody knows the recovery tool in both Lightroom and RAW is the single best invention in the planet, which brings your highlights up to, you know, a neutral, which is great. So in terms of using that backlight, have we got my thing there? So in terms of using the backlight, these images are all shot exactly the same way, standing in front of the window, kneeling in front of the window, sitting in front of the window, and lying in front of the window. And don't you agree that they all have a different quality? And what is that quality? Because it's something very cool about the way that they're photographed in terms of the way that the light's hitting. You know, that backlight is beautiful. It's a very hard light to achieve commercially with light, because I think it looks quite artificial. I love the backlight and how natural it looks. So I do sort of challenge you to keep practicing it, to try it. You'll notice that everybody has a very flat light to their face. It's not shaping their face, it's hitting them directly at the face. You'll also notice in each one of their catch lights that you can see two very large reflectors either side back to them, because there is so much light bouncing back. And in every one of these instances, there was not a second light source in the room other than the light that's behind them. Okay, now you know how when I shot TY on the black background and she was wearing black and she has dark hair, straight away, as soon as I put her on the dark background, my camera wanted to jump up 2 stops. So I shot it 2 stops under. This is the opposite. Whenever I sit girls down in front of the white window, and especially if they're wearing a white colour, because I never shoot the backlight in a dark colour, it looks horrible, then the first thing that it does is it goes underexposed. So I push my camera up, usually 1.5 stops. So I'm looking at the back of my camera and I'm shooting for the image that I'm seeing on the back of the camera, right? Okay, so from there, what I've done, any questions about the backlight? Because I think the backlight is something I get asked about all the time. Let's address it so we can move on.
So when you have, you're talking about shooting and blocking the light. When you are blocking that light with that sheer, are we talking sunbeam? Are we talking cloudy day? When do you see the need to put that up, or do you always put that up?
It's always up.
It's always up. Okay.
Well, for starters, I would never shoot undifused light.
Okay.
Ever. Okay. So I always have a curtain in my studio. Okay. That sheer is to double up if I'm on location and the curtain is not enough, okay. Or if there is no curtain, I will pin that in the window. In the studio that we've set up, there was no netting in the window. See, they have those strange Venetians on the outside? Yeah. So I have pinned this net. I've pinned it up on the window. I've doubled it and then pinned it to diffuse the amount of light coming in. Okay. That is for on location. If this was my studio, I would get the Venetians removed and I would hang nets in the curtain with a block-out curtain over the top. This studio has the distinct, unique skylight, which is not a bonus for a photographer. It drops high light. You have to bounce a bottom reflector up, otherwise you get a really bright forehead and you can see the shadows going down on the face, and you can't shut down a skylight. So you can't close a curtain over a skylight and bring that light down. So it actually worked against me here. But this was just an example of how I can set up a natural light studio in anybody's lounge. Okay, any other questions about the backlight?
When you're shooting this, what is your ISO at?
Okay, I work under the best ISO is 160, 320 or 640. Generally when I'm shooting into the backlight you can see the grain in there. I'm usually at 640. If I have to go up to 2000 because the light behind is brighter and I need to expose for the face, I will go up to 2000. But around 640 is all you need, and shoot it about a stop and a little higher. So, yeah, I just watch the back of the camera, I shoot it around 640 and it always looks beautiful.
And you're doing like a 2.8 or?
Well, I never shoot lower than 2.8 ever, because it's too risky. Even 2.8 is risky. 4 is good, but yes, I will go to 2.8 on the lower lenses, but I can't go lower on the 24-105 because that's a 4.0 anyway.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I can't shoot it at a lower f-stop. Any other questions about the backlight?
Bree Sessions is wondering, on an overcast day where it's darker and not getting a lot of light, can you still have the backlit effect?
You can, but the only way to do it is to take your client right back to the window and put the reflectors so close to her that you really are just poking your head and your lens in between. I've pushed it out to that. You do get it. You can do it. You know.
And can you remind us again about how far you push your ISO?
2000. I will go up to 3200 if I have to, but you very rarely have to. Because remember, you're only pushing your ISO to let light in. There's lots of light coming at the lens. So it's not, the problem is not the light amount in this shot. The problem is how much reflected light is going back to her face. Because essentially, even on a dull day, if you turn your camera to the window light, it's letting lots of light in. So the camera's not going to get confused or start throwing out, your exposure too much. What it's doing is you're not bouncing enough light back to the face to get that beautiful light on there. Obviously, the face is always going to be 2 stops under the background. So when you expose for the face, the background's going to blow out. So what you're trying to do is not get that extreme light. You're trying to even that exposure out a little bit more. Another way to get around it, and I've actually done this before, and I know it sounds terrible, but I bracketed for the face, and then I took the shot again, bracketing for the background, and then I blended the images together because I could not get the shot without flaring the background. So I did a bracket straight away, dropped my exposure, took a photo, another photo, put them together in RAW.
And a couple of folks have asked, do you turn the indoor lights off when you're shooting with this natural light?
Always. Yeah, indoor lights have to go off because they cast shadows and they put yellow highlights and all sorts.
One more quick question. How do you avoid getting the lines from the window panes?
Well, this is weird. That's exactly what I was going to say. The weird thing about this little lounge is as soon as I covered up those Venetians, I thought, oh no, I'm going to get a ladder right across my model, and it didn't. I don't know why. We even talked about it. We see these Venetians. Oh no, there's Venetians on the window. And as soon as we took a test shot with it, you never saw them. So we diffused the amount of light coming in, and it must, I don't know, I don't know enough about light. Maybe somebody else can answer why it didn't do that, but it didn't. Because what we did then was we wanted to do some tests. So we set up a natural light studio based on two things. We diffused the amount of light coming through the window, and we had a large polystyrene reflector on the left. So technically that large polystyrene reflector is $15, and the boxes in the middle are $15, and then the sheer curtain hanging in the window is $8. So it's at under $100. We decided we could just set up a little space like this. And as long as I have good natural light throughout the day and I could control the amount of light hitting my client, there was nothing I couldn't do in this space. So we got 4 sisters, these 4 gorgeous sisters came in, and we did a shoot of them, and we did an individual shoot of them, of each girl, and then we did some group shots of them just sitting on the polystyrene like this. See how they've all got their legs up so that I can get them as close as they can, and we're pushing them close as they can, working their front shoulder, long chin forward, connecting to their front shoulder, but bringing their heads in together so that their body language is all together. And we photographed all of them there. We did a curve, so we dropped the half box on its side. We got her to recline forward so her arm comes away from her body. She's tipped at a 45. We've still got one light source with a styrofoam reflector on the left, one light source coming from the right, and one light source coming down, so we had a reflector underneath at the bottom to bounce light back up to her so we could get a nice soft even light all over her. And then I've put this in there to show you how I take these smaller reflectors on location. So this video is on my website, and it's a great video for you to see when we're on location how many reflectors I took with me, because we took 4 up that day, and you can see Simona holding them. Basically what we did is the only light source in this shot is behind her. So if you put somebody with the only light source behind them without a reflector to the front of them, you will never light the face like that, ever, because it will simply be dark in the front. And you can see in her catch light what it's picking up is the white reflector, right? And so there is the shot with her only light source, and she has a natural hair light with the light that's behind her. So, you know, it's just such a beautiful soft light, and you can see the one single catch light is that reflector there on the right bouncing back. So there is a reflector here on the left hand side bouncing in as well to try and even it up, but that reflector's not hitting her eye. So in this one, exactly the same position as Casey, the other girl in the white sheet. We're in the same room. That room only has one light source, and that is behind her, so there is no other window. She is lying on a white bed, propped up on pillows, just in an underwear and a top, and I'm shooting her straight back into that light. So I have 2 reflectors in front of her, one at the bottom there that you can see, and one to the right going in, and I'm literally peeking through the little crack in the corner of those 2 reflectors. So essentially, if she's on the bed, let's imagine that this is the bed, the light is here, and the reflectors are big and around her like this, and I'm just poking my head through here. She's in a room of white, and because we've diffused the light, she's in the middle of a huge softbox, wouldn't you say? Because the walls are white, the bed's white, she's wearing white, the blinds are white, and the 2 big reflectors go to the ceiling. So she's sitting in the middle of a nice big softbox. And when it comes to photographing it, there's nothing that you can't do. As soon as I look at the shot, I'm very limited as to how I can move. Straight away, she's being shot into the backlight. I can see the bottom of the blind, so I'm going to remove it. I'm going to make sure the shadows around her face, I can just lighten them in Photoshop. And also, I did take her foot out there because it bugged me when I could see her toes, and I retouched it to that. Now, that was just one sort of single capture into the natural light with no other light source, and it's such a beautiful shot, and it's a shot that's brought me lots of work, because after I did this girl's shoot, I posted this, and I got so many phone calls to say, oh my God, I just love this shot, can I have something like that? This is when I really started to shoot into the backlight as often as I can, because I think it's so pretty. Okay, so that's shooting into the backlight and into that Any questions about that?
Yes. About 1 billion people are asking if you use spot metering, evaluative metering.
Yes, I spot meter in the back of the camera to the face. Usually when I focus on the eye, I obviously spot meter around the face because I only ever want to make sure that their face is exposed beautifully and that their eyes are incredibly sharp, and that is the most important thing that I'm looking for. And everything else pretty much can get controlled in the raw window after that. So if I focus just on that face exposure and just on that sharpness, everything else can be brought back forward.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. So no light metering. I haven't used a light meter since I shot on a Hasselblad. I haven't used a Hasselblad since we became digital in 1997. So it's technically been 15 years since I shot medium format film, and yet back then we were given 3 rolls of film per shoot. We were given 36 images to nail an entire shoot. With one, obviously we had a light meter to the face, so we would meter, we would set the blad, we would take the photograph. If you got a blink, you had to watch for blinks and then take another one. And 36 was being generous because my boss negotiated it down because he wanted to just do it in 2 rolls, one 12 roll of colour and one 12 roll of black and white. So if you think about back then how we were shooting portraits with 24 frames or even 36 frames, then you realise now that people are walking out of shoots having shot 600, 900, 1,000 images in a shoot, which they're binning because that's why people are calling us machine gun shooters, because, you know, you've got a digital camera and you're just going bang, 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 and it's just crazy the amount of volume that people are photographing. I've heard people are shooting 4,000 images at weddings, more, 6,000 images at large weddings. And then having to process or edit or even archive that number of images is just outrageous. Bring it back to quality, not quantity. Slow it right down. The only time I multiple fire is when I'm doing the spinning, dancing shots and I'm trying to catch something in the air, or when I'm blowing lots of hair with the fan. I take multiple images because sometimes you get a perfect look and the hair is just not quite behaving, and then you just get it. And when you get the hair, you've got the shot.
Bethany P. from Rhode Island has a question. Does it matter which angle the reflectors are sitting at?
Yes, it does.
Do they need to be leaning back, or is it better perpendicular?
No. Obviously you have to look at the light, and whatever the light is hitting her, you have to adjust it. The best thing about holding a reflector up is you hold a reflector up with the natural light source and you look at where it's hitting her face and where it complements her face, and obviously if it's there, then that's where your reflector stays. But when I shoot back to the window, it's important that they are straight back to the window. You know, they're not like that, they're usually like that. So they're flat and straight back to the window. They're not usually pointing up or down, but I'm looking at her face. I'm working the light. A photographer will walk up to a client with a reflector and simply look at light like that, because I want to see where her face looks the most beautiful when it's illuminated. And you'll watch a reflector like this bring in an image up to 2 stops on the side of the face. So always looking for the light.
Question from Ivy Frames. Will you ever use a silver reflector to pump up the contrast?
Never. Never. I will never use a silver or a gold reflector. And if I am in a situation where I have to borrow a reflector of somebody, I would rather go to an art supplies and borrow a piece of white cardboard before I use silver or gold. I'm really sorry to the reflector company that makes reflectors, but I hate the glow that sits on the face. I just hate it. For my natural light, flat lighting, it looks horrible. Recently we did a shoot in San Francisco. We were in a hotel. We had no reflector. We needed an extra reflector, so we were pinning up the white towels from the hotel, and that worked. Anything white.
I just want to say to folks out there who might not be in the chat room, because we're getting tons of people asking about where to purchase things like that and the V flats. And there is we've dropped it in the forum, so for links of information. Okay. But the Gator Board Forum Core, if you go look in the forum, you can find out where to get that from.
And so for the other people that don't, the most asked question I get is, where do you buy the polystyrene from? Now, we call it polystyrene in Australia. I know it's styrofoam here. The film industry in LA uses a lot of it. It's called bead wool because it's made up of millions of little beads. This is one of the most asked questions I get. Google styrofoam. I found in every country, in every city I go to, I Google polystyrene and I find out where I can buy sheets of polystyrene. You can get them at Home Depot, you can get big sheets, you can get them at refrigeration places. But I found a place in Sydney that cuts styrofoam for movies. They make movie props and they cut them out, and they would make me boxes, and they could actually make me a styrofoam chair. I could do anything that they wanted me to, and you can find places like that, but they are the best reflectors. Anyway, I'm not going to spend half an hour talking about styrofoam, but it is one of the most asked questions on my blog.
So before we move on to makeup, we would love to know what it was like for you guys to be the model on the other side of the big reflectors.
Reflectors are a safe haven. They actually are, especially knowing, you think it's a private shoot, and then you realize there's going to be a camera in the back. I don't care how far back it is. You're still thinking, and then Sue comes with 2 monster reflectors, and it just makes all the world difference. You're like, okay, we're good.
And you're hiding behind it, and even we're behind it sometimes, so it makes a difference. Tell me, how did you feel having your hair and makeup done, Mapu?
I felt it was very relaxing. With Simona, she's doing your hair and just talking and stuff. It was very calming. It's almost like just calming. I was so nervous coming into it, but sitting with her for about an hour, I felt very relaxed. Almost like a spa. Like you go to the spa to relax, and it's almost how I felt.
Okay, so I want to talk about makeup next. Now, before the boys go, okay, this is where I'm going to go and do some chores and tune out because makeup doesn't interest me, because the girls are not only going to see and learn about hair and makeup, they're going to learn about how to do their own hair and makeup, which is so cool because all the girls want to know how to do their hair and makeup better. But the one thing I want to tell you is everything in my life, as I built my business, became entrepreneurial. Because I figured that when I became a business brain, or when I turned my creative brain into a business brain, everything became about not just making money, but fulfilling growth in myself and growth in my business, which is essentially making money. Now, what I did was, after 3 years, when I built the studio, and you hear my studio story with money tomorrow, but when I built the studio up and we were making lots of money, I got bored. And my creative brain was like, I've hired photographers, I'm no longer a photographer, I'm now running a business. Oh, yawn, I'm so bored. And so my brain just went crazy one day. I was sitting there and I thought to myself, I want to own a makeup salon. And I thought, okay. So I went to work the next day and I said to my business partner, I want a makeup room. And she was like, we have 2 professional makeup artists that work full time. So going back one more step, everybody in my world multitasks. When I employed 2 makeup artists, I taught them Photoshop. When they weren't doing hair and makeup, they were retouching. Yes. Do you know makeup artists are the best retouchers? Because they see the face the same way a retoucher does. Simona clones, she liquefies, she contours, she dodges, and she burns with the face. That's what she does when she puts on makeup. So I taught her Photoshop, my style, and they learn so easily because it's like putting on makeup on the computer. And so what I did was I taught both of those girls how to do Photoshop. So my 2 full-time makeup artists in New Zealand are 2 of the best retouchers I had. Okay? And that was their dual role. Everybody had a dual role. So now going back to the makeup room, what I did was I looked at the makeup girls and they would come into the studio. So we had 2 studios running simultaneously in the big studio with 2 photographers in each room with 1 makeup artist at each makeup bay inside each studio. So one client would come into this room and have her hair and makeup done and then be photographed in this room. She would never change rooms. And then simultaneously a second shoot would be going on with a second team, a second makeup artist and a second photographer. Now ultimately you have 2 studios, 2 photographers and 2 makeup artists, so you can make twice the amount of money. Okay, because we're now a big business. 3rd year we have 8 staff, including myself and a business partner. Then what happened was We had no room to sell our portraits in because we were shooting all day. So at night, the 2 shooting rooms would become viewing rooms, and we would sell our portraits 2 to 3 sessions in the evening. What happens then? You are running dual portraits, you're running nighttime sales, and you're working 12 to 15 hours a day. So what we did was, in the 3rd year, I got bored and we cut this room in half. We then put 3 shooting sessions into one room, and we turned one half into a viewing room that could be viewed during the day, and we turned the other half solely into a makeup room. Then both makeup artists were in the makeup room. 2 girls would come in together. They would have a dual hair and makeup and then go into the shooting room to be photographed. 2 more girls would come in, and these girls were being photographed privately over here, while these girls were having their hair and makeup done in the makeup room. So we got 3 beautiful big Italian mirrors, we got beautiful makeup chairs, we bought bottles of perfume, and we literally had this beautiful little boutique room that was the makeup room. We changed the name of the studio then to Makeup and Photography Studio, because I wanted the makeup studio aspect of what I did to become its own entity. Then I could advertise my business as a makeup studio that gave away portrait sessions, and I could advertise my portrait studio with a makeup room, as in I could keep my photography clients by offering them hair and makeup professionally. So if you were going to an event, you could pop into the makeup studio and get your hair and makeup done. That was my idea. That was my reason behind it. I wanted to be the first makeup studio in New Zealand. I wanted to have an actual makeup studio. How often do you go to a special event and you wish you could go and get your hair and makeup done for $80, a full, like what Simona can do? Just walk in, pay her, she does your hair and makeup, you look gorgeous. Unless you know a professional makeup artist, most can't do hair and makeup. They can only do one or the other. You can go to your hairdresser, and then you can go to the MAC counter, but it might not be the same and it might not look gorgeous. So one-stop shop. So what I then did was I pitched to 4 different makeup houses that I wanted to exclusively use one makeup product. And the idea here was I no longer wanted to pay full retail for my makeup. I wanted somebody to give me a wholesale discount on my makeup. So I wanted a unique selling point in my studio. I wanted a gorgeous place. Women love makeup. They just absolutely love it. And they also wanted to have, I also wanted to have a great way to advertise my business that was a little bit different, and I also wanted to have access to wholesale product. So I'm repeating myself now. So what I then did was pitched it to 4 makeup companies, 2 little independent makeup houses in New Zealand and 2 big ones. Now the big fish that I went after in the end was Elizabeth Arden. Now they're globally 3rd in the world, so of course I'm never going to get a reply from them. I'm just a portrait photographer in Auckland, so they're certainly not going to ring me back. But none of them rang me back. I said I want to create this makeup room. None of them rang me back except Elizabeth Arden. So here I was suddenly faced with meeting the senior sales manager of New Zealand, and when she came into the studio I was terrified. Like, I was so scared of her, and she was so amazingly confident and strong, and I was just trying to have my poker face on. And she walked through the whole beautiful studio, and she saw the poem and the floor and the big doors from Rajasthan, and you know, she looked at all of the images on all the walls. She stopped and looked at every large photograph on the wall, and then she looked in the makeup room, and she turned around and she said to me, "What do you want?" And in my mind I was thinking the ability to purchase makeup wholesale. And she said, "How about we give you 2 of everything?" And what happened next was about 3 days later, 11 boxes of makeup turned up, potentially $20,000 worth of makeup literally turned up at our studio. And we got that because we asked. You know, and I will never forget that moment of hearing 10 screaming girls, including myself, unpack this makeup, because all of a sudden we had this incredible makeup room with a whole makeup table of makeup, and we were just, I cannot describe to you how incredible it was. And all of a sudden we looked sponsored by this incredible company who had given us their beautiful makeup to support our business, because we would support their business by doing beautiful hair and makeup. So the opportunity to create things like that is always there in your business. You just need to think always, I always look at it like this. Take your mind and put your panoramic lens on and just think a little bit wider. So whatever you think sometimes, just think more. Like, I could never have envisioned that that was going to be what I would build, but all of a sudden I had this makeup room, I had a selling room that was operational during the day, I had a fully booked studio with a triple shoot going on every day, and I had this beautiful space. And that is all achievable for anybody. So makeup became my thing. Nowadays, I see constant photographers in wedding and shooting boudoir and shooting where people are trying to hire makeup artists. And I think that after 22 years of having a full-time makeup artist in my life, I think I've seen seen it all when it comes to hair and makeup. Out of maybe 400 makeup artists that I've worked with, there are 5 or 6 actually that I would consider being the best I have ever seen. And I'm going to tell you what makes them the best. I'm going to tell you what makes them really good. I'm going to tell them why Simone is in that top 6. And yeah, so I'm going to get Simone to do live makeup, and while she's doing that, I'm going to teach you about makeup. I'm going to talk about how to pay them, how to bring lots of different makeup people into you, lots of ideas to work with makeup artists. But more importantly, if you are marketing to women as a product, then the option to have their hair and makeup done professionally should be arranged through your studio, and if it is, the benefits it can bring your studio. Is it break time?
Is it break time? That's a good question.
Is it?
Do we have questions in the audience? I just want to say jaws are dropped around the world. What an incredible story.
It is an incredible story, and I can't wait to tell the story tomorrow, because it is a fairy tale story of how my business became successful. And I still to this day tell that story, and I still think to myself, at the time I was aware of how amazing it was, but when key things like that happen, it's not until I look back on them that I think, it was so magical that we had those opportunities and that anybody can create them.
I have a question. Why have someone do hair and makeup and not have like one hair person, one makeup person?
Because then you're paying 2 people for the same amount of time.
Do you pay them twice as much?
No. Well, if you pay 2 people for an hour, it will cost you this much. If you pay 1 person for an hour, it costs you that much. So, And why? Everybody in my world should double skill or go away. If you are not coming into my business with 2 incredible skills, you are redundant to me. I am a multi-skilled woman. I need to be able to be good at a lot of things and okay at a lot of things, but I need to be able to multi-skill. And if you can't bring to the table, and in fact, anybody right now, if there's any makeup artists out there, if there are any photographers out there struggling and they're just starting out, I will tell you one thing right now. Anybody in the photography world right now that has exceptional Photoshop skills will never starve. Because right now there is a hunger for all the photographers I know to have paid Photoshoppers helping them out. They are getting between $20 and $30 an hour. They are getting 4 weeks of work. When I started my business, I had 1 year between going from a wage mentality to try and start my own business. What I did was created a wage. How I survived was I taught Photoshop. I taught Photoshop to photographers, and they paid me $100 an hour to do this. Right now, the Photoshop skill is one of the greatest skills you can have in terms of print finishing and post-production. And if you can work part-time in a studio offering their Photoshop or helping with their Photoshop, you will not go hungry in this industry. There is a cry for people that need help with their post-production. Also, we're photographers. We've stopped spending time marketing ourselves because we're spending 30 hours a week on Photoshop. Stop it. Pay somebody else. You've got to start thinking smart. So what we're doing now is we've put Amanda into hair and makeup, and we put her hair, we set her hair already because that can take a good 20 minutes, and we've left a couple of strands out there for you. Now, over the last 20 years, I've watched the evolution of hair and makeup. And I was there when the Jennifer Aniston Rachel cut came in, and obviously everybody on the planet had it. I was there when the splicing came in. But right now what's in for us is a large, loose wave. And we accommodate all of our clients based on the sort of hair that they have. Sandra came in with naturally tight curls. So we tonged her curls so that they were loose and large and then pulled them out for her, but we still maintained the way Sandra looks naturally. Obviously, TY has a gorgeous fro, and we worked all of her hairstyles around what her beautiful hair does. Mapuana has thick, lots of hair and curly hair, and we defined her curl and smoothed her cuticle with nice big soft curls, and then blew her hair with the fan. And then Amanda has long, straight, fine hair, and so we styled and curled her hair, and then we pinned it exactly like this. So what Simone is doing is she's using the curling tong, she's setting the curl, and she pulls the tong out, and the curl is still hot at this stage. And then what she does is she holds it with a little pin and she clips it together. So not dissimilar to the way we used to roll hair in rollers or hot rollers. This is just a really great way to get volume and to get movement. Yeah. So also talk about, you can talk about how the direction that you choose to roll your hair in, and how easy this is to do. And
so the most important thing for me is that I don't take the hair and wrap it around the tong. I actually open the tong up and start pulling the hair through, and at the same time I'm twisting, so the whole strand of hair is gliding through, and I'm smoothing it at the same time. So I'm creating a curl and creating smoothness.
Do one again, do another.
Yeah, I'll do a demo if you want to come closer maybe.
So obviously the most incredible thing at the moment about hair, turn that way a little bit more. Yeah. Is that we tend to see hair themes, so we tend to see the same theme come in. So for most of our clients, they are getting their hair set exactly like this.
So this way I'm rolling under. If I've got someone with lots of hair and I don't want the curls to come out too far, I can also roll sideways, and I do my section sort of this way around the bottom. That gives a more dropped, looser curl, more towards the bottom. But with finer hair, I want to create as much volume as possible, so I tend to go this way, creating lift and then the curl under.
So obviously when she's holding the tongs parallel to the ground, then the curl is going to come this way when it cascades down. And if she holds it parallel or horizontally back away from the face, then the curl is going to wrap away from the face and wrap into itself. So it's going to get more volume if she's holding it parallel, and it's going to unwind nice and full because it's going to pull away from the crown and then unfold that way, right? Okay.
And I do use setting lotion before I start tonging. I spray it all through the hair and then brush it through with a big paddle brush, and I spray it till it's a little bit damp with this. Brush it through. Sometimes I'll get the hair dry and just dry it into the hair, then brush through again so it's not all stuck together, because this tends to do that. This is White Sand setting lotion, which gives any hair hold. It's quite amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. So with regards to, we're saying tonging, these are called curling tongs. So a lot of people know them as curling irons, or we call them curling tongs. They've been tongs since the 80s. So we call it tonging, curling tongs. So for the people out there that are going, what is tonging? Is that one of the questions? That's what we're talking about. We're using curling tongs, or curling wand, or a curling iron. So we call it tonging. So
you can also use the GHDs. I just find this gives my curls a smoother, more rounded, bigger curl than the GHD.
Do we have the GHD here? Is it plugged in?
We do. It's not plugged in.
If you give it to me, I'll plug it in.
I don't know where it is actually. Can I be excused off set?
Okay, you carry on, and I'm going to go and get it.
Simona, what is that, like a 1 inch or what's the?
I think this is a 1 inch.
1 inch.
There's sometimes you can get one that's a little bit bigger. I find that doesn't tend to hold as much. That drops out a lot more. Although with the spray, things tend to hold. Hair that really doesn't curl will curl and stain.
Okay.
And you can also curl it till it's a little bit crunchy. Sometimes when I pull it out, spray it on,
it goes hard. But then I can brush it out and it'll still hold and it'll have bounce and shine. So it's great.
And Simona, I just wanted to let people know out there online that, because we are getting a lot of questions about people saying, what's that, what's that, what's that? Yeah. If you go to the forum for SUE's class, there is a section on makeup, and there's information from Simona there. So a great place to go get those answers to those questions.
Okay, so another question that we'll get asked a lot, and I do write all of this on my blog. Another question we get asked a lot is we use straightening irons all of the time, but we don't use straightening irons to straighten hair. The days of having dead straight hair are pretty much gone in terms of fashion for hair. Every now and then I will get a client that comes in with completely straight hair that wants completely straight hair, but that would be quite rare actually. So the straightening irons are used to curl. Simona's using a curling tong to get a rounder curl and a nice bouncy princess type curl. But if you want that sort of rock star, sort of Kim Kardashian type curl or flick back, you can use the straightening irons to curl. The same way you curl ribbon with a pair of scissors is really the same way we curl. And so I'll get Simona, you can do this on the front of mine. With an iron, and you can see how we curl with an iron.
Can I go on that side for a sec? So, right-handed. Let me go through the front here. So again, it's the same thing. I guide the hair through, but it's always flat. I'm not letting the strand twist on itself. Sometimes if it grips a bit, Sue's got a bit of hairspray in her hair, it'll catch, but you just open up the GHDs a little bit and let it slide through. So it'll give you that sort of a curl.
So that's a different type of curl. That's sort of that beachy curl or that loose sort of rock star.
You can also vary it by not pulling the end right through or pulling it on an angle so the ends are straighter. If the ends are straighter, it's a little bit more relaxed, a bit more rock star.
Also, something that's really popular with what we're doing at the moment is we're sitting here like Amanda's. We're getting that nice tight curl. Now, obviously, the thicker and the more naturally curly her hair is, the more it's going to hold curl. Because Amanda has fine straight hair, it's not going to hold curl quite the same way. But what we then do is we take the curl out, so we drop it out once it's cooled down, because that means it's set, and then we brush it through, and the curls just all bounce up, so it's nice big hair. Now, maybe 5 years ago, 10 years ago, we would leave the curl structured, but the fashion now is to have big volume hair again, but with a curl in it. So we tend to curl it and then brush it out, so it's sort of like the opposite.
So see here, it's not as tight on the end as that first one. That first one wraps right around like a ringlet. So that's just, sliding through the end a little bit quicker and letting it pull through on an angle through the GHD.
And grab the brush out brush and show them what it looks like brushed out.
Red Degree in the chat room is wondering if someone has natural, very curly long hair, how do you work with it instead of changing so it doesn't look like a rat's nest?
Okay, so if you look at, first I'll just show you this. We'll just brush out the curl and brush it together to show you how it all grips in as a big soft volume. That's pretty much what we're doing at the moment, trend-wise, with all the photography. Just because hair goes in trends and we tend to look at what's really trendy and what people like. Also, once you hairspray that and then give it volume, it goes bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you get big sexy hair. If they come in with naturally curly hair, the idea of using an iron, a tong, or a straightening iron to curl is that you're smoothing the cuticle and making a larger, more controlled curl. So if Kenna came in and said, I want my hair naturally curly, I would leave it naturally curly, but Simona would take the outside strands and she would just wrap tight curls around a wand and just get a natural looking type curl, but nice smooth cuticle, so that you don't get that sort of natural ratty curl. Because not many people have a beautiful natural curl. Every now and then you see somebody with this amazing natural curl, but mostly we're trying to smooth it out and make the curl larger.
I would love to do that, Simona.
Yeah, we can do that. That would be cool. Okay, so this is kind of something that happens all the time. Simona quickly wraps the hair first, and while the hair is cooling down and setting, she's going to do a makeup. So my client is sitting in the makeup chair for about an hour. I don't want them in hair and makeup longer than an hour because they're going to be in the shoot for an hour to 2 hours. 3 hours is a long time because every 3 hours people generally need to eat something or have some sustenance because their energy levels start dropping. There's a lot of high pressure in a shoot to get it all done, to work through the shoot, to take amazing shots and maintain that level of fun and that they don't start yawning. People yawn when they're tired, they yawn when they're hungry, and they yawn when they've had enough. And so once they've had enough, it's kind of time for them to go home and they've had their great experience. So my makeup artist work to a 1 hour rule, 1 hour for hair and makeup. So she'll wrap all of her hair as quickly as possible into those pins. She sprayed it with that setting spray, and then she's going to go straight into the makeup. At this time in the studio, I walk away. Okay, I think it's really important for the photographer now to walk away from the shoot and allow your client and your makeup artist to just have some quiet time. I always employ makeup artists that are very gentle by nature, that touch really nicely to the face, that make you feel very relaxed, that when you're having your hair and makeup done. Now remember, for the mum client, which is the family first demographic that we often talk about, what I'm going to talk about tomorrow in marketing, to have a quiet hour with no children where somebody is doing that to your hair and makeup is one of the best experiences you can have. Mm-hmm. And if it's a family shoot, I make sure dad comes in and takes the children out of the studio and leaves mum for 1 hour. It is the best thing for a woman to experience, having her hair and makeup done with no kids. Okay? So you talk about what you're doing there.
So what I've done, I work a little bit back to front. If I know I'm going to do a really smoky eye, I tend to do the eyelids first and all the dark shading and everything, liner, doing all that first, and then I clean away under my eye, and then I do all my concealing and the rest of my foundation. So I've done exactly that. I've prepped the eyelid with concealer, and I've used a MAC eye paint, which acts like it's a waterproof eyeshadow base, and any eyeshadow that you put over the top sticks really well and lasts all day, and also the colour becomes nice and intense. So that's what I've just applied, and I'm setting it with just a really neutral matte soft sort of taupey colour on the mobile lid, which is this part of Amanda's eye. Okay, and just blending up towards the socket line here.
That's one thing I do want to address. The trends also happen in makeup changes, but not a lot. A lot of the structure of makeup hasn't changed. What changes are the colours we use, frostings. There are trends with glosses and then matte lips. And remember back in the late 90s where we went through the dead lip phase where everything was either purple or completely neutral, and we all looked like we were corpses because we had, pale faces, big splices in our colours. Oh God, that was a horrible time for glamour. It really, really was. So what Simone is saying is at the moment one of the big trends is to not put the foundation on until after. So everybody knows that the foundation base goes on first. But if you're dropping product on the cheeks, it stands to reason that it's going to grip to the foundation. So now makeup artists are preparing the eyelid, doing the eye makeup, and then doing the foundation. Now you can prime your eyelid by using foundation, or you can use an eyelid primer. And priming the eyelid means that the eyelid has quite a lot of oil on it. So if you look at most people's eyelids, it has a natural sheen. If you are trying to move product on an eyelid and you haven't primed it with either foundation or a primer, you find it very hard to blend your eye makeup because it gets stuck on the oil of your lid. So she's priming the eyelid with a base colour. So if you look at the screen here, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you this system. Now, for the people that have just bought the makeup cards, this is what they've bought. They've bought a makeup guide that they can print about 11 by 16 on 11/16 that they can laminate and use in their makeup studio. So this makeup guide I designed because when I would ask people how they wanted their hair and makeup, they would say, oh, I want smoky eyes. So you would do smoky eyes, and then they'd say, oh no, I look like a vampire, I look like, and it wasn't translating very well what people were wanting with their hair and makeup. So I did a natural light, medium, dark and smoky, to show people what it actually looked like. Now what I do is I hold this card up and I just show them. So this is laminated, and so when you get my makeup cards, you can print this out and just have it sitting on your makeup table. You can literally show it to your client and say, how would you like your makeup? And she can say, I'm more of a medium kind of girl. And she can actually visually see it. The best part is makeup artists have started to buy them because they find they can have them in their kit and just show people and say, how do you want your makeup? And she can say to the makeup artist, I want dark. So that guide there in itself is just the best part about it. That's what I designed it for, is to have it on the makeup table. Then what I did was I've put a kit in there to show you, as you practice makeup, it will show you the process that Simona's going through now. So Simona's at stage 1. She has got the lightest coloured makeup, and she has covered the whole lid from the lashes right up to the brow. She's prepared the whole lid with her lightest colour. If you want to get technical, we look at the makeup cards. This is how each of those makeups photograph in natural light. So we've got natural, light, medium, dark and smoky, and that's how each of them look when they're finished and photographed. And so that gives you a significant sort of look at how dark you want your makeup and how strong you want your makeup. A lot of people will get a smoky eye done and think that their eyes are very black, and then they have a look at them in camera and realise that it wasn't as dark as they thought it was. So it's really good that we show it. The makeup cards, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to say, Leslie Lee Photo asked, so does that translate to film, or does the artist have to go a little bit darker? So the ratio between what it looks like on the card versus what you see.
I actually think it looks a little lighter than it does in real life. However, you can't fall into the trap of having a client say, I'm really worried my eye makeup is too dark, and you going, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It won't look that dark. Because it happens all the time. And I will often say to my makeup artists, for some reason, it's their work. It's like telling a photographer you hate a shot and they've taken it. It's your shot, right? It feels like they're kicking you in the face. Like they go, ooh, I hate that shot. And you think, you hate it? You know, they're talking about themselves, but you're hearing they hate your work. A makeup artist will do somebody's makeup, and when they leave the room, I will say to my client, are you happy with your hair and makeup? And if they look at me and go, you know, I tried to tell her I think it's too dark, I will go back to the makeup artist and I'll say, her eyes are too dark, bring them down. Now, I don't say, do you think her eyes are too dark? I'm the boss. Her eyes are too dark, bring it down. And if she goes away and cries afterwards, that's not my problem. You know, I want to talk to her about what she wants, not what she wants. And my makeup artists know this about me. So here are the rules when you work for me as a makeup artist. We do not contour the face with bronzer. It looks like bruising in natural light, and I have to remove it on Photoshop. I hate contouring on the face. I do not allow blusher into my world unless it's a dusting of pink on the apples of your cheeks, because that hard blush line is done. It's 10 years ago. It looks horrible, and I have to Photoshop it out because I get these big blow-in shadows in the reds and pinks, and I think it's horrible. Remember, I'm talking about natural light photography. Flashlight might be a different story. Again, not my business. I only allow matte eyeshadows to the eyes. I do not want frosted eyeshadows in the eyes, with the exception of we used a semi-sheen on TY because we needed a beautiful light colour that was going to bounce up her eyes, and I loved her makeup. We do not use a frosted eyeshadow on an eye that's over 30, because if you have a wrinkle in your eye and you use a frosting, you see every little reflected crevice. Now, at the moment, the trend is dark glossy lips again, and actually going back to glossy and shimmery eyeshadows. It's very hard to find good mattes at the moment, but MAC particularly have beautiful matte colours. They don't have a lot of them, but they do. And Makeup Forever at Sephora, they currently stock a beige, which is a beautiful base, They stock a good mushroom for the lid and a black and a dark brown for the contour that is purely matte and that looks really, really good. So obviously those are my rules. Secondly, third, frosting, blusher. The most important line on the face for me is this dark line in here, because when the chin is forward and down, it defines the eye so beautifully. So there must be a black line that sits very close to the top eyelash, and if you look at all my makeup, you will find that black line. If you do not put that in makeup, I will burn it in on Photoshop. And it annoys me that I'm burning it in when my makeup artist knows that it is the most important line on the face, is that black line. So I always, I don't want lipstick. I want a light dusting of colour on the lips, and I want gloss, because I want that light to bounce up gloss, not a thick makeup lipstick colour. And so, again, when you look at every one of my images, you will notice a dusting of pink on the cheeks, no visible contouring. You will notice natural light lips with gloss. You'll notice a black line, even on the natural look with a light dusting of pink contour, you'll still notice a black line on the top of the eyelash. Every single one of our clients get half eyelashes on. Okay, not full eyelashes, because they can look too much. They either go Daisy the cow, or they can look a little bit drag queen. We don't want Daisy the cow, we don't want drag queen. What we want is sexy half lashes. Now, the half lashes are a normal eyelash just like this. We buy sets of eyelashes, and what we do is we cut one of them in half. We put half on this side and half on this side. So for the cost of one eyelash, it is the one thing that makes each one of our clients go, oh my God, I love that. Okay, so whilst I've been talking, Simone is at level 3, so let's catch up to her. She has dusted the whole lid with the lightest colour and the biggest brush. With the second brush down, she has covered the contour up to the lid, so up to the bit where the lid bends and creases in the eye, up to the lid crease. She has used a nice sort of dusty mushroom pink, and that has gone over the whole lid up until this level here. It does not go higher than that. At level 3, she has started to bring in a contour, which is the darkest colour with the smallest brush. So as your brushes get smaller, your colours get darker. Then what happens is you start contouring a little C from the outside. So if they're going to do a close-up of the makeup, at this stage, she's at level 3. Okay, so that explains all how to do that. Now, she is blending, so she has a blender, and the best blender that all makeup artists seem to be using right now, that I have, that Simona has, is the MAC blending brush. It's a soft, bunched up brush that does the most beautiful blend with eye makeup. You keep it clean, you contour with your smallest brush, and then you blend with your blender. Those 4 brushes are the only brushes you need to pull off a beautiful eye makeup. Now what she's doing is, after she's done this little contour here and under here, she's blending it all the way across to level 4. Now on a larger eye, because Amanda has cat's eyes, so she has that beautiful almond that shapes upwards. I have a round large eye that goes out this way. I bring my dark contour right into the centre because I have big eyes. The bigger your eyes are, the more dark you can bring into the centre, and that's how I get a full smoky eye. So I come right up to 5 and 6, but Simona's going to stop right here. She's going to blend to 4, and then she's going to put lashes on, because if she puts too much black on the inside of Amanda's eyes, she's going to make them look shorter. Whereas I can do that with a wide, because I have a wide, long almond eye. So the bigger the eyes, the further you can go along here, right? So then what she's going to do is, she's already put this black line in. Remember the black line that we talked about, which is the most important line to me? She's going to do that line again, and then she's going to put half eyelashes on. So you can watch that, because that looks really cool.
I'm going to do the foundation first.
Okay, foundation first.
So I've just cleaned up under the eye to get any fallout, and so I'm going to do her base and concealing. Then I'll do lashes and mascara and go over my black line again.
Okay, so while she's doing that, you can keep the camera on here. Oh, no, well, I do want to show you this. There it is, step 1, up to the lid. Step 2, to fill the lid only with a nice neutral colour. Step 3 is to contour the C. After you contour the C, you blend it in. And step 4 is to not go over the centre pupil, because we only go to halfway when we're bringing in the outside contour on the bottom. Then we're blending all the way over with a nice dark brush. The bigger the eyes, the further the dark contour can come into the centre. And then we're concentrating on that black line, making it nice and smooth, and then we're putting half eyelashes on. So this equates to a very beautiful glamour makeup. And it's for all ages. So we just, less is more with older women. Smaller eyes have less of a contour in the centre, but the same rules apply to everybody. So you can go back to her and carry on with that. Sure.
Do you always use these little pink egg things to put on the foundation, or do you use, because I noticed last time you used that and you used a brush?
Yeah, so I'll use a synthetic brush, something like this size, to apply my concealer and do maybe highlighting and just getting in around the eye, because sometimes I can't get my finger quite in. But for the foundation, I do use these sponges, or I've got foundation brushes as well, but these are my favourite at the moment. They call the beauty blender. And you wash them, sterilise them and use them again.
I call them stress balls.
They look like little Easter eggs.
Them.
Did I see you just spray some water on the sponge?
Oh no, I wet them before.
Okay.
I was spraying the Fix Plus on my cotton tip just to clean up underneath the eye, my fall away eyeshadow.
Somebody else sprayed her face with something.
That's the Fix Plus as well. So what I do when I start is I moisturise the whole face, then I put a bit of Fix Plus just to hydrate the skin, and then do my face over the top.
We have a couple of questions.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is, go ahead.
Simona Sue, what are your thoughts on airbrushing the makeup?
I do like airbrushing. I think it's great for the body, for contouring the body. But for this, I think you have to become a real master at it to do it really well for the face. And I just find this really fast. I can work really fast with my hands. I don't have to fiddle around with the mixture and getting the brush gun not spitting and all of that. So I've seen artists do it beautifully, but I prefer hands and brushes.
Thank you.
And Sue, did the rules on your cards, this is a question from Vivian Photo, apply to all ethnicities, or is there a difference?
Yes, I think it does. We're going to do TY's makeup next because we want to do the opposite makeup. But the same rules apply in terms of contouring her face, adding blush, but we're lightening her lips as well. There's a few tricks to make her makeup beautiful, and your makeup looks so gorgeous. And but it's exactly the same, really. There's just a few little tricks there. I think out of all of the girls, TY was the most nervous about having her makeup done, because she knows that a lot of people could potentially have done her makeup really poorly because they do not know how to do her makeup. But I knew that Simona knew how to do her makeup, so I was fully confident. It wasn't until afterwards that she went, because she realised that it looked so good and she was worried that it could have looked horribly wrong. So what are the biggest mistakes people make with your makeup?
When you're black, people tend to put brown makeup on you. And they tend to, and because I already have full lips, they tend to over pout my lips, so I look like that. And then people don't realize that black skin is not one color all through. It's lighter in the middle and darker at the edges. So a lot of times they would put foundation, and it's just one color, flat shade, and it's not very flattering.
Okay, so nobody's face is one color ever. So obviously you have to. That's why we contour and all the rest of it. But the truth is that we are bringing in that cheek blush and bouncing the colour up in the eyes. So it's always something I think we'll do you next anyway, and then we can see the difference and you can talk about that.
She's amazing.
But what other questions have you got?
There's quite a few people asking if you could explain the black line again.
Oh, yes.
Once more time.
Thank you. The most important part, I think, about the black line, what camera am I on at the moment? Oh, it's on her. The most important thing about the black line is when the eye and the chin comes forward and down and the eye is really defined right there, the most dominant line in the eye is the lash line and the inside wet line of the eye. When that is black and then the lash line, the half lash line pokes out, it is such a beautiful shape, wouldn't you say? It extends the eye nice and long. It defines the eye on the inside. They call this bit in here the wet line, and this bit up under here the wet line of the eye. And the reason it's called the wet line is when it's closed, it naturally gets moist, and so eyeliner falls out of that line a lot, and you do have to reapply it. So the wet line is important.
Question from Michi Photo. Does the foundation go onto the neck and arms as well?
No. Simona will blend down onto the throat. We never put foundation on the arms because nowadays we have a Photoshop button that smooths skin magically in 0.0 seconds, and it is so perfect, I'll show you that tomorrow, that I would not waste my time putting makeup on anybody's body.
Alexis is wondering if you can suggest what to specifically look for to distinguish between a good and a bad makeup artist.
I make every makeup artist who wants to come and work for me do a trial, and I make them do my makeup. For starters, they're generally quite nervous because I've told them my rules and how strongly I like my makeup, and I've shown them examples. You can show a makeup artist my makeup cards and say, I want you to create this makeup, these are the rules, and she should be able to recreate that. Secondly, they have to be somebody that you like touching you. The face is a very intimate place to touch. Some makeup artists clamp your head down with their hand. Some people are rough. Some people don't let you know that they're coming into the face, so your eyes will be closed and they'll just touch you with a brush and give you a fright. Other people prepare and touch your face and are very good at touching your face. And they're also right in your personal space. They breathe on you, they talk to you very closely. They're right up in there. You want them to have an energy around them that makes you feel the way a therapist, like the girls said, it was like they were at a spa and they're getting their hair and makeup done. That, you know, the girls have a beautiful energy. They're nice and soft. They talk softly. They always have breath mints. They smell nice in their own personal hygiene. You like the way they're touching you. You feel pampered. So if somebody does my hair and makeup, then I can feel how good they are. And that's really important to me. Obviously, they're usually quite nervous. And secondly, I don't have a 20-year-old perfect face. So if you can do a good makeup on me and hair and makeup on me, I know you can do that for all of my clients. And I need you to be exceptional at doing hair. So if I got a makeup artist that was freakishly good at makeup but average at hair, I would train her further. Or if she was freakishly good at hair but needed more makeup training, I would train them further and just say, look, I like your personality, I like your hair, but your makeup's not good enough. When they start crying, then you can explain that it doesn't matter because you're going to make it better for them. Look, I have to make two things really clear. One of them is you're here to work for me. Whatever you know about makeup is about to change because I know more. Not about makeup, but how I want it photographed. So I make that really clear. And when I make that clear, a lot of makeup artists give me a bit of attitude, but once they see it come off the camera, they 100% get what it is that I ask for. And then I look at it like this. I do not ask a makeup artist how much they charge. I do not say, so how much will you charge for that? And have them say, well, I charge $400 for half a day. I will look at a makeup artist and I say, Sandra, I've got 2 makeups on Tuesday and I'm paying $100 for hair and makeup each. Are you available? And Sandra will say yes to that. But I'm not going to take a quote at $400 when I want to pay $100. I will ask her if she's available on Tuesday at $100 for hair and makeup. And she's going to say yes to that if she wants the work, and if she doesn't, I'll ask someone else. Yeah.
Smart.
Excellent answer.
Question? Quick question. Just coming back to hair for a moment. I know we talked that we might be able to talk to the reasoning for the direction of the curls. And the other thing I was hoping you could speak to is what happens when a woman with short hair comes in. What do you like to see happen?
What I like to see happen generally with short hair is if you look at Simona, she has very textured hair and she knows how to style it. Most women with short hair do. It is the long-haired or medium-haired women that come in that can't style their hair. The women with short hair definitely have a distinct style about their hair, and often it's cut every 6 weeks, whereas I can cut my hair twice a year. And a lot of women with long hair will come in and not be able to curl it, but I very rarely would meet somebody with short hair that can't style it. I ask them how they want it styled, and Simona can style anybody's short hair. Short hair just goes with the cut. So you ask them which direction it goes in, they'll show, I like it like this. And this is really important. At the end, when you've finished your hair and makeup, before you're being photographed, go to the bathroom, put your hands in it, make it yours. Because no matter what we've done to you, if you don't look like yourself, you're going to hate your photographs. And I have to ask that question. There is a sign on my mirror. The makeup aspect of what you're doing is very important at any time. This is when you tell us if you're not happy. Make sure that the question is there for them to feel okay about asking you to change something. Now, if they want to change something and it's against what the makeup artist wants, I will override the makeup artist to give the client what they want. If they want purple lipstick and we're going, really? And she's like, I wear purple lipstick, then I'll give her purple lipstick. You've got to give them what they want, right?
Fantastic.
Do you ask women to come in with a clean face and clean hair?
Simona asks for you to moisturize usually in the morning and have a clean face. She also asks that you have clean, dry hair, not wet hair. So don't come in wet. We're going to have to blow wave it. That takes another half an hour. What we want is clean, dry hair and a moisturized face, because then makeup goes on, it's not dry. And it's really nice if women wash their hair the night before and then come in with nice, clean, dry hair. There is nothing worse than greasy hair. There is nothing worse than dirty hair. And there is nothing worse than wet hair. Yeah.
Question from Peace of the North. When just getting started, would you recommend as a photographer to learn how to do makeup yourself until you can afford a makeup and hair artist?
Yes. If you were doing one single girl, then that will work for you. If you are doing 2 girls or 3 girls or more, you cannot do the hair and makeup and shoot, because your first client is ready when it's time to shoot and you have another 2 makeups to do, and they cannot be sitting there waiting in hair and makeup while you finish the makeup. I think the interesting question about that is, I do my own hair and makeup. If I can't get Simona and I have a single shoot, I'll do the hair and makeup myself. I prefer not to, because I can then go and relax while she's doing that. I can finish up the jobs I need to do in my studio, prepare the studio, and walk in fresh and ready to shoot. That's really important for me. But if I have to do the hair and makeup, that's not a problem. Can we just go camera back to eyelashes? Because this is a really important aspect of what we do. What I love about this is eyelashes are the one thing my clients can't do. Like, very few of my clients put their own eyelashes on. And when we add eyelashes like this and they see them for the first time, it makes them literally gasp out loud, and they always say when they leave, oh, can I keep the lashes? And we say, yeah, go out tonight. And they're like, will they still be there tomorrow? Now, nowadays you can get eyelash extensions stuck on, and which ruin the base of your eyelashes, but they still look fabulous. But the best part about it is these half lashes, and they just make the eye makeup so sexy and cute. Little halves on the outside, going outwards. Did I answer that question about, okay, when
Yes.
I just saw that, so.
Heart Honeybee is wondering, where should one begin looking for a makeup artist?
Oh, I think they're a dime a dozen. I just magically find them everywhere. Most hairdressers, they're everywhere. Usually, if you shoot weddings, you'll know a string of makeup artists. If you ask a few friends, everybody knows a good makeup artist. You can go to counters, you can go to hairstylists. There are makeup artists everywhere. I find them everywhere. What Simona's doing now is filling in the eyebrows, which is very, very important. Eyebrows are a very strong feature on a face, particularly a very strong feature when you're photographing a face. What a lot of people don't know about eyebrows is a lot of people brush their eyebrows up and out, and you actually brush your eyebrows down and out. Okay, so the natural line of your eyebrow is to go straight out and then down here. So if you follow that line, when you line, Simona uses a pencil. I use a powdered brush. Everybody has a different way of filling in. You must use a much lighter colour than the brow. A lot of people try to use a brow colour that is exactly the same, and what you end up doing is blackening the brow. So for a medium dark blonde or a medium brown like your brows, I would use a dark blonde to fill it in. And a lot of people don't realise that. They try to go in with the same colour instead of a lighter colour. And she's just going to even her brows up so that when the face is photographed, there's symmetry in the eyebrows. A lot of people don't have very symmetrical eyebrows, and we're trying to make that even.
A question from Nadia L. how do you choose the eyeshadow color? Does the eye color come into play, or are you just using the same for everything?
Yeah, we pretty much use the same palette. One of the things I'll show you is Simona has arranged a palette which she knows is around the palettes that I use, and all of these are based on these neutral browns. So all of them are based on neutral beiges right through to black, and they're as matte as they can be. And so the shimmers are on this side, the mattes are all on this side, and the idea is that we work within that palette. And there is warmer and colder. There's a colder mushroom and a warmer sort of mushroom for the lid. But how would you determine, you've used quite a pink mushroom on Amanda, so how would you, why would,
I do look at the eye colour, yeah. And I'd like to mix sort of cool browns with greys as well, just so it's not all grey, because that can sometimes look a bit too cold. But I look at the eye colour. If I want to enhance a green eye, then I can go into more bronzy colours. But a lot of bronzes come with lots of shimmer, and which we don't use so much, so I tend to use the warmer brown colours as a base.
Okay. So you get a nice close-up shot on that
So her lashes are on.
Yeah, and the lash.
And I've just got to go over and darken the eyeliner.
Don't you wish you woke up like that in the morning? You know, like they do in the movies? Straight off the pillow, just... Oh.
What are your thoughts on freckles?
I love freckles. You know what? That would be a signature shot in my studio. That girl hates her freckles. And when she walked in and looked at me, I took one look at her and I said, "You are the most beautiful face I have ever seen." And she said, "Oh, I hate my freckles." And I said, "Do you?" I said, "It defines you. They are so strong." Some people hate their freckles, some people love them. You could have covered all of them up, but her freckles are very dark. Like, they're incredibly dark pigment. There is no way you cover her freckles. I think they're beautiful. Freckles are gorgeous. So some people want them removed, some people don't. Personal choice. Yeah.
They're very hard to cover completely if they're that dark.
Yeah, they
Because
are.
you have to choose a colour in between the lightest part of your skin and the freckles, somewhere in between, otherwise they're going to look too dark for the rest of their body.
Your freckles, Sandra?
I was going to say, if you attempt to cover them, it's fake. It is extremely fake because you can't. There's such a variation in the colors. There's dark, there's light, there's medium, there's everything in between. And it also depends on the time of year. I will pop in the summer. Like, I come out and I look in the mirror and I go, whoa.
So your pigment goes darker, which makes your freckles look darker.
That sun will pop them, and then in the winter I become very pale comparatively.
Yeah, you suit your freckles. I think people suit their freckles. I think, you know, freckles should be embraced. I think they're cute. Yeah, I got criticised recently on my blog for taking a before shot of a girl, and apparently I removed her freckles. And I don't even remember it being a conversation I had with her, but once I put her makeup on, the little freckles on her nose were gone, and somebody wrote a derogatory comment on my blog about, you know, sweeping away everything on her face. And I didn't mean for it to look over retouched, you know, but the thing is some people do get a little bit upset about that. It's the same thing between the argument is she better natural or is she better with a full face of makeup on? Who cares? It's her choice. If she wants to wear a full face of makeup, that's what she gets. If she wants natural freckles, that's what she gets. But we do ask. We don't just assume you want everything covered.
What works best for like blue eyes or green eyes? Is it green shadow or like what makes the eyes pop? What
opposite colour on the colour wheel? So on green eyes, it's a sort of a warm brown or a bronzy tone, something that's got a little bit of orange in it. You can use the same colour, but it should be lighter than your own eyes.
Okay.
If you want to do green on green, don't overpower your eye colour with a darker green shadow.
And so a lot of people think blue eyes have blue eyeshadow and green eyes have green eyeshadow.
Arlene Dix is asking, are there any special techniques for under eye puffiness?
Models use hemorrhoid cream. Seriously?
They do.
They use hemorrhoid cream because it shrinks blood vessels. There are now products, if you have that really bad sack of puffiness, other than tea bags and cucumbers and all the things to relax your eyes, a good night's sleep, there are now products that literally you can pat on that just go tight and pull it tight. It washes off at night, but it is, I've seen it. They trial it, and it is an amazing product that just sort of sucks back puffy eyes. But if you have naturally puffy eyes, Photoshop's going to obviously deal with that. Makeup's never going to cover it. Puffy eyes are just something some people have. Yeah. Actually, that brings up a really good point. Simona has this amazing pigment that she uses. A lot of the sort of Persian girls, that sort of Arabic, sort of dark, gorgeous, have really black rings under their eyes, quite naturally. And she covers that up. She has this amazing pigment that neutralizes that dark under there. And so there's lots of little secrets that makeup artists have in their little magic kits that hide little things like that. There's also the green makeup, which removes birthmarks on the face if people want their birthmarks hidden. You know, the bright red birthmarks can be fully covered with green makeup. And there's also a product now that Simona has that can remove tattoos. If you really want your tattoos removed, you can cover up. It literally pats on the colour of your skin, and I'm assuming Angelina Jolie has that in most of her movies.
You do need to neutralise the colours of the tattoo first and then create kind of like another layer of skin colour over the top. So it's quite a bit of work and a bit of practice to get it right.
So the question is it an art form when you have a makeup artist with this sort of experience, or can somebody like me who can just do the very basics that doesn't have all this other stuff achieve a similar result? And the difference would be this: I can take my hair and makeup to a level that looks good photographed, but I will never be able to get it to a perfect level that Simona can. I can do the hair and makeup and connect with my client on a personal level, but I cannot offer the pampering session that Simona can because I don't know how to do all of that. So I can almost achieve the same result without the joy for my client and without the finishedness that the client gets. You know, with a proper hair and makeup artist, they feel like they've been really treated beautifully. And if somebody is spending $1,000 with you, or $2,000 with you, or $3,000 with you, then they deserve that right, don't they, to be and feel that pampered as a service. We're going to talk about service tomorrow because it's a big part of what I offer. So back to makeup.
B. Alan Stewart, you might remember him from our in-studio class a couple weeks ago. He's wondering if you have any kind of makeup put on male clients.
Never. Men look very feminine with makeup on, very feminine straight away. As soon as you get makeup near the face, they become incredibly effeminate. And so I would rather the boys be shot harder in harder light and then retouch them if I need to remove something. But I'd never put makeup on boys.
So we have a lot of questions again about the eyelashes.
Sure.
First of all, folks want to know if you have them on and if
do.
Simona has them on.
Oh, I don't.
And then
hers are natural, mine are not.
And then if you could actually show them again and how you cut them and then where on the eye you place them, that would be wonderful.
Actually,
is there a certain brand that you use, or you just
I just shop around and find ones that I like that are not too hard and plasticky. There's a lot of cheap lashes on the market that don't quite bend into the client's eye. They look really good in the box, but when you try and get them into a small eye, they poke up and they're really hard to glue in. So I like ones that are quite soft and natural, not overly thick.
how close can you get to my eye? So you can see that I have a half lash on both of my eyes. I do a half lash on both of my eyes every morning. So I cut them myself, and it took me a little bit of practice to get it right, but I put a little bit of glue on. I cut the lash, I get a tweezers, I pick the tweezers, I pick the lash up, I dab it on, and I literally balance it right there, and I just slip it onto my eye, tap it on, and then mascara myself. I don't go out without them. I even go running with my lashes on. Like when I'm jogging, I will not wear any makeup, but I will have really gorgeous lashes and lip gloss. You never know who you're going to meet when you're running. And also, I carry business cards. So in my little Nike running pants, there's a little pocket about that big, and it fits 3 business cards and $20, so I can stop at a cafe and get a coffee on the way home, or if I run too far, I can get a cab home.
You do have to buy lashes, though, that are longest in the middle if you're going to do what Sue's talking about.
Oh, yes.
Some lashes do start out longer here and naturally go shorter to one side. So I buy the ones that are longest in the middle so I can cut them right in the middle there and then go this way on the eyes.
Yeah, perfect.
Thank you.
So I literally pull them out like this, and obviously we have one lash longer. We want to cut it dead center. So I do this every day, and I cut it right in the middle like that. And then this lash obviously is longest in the middle, goes on this side, and this lash goes on this side because you want it longest at the end. And the idea is that we're trying to put it on the most outer edge of the eye so that when the eye is to camera, it's here and it sweeps out this way, because the longer we make the eye, the sexier it is. Okay?
So sexy, Sue.
Oh, yo.
Leslie Lee Photo is asking, what are your thoughts about individual lashes?
Oh, I like individuals. Simona likes individuals. They're very hard to do yourself. Individuals are great, so definitely. They're a little bit more expensive. These ones work out to be around $1 a lash, and we use one.
Yeah, so these are the individuals. But what I do is I buy medium and short and long, and then I'll start longest and kind of work my way in to achieve that effect from longer to shorter.
Yeah, because that's the only problem with individuals.
Yeah.
They only come in one size per packet. So
you
if
do
you
need to blend.
because if you buy long and they start out long, then as you come in, they're still long in the centre, and it doesn't blend with your natural lash of getting longer as it goes out.
Thank you.
So if I look at our keynote.
By the way, people love this session right now. They cannot get enough of hair of makeup.
So we're dusting pink on the apple of the cheeks. It's very important that we're just using a little bit of pink on the apples of the cheeks. The apples of the cheeks is when you look at the camera, when you look in the mirror, with your lips together, smile, and that little apple comes forward. Okay, so we're going to just dust a bit of colour on there. Lifts the face up. It's a natural blush. No more long contouring through here or dark contouring through here. I want to look at a couple of different things. We went through a period of time there where we were doing coloured eye makeup. We no longer do this. It's not in fashion, and I don't think it looks very good. Every now and then somebody would like a beautiful, nice coloured lid, and I show them these images and they go back to that beautiful neutrals that I show you. But like I said, over the years, makeup trends change. The only difference between this makeup here and the makeup we're using is we're just using colours. The contour is still the same, the highlight is still the same, the eyelashes are still the same, right? Now up here, red lips. Red lips come and go in and out of fashion. At the moment, the red 50s lip is back. So that real 50s matte red looks gorgeous, or a glossy red that's not quite so strong. So not like that red lip, but more like a red gloss. That's really in right now. So you can go natural, you can go right through to red lips with neutral eyes, and then you can go through to a nice strong dark eye with red lips, which is very glamour. So those options are on the cards too to help you arrive at that point. And lip line here. So she's dusted a little pink on the apples of the cheeks, a nice neutral on the lips. Do you want to talk about lips, Simi?
I just do a very soft lip line, and usually just use a neutral colour, even if I'm going to add a stronger coloured gloss, just to define that outer edge and to maybe sometimes take it a little bit over. I don't tend to overdraw the lips too much when I'm using gloss, just a little bit outside the line here. And I like this little peak here to be wider rather than sort of a short, very deep V. So I tend to go out and over this way.
So question from Yahweh Wish, do you use blush with a red lip or just a light bronzer?
Blush.
Yeah. Either a soft pink or just more of a neutral pink, depending on their complexion.
And from Larry S, what do you do on thin lips?
Still line them a little bit with I definitely use softer colours. I wouldn't use a red on thin lips. Try and enlarge them as comfortable as the client will be with that, and then just use a light gloss and maybe do the centre of the lip a little bit lighter than the outer parts, just to make the illusion that they're bigger.
I've had a client with no lips. I've had a client with no top lip and a client with no bottom lip. You get that. You get people with small lips. You just concentrate on the eyes. you know, some people have a beautiful mouth and not very big eyes, and and they might like beautiful red lips on the, you know, everybody has a stronger feature and everyone knows what their own feature is, but when you do get really small lips, just try not to highlight the fact that they're really tiny. A bit of gloss and gorgeous eye makeup with long lashes will stop you looking at the lips anyway. Yeah, so I think what I've got on the screen now, just while Simi's doing that, are you putting a colour on the lips or are you just going to gloss it?
I'm using sort of like a moisturising coloured
a coloured gloss. Yeah, so a coloured gloss
very
for me.
soft, peachy, slightly pink colour, just a very natural lip colour.
This is all about natural glossy lips for me, always has been. I don't like the glitters or the shimmers or any shimmery. I hate shimmer. Shimmer to me is disco. You know, disco does not belong on your face in my shot. Okay, so a beautiful gloss on the lips is always beautiful. It always looks great to see people with shiny lips. I think they're beautiful. Then what we do now is we pull her hair down, we shake it out, we spray it, we set it how we're going to go, and we're ready to shoot, just like that. So while we're doing this, before she shakes her hair out, if you have a look at the screen, I have some mature makeups. So when I say the same makeup applies to older women, sometimes as we get older, less is more. We know this. We look better with less makeup on. We do not want to have really heavy makeup unless the client requests it. But ultimately, every one of these women are 50 and 60. You know, 50 and 60 now is so gorgeous. And 50 and 60 still wants to have beautiful makeup. So all of these women here, these women are 50, and the central one is 62, all have a medium makeup. Because if they'd all had a heavy makeup at 50 and 60, that would look too much for them. They're all very beautiful girls, and the same rules apply, exactly the same way of doing makeup. Same rules apply, and they can go as dark as they want. If they happen to be 60 and they want smoky eyes, we will let them have smoky eyes. So it doesn't really make a lot of difference as long as you're priming the eyelid. And there are certain things about an older face. We fill in lines a lot more than patting on to a smooth face. So if there's a wrinkly lid, we have to pick the lid up and prime it. You know, we have to stretch it out. But it's still basically the same rules. They're just harder to blend. And if you have a good makeup artist, they shouldn't have a problem with blending it. Okay, so pulling her curls out. I hope Amanda's going out tonight.
I think we need to. We go have drinks.
And then Skype your husband.
Yeah.
Sue, the internet is wondering if you would publish a What's in Simona's makeup bag on your blog.
Okay.
And if you'll come back for a workshop just on makeup.
Well, we have an idea that we're going to talk to Craig about on Monday. But this is such a huge component, not only for women to learn their own hair and makeup, but I just don't understand that after 20 years of having a makeup artist, I'm still meeting women that cannot do their own makeup, and I'm still meeting photographers who cannot and are not offering really good hair and makeup services. Doesn't it stand to reason in this day and age that the better your hair and makeup looks, the better your photography is going to look? And that it is the ultimate pampering for a woman to have a photo shoot with a makeup session built into it. I mean, it seems to me to be the deal breaker between me and other photographers. I know at a time 5, 6, 8 years ago when I was building the studio, people are always going to choose my brand over others because they suddenly get this incredible experience tied in as well. So just so you know what we're doing, she's released the curl and she's just going through and doing a tease and a back comb through the base. Because Amanda has fine, straight hair, it's going to pop out when she puts a little wee tease through the crown.
So you talked about how to find a makeup artist that you liked.
Yes.
You can attest to them. How do you know that they're good at hair?
Because I make them do my hair, and I can tell immediately. Yeah, immediately. Simona is not a hairdresser. She's a makeup artist that is trained to do hair. There's a difference. Sometimes I meet hairdressers who are trained in makeup. But Simona can blow wave my hair like a hairstylist can. She has been trained by a hairstylist. She can blow wave like a hairstylist. So can I. I trained in hair when I left school. I went and did hairdressing for 1 year, and I can blow dry like a hairdresser can, but not many people can. A lot of them are makeup artists but just don't have that hair skill, and they need to upskill in order to be really good at this. They really need to be able to do a hair and makeup. Just so you know, Simone is not only a photographer and has been a professional makeup artist for 20 years. She's done commercial, she's modelled, she's done commercial makeup, she's done, Australia's top model. She does all those sort of big commercial jobs. She loves doing the hair and makeup just for photo shoots of everyday women that aren't that, amazing model hair and makeup. What she loves about it, ultimately, is that she gets to make people feel good. Simona runs her own makeup business as a full-time job. She is SimonaYanik.com. She runs a wedding makeup business and a makeup business for television. She runs a studio at home as a mum with 2 6-year-old girls. She has a makeup studio in her house. So when I met her, Simona's husband is one of Sydney's best wedding photographers. She's been married to Graham Munro, who's a wedding photographer, and yet she never wanted to pick up a camera. She's been a makeup artist all these years until she met me. And then when she met me, she saw what we do, and she came and did a couple of shoots with me, and straight away she said, I want to shoot this. Because she finally got the connection of what she does with what I do. And she saw, that sort of come together, and now she's shooting at an exceptional level because she's been working with me this last year and a half. Yeah. So here's a really good example of putting on the outer lash and where to connect it to. We've got our mature woman up here, dusting on the pink, but exactly the same rules apply.
It can go either. Yep, more requests for Simona to be on Creative Live.
All right.
So another product that I've been using for the last 2 years or so is this dust, and it's a sort of wet feeling powder that creates hold and sort of grit in your hair. So fantastic for girls that don't have that natural lift. You just sprinkle it into the roots, either rub it in or get your hair dry and actually blow it through the hair a bit, and it just puffs it out and keeps it there.
And what is it?
This one's by Schwarzkopf, called Dust It, in the Osis styling range.
It feels like talcum powder with grit.
Yeah.
So as you tap it into the crown, you sort of wiggle it.
It feels wet.
And it just grits. It just sort of grips. And the hair just goes doing. So for fine hair that you want, I don't need volume. I try and make my hair smaller by ironing it out. But for fine hair, as soon as it goes into the roots, it just stands up. And then at any time, I'm going to get Simona to show you how she uses. Because that is really important. A lot of people will do hair like this, and the makeup artist might leave. Let's say you're a photographer and the makeup artist goes home, and all of a sudden your hair just goes vroom on your client. Simona has this way of putting her hands in and just going vroom and re-volumizing this sort of beautiful big bombshell curl, and people want to see how she uses hair while we're shooting, and it's really such an eye-opener.
But like with Mupper's hair, I curled it and it was way too much, wasn't it? So then we used the hairdryer to drop it back out because it was just a little bit too bouncy.
What do you do with people with like Polynesian hair, like that really thick?
Same thing as yours.
Same thing. I blow dried yours first just to get it smoother and get the volume down, and then with the setting lotion, I tonged it. Ended up being a little bit too curly. So probably in hindsight with your hair, I didn't need to set the front. I could have just set the back to keep the curl there, and just tong the front and let the curl sort of fall out as it's still hot, and that will stretch it just slightly, which is what I ended up doing with the hairdryer, is going over it to blow it out.
So it's all about heat. Okay, heat styles hair, and when the hair cools, it sets. So if you pull hot rollers out or tongs out quickly and the hair cools down and you stretch the hair out, it cools stretched out. If you wrap it tight, hot, and then let it cool down while it's tight, and then it goes to cold, and then you pull it out, it'll go doing, doing. So your idea is to get the best curl is to let it get as cold as possible, Now, the only thing that gets rid of that, so let's say your hair bounced right up like this and it was too curly, the only way to pull it back down was to reapply heat, because it's got a memory, hair's got a memory, and as soon as you applied heat, it started to rework again. That's the beauty of hair.
So another question is, we touched on this a little bit earlier, from Photo Gaudi. At what age do you begin makeup on girls and lashes on girls?
Okay, I assume everybody under the age of 18 only gets mascara and lip gloss only, unless the mother and them agree on otherwise. There's a fine line between going with what the teenager wants and going with what the mum wants, because if they're arguing, you have to be neutral. But the truth is they have to sort that out and you have to come to an agreement. The most important thing that I don't want to see is a whole lot of seniors getting their hair and makeup done looking like Hollywood starlets at 17 or 16. What is your senior's age? 16, 17? 18. Okay, well, 18's a bit different. They've generally got a car. You know, I was living on my own at 18. I wasn't at home. I was able to choose my hair and makeup. But the senior's shot has got to be a blend between gorgeous, leaving your teenage years, going into womanhood without looking like a hoochie mama. Right? You know, you want that beautiful blend of sophisticated, I'm growing up, but not looking trashy.
What is the best way to shoot older women with thin, short hair?
Less is more. Style their hair exactly how their hairstylist does it. Ask them how they like it. Apply a nice medium makeup exactly the same way. And we still, that 80-year-old woman that I showed in my PDF yesterday, Simona put eyelashes on her. What did she say to you after you put her eyelashes on?
Oh, she wanted to have permanent.
She's like, I just want them all the time. She was 80. She was like, look at my eyelashes. And yet her makeup was very neutral, powdered, very nice, little bit of blush, and she just flipped over the eyelashes. Yeah. Wouldn't stop talking about it. She was so beautiful.
That's what makes the biggest difference, I find, in older women, because their lids do tend to sit close to their lash line. So no matter what you put on, it kind of disappears anyway. So the lashes and recreating the lash line and then just doing soft contouring maybe on top of that crease, what sort of works best, just defining the lash line and stretching them out maybe sideways a little bit more rather than lots of colour going up.
So we have about 17 minutes until 4 o'clock.
Well, I want to do TY's eyes so that you can see the difference. So let's just have a quick zhoosh, shall we? So as I'm photographing, I put the girls through lots of things. One of the things I like to do is I really like to walk up and bring this fringe down like that. So I really like it when the fringe flows across the face and down. I think it looks really soft over the eye. I'm always bringing the face out. The second thing I always do is I put my hands in and pull their hair away from their ears, because I generally want to see earrings. And I feel like if the hair is on the face like this, you don't get to see the beautiful shape of her face. So I'm constantly pulling the fringe down, opening it up through the ears, and then bringing the hair forward. So over a period of shooting time, when I do this a lot, what ultimately happens is she starts getting flatter and flatter and flatter. And this is when Simona comes in and fixes what I've been pushing down. So she goes straight up into the roots, and she uses her fingertips right on that gritty stuff that she's put all through the crown, and see how it just pops straight back out again.
Sometimes I do have to go, depending on the hair, I might have to go back and re-tease a few sections, or even retong if the hair's really falling. But generally you can just reset by massaging the hair up through the roots.
So she went up under by the ears and just wiggled up through the roots of the hair. The other thing we do is flip. So you can flip forward, all of your hair forward, and you can massage it through that way, and then spray the hair here, and then when you flip back, obviously the first thing that happens is that bounce out. But because of the way she's pulled the curl out, and because then she set it into the roots, and she teased down that root line, so it's teased all the way around, the base is already in there. All she has to do is put her fingers in and massage it up, and it just goes doing and sits back up again. Often really big hair in real life doesn't look that big on camera. Have you noticed that? Because obviously the head is spherical, so it drops away and you don't quite get that, you know. So I'm always like, cool, bigger. Oh, good, bigger. Oh, make her hair bigger. And if I can't make it bigger, or I blow it with a hairdryer and make it as big as I can. So, big hair. Any questions about that before we go to TY's eyes?
The internet says you're beautiful.
Yay!
A question from Kim Hill. Is there a trick to getting the lashes to not come undone during the shoot? I'm finding that every shoot I'm having to re-glue about an hour into it.
Interesting.
I'm not sure what glue she would be using, but I use duo glue and they never come off. If I've stuck them on properly, what can happen sometimes is you get one part of them stuck on the lid. Then that will come off. But if you get it right into the base of the lashes, into the lash line, then they should stay the whole time.
Okay, the only thing that makes my lashes come off during the way, because I use Duo as well, DUO, you can buy this at the MAC counter. It is the best glue you can buy. The only thing that makes my eyelashes start peeling off or open is if my eyes water, because it's water soluble. So if I cry or I wet up into that glue, they tend to lift off on the ends. But I've been wearing my lashes since 6 o'clock this morning, and I've got no lift and no pull on either side. So that is definitely the product, and as close as you can to the roots of the eyelash. I'll let Simona talk you through the difference between the similarities and the difference between TY's eyes and Amanda's. I'll go and sit over here and be quiet.
TY's got a beautiful big mobile lid, so that's this part, and it's very visible when she's looking straight at you. Amanda's tends to be a little bit more deeper set. There you go. So the shape of the eye is not such a big difference, but I think it's more the colour of TY's skin that you can make it look quite muddy if you just use one colour base or one colour concealer. So what I did use on, have we got just time for eyes or the whole?
You've got 15 minutes to do eyes.
Okay. So I used this very bright yellow colour to brighten her lid and just to use that as a base on her eyelids there. Give me a sec, I'll just open that up and show you. Also, TY's foundation is a really nice sort of warm yellow or warm orange colour, just to brighten her complexion, not make it any darker or any duller. And I did use a lighter colour all through here and a slightly darker colour through there, because naturally she's quite a bit darker, so you do have to go with darker through here and lighter through the centre of the face. So I'll try and be quick.
Should I take down the scarf?
No, that's okay. Okay. All right, close your eyes for me. We've still got a little bit of makeup on there. So this looks very yellow when you first put it on, but once you blend it into the skin, it just starts to brighten it for me.
Simona, do you like to stay during the shoot?
Yes, definitely.
Or she stays right to the end.
Yeah, because the makeup does need touching up. You know, I can jump right in when Sue's behind the camera, move her hair, zhuzh, reapply gloss, and definitely the hair needs more touching up than the makeup, I find.
And now I can give her the camera and go to the toilet. She can keep shooting. She's amazing. But no, more importantly, the experience of having the makeup artist with you the whole time is, do you see their faces when they're being touched by her? Do you see the way Amanda closes her eyes and puts her chin forward? When a makeup artist is using your hair and makeup, it is just a beautiful feeling. You feel like a princess. And if they stay for the whole shoot, you know, while I'm crawling around sweating on the floor, she can stand there and give them that beautiful feeling and just keep touching up their hair and makeup. I think it's a beautiful thing.
So I'm going to set the concealer this time with a little bit of loose powder. If I apply the eyeshadow straight on, it'll most likely crease throughout the shoot. So instead of using a base, this time I'm just using a bit of loose powder to set it. My eyeshadows will blend a lot easier over the top. So then what I used on the shoot for TY's eye was this beautiful colour here, which really just made her eyes pop.
Lots of patting instead of brushing. The eyelid has lots of oil, so if you smudge the brush, you drag the oil through the powder that you've prepared. So we use a lot of a patting motion. We get a lot of product on our brush, we press it into the brush instead of rub it. So if we press it in, then we press it onto the eye and tap it along, then we blend. But if you try and blend right from the start, you just drag oil right through the eyelid and you never get that beautiful build-up of colour that a professional makeup artist gets when they're doing.
And you
eye
end up
makeup.
with most of it down here on your face as well. So with darker skin, you do have to use colours that are very bright. The blush that we use on TY is a really beautiful colour. If I can get this open, a very bright orange, but you couldn't really put on anyone else. Okay, so I've got my base colour there. Now
Sue, when you are paying them $100 for a shoot, do you pay them anything more for staying longer? Quite a few people have that question.
You know, it's really weird, but I have never had to in my life because they love watching the shoot. Yeah. I try and make it experience for them as well. Remember, I also offer them something I'm going to talk about in business tips tomorrow, and one of them is I offer them that I might be paying them $100 potentially for 2 hours work, but I will give them an incredible shot for their folio. So every time they do a shoot for me, they gain another shot that they can use in advertising and they're getting paid. So I try to make it a full service deal and make it smart for my business. What I then did was hired full-time makeup artists and paid them $25 an hour and then taught them retouching, and then I got a double banger. But while I started out, I went through all of the different aspects of how to pay different makeup artists for what. So I've done it all. I've tried it all, done it all.
So right now, what do? You do $25 an hour plus the $100 for the hair and makeup? Or is
No,
it just
now I
$25?
work with Simona, so she
Right.
only works when she's shooting with me.
Mhm.
She's contracted to me as we shoot together. But in the studio in New Zealand, they were full-time, $25 an hour, full-time employees that were just doing Photoshop and makeup. Prior to them being full-time, I did 3 different things. I paid them an hourly rate, I paid them a per makeup rate, and then I bought my own makeup and just paid them a turn up with their brushes rate. So I'll put forward all of those options in the business thing tomorrow, and then you can see which one's going to work for you in terms of including a makeup service.
So the principle is exactly the same, whether you're doing a darker skinned person or a light skinned person with the contouring and trying to create depth in the eye. You just need to use different colours. So on TY's eye, I've used a really beautiful warm sort of orange colour on her eyelid, and then used this dark sort of deep wine colour, dark brown wine colour to create the contour, and a little bit of this sort of warm dark brown. And I'm just going to use a little bit of this. This is what we created a little bit of highlight with, even though we don't generally use so much shimmer. But this just made it pop a little bit underneath her eyebrow. And same thing, use black gel eyeliner, or you can use a pencil. I find on TY I need to use the gel liner because it's a little bit stronger, a little bit darker. And to apply it, I use a very, very, very thin, small angled brush. Just allows me to get right into the lash line and sort of glide along the lash line. And then if I want to do a little flick, the angle of the brush just makes it easier to create that beautiful point at the end. Now you don't always get a beautiful open lid like this, so I could actually go quite thick with the liner if I wanted to. So I've got lots of space and I'm not taking away from the openness of the eye.
So on the screen is the image that we took of TY, and you can see why all of the golds and the highlights that Simona put just under the brow are really bouncing. So they're not photoshopped in or highlighted in. What we did was we bounced that light that was hitting her very gently, just picked up all those beautiful highlights in the gloss in her lips, and that frosting on the inside contour and under the brow are just so beautiful.
And we did apply lashes for the shoot as well.
I can see too, if you look at that image, you can see the black line that Simona's doing with the liquid gel eyeliner, the gel eyeliner is nice and strong, that gives her that beautiful shape, and you can see how it shapes where the eyelashes are.
Open for. And look down and down sideways. So if I want to get right into the inner corner of the eye, I get my client to look down and then put their gaze to the side. Keep your eyes open, just look down and look sideways, just so I can get right in here, and I'll pull their lid up very slightly and down the other way. Just to get right in there. And you can also use the gel liner underneath the eye, underneath the lash line. Look right up for me.
So Simone, is the majority of your makeup like MAC for your eyes and then foundation, the Sephora stuff, or are there other name brands? Because that's a big thing for me. Like you see a million different name brands.
Yeah, I go for what's got really good pigment and what blends easily. And I also go for what I can put into palettes, because otherwise I've got a million little boxes and I don't know what's what. So MAC are great for that. I do love the Makeup Forever HD foundations, and I love the concealers that I use. They're called a full cover camouflage cream or a concealer. So you can use it as a full all over makeup, but I generally will use a lighter liquid or a lighter cream, and then where I need more coverage, I'll use these to either correct the skin or create more coverage. And they're great for under the eye as well, and also on the lid. I use that on you to start off with because they don't move. They really stick. They're quite waterproof, actually.
Simona, there are many, many questions about how to clean brushes in between clients.
Yeah, I generally
keep going with her eyes and
I'm just going to do a quick.
Keep going with her eyes, but I also want to address two things. One of them is cleaning brushes and sterilising brushes. Hair brushes is really important. Hairdressers do it, and makeup artists should definitely do it. But I just want to bring to light one thing. In certain states in the US, it is illegal to apply makeup unless you're a cosmetologist. Yeah. So obviously there is going to be that sort of, unless you're sort of registered or they are registered, you can be sued if you put makeup on somebody and they break out in a rash or anything like that. So you do have to be obviously careful of that. But yes, you must sterilise your brushes, you must clean your brushes, you must clean your makeup and your hair brushes between every client, just to get the product off it as well. Not only a hygiene.
So there are sprays that you can get that will clean the makeup off, and then what I do once in a while is actually shampoo them all and then clean them with the steriliser as well.
So can you show the colour that you're using for anybody who's doing makeup like TY's? They want to know. See, look at that colour. So even though it's a very bright orange, it's sitting so beautifully on her face.
Most other colours just wouldn't show up, or they start to look muddy, or it looks like there's nothing there. This is the other blush that we used, which is quite sort of a strawberry red colour. And let's do your lips. So I'm just lightening that lightest part, or highlighting that lightest part of TY's lip.
We all talked about this. TY's lips are naturally very dark. A lot of people make the mistake of either putting gaudy colours on dark lips and making them look horrible, or putting really dark lipstick on to make them look darker. Isn't that right? So the idea was we wanted to lighten them up first with the makeup, but make them look naturally lighter and then gloss them up. And that's why they look so beautiful in the image, because we put that lighter right through that bottom lid. Looks.
KG Photos 22 has a question about chapped lips. How do you smooth that out?
Once they're really dry and flaky, the best thing to do is put lots of balm on. I use pawpaw ointment, and then just actually use an old toothbrush and exfoliate them, or you can buy a little exfoliating stick to try and get the dryness off. But if they're really flaky, there's nothing instantly that you can really do.
Photoshop.
Photoshop, yeah.
Thank you.
In the photo, her bottom lip looks lighter. Did you do it like that, or is that just like the light reflecting?
Have a look what she's done there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So naturally she's got this lighter sort of half moon through the centre. And at one point we did put almost like a concealer on and then lightened it even more. I think that was for that actually. And then we did have the black lip as well. So it was like a blended black liner with just a slightly lighter centre and a sort of a transparent cherry gloss over the top. So we don't have the eyelashes on, but the eye makeup's the same. Maybe it was a tiny bit darker there actually.
So maybe just a nice close-up of her makeup and show everybody out there how beautiful it is.
Yeah, you can turn.
Everyone's saying you're beautiful.
So to add more depth, I was just looking at that, that's a little bit darker. I probably had a little bit more black on the outer very corner with just using black eyeshadow straight on. Close your eyes. I'm just going to add a little bit of that.
That gold and the base in her inner eye is so beautiful. It just pops your whole eye out, but it doesn't look wrong. It doesn't look too gold or too shimmery, but then you have that perfectly high lid, I suppose. Wow, that's beautiful.
So I've just added a little bit more black there, just to give her depth on that side.
Beautiful. What other questions do we have to finish our day today? Everybody's so quiet.
Once again, mesmerized.
Completely. Lots of questions about the products, exactly which colors to use on which skin tones.
Yeah, any makeup shop will be able to tell you all of those things. You know, you can go, the makeup girls now are practically on counter a trained makeup artist. And colours are really, you know, the reason that Simona is equipped to do anybody's makeup is she owns 1,000 different products on hair and makeup. Her makeup room has an entire cabinet and 3 closets filled with hair and makeup products. That's why she has TY's special blusher. I wouldn't carry that in my kit because when would I ever use that? But she has everybody's colours. And I guess you just, as a makeup artist, you learn how to blend and match colours that suit people. But if you work the base off what we were teaching you about where to go, then the only thing you then have to work out is what colours and products to use. But the makeup houses now that you go into, Sephora, MAC, they're incredible. They're very helpful. They can answer any question about if you want a certain look, what do I do? And they're all trained. They're all wearing makeup belts with brushes on them, and they will do a remote live makeup for you if you ask them a question to buy anything. So these days, that's not a problem, asking those questions and buying those products.
So maybe we could just summarize sort of the importance in your success in your studio of working with a professional makeup artist and how you sell that to your clients.
I believe it's a full service. I believe that from the beginning of the session, they've already taken with the idea that they're going to have their hair and makeup professionally done. The hurdle there is a lot of people don't believe that my hair and makeup artist is the best that they can have, because there are a lot of bad hair and makeup artists out there. So I need to be able to prove by doing before and afters that my hair and makeup artist is of the highest quality. The benefit is for the mums, for the women who want pampering, for the older women who get the lashes. It is the ultimate experience to sit in hair and makeup for 1 hour. I believe that my brand sufficiently states that you will not only have your hair and makeup done, which is included in your sitting fee at no extra cost, you will go out looking gorgeous that night. So I'm extending the experience of what I sell into the evening, and that you will have incredible portraits because you took the time to have a beautiful hair and makeup, and that you will have an incredible experience. That's what we're trying to give all of our clients. And I believe that has a unique selling point against other studios who just say turn up and you'll be done in 15 minutes. It is definitely comes with its own unique set of issues and its own unique set of problems, but it also comes with its own unique bonuses that other people don't have. Like, I go to work every day with a professional hair and makeup artist, so hello, they can help me out. And there's certain things that we do when we elevator pitch what we do. And I know if I said I'm a glamour photographer over the last 15 years, people would go, ooh, yuck. But if I said I shoot contemporary portrait and I have a professional hair and makeup artist, or I say I'm a makeup artist and a photographer, full stop, that people stop in their tracks, look at me and go, tell me about that. And it has been the one, I think, defining factor that has kept glamour alive for me for 15 years. When it died for 20 years, long after it died, the fact that I can still do this and then create this with an everyday girl has defined me and kept me away from everybody else in my portrait market. And I believe the beauty industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and you should all jump on board and be part of it, because women love doing this.
Wow, what a fantastic close to our day 2 of this 3-day workshop. Thank you, Simona. Everyone just adores you, and thank you, Sue Bryce. Hello, Internet. Welcome to day 3 of the Sue Bryce Glamour Photography Workshop on Creative Live. My name is Lorraine Lobdell. I will be one of your co-hosts today with Kenna Klosterman. And we're going to have about 5 minutes of banter, so let us know in the chat rooms if you can see us and hear us. And I would like to say hello to Sue Bryce and see how you're doing this morning.
Good morning, very excited. Can't believe it's day 3 already.
I know.
It's gone by so fast.
Yeah, it has. It's crazy. Crazy.
I just have to read this into the record because I think it's so awesome, is that somebody just wrote in, can I buy a John Cornicello bobblehead for good luck on my photo shoots? Absolutely. Somebody out there create that, and we will make them available. So we've got John here, and that's taking some wonderful behind-the-scenes pictures for us today.
Thanks, John.
So, you guys, how are you doing today?
Exciting, sad.
Instead of the sad, let's focus on enjoying every moment. Be here in the moment. We have Don Giannetti, who is coming to Creative Live, and tomorrow the videos are due. If you want to join us here in Creative Live, go to our blog, and there's information about how you do that. But I wanted to ask you guys this morning why you think the people out there should submit a video. Let's start with Mapu.
I think you should submit a video because you just never know if you're going to get picked or not. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. It just could be with your iPhone. Or I just did mine on my laptop. I just popped it up, hit record, and I was just like, I hope I'm able to come to the SUE-3 workshop. And I got picked. So it doesn't have to be anything fancy or even long. Yeah.
Thank you.
I believe not doing that video is the easiest thing. Just winding up not doing it is so easy. Yet doing it is so simple, but the rewards are amazing. It definitely could be a life changer. And just doing a video and having your life change. I mean, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Well, like this experience of just being here is something that I will remember for the rest of my life, definitely. And aside from all the knowledge that I've learned from the past 2 days, this experience has changed me. And when I was recording my video, it's like my voice was shaking and my palms were sweaty and like I don't know what to say. But like she said, it's so easy not to do it. And what do you have to lose?
And you got to spend your birthday here.
Yeah.
So props to Mark, who didn't tell us until the end of the day, the evening, that it was his birthday. So anyhow, we're wishing you all a big global happy birthday from Creative
Thank
Live. Tobin.
Well, I mean, it's look at the only thing that can hold you back is fear, right? And the easiest thing to do is not to submit. But whether you do a full, I mean, if you've seen the videos that were submitted, the full production like Amanda did, or 20 takes through tears like some of us did, or just working through jump cuts or on the computer, it's the only thing that can hold you back is fear. And why not submit? Especially the John Jane. Okay, let's just take a moment. He's about lighting. I'm going to do this at the camera. Why not submit? I would. In fact, I'm submitting right now. Sir, you are the perfect combination to everything I've learned here about posing, except I love the way
Tobin,
she lights
you're
naturally.
technically cheating on me now. I mean, that is just blatant cheating.
Well, I love everything you brought about posing and the movement, and we're going to about finishing. But I'm a guy who wants to light.
No, you're not going to talk yourself out of this. Stop.
So teach me the artificial lighting part so I can add that perfect recipe. Everyone else should submit too, or don't, so I can be the only submission. But
challenge. He's going to stay in Seattle for 2 weeks. Say sorry to your wife.
All the kids. Well, I think maybe Oliver will come down and help me light too. He loves being on the camera.
Awesome. Thank you. Sandy.
I don't know how you follow something like that. That's amazing. Takes 2 seconds out of your life. People are like, oh, I'm nervous to be on. This team, Creative Live team, is second to none. You have made us feel warm and welcome and comfortable. I never thought I could be feeling comfortable in front of the camera. And it's the rewards and the education and the experience, absolutely more than worth it.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's amazing just everyone here at Creative Live, and then I feel like we're all going to be friends now. Like, I have friends in Nigeria, in Hawaii, in Canada now, and from the Philippines, if he goes back to the Philippines.
And Sydney.
I have like lifelong, and Sydney, of course Sydney. So I feel like, okay, honey, I'm ready to travel. Let's travel. I get to go to Sydney, I want to go to Nigeria, I want to go to Hawaii. So get ready, honey, because we're fixing to start.
I noticed you didn't say you want to go to Canada.
I'm not a cold girl. Like everyone's been teasing me. I just showed them pictures of Destin.
Come to you.
She has a pink convertible, people, a hot pink convertible.
Yes, I have a hot pink convertible. You guys can come visit me, okay?
Yeah.
We'll go play on the beach. One thing to say, don't use copyrighted music, okay? Oops. And think about your friends. Like, I do weddings as well, so I was able to call some of my videographers that do weddings and say, hey, can you help me out? It was our down season. So they didn't have a lot of projects going on. They're like, yeah, sure. It took, I think we shot for like maybe an hour. And they were able to cut it like that and put it up there right for me. And by the way, that was not one cut. I said that like probably 50 times, and they put it all together for me. So I'm very lucky to have amazing friends. Hi, Celia. So think about what friends you have that can help you make that, because that's what I was. I wanted to show Sue my personality and who I was and where I'm from and the kind of people that I'm going to be helping bringing this. So.
I'm going to take you through a Photoshop tutorial this morning. Photoshop is a huge component of what I do, the same way makeup is a huge component of what I do. Recently, I read a forum that somebody had posted about my before and afters, and 99% of the comments were like over photoshopped, over warped, over retouched, overstretched, over liquefied, over retouched. A lot of the comments were hitting really hard on the before and after. And as you know, I would prefer not to show a before and after, but I have to communicate the story of where we come from and where we finish up. So that's why I do show the before and after. The one thing people don't know about me is actually how little I actually do photograph in Photoshop in terms of how, in terms of how it looks photoshopped. So I'll take you through a standard setup for me, but what I also wanted to do was I wanted to show you your raw images. So I wanted to show you straight out of the camera so that you could see what I did to you to get you to the finished product. And I think because everybody saw your finished product, it's going to be really neat for them to see that final process. There's a few things that I use in Photoshop just straight off the bat. I love Totally Rad actions, so gettotallyrad.com is definitely a set of actions that I've had for a couple of years now. What I love about their actions is it's obviously there's a few really key components in there that I use all the time in terms of just making my images better. One of them I really love is they have a cinnamon toast layer, and I've set up an action on the side of my Photoshop. So if we put my Photoshop up on screen, I'm just going to show you a couple of things. This is how my Photoshop is set up. Now, a lot of people are working in button mode, out of button mode, which is here. So they press the action and then press play at the bottom. When I started to speak, I didn't realize that people actually don't know that if you go up to this top here and you press button mode, then you get a one button action. Now, I color coordinated mine in rainbow colors because I'm a girl and I like rainbow colors, but you don't have to do that. But basically what it means is instead of selecting the action and pressing play, you're a one button press. Are any of you working in button mode? All of you are working in button mode? Yeah, it's quite weird. It's half the world seems to know and half the world is like, you're kidding. And I don't know, if you're the ones that are saying you're kidding, well, there you go. Go and put your buttons into button mode. I also have actions from Gesture Rocks, and I have actions from Jinky Art. All of these three people, Totally Rad, Jinky Art, and Gesture Rocks, have all created 2 or 3 of my favourite actions. So although you may buy 60 to 100, 2 or 3 of each of those people have given me actions that are key components in what I use. Okay, so a lot of people are anti-actions, whatever. I'm pro making money and being fast on Photoshop. So if I have to speed up my process of Photoshop in order to make money and to have a studio that is both financially viable with a good profitability, then I don't want to spend 80% of my week on Photoshop like a lot of photographers are doing. So that's why I'm trying to slim in Photoshop always, and then I'm trying to constantly retouch at a very fast rate. So I made up a rule. When I started to shoot, I would shoot 60 to 90 images in a shoot. I would choose 25 images. Okay, no more than 30. So at 30 images, I would then retouch 30 images at 2 minutes each. So every image gets 2 minutes on Photoshop. Every single image gets 2 solid minutes on Photoshop. Now, that is a 60-minute setup. Okay? At that point, I want my client to be able to see a really good product, but not one that's necessarily overworked, but has just got the components that I know that they would like removed. We don't remove lines under the eyes, remove the shadows, right? So just the things that we don't like. So I'm going to now try and do a 2-minute makeover on each image so that you can see how far I can take it in 2 minutes, and then I'll break it down for you, okay? All right. When I have the shot here of TY, one of the most obvious things about it is, as much as I love this image, was that instantly we had this scarf falling down at the back. Now, this image was worth any sacrifice for me. I would have done whatever I had to do to get it to her. So what I actually did, so we've got my timer there. What I actually did was I went to my lasso tool and I basically created the shape of Tiwai's head. I went round her scarf, I pulled out to the right, I copied and pasted, and I put this section back on because I just wanted to be rid of that scarf. I felt like it hindered the shape. From there, I use Dodge and Burn as one of my most significant tools on Photoshop. So basically, I just went in and I just dropped that layer on like that, and I just blended it straight away. So I use a lot of cutting and pasting. Cutting and pasting for me, and you have to understand, I use Dodge and Burn because I'm an illustrator. I draw with charcoal and chalk. So, I draw with charcoal and chalk. So to me, I see Dodge and Burn the same way I see charcoal and chalk. What's light comes forward, what's dark goes back. So I use Dodge and Burn constantly, and I'm a cut and paster. You can clone as much as you want, but you are cloning and rubbing pixels. As soon as you copy and paste backgrounds and don't even stretch them but move them and blend them, then you're actually copying true pixels and spreading them out instead of stretching and compromising the quality of a part of your image that you will see large. Up until about 7 months ago, I have never used a portrait software. I use Clone for everything, so Dodge and Burn, Clone, Warp, and pretty much Lasso, Copy and Paste are the tools that I use for everything. But recently I was in a studio with a very newbie photographer training her, and she showed me portraiture by Imagenomic. And if you go to embedwithsue.com and go to my store, I've set Imagenomic in my store as a link. It's not going through my store. When you hit the link, it goes to their store, but it means that you can get the best deal for Lightroom or Photoshop. It is $200 to buy the software. They don't sponsor me, although they might after this. It's just blew me away, and this is what blew me away. TY has the most magnificent skin. But when I get up close, I see the obvious that's in everybody's skin pattern that I would be blending out. And so if you go up to, you install this as a plugin to Photoshop or Lightroom, if you go to Portraiture, you can open it up. Its skin smoothing in under a second is just outrageous. And I've never seen a software that is so incredible. So I'm just going to take that down to here. It puts a nice grain in. You can see the shoulder. Everything about it is just instantaneous. No more body retouching. In fact, the idea that we even used to retouch bodies and take 10-20 minutes for an image is gone. When you accept it, it now sits up in your filter as just a layer, or I've set it as an action, so it just goes on top. So what it then does, I'll go back, I'm going to show my action. I've done a layer and then portrait on the layer. So just a layer mask, add portrait, record it as an action. It's called layer portrait. And then basically what I can do is I can just touch the word opacity and dial it back to whatever level I want. So if I feel like it's too strong, I just dial it up. And if I feel like I want more skin tone back, I just go so fast. Then what I did is I've left it on at about 60%. I go to my erasing tool, shortcut for eraser is E. I erase back around the eyes and around the hairline. The one thing I do not want is portraiture on my eyes, on the hairline, on the lips, because that is the sharpest point, and I want that to look incredible. So straight away I remove it, just a quick erase. At this point now, her entire skin smoothing is absolutely gorgeous. I look at all of my actions. I give everything a vibrancy or a lighter. I go through my curves. These are curve settings. One stop of lighter, one stop of brighter, one stop of contrast, one stop of darker. That's how easily I work. I also have one stop of color. So if I feel like I want to put more yellow in there, I just bounce one stop of yellow in. Blue removes it. Green counteracts magenta. Obviously, it's that simple. It's a one button, bang, bang, bang. And then pretty much my cloning stamp finishes everything for me. So I make sure I blend anything I don't like in terms of frown lines. I come up through this line here, straight up under here, straight up anything under the eyes, done. And aside from the talking that I did about portraiture, you would agree that really TY is kind of a 1 minute retouching job. So scar there, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now, at this stage, she is sitting with this ottoman in front of her. I did actually have her leaning on it. I make the decision, obviously, to crop that out. And then straight away, I'll decide where my image crop is. Remember how I said I always crop in camera? Well, I just cropped that out so I didn't have to retouch it. And my image was already done. One of the most important things that I do, and I'm sorry, the resolution is really bad. I actually chose the wrong image. This isn't the image that you have. I've chosen the one that was too soft. I did actually shoot this out of focus, just as a trial.
Excuse me, Sue, quick question.
Yes.
What is the pen and pad set you're using?
I use a Wacom tablet. I'm in love with my Wacom tablet. It travels around the world with me. I've trained 14 retouchers in the last 8 years, and I've bought every one of them a Wacom. Never, ever could you retouch with a mouse, not the way you can illustrate with this. Wacom, I even think I have the oldest Wacom on the planet, maybe one of that came out of the Ark. But I love it so much. It's time I upgraded it, but I might get one of those big ones that actually retouch on the photograph. Yeah, Wacom now do this really huge one that you actually can see the image and retouch on it. Ergonomically, for your sitting position, I have a really good posture at a desk in terms of being upright, but nothing stops that pain in your arm from the amount of retouching you do, and it takes the clicker away, which is that tendon that goes up through your RSI. It's just amazing. What I do is I put a dodge and burn in the eyes, and remember what we talked about makeup yesterday? At 10% on the mid-tone in dodge, I'll put a dodge over the makeup highlight, which is the same. It's the makeup highlight that Simona worked on to make her highlights come forward. I would definitely throw a 10% dodge on that. I definitely put a 10% dodge around the iris, and I go to put a 10% dodge just in here in this bottom half of the iris. Now, TY has very dark eyes, and remember I had her turned away from the light with no reflector, so she had no catch, well, she had a very small catch light, but she didn't have enough light to catch the dark brown in her eyes. So what I did was I went to my brush tool, and on my swatches, which have disappeared because my screen resolution is shifted. Moment. Filter. We are view, window, swatches. There we go. I selected a nice golden brown to bring her eye forward, and at 1% flow, 100% opacity, I literally just went like this and dusted the brown into her eyes. I'm going to give that 2%. And the reason I did that was because I wanted the colour of her eyes to come forward. So when you see TY's finished image, where she has that little touch of brown in her eyes, I brought that up, you know, because the eyes being the most important part of that image is how I wanted to finish it. And I really wanted, when you looked at that image, to look at your eyes and just be completely mesmerised by them. So one of my best friends sent an image and sent an email to me and said, I've never seen a woman with such soulful eyes in all of my life. Isn't that beautiful? And because the way you just are looking in this image is so beautiful. So that's it. I'm done. I don't feel like I need to achieve anything in terms of structure for this image, meaning she doesn't need any contouring of her body. I feel really happy with what I've done, and I want to get out of there because that is enough for TY to see her image and not feel like she's been over photoshopped. Okay, and everything that I needed to fix has been fixed. So I'll move on because I've got lots to show you.
A couple questions.
Sure.
Do you ever, what equates to a stop of color? That's a question from Trisha Limfoto.
Ah, okay, so if you go Command B or Control B on a PC, Photoshop Command B. Okay, so when you change the screen resolution, I'll have to go up here. Filter. Okay, wait a minute. Let me open another one. I'll go straight to Amanda's Raw, this one. what I wanted to show everybody was when I said that I was slimming in posing and not slimming in post, the idea was that I would open all the raw images so that you could see that. And then if I did want to do any slimming, I can show you. So let's see, Command B, there it is. So in my colour balance, I've actually put a stop as 10% in the minus or plus towards cyan. So anybody who knows the colour wheel, this comes from my retouching days at 18 where we were retouching and dye blending. Anybody knows that in order to take away magenta, you have to add green. Okay, so that's the best way, if you ever get confused about the colour wheel, is to go Command B and look at your colour wheel and go, okay. So one of the most important aspects of that is, I'm just going to bounce up to Sandra, is Sandra had, oh, I love this one. Just drop down my contrast a little, my recovery, brightness. Let's bounce that up so you can see it. Okay, Sandra's a good one too because Sandra has freckles. But this is probably, I'm so repetitive on Photoshop that I'm actually quite boring with Photoshop. I know people think that I probably do a whole lot of really cool stuff, but dodge and burn, clone, warping, these are the things that I do every day repeatedly. First of all, I'm going to put layer portraiture on Sandra. Layer portraiture does a really good job with freckles because it doesn't remove them. Okay, so it softens them and takes the pigment down without removing them. So right away you still have your freckle base, which I think is important. I'm going to go E for eraser. I'm going to take you back around your hairline just because I want a nice sharp hairline. Also, I shot that at 2.8, so there's a good drop off there from the eyes. So there to there. When I'm talking about neutralizing color, I go to my color swatches on B for brush. I go to one of the lime greens at the top here. And see this little redness that's just coming in gently around the eyes, which a lot of people have. At 1% flow, you can neutralize magenta. And it doesn't look like you're doing much. It's putting a light green dusting over red eyes. Absolutely such a neat technique. Also makes the eyes colder, which I think looks better. But the cool thing about it is it doesn't look like much until you take it off. I'm then going into my dodge. I dodge around the iris. I dodge only around the iris, not down here. Okay, so only just around that half circle because I want the eyes to pop. And then with my clone stamp, I want to come up into here. I come from the cheek up into the eyes. I blend the shadow up under there because we don't want that. I come down on the nose, on the bridge. I make sure, remember, nobody ever says, oh, I love those horizontal lines on my forehead, so they don't need to be there. So we'll blitz them. We clone, bang, bang, done, there, and she's done. So she's out under 2 minutes again. Good with that? Right. Let's say I want to slim this front arm. Let's say I show Sandra and Sandra says, oh, make my arm slimmer. We go to our lasso tool. We lasso 2/3 into the arm, straight up out of the image, down into that break line of the black dress and down. So I'm going to take this entire segment because I'm moving this segment this way. I copy and paste. So lasso, copy and paste. And then after you copy and paste, you've created a second layer. So there it is there. The second layer is sitting just over the top of her arm. Then you go Command T or Control T, which is free transform. Inside the free transform, you right-click warp, and you can move this grid anywhere you want. I want you to maintain some integrity in her arm. I don't want you to make her look like this. You know, I want you to keep the integrity of the shape of her arm, but just bringing it into a realistic movement. When you accept that, you go to your erase tool at 10% and just very lightly feather this edge. We want to make sure that there are no break lines. A break line is where you can still see the layer here. See this here? You can still see that, but if I dust it with my erasing tool, then it sits perfectly. Before I accept that or flatten that layer, I'm going to turn it on and off to see if I'm happy with how it's sitting, to see if I'm happy with the shape of the arm, and to see if I'm happy with how that's moving. So as soon as I'm happy with it, I will flatten that layer and it's done. Okay, now what's very important here is there's a million different ways that I can now use this tool, and this tool for me far better than Liquify. Let's say Sandra looks at her hair and says, oh, what a shame my hair's so flat. I pick hair up, I boof hair out, you know, I can pretty much change anything. I can make boobs bigger, I can make boobs smaller, I can lift up eyelids with it. All you have to do is the same rule applies. You have to make sure when you're contouring, you're blending through your break lines and that you're checking your layer on and off first to see what you're changing, that you haven't shifted through a break line, and that you're blending at 10% through each one. The eye is remarkable. It will be tricked. The same way you trick it with faux waist, you can trick it with, you know, the what it's looking at. You can shift things and the eye just doesn't notice them anymore. Let's say from here, I'll move on. I will do another one. To this one. Okay, so this is interesting because if I go to change this line here, I'm going to be compromised by a brick. Okay, so a background. So let's see if we can move pixels like this, but stay in a background line. So we'll stay right there, we'll go down this line, we'll come down this line here. So we'll try and look for lines that aren't going to have obvious break lines. We'll copy and paste it, we'll free transform, we'll right click, we'll warp it, and then we can shift this in. Now I could move this in anywhere. I am stretching pixels, so I have to be careful that I'm stretching the brick all the way along at the top and then all the way along at the bottom, because no matter what I do, obviously I'm going to change the structure of that image. So yes, that works as long as you follow lines. Another thing that I would do is if Amanda asked me to, say, trim her waist and I knew I couldn't move pixels, I could get right in and warp here, or I could even clone up into here and move up and through here. Sorry, let's put it on my right layer. You know, I can go right into there. Sure, I mean, there's a million different ways to do that. From here, I'll go to, I love this shot of Mapuana. What we did with Mapu is we made her dance around. So she was turning in and away from the reflector. So there was going to be a moment there where she's getting a cut shadow across her face. And I compromised that. Yes, I did, in order to get that, because I love it. And once I got that shot, I got her at a moment where the one before, her arm looked really beautiful, and then on this one, when she laughed, she squeezed forward. And she squeezed forward also, she squeezed this. Now, this is such a beautiful shot of Mapu, so all I have to do to fix this image is come up through the arm, up through that break line, up through the hair, out the whole image, copy and paste, free transform, right click, warp, and I'm just going to bring this in. So all I want really is not to alter her arm too much, but just bring it in a little bit. So I can keep that shape, I just want to bring it in for her, accepting that, turning my layer on and off, making sure I've got no break lines. That is the difference between selling an image or not. That might seem stupid to some people, but I don't really care.
So Sue, a lot of folks are asking about why you use warp versus Liquify.
Because Liquify takes too long, and warp is not only fast in terms of sculpting, it is one of the most efficient tools I've ever seen. I've never used Liquify.
Thank you.
What I'm going to do here with the chin is I'm going to bring the chin up the bottom little line that I can see, and then when I accept it, I'm going to come back to the top line, and I'm going to bring that top line back down again to where it was by erasing back down. So just like that, I've gone and just taken that bottom little chin up. So we don't want to change the structure of the face, we want to keep it exactly the same, but just nip and tuck. Now Liquify can push in all the way around, but warp does that so quick. And also, in the time that it takes you to save off on Liquify, you can go and make a coffee. Okay. So a really good example of a face blend. Okay, I've got a curves coming up here. Oh, this is a really good one. This is before we nailed that image of Amanda. So Amanda's image was so beautiful, the black and white one. And what we did was, as we were getting her into position, it took us a while to get her arms and pushing forward and bringing her chin up and And so this is a really good example of, I would bring in an arm like this. When her arm is tight against her body like this, it's just squashing down. I'll go right up out of the shot, right back in, down that hand line to here. If I'm going to move part of an image, I'm going to take the whole quarter, because if I'm stretching pixels, it stands to reason that I would do it for the whole image. And then I can just tuck that in there if I feel like that arm is dominating and she's not going to like it for that reason. I would do exactly the same with this one. Okay, so back to faces. Let's go faces. Sure.
Why do you prefer flattening instead of working off the layers and using masks?
Okay, so I bastardize Photoshop. I work in one layer. I work in one layer because I do not have the time, the energy, the inclination, or the hard drive to store 400 shoots a year in layer masks. JPEGs, high-res JPEGs from RAW. They get saved as high-res JPEGs. They get viewed once as a copy. They get printed, and then they go into storage. But if I layer mask all of my retouch, why? Do it, flatten it, get out of there. You got 2 minutes. Okay, Simi, in there, section. Yes, my world is always about bringing arms in or changing arm lines, but we shoot a lot of compressed arm lines. We have to sometimes to get expression, to squash against the wall. It's just the way it goes. I do everything exactly the same way, and that is I warp them in. I do a little bit of a clone. I'm taking away the things I know she's not going to like. Anything obvious in my background, because obviously she's being shot on a painted polystyrene background, so I make sure I clean that up. And after I do that, then I pretty much am going to come up into here. Anything I want to remove on her face, I'm going to follow the light always. So I use cloning the way the way an illustrator illustrates. I'm always going to follow the light and shadow of the face. So I try not to do too much blending and wiping on clone tool because it starts to smooth out, but this is how I do it. So I know a lot of people are really interested into how I clone, so I'll just do it for you so you can see me. Bang, 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 nice and fast. We're just hitting what we don't like. We're keeping the light and dark of her face. It's very, very important. I have not applied portraiture to this. There's something I do want to show you. To hit the inside of the eyes, our green swatch is already there. We're just going to minimize that because nobody wants little red eyes. On our dodge tool at 10%, I'm going to hit under the iris. We can even take that up to 20 because I want our eyes to pop, pow. And for makeup, I just hold down my Alt button and it changes my dodge to burn. And then I burn around the makeup line and she's done. And she looks beautiful.
When you do green on the inside, what percentage are you at?
1%.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And cloning, was it about 20 or 30%?
I clone at 10 to 30% in my flow. So I get my opacity at 100 and I flow at 30. But when I train people, I train them to flow at 10 and then 20 because they have less control. And they bruise. They make bruising.
And Sue, using the cloning versus
healing tool?
spot healing, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the healing tool. Let's talk about that healing tool. The healing tool for me is incredible for freckles, moles, backgrounds, but I have no control over bags, wrinkles, lifts, shadows, necklines. It's never going to be able to go through a break line because as soon as you do that it starts to sweep it away. Maybe good for things like that, but in the time it took me to draw a circle I could have cloned that in one tap. Cloning for me is by far the fastest method of retouching in the world, in my world, so I'm going to use the clone. Done.
Would you clone those lines by your underarm area?
Yes I would. So definitely because I think this is somewhere a lot of women look and I don't like it. So following the light up and down like that, then straight up into it. Nice and quick. Okay, so let's do some more body contouring because if we're shooting curves. When I told you that I will compromise her I will compromise her front line to get a back line that I want. I was not kidding you. Here is gorgeous Kate. Kate is just leaning back against the wall with her bottom carriage pointing towards me. So it just gives you an idea that if the bottom carriage is pointing towards you, that's going to look so much wider than what it is. When she takes her weight on the back foot, then instantly she scoots to there. Now, in order to give me this arch line through her back, I need her to push her stomach forward. Okay, because I can't recreate this shape here in Photoshop. Okay, I just can't. But what I can do is change this front line, and I will do this if I feel like I've compromised that line. So if I just take that there, copy and paste, Control T, right click walk, and then just tuck, you know, obviously then I can just bring this line in and then back out again. So I don't want to alter her too much. I just want to take that little shape of the belly off. So I want to take that from there to there. Okay, and it does stand to me that this is an image that is, for Kate, a hell of a lot more purchasable than this. Right? Okay, questions? Are you all going to sleep out there?
Not at all.
Well, first of all, everybody already wants you to come back and do a 3-day workshop on just Photoshop.
Yeah, well, I could do that because, put it like this, I was a retoucher before I was a photographer. I don't think I'm a great photographer. What I'm great at is communicating with people and Photoshop. And I just feel like the people who, you know, rubbish Photoshop, who say that people, you know, that can't get it right and capture and all the rest of it, you know, whatever. We've been given this amazing tool, and it is a huge component of who I am and what I do. I'm an illustrative photographer. I'm an illustrator, so I want to illustrate my images and win awards with them and stuff like that. And I love that game because it is a game. But I can't, you know, take away the fact that yes, I am retouching stuff that people do get upset about, and you know, I don't.
Well, we were talking yesterday about you're posing and being a sculptor, and you're just continuing your sculpting.
Well, I see it as a full service job. You know, I see it as from the beginning of sculpting your body right through to the very last finish. If you were going on a magazine cover, even when they go, so and so is on Vogue magazine with no retouching, and then you go and look at the magazine and it's so retouched, and it's just like, you know. Yeah, and then the next week they go, stars without makeup, and it's so cruel, and it's like, come on, neither of them are a positive body image for women.
So the internet is curious to know what you women think about watching Sue retouch your images.
It's amazing. I've never used the warp tool. I've never even thought about it. Never even saw anything about it. It's not one of the tools that a lot of people talk about. Everyone goes liquefy, 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 and it drives me crazy trying to use that tool. Absolutely crazy. And so that is so much easier.
And for yourself, in terms of what you saw?
Oh yeah, I mean, I thought she did a ton more. I was like, there's no way. Because she brought it up before we went on camera, a picture of the before and after right next to each other. I was like, what? No, you did more than that. No. That before, you already touched up that before a little bit. And she's like, no, it's straight out of the camera. I was like, no way.
T.Y.?
And then I can understand what she's saying about how people bash Photoshop. And for me, I think it's all part of the game. It's the same way you use a lens to put focus on something and throw focus out of something. It's not cheating. It's not unethical then. You're just doing the same thing with another tool. You're deciding what you want to focus on and what you want to take away. So I don't feel bad that someone is doing that for me. I feel very helped and I'm very grateful that somebody is doing that.
Okay, so I want to show you a couple of tricks before we finish, because once we go into business, Photoshop will be a very distant memory. This is Kate's before shot, and we wanted a before shot of her sitting normally because we wanted to pose her in all the beautiful poses that we were going to do. But what I love about Kate's before shot is in her relaxed neck, she has the perfect double chin to play with here. So L for lasso takes me down into this quarter, right up under the chin, and then we have a copy and paste, we have a lift, we erase back, So, you know, again with the liquify, you might be able to push this line up, but you're never going to maintain the listen to me, your anti-lick and your liquify tool, you know, like I'm, or like do whatever you want with your stinky liquify tool. Why am I so anti-liquify? I don't know. I think it looks really good with the cats when they make their eyes really big and like need caffeine, you know. But I just don't get it. This to me is so fast, and what I love about it is I've compromised that chin line in order to get a real chin line back, because it is her real chin line. Her real chin line is here. The bit that's hanging down gets tucked up and the real chin line gets put back, and together you create the real chin back. So I just feel like it's a real line. It's not compromising or stretching or pushing pixels. And when I get up close, I want to be able to not see that I've been here. So I want to be able to turn that off and on, right? Yeah, okay. So the next one I get asked is, of all the mature faces I had, this is Simona's mum, and she's 66 years old. So, oh my goodness, she is so beautiful. I absolutely just am blown away by this woman. I just want to show you a couple of things. When you put on layer portraiture, obviously it drops that skin layer straight away onto an older face. What I don't want to do is compromise her aging lines, because she is 66. Now, straight away, layer portraiture gives me that soft 80s. I hate that look. Like, that to me is disgusting. Like, I would dial that back to 60%, but then I'm still kind of in the same position where I've lightly softened everything and I've taken the soft off. That is with the softness taken off on portraiture. Okay, inevitably it's going to soften your hard lines, and the hard lines like the eye line and the hairline have to be hard in order for it to be sharp. Now, I detest that. So at times like this with an older, mature face, I'm going to do two things. I'm either going to clone at 10%. Now you can watch the timer on this one. I'm going to go up the eye line. Okay, I'm going to go under here. I'm going to sweep up into the nose, down onto here, and out. I'm going to go down into these lines, and this works on anybody, no matter how lined they are. What I'm doing is I'm soft cloning just all the way around the face, just to drop them all back, but to keep the integrity of all of those lines right there. So in under a minute, I can do the whole flat bound of a face, and then I'll go down to her neck and throat. Okay, so you do not need to spend hours doing this. What I'm doing is just feathering everything that's there. We want to keep what's there. We just want to soften it. On our B for brush tool, I'm just going to come up and I'm going to just remove that red corner of her eye, because I think that makes a significant difference in her eye, don't you think? And that's when I work with my dodge and tool on her eyes, my dodge and burn, sorry. So then after I do these little bits here, I hit these Muppet lines, cool. Now here's another way of doing it. You can duplicate, or let's say we just do a copy and paste a layer. So we've got a layer on top, and then we turn the top layer, we'll do off and work on the bottom layer. This is what I call blitzing, and I'll do this with an older face. In fact, let's go back to the beginning so that she has all of her lines. Let's go copy and paste. Let's turn the top layer off, work on the bottom, and all I want you to do is blitz it. So I'm going to take everything off. So I'm going to clone at 60%. I'm going to follow the light of her face. I'm going to follow it all the way, and I'm going to take it all. So I'm not going to change the structure of her face, but basically I'm hitting everything. Like, I'm just going to go boom, blitz. But not like portraiture, it's not soft. I'm just going to go wipe, wipe, wipe. And I'm literally taking it all. I'm going to take right down these lines, boom, right up those, gone. Okay, that's what I call blitzing a face, which is how some people Photoshop. Okay, and after I did that, I get to this line here. Oop, I now changed her nose structure. We don't want to change her nose structure. Then what I do is I turn my top layer back on, which is all of her wrinkles, and I just drop the opacity by sweeping the word opacity. See what it's doing? It's giving me a completely sharp image, but if I take it right down, it's to the blitz. It means I've kept all the integrity of all of her lines right there, and that takes less than 2 minutes. So if you are having trouble photographing a very wrinkly face, blitz it, drop the original layer back on and just drop the opacity down, because clearly what you're doing is keeping the integrity of all of her lines and just dropping it back and yet keeping the sharpness of the image. And it's a really fast way, I call it blitzing, blitz it. You know, really fast way of retouching.
And it sounds cool.
It does. Blitzing.
Could you remind us of what your settings are for portraiture? Is there a number of them?
Default, no softness. I'm a pretty easy to please girl. I don't really set up much stuff. I opened portraiture, I checked it on the default setting. It has masking. There are tutorials for it. I've never watched one. I open it, I hit the default, yes, I take the softness off. That's it. End of story.
Do you go through all your images? Even though you have people retouching for you, do you have to go through every single one and see it by yourself?
What do you mean?
You have people, you said you've trained some retouchers.
Oh yeah, no, I retouch my own work now. But in the studio, in my other studio, all of my makeup artists retouch. Yeah. So they're trained like me to retouch. I look at their retouching and go, too much, take it back. But that's it. Retouchers are guilty of two things, taking too long and, okay, let's say we open Sandra's image. Has anybody got an iPhone timer or a timer? Give me a second countdown.
You got it, Phil?
That's all right.
Or just watch their watch or...
No, not readily.
Okay, we got it over here.
Okay.
Ready? Go.
What I want to do is I'm going to put layer portraiture on Sandra, and then I'm going to dial that back. Because as soon as I dial that back, I'm going to take it to it looks real. Works really well on her freckles, nice and soft. Flatten that image, and the first thing I'm going to do is bump a little cold cyan into it. I'm going to take down those freckles there that stand out to me, then I'm going to go up to her face, and the most obvious thing I'm going to do here is just tap under this eye line, because I just want to take that shadow down. I want to go here, 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 and here. And by the way, a little tip, I work at the face is the size of my fist, and the clone stamp is the size of my thumbnail. That's why I'm fast. So then I go to there, I'm going to dodge up those eyes because I want to take that little redness out. I'm going to go through the bottom of the iris. I'm going to dodge through here. Dim, dim, dim. Beautiful. This is how Sandra saw her image. Flat stop.
That was less than a minute. I stopped a little late. I was still watching. I was memorized.
Does she need to see more than that to buy that image? No. Okay? Sold. It's a beautiful image. Her eyes are connected. She has a beautiful smile. I've taken away the little shadows under her eyes. I've softened her freckles. Her hair looks magnificent. We're a done deal. I've slimmed her in camera. Everything looks great. Now, what I will do is I'll walk into a retoucher and I'll watch them, and they'll be here. And I'll be like, is that a bend-on billboard or a Vogue cover? No, it is a viewing portrait. And we do not need to spend 2 hours up on the face doing every little dot on her face. It's ridiculous. You get 1 minute.
So after they do the viewing,
Yes.
do you go back in before you actually have them, like when they pick their images to be
Yes.
printed, do you go back in
Yes.
and get fine-tuning?
Yes.
Okay.
And that is
All right.
based on the fact that the first layer of retouching is already done, and if there is any more to be done, like checking for background lines, anything that's going to distract me, any sharpening, any basic things that will make the print look better, will then get done before it's ordered.
Okay.
Question from Aim High. Could you explain where your source spot is when you're using the cloning tool?
If you go to my blog and archive my blog under retouching, some of the images have disappeared. I rang my guy that does the website, and he's putting them back on today. But on there is a tuitional video for cloning the face, and I show the complete map. So for me, if you look at Sandra's face, her clone map this is her light area, here, 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 and down there. Just like makeup, you apply it in the same way. You clone from this line up under that line there, you clone from here up under that line there, you clone up and down the nose to get that light shape, you clear this space and then you blend out, you clear this space and then you blend up, and then you come down onto these Muppet lines here. Okay, so that is a clone map. You can see me do it. It's a free tuitional video. It's on my blog. I'll repost it if people have trouble finding it. There's also a really cool one for slimming on girls with curves. Yeah, like this.
Meow.
Now grab a screenshot of that, Sandy.
So you remember, I can give it and I can take it away. I could go through a million ways to curve, slim and contour bodies, but the thing is it's no different. You lasso the entire area, you copy and paste it, you free transform it, you right click, warp it, and then you shape it. And I can, go through a billion ways on dodging, burning the eyes, but again, exactly the same rules apply. I use the same 6 tools in Photoshop, and I don't do anything outside of that.
What do you do when you're converting to black and white?
Oh yes, I desaturate.
Wow. That simple?
Really? Do you add any warmth?
Yes.
Like any...
I desaturate, add contrast, 1 stop of red, 1 stop of yellow.
Could you show us one?
Sure.
Sue, by the way, I love in my photos that you got one with my wedding ring. It's like because I love my wedding ring. So I just thought I'd tell you.
Awesome. And I pump as much contrast as I can. If I find that I'm dropping through the eyes here, sorry.
And then you said you do 1 stop of what? Red and 1 stop of yellow?
Yeah, I do. I do like to soften up my black and whites. It's kind of weird, I know. Look, that is the most shocking way of doing. I can just hear the internet going, gasp, that's disgusting, but it works for me. Look, I base my Photoshop on speed. And it works. So as long as I'm offering a quality product, I don't need to do lots of fancy stuff to achieve simple things. What I need to do is be efficient and monitor my retouches. When I have retouches in the studio, I make them work on a timer. I want to know what they're doing, when they're doing it, and I want them to be accountable for that time. It is very, very important to me that they're accountable for their time, because I'll find retouchers will get bored and next minute they're on Facebook and it's taken them 20 minutes for an image and it's taking 4 hours to set up a 1 hour shoot. That is not time effective or cost effective or product effective or anything for my business. You are there to retouch a shoot in 1 hour. And I want you to finish it for me in 1 hour. Because at that point it's not sold. The shoot is not sold until the check has been written and given to you and you have a happy client. So at that point I'm paying for your time, your makeup and your retouching to produce a product that hopefully will sell. And I'm not going to do that. No good business person is going to do that by wasting time.
Could you explain a little bit more about what adding that 1 stop of red and yellow actually does in the black and white?
Yeah, to me it's about just taking the coldness out of black and white. I really love the warmth of it. So I really like the warmth. I don't go into sepia, but I definitely don't, have that cold black and white. None of my images have that real cold black and white. They always have a warmth in it. I always put kind of a warm in there. You'll notice, yeah.
Sometimes my images, I feel like when I do them in black and white, they look kind of green.
Yes. Okay.
So what could I do to...
So when you go to your colour wheel in Photoshop, all you have to do to remember your colour wheel is Command B or I don't actually know what the PC version is in your... Let's see, I need to open an image. Beautiful makeup too, TY.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
She's amazing.
When you go to your colour balance, in order to, you think you're too green, is you need to add magenta. So you slide away from green into magenta.
Mm-hmm.
So the perfect light spectrum of white light has a balanced colour wheel of all of those colours. And in order to pull and push through those colours, you need to remove a colour to gain a colour. So it's the weirdest thing to teach people in retouching, because when we used to manually retouch with a brush, in order to neutralise pink acne, we used to retouch it with green. And the same way you would do a birthmark on face with makeup, to neutralise a wine birthmark, you would use green makeup. And the same way that you can colour balance through white light is to take it back to a neutral tone, is to go back and forth in that colour. So if you forget what the colour wheel is, just go Control B or Command B and have a look at the slider, and it just helps you see colour better when you're printing your images. Yeah.
Very important question. I realized that, because sometimes I shoot strobes flash, and I'm shooting at 100 ISO, and then every single wrinkle is like there, and there's so much work. Do you find it makes it easier because you're shooting at higher ISOs, so there's not as much detail?
Also, let's face it, the 24-105 is not the sharpest lens. Plus, I'm usually hand holding or on a monopod with movement anyway. Plus, I never stop talking, so there is a natural movement. Plus, I'm shooting in natural light with a high ISO. So I'm never going to have pin sharp images. In fact, I did a show one day and I had all of these huge images all around the wall, and this man walks in, folds his arm, gets this filthy look on his face and goes, so why aren't your images sharp? And I just looked at him and said, oh, I don't like them that way. And yes, I don't get sharp images all the time. I don't. Yeah. Wow, I don't.
Well, the clients don't care.
Well, they're not sharp. They're just not that pin sharp. Yeah.
Photographers. Oh dear.
Yeah. I'm a bit of a hard case like that, but anyway, seems to work, right?
Do you add any local contrast to the retouched image or contrast adjustments?
No. Well, I do have a vibrant set up from curves in my actions, which darken the blacks, lighten the lights, but not really. I do that, pretty much that's in the raw window. Okay, so what's really important when I work through the raw window is you start at the top and you work your way down. For starters, you can have a look at your custom colour auto as shot, which always looks good. So then I never touch the exposure really, because I'm shooting raw. I'm always within 2 stops, so I'm never really touching my exposure. But I am using the recovery light, especially shooting into the backlight, because see how I can just take that flare straight off the background by using my recovery? I very rarely touch light fill, but if I do, it's only in the backlight shot. So the blacks always set at a perfect level. Brightness and contrast are the first thing I move, and I can bring them right down, right up, depending on what I want, and then I open it. So my camera shoots quite contrasty. I'm tending towards removing the contrast to soften the image a little bit than I am to pump it up. And then the irony is once I open it in Photoshop, I start with that base of retouching, and then I often add contrast to plump it a little bit.
Okay, if a client buys the image before it's printed, how much more time will you spend on retouching?
Well, they see the image retouched at the 2-minute mark, and depending on how much it needs will be how much I spend on it, maybe another 2 minutes or another 5 minutes or another 10 minutes if it's something really important that has to be removed.
Okay, thank you. Oh, how often do you calibrate your monitor?
I don't.
I love that you're just
Oh my word. What I did was I sent a test to my lab. My lab sent me beautiful work. I used the Edge in Melbourne, and I said to the Edge, okay, it seems to be a really good colour. You seem to match my colour beautifully. I've never calibrated my screens. And he said, okay. So I said, but you seem to be like a stop darker. So I allow that as an adjustment in my image order, and I send it, but I don't use a calibration.
A lot of people are asking about Lightroom, and do you use it?
Lightroom is a magnificent tool, and if I was back in the big studio shooting 400 portraits a year, I would have Lightroom running in all of my computers. Because I no longer shoot that volume, I'm now doing maybe 1 to 2 shoots a week as myself, because I'm only in Sydney. My brand is only myself. I don't have the 10 staff in Sydney, which you're going to hear about next. So I can manage my own workflow, but you're talking about 25 images. I don't have the quantity of images to do Lightroom, so I never learnt it. And because I'm not a wedding photographer, I don't have the quantity either of adjusting multiple images at one time. However, now that I've been seeing Lightroom, I'm looking at the new Lightroom and how just remarkable it is. And I'm pro Adobe in any form. I've owned every single version of Photoshop, even before it was called Photoshop. And I'm going to go to a Lightroom seminar, and Julianne Cost, I saw her speak at WPPI. She blew me away with her knowledge, and I mean, I do a lot of Photoshop. She just absolutely is amazing, and I'm going to go and probably do one of her seminars and learn it. And but I've just never had the need to have Lightroom, but it is amazing. Everyone's using it now, more than Photoshop.
You talked about swapping eyes.
Yes.
Could you show that, or maybe put a video on your blog if it takes too long? Or
yeah, sure. A really good one would be actually here.
And as you're swapping the eyes on this one, will it be similar to how you would swap out a head?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no. Okay, let's head swap.
And a quick note, folks, if you want Julianne Cost to come on Creative Live to teach Lightroom, send out some tweets.
Holy moly, that woman just is, and you know what, she's kind of looks like a librarian.
She's amazing, yeah.
And then she has the funniest sense of humor, and listening to her is awesome. I really enjoyed her. I announced her at WPPIU, and I'd never seen her talk before. I always sort of considered that a Lightroom discussion would be like pulling teeth, really boring, but you know, I didn't bring a head swap with me. So okay, for a head swap, what I do, I'm gonna head swap Mapu onto Mapu, is I will lasso this area here. Let's say I love the hair blowing on this shot, but we didn't quite get the expression. I'll pick up the face, I'll drop it on, and I can drop my opacity and move it around until I get the level that I want. Once I'm on or close enough, I can right free transform, take my opacity back up, I can free transform, and then I go to my E for eraser, make sure I feather the edge all the way around, turn your layer on and off, make sure that you have got it right before you do it. So I just head swap like that, lasso and drop on. It's the fastest way for me. I told you, it's like all the people that are writing on Twitter right now, I really liked Sue Bryce for 2 days and now I think she's a hack. Yes. Go for it. I'm a hack. I am a hack. I taught myself Photoshop. So I totally hacked it out myself. And then all of a sudden I had a studio with 6 retouches in it, doing 400 portraits a year, and we hacked our way through 400 a year in order to get paid. So I hacked it as much as I possibly could. Hacky. All right. What I actually did with the eye, and let me just put one into position for you so that you understand. This was after our conversation yesterday about the eye being inverted. I'll just create a little inversion there.
Lots of people are applauding you for the hacky.
Yes. Basically, any movement in the eye, any shift in the eye, really all I'm doing is, well, you've got two choices here. You can actually ghost over the eye. Well, no, let's say you can literally pick it up and match eyeballs, right? Or you can, if I go back to here, literally, let's say that eye's a little bit open, we can literally hover over the eye, is 60% cloning on the pupil, and you can just pop it straight over, and that works as well. Your other option is you can lasso through here, lasso, pick up, copy and paste, Control T, warp, and just lift up through the eye here, and just lift a lazy eyelid or a smaller eye, and then just make sure that you replace the direct gaze of the pupil. Yeah. So the idea is that you're lifting this. So, better than a facelift, better than an eye lift is time consuming though, so you don't really want to be doing that. You only want to do it for people with a lazy eye, or if they want their eye fixed. Photoshop questions, go.
Do you ever whiten teeth?
No. Well, no, I don't actually. Americans have really white teeth. I love shooting over here. Everybody here has like super white teeth. I don't really. The camera, I kind of shoot quite high key, so I feel like the camera kind of blows out the teeth. Although I've removed braces, and if people have said fill in my tooth or fix my tooth, I will do that.
Questions in the audience? Okay. Let's see. From Rose Jute, you mentioned that using cinnamon toast action from Totally Rad. What do you use that for? And also, it's in when in your process do you use that?
What I love about Totally Rad is, let's just open Simona. Tan lines are a really big problem for people in images, and so is discoloration. Sometimes when the face is a different color, and Simona's obviously not a very good example of that. But what I would do is I've set up a layer that I call tan lines, and when I hit tan lines, I've put an extra layer on top and cinnamon toast in the center. And if I take this layer off, cinnamon toast is like a toasty cinnamon color, but then I've put another layer over the top. So with one button press, I can just go to the top layer and erase back, and I can tan Simona wherever I want to. It's like a spray tan. Like I'm basically spray tanning. That's what I'm doing. So that's the hack version, but basically I do that to fill in tan lines. So I just really lightly erase back 10% in white tan lines and bounce it up. If I want to make her darker or take more cinnamon out, I can lighten that cinnamon toast or darken it right up so she's looking really LA and really New York. And then I can darken and desaturate that bottom one to any level that I want. So I've just set up there cinnamon toast, which is a colour shift, and a tan.
I'm sure this will take forever, but if you could just explain, I don't really understand actions. I've never used them.
Sure. Actions are anything that takes more than one button press. So when you go to here, I've got lighter, darker, and vibrant. Now, in order to make this shot lighter without pressing that button, so in order to do it manually, I go Command M and bring up the curves. And then I might lighten it by going one stop lighter there, and I'm lightening the image, correct? Right? So I'm changing the curves, and then I hit OK. Now, when that's something you do all the time, you go in and you record yourself doing that action, and then the next time you want to make it lighter, you just go lighter. Because the idea is that you don't spend time wasting time on going Command M, change the curves. If it's a custom action that you don't use very often, you'd have to go and do it. But I use lighter, darker, and vibrant all the time. So I can open an image straight away and pump more contrast into it, just like that. I can close it down, lighten it up, desaturate it. I can duplicate the image I can desaturate the colour. Anything that I do more than one button press, I have an action for to speed me up. Yeah. Next question.
Just to clarify, this is your own custom actions toolbar?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, we had seen a question from, no, I'm not sure who it was from, but about eyebrows. Do you do the same when you're warping with eyebrows, and where do you?
I don't really get to warp eyebrows. Eyebrows are what I tend to do, because eyebrows will change somebody immediately. If anything, I can shape them, so I can go to my burn-in tool, my brush tool, or any of those things, and at 10% I can fill in eyebrows if there's a gap in them. And if I feel like that they're too big or that they're misshapen, I can definitely do this. If I'm going to give her an eyebrow lift, so if I'm going to lasso this area and shift her eyebrows, I'm going to significantly alter the shape of her face. So I am going to make her look really different by lifting her eyebrows up. So I don't want to change the structure of her face, although I could change the structure of her face dramatically. I could lift her nose up, I could warp her nose flatter, I could warp her nose forward, I could make her cheeks smaller, I could make her chin longer. Why would you do that? Because as soon as you change the face, you've changed the image too much.
A question from Tanya Shields. Can you explain again what one stop lighter and one stop darker means in terms of Photoshop?
Okay, so if I go to Command M, and this is my curves, and if I lift up through the center, I go a stop lighter and darker there. Okay, so that's taking me through the mid-range of my histogram. So basically, it takes the whole image up.
I guess the question is, how much is a stop on Photoshop?
I'm guessing. When I go like this, I go, it's a stop. You know, the same way that you do a stop in your camera.
Right.
It's just like a bang. It's around a stop. It's a little jump. One level. So this is what I call my power session. I have to definitely acknowledge one thing. There are two SUEs. One is the person who takes photographs and illustrates and all of that, and the other one is the one who makes money and creates a business and has a business mind. And I became that person as I got older in life. But I have to acknowledge a couple of things before I move on. I have an attitude of gratitude constantly. I learnt in my life that if I resist it, it does not work. If I hate it, it gets worse for me. If I accept it, if I live in a state of acceptance and gratitude for everything I have, my life not only gets better, it's everything that I have around me is better. I have an attitude of gratitude for everything, even the bad moments in my life, that help me realize that I can be a better person if I learn from them. Your attitude dictates your thoughts. Your attitude dictates what you think, and what you think is what you say. What you say is what you do, and your actions define your character. Your character defines your destiny. That is from ancient Greece. It is a pretty basic philosophy. I feel like I make stupid mistakes in my life. I learn from them. I move on, but I'm always trying to have an attitude of gratitude. Resistance, the path of least resistance. Okay, if you're hating shooting weddings, you must stop now. If you think you're going to starve, tell me one thing. If you stopped doing something you hated doing and you jumped into something you did love doing, your life would not only improve, you would flourish because you are no longer resisting what you were doing. I believe in acceptance of yourself, of your body, where you're at. If you've put on weight, accept it. Just say, right now, this is where I'm at. Move on. Because if you resist it, it will get worse. If you resist debt and paying your debt and working your debt off, your debt gets larger. What you think about expands. That applies to your bank account and your ass. All right? What you think about expands. So we must acknowledge the power of the mind. Do you know why? Because 8 years ago, I was a struggling artist. I was a struggling artist that could not make money. I had a really shitty attitude. I always looked at other people and said, I'm better than them. I never had this attitude of gratitude. When I learnt this, it changed my world. And I started to make an income. I started to love what I do. Other people started to love what I do. And I put my values into my work. That is my bottom line. Now, I could talk about attitude for an entire 3-day course just on changing, manifesting, thinking, perception, and an attitude of gratitude. When TY looked at me the other day and she said, I cannot believe I'm standing here from Nigeria. I said, I know, right? How cool is that? She said, no, you don't understand. So, actually I do. Because I can't believe I'm sitting here. Because where I came from is exactly the same. And what I had to go through to get here just astounds me. But I believe, I really wanted to say this, now I can't say it. I just want to say, every single person in this room, in this production, every person that's come here, everybody that's had part of this is so incredible. And the stars aligned, and my beautiful friend Tamara Lakia, who, put me here and introduced me to Craig, and then all the team that come here, it's just been so magical. Everything I do in my life now has become magical because I believe this. So anyway, we'll say thank yous after. Meeting every one of you, photographing every one of you has been such a gift, and right from the moment I watched your videos and hoped that you would come has been really incredible, and I'll carry that with me as well. So my attitude of gratitude is in everything, but this is my bottom line. What we vividly imagine, ardently desire and enthusiastically act upon must inevitably come to pass. That has been in my studio for 10 years on the wall. It's beside my bed. It's on my iPhone. My iPhone message goes off at 9 o'clock in the morning, and it says that what you vividly imagine, most ardently desire and enthusiastically act upon must come to pass. So if you focus on debt, your debt will get bigger. If you focus on hatred, your hatred will grow. But if you focus on love, if you focus on what you want, it will change for you. Because when you focus on what is good, what is bad gets better. You must believe that. We must change the shift in focus of our mentality about this global financial crisis and start looking at the wealth that is still around instead of the debt that is in front of us. Because the more we hold to it, the more we will perpetuate it. Again, I can tell you, I could talk about that till the cows come home. This is the new language of the business age. We've come into a new age of philosophy that is not just about creating wealth, but it's about manifesting and the perception of wealth and a wealth mentality. There are workshops out there now called Wealth Dynamics, the path of least resistance to wealth. They're incredible. Reading these websites changes the way you think about yourself, your money, and your work. Dreams come true. I could tell you a million magical stories about how dreams come true, but the other night after I'd photographed you finished, Sandra, you were the last of 4, you left, and Simona and I were preparing the images, knowing that we were going to reveal them to you the next day. All of the crew had gone, except for Nico, who was editing the video, and we were sitting quietly in the studio, and Simona popped out, and I was alone in this big studio here at Creative Life. And I stopped and I looked over my shoulder at that beautiful brick wall. And then I looked at this little half set here that's sitting floating in the middle of this warehouse. And I looked back and I thought, wow, deja vu. So I got into my computer and I opened my vision board. And everybody knows what a vision board is. It's when we envision ourselves in the future and we say, I would like to create this. And this was on my vision board. Okay, and that says a set in a warehouse for education. Look at this set. Look at this window. And for me, manifestation, a direct manifestation of something that I have visualized in my life, is when I can stop and say, I want this with my whole heart. And I'm going to create it. Now, I never set out to create this set here or this warehouse, and yet here I am sitting on it, creating exactly what I asked for. No more and no less. Video is the new black. Okay? This is the way of the future, and I'm going to tell you why. I love this guy. You must follow him. His blog on marketing is outstanding. His name is G. Raneshna, and he says push marketing is dead. We can no longer push people, shout at people, yell at people, or fly a banner and people will come to our studio. It does not work anymore. He will give you 50 reasons why it's not working anymore. He has single-handedly changed my business with his philosophy. You get 3 seconds to scan an email now. You get 30 seconds to scan a website. That's it. That is the average user of your website is 3 seconds on your email scan delete, 30 seconds on your website. If your gallery or something does not grab somebody in the first 30 seconds of your website, they will leave it. You get 30 seconds. 30 seconds is a long time. What I do is I study people's websites. I've looked at 3,000 websites in the last 5 years. I put my iPod timer on, and when I turn the website, open the website, I time how long it takes for me to get to your gallery. And you can open my website and get to the end of my gallery in 30 seconds because it's on the front page. I want to entice you into my website. You need to make sure that you are being fast enough. You close a pop-up window, you skip past commercials when you watch the show that you recorded yesterday on TiVo, you check your Facebook messages in the ad break and you cancel the YouTube ad. Who does that? I do all of those things. Why? I don't want to hear it. You screen all of your incoming calls to the house on your cell phone with your caller ID. You even screen the people you know. You screen your mother-in-law. You know, you can decide who talks to you now because even your home phone has caller ID. You don't make eye contact with the guy on the street that's giving away pamphlets, or worse, you take one and you bin it down the next block. Who does that? Everybody does that. You don't want them to give it to you. The only advertising that you are forced to look at now, that I'm forced to look at, is the banner on the back of the toilet wall. And frankly, I can update my status on Facebook and check my Twitter feed in the time it takes me to pee. So I'm not reading that banner. But I might look at that image and go, oh, really? Bad pose. So what it's come down to is connection, communication, experience, talkability, and storytelling. This is all we've got left. And how do we know this? How do we know that this is working for us? Because Facebook is about to reach 1 billion users this year, and the average Facebook person has 648 friends. That tells me we have lived in a technology, computer age for so many years now. We are returning back to the experience of being connected to people again. So we had to start telling pictures. Can you get one of my cards, please? I just forgot to go and get that in the break. I had to change the way people saw glamour by changing the way that I was advertising it. And words were no longer saying glamour is in, because glamour is such a dirty word that it was no longer becoming the word of choice. So I had to change the perception of the word glamour by showing images. So what I did was I changed my business card. Now everybody has a little business card, and I wanted a business card that was going to have some impact, that was going to tell a story, and my business card became this. So when I approach a business, or when I have a gift voucher, or I have anything to go in it, or that it fits into a beautiful envelope, or that it's in a gold case in my purse, wherever I go, because my business is gold to me, I'm a walking, talking billboard for SUE-3.com. And when somebody sits there and says, what do you do? Oh, I'm a glamour photographer. Glamour, really? I can say yes, like this. And what people do is they look at this card and they know that it speaks for themselves. And it's really, really important that your work, that your folio, that your presentation to people is telling a story. Because if it's not speaking to a market, your work is not talking. If it's not talking, you're not attracting bums on seats. You are not shooting, you're not making money. What is your brand saying? That is the most important part. I started a blog 18 months ago for photographers as an educational blog for photographers. It's not for my photography clients. It is solely for photographers. I decided that I could tell stories through my blog, because the more stories I tell, the more people want to book photo shoots with me. All of a sudden, I started to tell simple stories like this. Guy comes into my studio. She's beautiful. She has waist-length hair. So does her daughter. Her and her daughter are cutting their hair off to donate their hair for a real hair wig for cancer, for somebody to have the most beautiful wig of real hair. And her daughter combined can cut off their entire hair and gift this hair to one person. This story is beautiful. because I photographed these girls in order to photograph their long hair. That story resonates so well with my readers, and it's just because, not because of the cancer story or the fact that she's giving a gift. What she's doing is, I'm telling a story about this girl, and you are identifying with her, and you're identifying with why she is celebrating her hair and why she feels so good about it, having this photo taken, and why she will remember this shot for a long time as she grows her hair back. So as I start to tell stories, I watch my website increase. In December 2010, I had 4,938 visits in December. I was using a bandwidth on my website of about 836 megabytes. And I thought, wow, 4,938 visits in 1 month. Within 18 months of using the blog etiquette that I'm going to show you, I had built my readership to 77,565 visits in December 2011. So in terms of growth towards my brand and my business, that's exponential growth. Also, I'm using now 61 gigabytes of bandwidth, which increases my SEO, my search engine optimization, and makes me easier to find and easier to rate higher. The most important part about this is I did it simply based on this knowledge, that if you have a blog etiquette of 40% knowledge, 40% positive opinion, 10% personality, and 10% self-promotion, and you blog consistently twice a week, you will build a readership. Now, I want to address one thing with photographers. Why are photographers who are servicing the public, I am servicing with this blog photographers, so I'm selling product to photographers, why are people blogging to other photographers? They are not paying you. I'm not seeing photography blogs that are blogging to your market. You are blogging to other photographers, and I know why, because you're looking for validation in your work. Why are you blogging 100 images from one shoot? What you're offering is a free education to all the other photographers that are reading your blog for free. And why aren't you blogging to your clients, who are the people that are paying you? Why aren't you creating more of an online community and magazine within your blog? Why aren't you giving stuff away to your clients? And what are you blogging to your clients to get them to come back to your blog? If you're a newborn photographer, blog about babies, blog about blankets, blog about clothes, blog about baby food, blog baby stories, but follow the etiquette of positive opinion, a little bit of personality, a little bit of self-promotion, and a whole lot of knowledge. The more you give away, the more you will build readers towards your blog. The more you build a community and readers towards your blog, the more money you will make. Just so you know, yesterday that blog had 47,000 hits in a day because I came on Creative Live. So I now know that I can build that with exponential growth because I have held to that. I am so vigilant with blogging because I simply enjoy it. If you struggle to blog, do not do it. There is nothing worse in this world than opening a website and finding a blog that is empty and that has not been updated for 5 or 6 months. It tells me you do not have anything to say of any value. It tells me you do not have anything to say about your business. It makes me think you're not working and I'm not interested in coming back. What I started to do was see stories all the way around me and stories that could suddenly communicate what it was to be a storyteller in terms of marketing my business. I have a lot of stories to tell. This is what changed it for me. When I open this, I think about these women and I think about the experience of photographing them, and all of them are clients. I think about Anne and I marvel that she's 62 years old. She's a beautiful woman. I photographed her daughter Victoria as well. I think about the twins, who are probably going to be very famous girls because they were only 12 years old when I photographed this. I think about Sarah, and I think Sarah is such an amazing girl because she has this pale skin and this beautiful red hair, and yet she grew up in Goa in India and she speaks fluent Hindi, and she is just such a remarkable girl. I think about Bella and how she's a makeup artist and still my friend on Facebook. I think about Maria and how Maria Facebook messaged me yesterday to say, wow, you just suddenly got a lot of friends. I think about Mamua and how she was born in Cerulean, and that when Cerulean and Liberia went to war, her mum and dad were torn apart because they were both Cerulean and Liberian, and he took the babies across the border because they were at war, and she's never seen her mother since. I think about their stories about at 7 years old, she was, kidnapped by Cerulean guerrillas, and I've heard her life story, and it is a book. And I learnt this by photographing her and meeting her, and it is the most magnificent story. And that makes me realize that I know these women. I know my clients because I asked about them. And that means I'm building a community within the stories of my clients as well. This is what is making me a photographer that is getting repeat business. You cannot deny at this day and age with the economy the way it is that some people are still flourishing. I am a luxury item. I put makeup on people and take photographs. It stands to reason that I should not survive a global financial crisis. And yet during 2 crises, because I've been a photographer for 22 years and I've actually seen 3, I've survived every one like a cockroach. How? How can a luxury item survive? Because I've obviously created something that is beyond the fear of having no income. One of the most incredible sort of bodies of work I saw was I actually opened Jinky Art. Jinky is JINKY.com, JINKYart.com. Barb Earl is a kids photographer in Canberra in Australia. She does come to America and do workshops. She's a beautiful kids photographer, and she has the most magnificent video on her website when you open it about children's photography. I called Barb and I said, Barb, this is just beautiful. It communicates what Barb is. It communicates who Barb is and what she does. With a blink of an eye, it just blows you away. So I said to Barb, who did that for you? She said, Hayley Bartholomew. So I follow Hayley Bartholomew to youcan'tbeserious.com, and this is Hayley's show reel on her website when you open her website.
Don't be hard on me, oh. $5 tapping over icy cheeks. Your guys are low the boys, they want to be free, oh. So pack your bags and come with me. We're gonna travel to the sea, oh, oh, oh. I know your daddy wanna be. We want the hot, hot sun. We're chasing summertime all year. You show your loving from my head top to my feet. Like Elvis re-exploring out on me, oh. And it takes a whole night just to know we got the feeling left out so right. I'll tell you God if you plant your trust in me, oh, me. So pack your bags and come with me. We're gonna travel to the sea, oh, oh, oh. I know your daddy wanna be. We want the hot, hot sun. We're chasing summertime all year. Let me chase it, let me chase it, let me chase it. Chasing summertime all year. Let me chase it, let me chase it, let me chase it. Chasing summertime all year. Let me chase it, let me chase it, let me chase it. Chasing summertime all year. Let me chase it, let me chase it, let me chase it. Give you all my love and sing for you all week.
Okay, so what does that tell you about Hayley Bartholomew? She's fun, she's crazy, she shoots moving footage, she shoots children, and it's pretty damn exciting and amazing, right? She shoots on the 5D Mark II, and mostly with a 50mm and a 35mm, and most of it's handheld. So I talked to Hayley and I said to her, I want you to come and do a video for me, because I want to tell a story about how women are photographed. Now, there are lots of different stories that I could tell, and I've written as many scripts as I could that would tell a story that I think accurately portray what I want to portray to my client. And one of the most important things I did was I pitched them all to Hayley, and we both decided that this was our favourite for this demographic. So there are 4 women shopping demographics, and this is family first. Now, obviously, I looked at all the women in my sort of immediate circle and I chose Simona. And the reason I chose Simona, well, for starters, is she's beautiful, but Simona's also 38. She has 2 7-year-old girls, and she's a real mum and a real beautiful person inside and out. And I just thought, I want people to see what Simona's life is like. Now, when I go back to Sydney, I stay with Graham and Simona and the girls because I love staying with their family. And so I know what their family life is like. And when you've got 7-year-olds, it's hectic and crazy and all the rest of it. And I wanted to portray the hectic craziness of being a mum without showing that it's like, oh, look at my terrible life. It's a beautiful life, but it's a different life to mine. You know, I wake up alone in my apartment with no children running around, no craziness. My life is different. It is not better. It's just a different choice. So I wanted to portray that her life was different to mine, but at the same time, she puts other people before her. And so when she does put herself first, that is really important to Simona. Whereas I'm always first in my life, she would be fourth on her list. Because when you are family first, you put your family first. You all agree as mothers, right? So I wanted to speak to that demographic, and I asked Simona if I could film her and the girls, and we did. So this was Simona's video by Hayley Bartholomew.
Leaky faucet, creaky floor. We don't even own a bathroom door. The sofa set is nothing to be jealous of. We don't have a lot, but there's no shortage here for love. Whoa, whoa, oh, oh. All the pennies in the wishing wells, all the diamonds Tiffany's could sell, all the riches put together, all the sunny California weather could not make me love you any better. You could give me all that I request, and if you fancy, darling, be my guest, but I'll take less if more means having less of you. Who needs sequin shoes or private jets to Kathmandu? Oh, 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 oh. All the pennies in the wishing wells, all the diamonds Tiffany's could sell, all the riches put together, all the sunny California weather could not make me love you any better. I don't need your money, just your kisses and your funny faces, which I miss when you're all the pennies in the wishing wells, all the diamonds Tiffany's could sell, all the riches put together, all the sunny California weather, all the pennies in the wishing wells, all the diamonds Tiffany's could sell, all the riches put together, all the sunny California weather could not make me love you any better.
You like that? So do you think that accurately sort of speaks to that market? Do you think it accurately speaks to Simona? Okay, so just a couple of things. For starters, that music is... Nobody's allowed to cry today. That's so not fair. I'm going to stay looking over here. Music is by Triple Scoop, who obviously amazing music licenses that support the photographic industry amazingly. I got to meet the owners of Triple Scoop last week at WPPI, who are super cool people. And the music is just beautiful, and it must be licensed in order to go onto your website, Amanda. So it is worth buying. It is worth buying because it will cost you 50,000 times more if you get caught out. Okay, I just want to go back to one thing. I want to tell Simona's story about her beautiful family, about her beautiful self. The dream sequence came into play because she opened the mag, the first thing that you saw was on the cover of that Vogue. I actually bought that for Simona because there's Agnes is an English supermodel that looks a lot like Simona, and 20 years ago, no, looks a lot like Simona with the beautiful hair, and she was actually on the cover. When she opened it and you saw that blue dress, I actually made that dress for Simona. So the picture, we actually took a photo, swapped heads with a friend of ours, Paula. So hi, Paula. And Paula's head is in the magazine. We printed that and put it in the magazine. And the idea was that she saw Agnes and that she saw that dress and then closed her eyes and then she was there. But I wanted her not to wake up back at home like, oh, I'm back to real world. I wanted her to run out and meet her beautiful family and run off together. Now, had I created a video that was about me shooting, and it's like, bang, bang, Sue Bryce, yeah, bang, bang, Sue Bryce, ooh, making you laugh, Sue Bryce, bang, 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 Sue Bryce. Would you have sat there and cried and gone, oh, Sue, that's just beautiful, you're amazing, go Sue Bryce? No, because I didn't want to be in it. It's not about me, it's about Simona. And I needed to be able to communicate to Simona's market that she can let the kids go to school and spend one day as a supermodel and then go home and have a fabulous night with her family, right? So I feel like we accurately told that story. Can I, just before Simona, I wanted her to be here to watch that because I want you to ask her questions about that shoot, because Simona was not the makeup artist on the day, she was the talent, and obviously she got to experience all of that and people pampering her, and Christophe and Helen, Christophe Cornard, if we do a makeup workshop, will be coming back. He's one of Simona's best friends, he's got the best hairdresser on the planet. And Helen Sotis is my second choice makeup artist when I can't get Simona, and the two of them are just like amazing people. So can we just talk about that for a minute? Because I want to talk about the reaction of you seeing that as a mum.
I loved it. I actually shared it. I was supposed to share it on Facebook because as soon as I saw it, because I was up late one night and I was like, oh, she has a new video. I gotta look at it, and it made me cry. The first time I saw it, because that's me. I have two girls, and it just struck home with me and I actually got to experience it here. I got to see my images, and I'm gonna cry. But yeah, it really hit home because that's our lives. I mean, so many times we were talking about this that we're like, did I take a shower today? Have I taken a shower this week? You wake up and you're like, have I eaten anything today? And it's 9 o'clock at night because you are so wrapped up in your kids and you do put your kids and your husband first. And so getting to experience this was amazing because it's like you walk by those magazines and you're like, I could be that, I could do that, but I get to have a family at home.
No, I am that and that.
Yeah.
I'm both of those things. I'm everything. Did you like that?
Speechless is a good word because it absolutely, I don't know what, I just did what Amanda said. I'm speechless.
Okay. So I want to know how you think the story translates in terms of an outsider looking into my business. Do you think I accurately hit the mark? You know, you can say if you don't think I did or if there is a part that you don't think I did. I mean, one of the criticisms I got from one of my best friends was I spent too long telling the story that she had a family and less time telling the story about the makeover. And I kind of said, well, yes and no. One, that story does take over 98.9% of her world. So the story of her makeover is a glimpse at something really beautiful, and it's not her everything by any means, it's one experience. So yes and no, but yeah, I am interested to hear that sort of feedback because this is advertising that's going out to my business. Just so you know, that cost me around $7,000. Now, that sort of investment in my business for my website for 1 year is nothing compared to the bookings that I've received already since it went up.
Well, I can say that it gave me inspiration because the people that helped me put my video together, we've been throwing around ideas, and I haven't gotten an idea that I just love in order to go with it.
And it has to be a story.
Exactly.
So it's not
and I love that
Amanda.
it was I love that it was a story. And we've been throwing around ideas for 6 months now. and one hasn't just stuck with me, but I love that, and I love, mine will be different because I usually do with tourists, but I love that it wasn't just you. And at first, that's what we were going to do, is they were going to follow me around to shoots and stuff like that. But I love that it was a story that it was, yes, you shoot and this is what you do, but you gave them an idea of what it's like.
It's your story.
Yeah, exactly.
I can add to that. Part of the whole, we were talking about trusting you, and I was saying to you the other night that you get women, and that is in this video. You've nailed the mom, and that you get what a mom's world is about, and that instant boom connection there.
Do you know what though, Sandra? Just to interrupt you, I don't get all women. We're a crazy, freaky bunch.
Okay, you get me. You get me then.
And I don't get your world because I live a very selfish, decadent, bachelorette life.
But that video says otherwise.
But I can hear and watch what they experience when they come to me away from their children. And I know that how much they love their children, because I love Simona's children. They're beautiful children. And I just hear, but I do kind of try to hear, but when you hear the 4 demographics of shopping, which I'm going to teach you, that is more the getting of women, is actually the science of marketing to that demographic. All I did was listen to that science and listen to my friends. And then I thought, those women, now she's one of 4 demographics. I'm going to make 3 more videos. I'm going to make a video for every demographic so that all of them can touch and entice upon each of their demographics.
So the brilliant part is that on your website you share your images. You have the before and after. What's hard, what you don't get through the images on your website, which we go through your gallery, is the experience.
Yes.
And that entire video was really about the experience of the mother beforehand, and the experience of the mother. You see the joy as you're interacting with her. She's having in the daydream and in that dress. That's the experience, and that can't be communicated through the stills. And that's what took the motion. That's where the fusion came in. Is that I saw the images, but what spoke to me most was the experience. The first time I've seen, I've watched a gazillion times in the last few days, is that I'm here. And my wife's at home. I left 2 sick kids, so I know she's getting up without having a chance to shower, with spit up from 2 under 5-year-olds, needing an experience. Not even an image. The images, maybe she'd get them and they'd be sitting in her closet, but just because she's known from that experience, she's had that delight.
Okay.
And that's what the video spoke to.
Good husband. Okay, so one thing we're all clear about is we've told a story. You've heard the story, you understand it. You understand it, it's communicated something to you, whether that's your demographic or not, it has communicated something to you, Mapu, as a mum? Yeah.
Definitely, yeah. Because I feel like that is me. That's me, that's every day, that's my everyday life. But to see that she could do this and, go through it, and it just links me. It makes me want to get my photos taken by you, because that's my everyday. But I want to spend the afternoon with you. I want to feel what it's like being shot by you.
What about you two? Matt, you like that?
Seeing the Sue Bryce portrait at the beginning, it establishes this is a business, and when the story unfolds, it's being tied into real life, which most businesses are. It's like when you say the word business, sometimes it's a cold word, like business is business, but when you tie it into real life, and people will relate better to it, and after watching that, I know what it's all about now.
Because we are lifestyle photographers, ultimately. If we photograph weddings and families and portrait, you are a lifestyle photographer, so you must tell a life story, not a business story. T.Y., anything to add?
I think, I think it's knowing that you're actually changing people's lives. I don't think anyone would, it's clear from your video, I don't think any woman would go from the shoot and it would just be this static experience from their lives and then they move back on. I think it's actually transformational. I don't think anyone would go back from a shoot with you and be the same.
That's a very powerful thing to say, although you may have experienced that because you've been photographed instead of seeing the video.
Yeah.
But the one thing I will say is about that is I photographed actually Paula, who we had swapped on. I photographed Paula 2 years ago, and she had a 3-year-old daughter. She was a single mum, and she said, "You awoke something inside me that day that had been dormant," and she said, "and now it is alive." She said, "and wherever I walk, I attract men and dates and beautiful people into my life, and I feel beautiful and radiant." And she said, "You woke that up." Now, as you go through life, you have children or not. I went through a period of life there where I lost a real feminine part of myself, the most beautiful part about being a woman. I lost it, and I think you can bring it back at any time and experience your feminine and your sensual self and keep coming back to that. I did it even without having kids, so it does happen, and I want to see that. I want to see people awaken to what is so beautiful about you as a woman, because that it makes us as men and women the perfect polarity of each other, in the sense that they have a masculinity, we have a femininity. Anyway, I could talk about that forever. From your perspective?
It was great fun. Thanks for picking me. And it's just an amazing memory to have of that time of my life with my kids. I want to do one every year.
So if we created more of a fusion video where we were photographing the family together and then getting dressed together and then running out into a park and finishing with a beautiful family portrait, and that became a $7,000 package in our portrait studio, then that would stand to reason that that would be an amazing product for Simona to rebook every year, of watching her children grow, is telling a real story with photographs. That's why this is the future. Any questions about... yes?
Question from Storm Chaser 977.
Cool name.
Isn't it great? He's wondering, do you think it would make the same impact if you had a promo video on the client experience and also have a promo video about the photographer?
Great idea, because at the end of the day, Storm Chaser, they have to like you before they buy from you and before they book with you. So if you can resonate somehow in your own video, then yes, if you can say this is who I am and then tell stories about your business, you are only letting people know more about you and endearing them more to you.
And a question from Shelley Anna Tukes. How are you advertising your video other than on your blog, and where do you post that?
Well, the difference being is when I've put up videos before, I've had lots of likes, I've had lots of people come to my blog, but it wasn't until I did this that people shared it with multimedia. Now that tells me they want to share this video with other people, and the sudden viral aspect of 4,000 views in 4 hours became because I started to look at the amount of times people were sharing it on their Facebook page. I have not released this yet. I showed it at WPPI. I put it discreetly in my new website on the video page and didn't tell anybody unless they went and looked there, which Amanda did, and then placed it on Facebook. And I went, oh, I haven't released that yet, because I wanted to come to Creative Live for something fresh, not something that had already been around the world. I've only just released it now, and now I'll blog it and sort of shout it out and talk about it. But the story aspect of it already put it into a state of sort of semi-viral anyway. But yeah, you can shout that out. I mean, there's a million ways that you could share this video with people and show people, we'll talk about that in the marketing section.
So you recommend adding that video as part of your services for your clients?
Why not? That would be the second phase. The first phase would be learning how to do it.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So you would do it, not hire...
Why not? I do it.
Okay.
It's called Fusion. It's exciting.
You have a few videos on your website, are those just behind the scenes, or is...
Yeah, so we'll keep talking about video. I was just going to stop and see if there are any questions. Real good?
You mentioned 4 demographics.
Oh yeah, we're going to do a whole afternoon on marketing and promoting our business.
All right.
So today we're just talking about telling, right now we're talking about telling stories, and then I'm going to go and talk about telling it out to the world so we can actually do it. The one thing I don't like about hearing anything about marketing and promotion is how not to apply it. We're going to apply it all afternoon. So moving on from this beautiful... You can teach an old dog new tricks. Now, when I opened Photoshop 20 years ago or 18 years ago, I said that's never going to take on. It's okay, everybody, our jobs are safe. Nobody's ever going to use this stupid program. And over the years, as I've bought every version of Photoshop and I've spent my life on it, I realised that when I first opened Photoshop, I couldn't have felt more like an idiot You know that feeling when you first open a program and you do not know how it works and you just look at it and you go, how am I going to learn this? That was me with Photoshop. So fast forward 20 years to now and I open Final Cut Pro. I need to shoot video, I need to learn. I have a 5D Mark II and a 1D Mark IV that shoot high resolution 1080p HD video. I have some of the best lenses in the world. Entire TV programs are shot on these cameras. I have to be able to learn how to do this new skill. I opened Final Cut Pro and said, no way, I can't do this. It absolutely gobsmacked me. So I paid editors to come into my home to teach me how to edit. I arranged for 6 editors to turn up at my home and I offered them $50 an hour for the day and not one of them showed up. I got to a point where I was just at my wit's end. I could not find anybody to teach me Final Cut Pro. I had the Mac computer. I bought a Mac computer and went to Mac just so I could use Final Cut Pro. And then I found lynda.com, Lynda with a Y. I know, good American program, by the way. $25 a month and you can learn any single program in the world just about to do with our industry. And I learned Final Cut Pro and 6 hours of tuition video on lynda.com for $25. So I went out to shoot my first story, and this is through the eyes of a photographer who has a beautiful camera, and I shot this on the 50mm lens. I shot most of it at 1.2, so nice and shallow, nice and sexy, and I wanted to tell this story. So this was my first little story tell. So I made that little story and I videoed it and I cut it together myself, and I went to an editor at the end and I made him help me do a couple of the little fade-ins and the way the images, you know, go in and out, because I entered it into a competition that had to be a fusion video and there were 22 stills through that. So if it was all just footage, I would have maybe able to do it myself at that stage, but I needed to learn a few little techniques there, and he went through them with me. I edited it out, and it's cool, and it's been winning, and it won a gold in Australia, and it won second in the video section here in WPPI. And it's a true story because Trevor's father helped him build, he's been a photographer his whole life, and helped him build this beautiful big camera, and then he photographed him, and it was just about reconnecting with everything you know, going back to the dark room and coming back to the essence of photography, and that we can tell these little stories. So now that I've had my little practice run, I'm fully hooked. So I've worked with Hayley, I've done my little practice, and now I'm good to go. So I feel like there's so much to learn, but that's the exciting thing about our industry, is there's always so much to learn in our industry, and it just does not stop. All right. What I then realised was video all of a sudden came into play for a lot of different reasons. So what you were just talking about, Mark, one of them is the behind-the-scenes aspect of what we do. So not just telling a story about Simona and her family, which I actually think had more power than seeing behind the scenes, but this has become almost a product for me. When people started to see this video, they started to resonate with what they were seeing going on. Have a very distorted idea of how they look. Very distorted idea. And I think we get very lost in the outside. It's what they're projecting from inside them that makes them so beautiful. When I met her, she was wearing no makeup and just track pants, and she was working at the local fruit shop. Obviously I could see how beautiful she was and how beautiful she was going to look in her photographs, and she loved all of the dancing dresses, and then I found out that she did ballet. Choosing the warehouse as a location for her portrait shoot was easy. It's such a beautiful warehouse. I liked the juxtaposition between how grungy it was versus how beautiful Natalie is, and the light there is magnificent. I'm a natural light shooter, and I bounce light with polystyrene boards. So I manipulate as much light as I can with whiteboards, and everywhere I go there's whiteboards bouncing light back. Always flat lighting to the face for beauty images. And yeah, I can shoot anywhere that there's good light that I can control. If I can diffuse the light and bounce it, then I'm okay. I have a lot of control in my direction, a lot of control in my shoots. I pose everybody right down to the last eyelash, where they're looking, where their shoulders placed, where their hands are placed, their expression. And I've just learned all of the tricks to photographing, making bodies look longer, making them look slimmer, making them look gorgeous and feminine, and making hands look good, and that's what I do. We always take hair dryers because they blow warm air as opposed to cold air, which is nicer for the clients. And got to dance around in the warehouse for an hour and shoot this beautiful girl. It was lots of fun. It gives them a little insight into meeting me. It shows them Simona. It shows a complete before shot live without going, ooh, look, this is the tacky before shot. It kind of tells another story, don't you think? And it kind of takes the fear away from being photographed. I think ultimately you could have had an interview with Hayley, not me, or maybe started off the interview with me and then gone through the interview with Hayley talking about how she felt about seeing her images maybe. But what it's done is it's opened up this world of insight into my studio and my shoot. And once that video went live, that was crazy. That went viral as well. So you have two completely different videos there, behind the scenes and a story. The irony is my clients now, if I do a behind the scenes video, they'll say, can I buy that? And I'll say, you want to buy the behind the scenes video? And they'll say, well, yeah, it's like you're a famous photographer or something, and I'm like a model or something, and, you know, they're shooting a TV program. People relate video to watching TV and being on TV. So there's definitely, you know, any questions there? No? Cool.
Did you shoot that yourself or have someone else shoot it while
Oh no,
you were
I'm in it.
photographing?
So I definitely did not shoot that. That was Abraham Joff from Entitled Filmworks. I regard two videographers in Australia as being the best in Australia for different reasons. Abraham Joff owns Untitled Filmworks. He runs a wedding business. He is the very high end of wedding video that is making mini movies at weddings. He shoots a lot with Simona's husband, Graham Munro. They do beautiful work. And what Abe does is he brings a cinematic quality to wedding video that is outrageous. Okay, Hayley is the opposite. She's a female, she's emotional, she's handheld, she's running around, she tells those fun, crazy stories. She has a completely different mood. Two people did two videos for me that are entirely different in mood, and yet I feel like both of them entirely hit the mark for me.
One more quick question to follow that up. When you hire a videographer to promote your own services, do you do the editing or do you have them do the whole thing from the beginning?
You must pay them to do the editing. The storytelling is in the editing. You can tell by the difference between my video and their video because their videos have more emotional content because of the strike points on the edit points and the words and how the words interplay with the next image, whereas mine was just one image after the next, like a fancy slideshow, because I'm a beginner. So you can see the difference in the emotion that was drawn when you could hear my voice and see an image of her dancing and then cut to me talking, and then you cut back to the story and you feel like it's being narrated to you and you feel like my voice was in there but I wasn't in there in all of them, etc. Yeah.
Is there a spot online where people can see the video that you made that's been winning awards?
Yes, it's on YouTube. Sue Bryce Fusion.
Yeah. Perfect.
Any other questions there?
Is this part of your product package now, or just for special?
No, it's not. Product would be the product that I could create off. Oh, do you mean behind the scenes?
Yes.
Yes. People want to see me shoot, and they want to be a fly on the wall. So I've recorded my last 50 shoots. And I can edit them together. What I do with those now, I don't quite know. I haven't decided yet. But all I know is I've got them and you can watch me and learn. And like we did with the posing, bird's eye view, you can see also video capture through my angle, which I think is very important and for learning, especially online. But where I go with that in the next few months, I'm very busy. I'm trying to create stuff for people because they're asking me for it. But we'll see. We'll see how long it takes.
So, do you think, so this is from Dark Girl Photographer, do you think that video is the next thing for photographers? Are we moving from just images to video, and do you think it's important for us to incorporate that into our portfolio?
We will never move from images to video because you cannot upsell a video. What people want is a mixture of tangible product and multimedia. So they want the ability to touch something, blow something up and put it on the wall, and they also want the ability to watch something on their iPhone and their iPad. So that tells me that there is a product for fusion, which is a fusion of stills and moving footage and stills. So the idea would really be is that if I charge $3,800 for a video package with a small folio, is I can't upsell the video, but I can upsell the folio to wall images and more images, so that's where my upgrade comes from. I believe it's going to be a two-way street. For the photographers that are not embracing fusion yet, you don't even have to embrace it as a product yet until you upskill, but just know that it's coming. The good photographers are already selling it and they're already learning it. The early innovators are already on that path. But more importantly, in terms of speaking to your audience to get portrait stills, this is telling a story. Both of those videos clearly tell you a story about me. You would derive an opinion about me as a person. You would arrive at an opinion about my work. You would either like it or not like it. If you like it, you would come and maybe ring me or you would contact me in some way. If you loved it, you would definitely come in for a shoot. And if you really loved it, you would come in for a shoot and share it. So ultimately, as a marketing package, this is the new wave that's coming. So whether you're shooting it or not, yet, it's still got to be on your website in some form. Okay, just before we move on, YouTube has become the second biggest search engine in the world. people will Google you and then YouTube search you. 65% of teenagers now watch YouTube over TV. If your business is not on YouTube or Vimeo, if it is not being broadcast on multimedia, you are not competing in today's society. How else could we sit in a classroom with a global audience?
Right.
It's phenomenal, the reach that this has.
Speaking of our global audience, the internet loves you so much. Everybody's gone to your website, and now parts of it aren't working. So congratulations, we broke your website.
It's a smiley face, not a found
It's
face.
a good thing. Everyone's going there right now.
Oh, not if they can't see it.
So it's about 20 minutes to noon is the time check. So.
Craig laughing up there. I can hear Craig laughing. We crashed your website. Yes.
So it's about 20 minutes to noon.
Okay, so I don't want to start this next section. From here on in, it's going to go super fast. So I might actually stand up for this next section because I don't think I can just deliver this next 3 hours sitting down. I need to be on my feet. I want to go through everything about business, about actually activating power in your business, and that. So I think this is kind of where we want to go. I just want to say, to finish before we do this, the new language now is word of mouth. Okay, it's not word of mouth, it's word of mouth, and it is really, really, really vital. Facebook is on target for 1 billion users this year with an average friendship of 648. We know its power. YouTube has become the second biggest search engine in the world. Get online. Building a business. As you know, I came from the 80s, so I'm just going to flick through this. I started off in the 80s, glamour died, crash, we don't need to talk about that. Everybody knows that it died and died badly. This is my philosophy behind evolution. 22 years in the photographic industry, I've seen nothing but change. When people tell me that this industry they're afraid of what's going on in this industry, I don't know a time in this industry when I was not afraid. I do not know a time in this industry where I was not going to work wondering if I still had a job because I didn't know how to use the equipment that was now being brought to my table. So, it is not the strongest that survives. It is not the most intelligent. It is the one that is the most adaptable to change. And if I could say anything to anybody, prepare yourself for constant evolution in business. There's a really neat little book called Who Moved My Cheese? Do you guys know what that is? It's about these two little mice, and one day somebody moves their cheese. And the two mice sit there and argue for days about where's my cheese gone. And one just sits there and complains about it for the rest of his life. My cheese used to be here, now it's not. The other two run off to find new cheese. Okay, and the fourth one, actually, there's 4 mice. 2 run off immediately. The other 2 sit and argue about it. But eventually the third mouse says, wait a minute, somebody moved my cheese. It used to be here every day. This mouse is just complaining that it's no longer there. And the other mice have gone and not come back. But I can't see them anymore, so I'm wondering if they found new cheese, but I do not know, and I have fear of the unknown, blah, blah, blah. Great little book, takes you about an hour to read it. But what it does is it just identifies a mindset around evolution. If you're not prepared to evolve, you will die. End of story. This is where I started out 13 years ago. Now, something I just want to bring to your attention very quickly. When I started my business, I already had an established style. So that makes it, you say, oh, so much easier to start a business when she's already a good photographer. Yes, that's exactly right. You know, I finish with a slide at the end that says you cannot market a shit product. So if you are not yet at a sellable level, go and get a job and practice and build your folio and practice and build your folio until you believe you have created a product that both thrills you, thrills others, and creates a product that is desirable for people to buy. Until you create a desirable product, you will not have anything to market. So I suggest right now you define who you are, what you want to photograph, and what it looks like to the outside world. Get somebody else to tell you. If you do not know what you look like to the outside world, get a target group into your studio. Get a bunch of girls to sit down, drink wine, eat cheese and crackers, and tell you what your brand looks like from the outside in until you get a very clear definition of what you're projecting. And if you get grumpy about that or upset about that, or if somebody offers you something that you deem as criticism, then you're not open to hearing what other people are thinking about your brand. You know, ultimately, yes, we all want positive feedback. Yes, negative feedback is hard to hear, but the negative feedback that is constructive about the voice of your business will determine who you are inviting into your studio. So I need you to determine your style, which I now have, because all these years later, it's pretty much exactly the same. And then you can start building the foundations to a really successful business. Now, I answer the age-old question, what is it women want? What is it that women want? Women want to look younger, gorgeous, and slimmer. We know that, okay? That's the truth. We want to feel beautiful inside and out. We want world peace. Yes. The way that the woman is made is the whole base of my business, but ultimately what happens is she is a consumer by nature. She is an emotional buyer, and she is somebody that is very easy to market to. So what women want is to be respected and to be treated like they are important, and I'm going to show you what those demographics are and why they are buying, why those demographics are buying. Of course we want world peace because we want everyone to get along. I'm back to here again, that fabulous, that is my bum, by the way. I'm not a boudoir photographer, even though I kind of look like one. It's really important that I cross these genres. So my evolution was based on this one simple question: who are you trying to attract as a client? I want you to write that. Who are you trying to attract as a client? Can you tell me what your demographic is? Can you tell me who your demographic is? Like, are you looking at your website and talking to one type of person, or are you seeing the same client come in all the time? That's who you're talking to. So if you're seeing one type of client come in all of the time, that's who you are speaking to. Okay? And if you open up that range, if you open your range up, so don't just shoot boudoir, shoot portrait, shoot contemporary portrait, shoot family portrait with a beautiful edge. There's a million ways to evolve your business to open up your brand. So what I'm saying to you is you do not have to start shooting glamour photography. If you're a boudoir photographer, add boudoir and beauty. Or if you're a portrait photographer and you've got an old family style brand and you want to jazz it up, add contemporary portrait. You know, start expanding your brand to include not just another genre, but basically opening it up to a huger market of people to come into your studio. This is really, really important. The more I open up people to come into my studio, the more I make it accessible for all women, all ages, all sizes, and all demographics, then my target market base gets larger. So I want you to sit down and write a goal today, right now, about what sort of target and overall look you want your business to have. Now that you've seen that I cross those genres, now that you've seen that I'm a little bit boudoir and a little bit family and a whole lot of glamorous, and I've got a desirable product, how can you evolve your brand to start including more of what I offer, more of a general base? How can you start inviting the sort of shoots that you want into your studio? And are you shooting something you don't want to do anymore? Because if you're shooting something you don't want to do anymore, you need to start moving away from it immediately, because it will crush your will to live if you are not doing what you love doing. Now, I've opened my brand up to glamour. I've opened it up to couples. I've opened it up to faces. I've opened it up to families. I've opened it up to sisters. I've opened it up to generations of women, which then bring in families. All of this is done in the education of my clients. Now, without the education of clients, you do not have a business. So I'm going to teach you today how to educate not only your market in order to come to you, but your market in order to buy from you. Because your market must understand, what do you do and what do you sell? Now, if you have a very generic portrait business and you show family portraits, I'm picking that your message is you go there, it's time to get a family portrait done, you spend how much, whatever, on family portraits, are they quite good? I don't see an experience in your advertising, I don't see a story around your marketing, I don't see a reason that you're making me value my family so much that I must go and have family portraits taken. All I see is something that in the back of my mind I think this is what we must do. I want to go beyond that. I want you to entice people to get their families into your studios, so whether that's with hair and makeup or having a more contemporary brand or opening up stories or telling stories about the entire experience or selling the experience, you have to invite more people into your business than putting a sign on your door. So I opened it up to curves and I opened it up to older women, and all of a sudden everything in my brand exploded because I started to speak to a real client. So when I advertise, I want to speak to my real clients, and I don't just want to show this idealized version of being a photographer that you will all see. Now, when you look at my website, you see a very beautiful range of images. There are a few older women on my website. There's one or two curvy girls on my website, but I've had a very general demographic of beautiful people because that's advertising. But in everything else that I send out, my blog and all the other communication that I have, I'm being current, I'm being consistent, and I'm crossing as many genres as I can and as many demographics as I can. So obviously the more I open up all these demographics, the more people I'm going to attract into my business. So let's go back 8 years, and I'm a photographer. I've been a photographer in studio now, professionally shooting for a studio for 10 years. I have been shooting for 14 years. I'm 32 years old, and I'm earning $400 a week. I have zero savings and a shoe fetish. I'm in trouble. So that technically gives me a cheap car and a credit card that is full. I live week by week, but I work 15 to 20 hours a week. I rock up to the studio at 9 or 10 after a leisurely breakfast. I shoot a couple of shoots, I hand them over to the studio, and I leave. And everybody thinks I have this incredible life. And the problem is I'm not getting paid. And I'm doing $7,000 photo shoots. So like all employees, we have an employee mentality. I look up and I say to my boss, I'm making $400 a week, you're making 10 grand a week, or whatever, 20 grand a week, whatever he was making. This is not fair. I'm going to go out on my own, and off I go. So I spend the first year drowning. Okay? In my mind, I'm trying to create $400 a week because I've told myself that if I can make $400 a week, I'll survive. What I've done is I've set a mentality of being paid a wage in my mind, and I have not yet opened up to a wealth mentality, a business mentality, or inviting money in. All I knew was if I made $400 a week, I could survive. And that's what I did. I set about surviving, and for a whole year I taught Photoshop to photographers. I took word of mouth shoots only, which was about one a month. And I would shoot them in my little country garage half an hour out of the city, struggling to survive. All of a sudden, I sat down. I came back from a trip to Australia to see my brother, and I sat down with all of my girlfriends, and we were drinking French champagne, champagne that I cannot afford, that my 3 girlfriends had brought because we were celebrating that they've all just bought a home. And it occurred to me I was not buying a home for myself because I couldn't pay my credit card bill. So I realized in that moment, if I want to get anywhere, I have to learn and change and grow as fast as I possibly can. When you're at the bottom, there's nowhere to go but up. Actually, you know what? I don't believe that. I think things can always get worse. So if you live in a state of gratitude, then I must say the easy part about being at rock bottom is it could get a whole lot worse, but I stopped it before it did. But one of the things that I like about that is there's no fear when you have nothing, because you can't take anything away from me. No, you could create more debt for me, but you're never going to take anything away from me because I have nothing. I decided to build this studio, and I built this studio on nothing. It's a garage. I painted it white. The paint cost me $100. I borrowed $3,000 from my mum and dad. I went to my mum and dad and I said, can I have $3,000? They went, ooh, My parents are not wealthy. I'm not a trust fund baby. I'm not a rich wife. You know, I am just an everyday girl with no money whose blue-collar parents have retired, and I'm asking them for $3,000 of their savings. I took that money, I painted my studio, I bought a plasma TV for $1,200, I bought a cheap couch for $1,200 that was white vinyl, and I pretty much begged, borrowed, and stole everything else there. I painted everything white. I found that cabinet on the side of the road. The mirror cost me $30. I painted that white. I literally did everything by hand. And then what I did was I bought silk flowers and I cut real greenery and wrapped them around the flowers. And people would walk into the studio and say, "Those flowers smell beautiful." And every day, it was nothing. It was a cheap budget little country studio, and every day I would vacuum the floor and I would put so much love into that room. I can't even tell you. It's... I can't even say that. It's crazy. Okay, so then I started to learn. I started to learn that everything to do with that room was about fear. That I was so afraid of being rejected that I never showed anybody my work. Because I thought if people rejected my work, then they rejected me. I can't tell you how afraid I was of doing that. Of painting my garage white and saying that I had my own studio. All of a sudden, I'm so sorry. I remember that feeling, but I had to. So I made a decision. I made a decision right in that moment that if I didn't, thanks John, if I didn't tell people what it is that I do, they're never going to know. And if they don't know, they're never going to like me and they're never going to pay me. So I wrote 10 letters to 10 businesses. I couldn't ring them and I couldn't visit them because I was too afraid to. So I put photographs inside the letter and I wrote it. And it said, "Dear so-and-so," I rang each business and said, "What is the name of your manager?" "My name is Sue Bryce and I'm a photographer. And this is my work. I want you to give me to your clients as a gift. But I would not expect you to do that unless you tried me for yourself. So I have enclosed a $500 gift voucher for you to come and meet with me, experience a photo shoot with me, and if you like me, you can give me to your clients." I got 5 replies. Out of those 5 replies, all 5 of them were women. And they all came in for a photo shoot. And all of them took their $500 worth of portraits. And one of them spent $4,500 because she bought her mum and her sister. So I learnt 3 things that day. I learnt that women don't go and experience something on their own. They always take friends, and if they take friends and experience something of value, they will spend more money. I learnt that all 5 of those women liked me and loved what I did and valued me enough to give me to their clients. And I learnt that sometimes giving away something will bring you back the ultimate reward. Because what I gained with those 5 women was not their database, but it was their recommendation. And that is more powerful than shouting any message that you could possibly have or give anybody in the world. Those 5 women gave me to 1,200 women. And 2 weeks later, I had booked 297 makeovers. And I was not prepared for that. At this stage, those glass doors on my garage door cost $5,000. I couldn't afford them. So we used to have garage roller doors. So when my clients turned up, I would roll them up so that nobody knew that they were garage doors and shoot with the doors open. Luckily it was summer until the first round of sales in a month, where I then had enough money to pay for those glass doors. I projected in that week that I needed to hire some makeup artists. So I found Maria and I found Courtney, and they were both 19 years old, and I trained them myself. I said to them, I cannot afford to pay you because I don't have any money, but I have a lot of bookings, and if you can just accept $100 a week for 6 weeks, I'll create a wage for you. And they said yes, because the idea was that they had both come in for a photo shoot with me and got what I did. And they wanted to work for me. Then my very best friend at the time, Sarah, who was working as a portrait photographer, said, how are you going to do this? I said, I have no idea. She said, let me come and work with you. I said, I cannot take on another employee. I can't afford to pay the 2 that I've just offered. She said, I want to come in as a business partner. And that day, in the first week, I booked 297 makeovers, and I got a business partner and 2 full-time employees in a week. Now, we sat down that day and we said, what do you think we could earn? And we worked it out, and I said, I think we could earn $4,000 to $6,000 a week in this little space. We projected $4,000 to $6,000 a week in our first week, and we made that in week number 1. So we then made $4,000 the second week and went, well, we hit our target quite quickly, didn't we? And then the next week we hit $8,000, and 5 weeks later we hit $12,000. And when we hit the $12,000 mark, we were beyond our expectations now, and we were 2 months in business. We were working 20 hours a day because I was shooting all day in the studio, selling all night. We were alternating sales and then retouching till 3 o'clock in the morning in order to produce this product. And we created within 4 months of business. We got through all of those shoots, and we had wages to pay, and we had $80,000 in the bank, and we were in business. And it was phenomenal once I got over the fear of telling people about who I was and what I do, and started to learn all of the lessons that were happening around me, how I could apply it to my business. What then happened was really quite amazing, because I have to jump ahead in order to come back. 12 months later to the day, I could not work at home anymore. I had 4 staff in my house every morning who would greet me at the door when I'm wearing my robe. I was not living my life. I was selling at night, and then photoshopping till 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was waking up in the morning and it was Groundhog Day. And we made the conscious decision to build a studio 12 months later. In the first year of business from that country garage, we grossed $480,000 in turnover. And we built the studio the next year on a budget of around $70,000. I'm going to go backwards in order to come forwards, because you know that my studio in New Zealand is beautiful. These are the lessons that I learnt. Talent will get you far, but not as far as ambition. I'm a very, very, very ambitious, competitive girl. I love setting a goal for myself and immersing myself in it with everything I've got. I like to, when I love something, I like to give it as much physical power as I am capable of giving it. That makes me someone who likes to achieve and win things. You know, I applied myself to this business with everything I had. I decided right at that moment that I had no product in my studio. I actually didn't know what to sell people. I also could not sell my own work. I had no website. I had no idea how to manage money, and I was not a natural saver. But luckily my business partner was watertight. So she controlled the money, I controlled the retouching. Those were our specialities at the time. The balance of my creative and teaching her how to shoot, because she became my second shooter, and the balance of her teaching me how to save made us incredibly successful. One of the things that I have to tell you is it does not matter the success of that first 4 months and having that money in the bank. It was not going to last long with 4 wages if we did not keep making money and learn how to save it. If you cannot manage money, I really can't sort of push this onto you enough. If you're having issues with money, you must shift your beliefs, your thoughts, your ideas, and your core beliefs around money for starters. Secondly, you need to go to people who make and save money well and learn how to save money. Okay, you can change. I used to be in debt, now I have savings. I have learned, I've become more frugal. I don't buy as many shoes. I have a budget on what I can spend on shoes. You know, I am more careful with money. And the difference is when the global financial crisis hit us in our 4th year in business, we had 100 grand in the bank. We were not going to go under. You know who's swimming naked when the tide goes out. The businesses that crashed in the first month had no reserve. The businesses that crashed in the first year had little reserve and a bad attitude. And the businesses that survived had strong marketing and money in the bank. Now, you might throw that back at me and say, you know, whatever. I'm a luxury item. I survived. I had a strong marketing base and money in the bank. I certainly should not have survived a global financial crisis. Our mentality around a shift in money like that just changes as everybody's belief in money. I'm going to talk about that later, but one of the things I'm going to say is this. There is still ultimate wealth in this world. It just shifts in power. And it's still there for you. If you can change your focus, it is still there for you. But the more clever you are with your savings, the better you are always going to bounce in hard times. Okay, and I'm going to come back to that. Style, brand, and product. This is how simple it is for me. I do not have a degree in marketing and I do not have a degree in business, but I have a black belt in shopping. I am a woman and I know why I buy. I will spend my last $200 on a pair of shoes when I know I'm supposed to buy groceries and then go and eat at friend's house growing up in my 20s. We don't care. When we buy, it's because we want something. Price is only an issue in the absence of value. If you want something, you buy it. Is that right, girls? Somebody say amen. Okay, so from here, what I did was I created a brand, and I wanted my brand to be obvious. The first thing everybody said to me 8 years ago is, you can't call it glamour, so glamour's gone. And I said, no, it has to be glamour. Glamour is me. I am glamour. I want to be glamour. I do glamour. This is me. I put eyelashes on to go running, for God's sake. Okay, so I thought, if I don't call it glamour photography, if I call it contemporary portrait, and I use the thesaurus meaning of glamour, which is beauty, loveliness, attraction, elegance, charm, fascination, excitement, allure, enchantment, captivation, magic, spell, all words that I would use to describe myself, then that can be my tagline. And she's beautiful. She is a woman, as Shakespeare. Who wrote that more beautifully? She's beautiful. She's a woman. I did not put any babies on my website. I did not put any families on my website. I did put some couples, though, because I didn't want children in my studio, and I did not want weddings in my studio. I wanted to portray only the bookings that I wanted, because I figured if I was starting with nothing, I had nothing to lose. Seems to me that there's two types of photographers. There's the one that wants the large sitting fee with the minimum spend, and they constantly say to me, you gave shoots away, you gave vouchers away. And I was like, yes, but you have to pay a makeup artist. Well, yes, the idea was that I gave a shoot away so that they would spend money and then I could pay my makeup artist. Oh, what if they didn't buy anything? Well, there are some people that don't, but that's the law of averages. Okay, so let's talk about that. There is the photographer that wants the large sitting fee with a minimum spend that sells packages. Nothing quite says, you are going to spend $499, like telling people that's your minimum spend and your package. To me, what you're doing to your client is telling them that they're going to spend $499 and that's what you're going to earn. And then there's a photographer that has a low or no setting fee and an a la carte menu, which is not asking for a fee up front or asking for a $90 or $100 fee up front and then opening up an a la carte menu. So straight away, that terrified the hell out of me because I wanted to know in my mind what I was going to earn. So if I told everyone I had a $400, $800 and $1,200 package, then I felt safe that I was going to either get $400, $800 or $1,200. And guess what? Guess which one you get out of those three? You get lots of 400s. Because what does your client hear? The cheapest of the three packages, correct? Okay, there's no value there, there's no idea around it, there's no nothing. All they hear is $400, awesome, done, set in stone. So I changed everything to an a la carte menu with a free shoot for the first 6 months of my business. What I needed was recommendations, bums on seats, contacts, and never at any time did what I offer say that it was free. Never. And this is how I did that. I decided right early on that it is a confused mind says no. I walk into too many studios with price lists with 100 things on it, and I look at them and I go, you just have boggled people with numbers and you have ceased to sell the one thing that you are trying to sell them, and that is the photography and the experience. That's you, Amanda? Too many numbers? Okay, so if I say to you this, a shoot with me is complimentary because you've been given a beautiful gift voucher. The images I sell start at $275 on the wall and go up from there. And I have a beautiful folio box that starts at $1,200. My most purchased package is a 20-page folio box with a beautiful free wall portrait for $3,300. What do you hear? You're spending $3,300. Never at any time did I say anything was free. Never at any time did I say, I said lower numbers, I said higher numbers, but what I'm doing is I've got to sell you this idea, and I have to tell you what my average spend is, and it must be delivered in this way. A sitting with me is $190. That is a double makeover, Amanda, so that's for two women. Is there a sister, best friend, partner, or anybody that you would like to bring to the shoot with you? Who would you like to bring?
My sister.
Oh, you're going to bring your sister? Yeah. Does she have children?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to both bring your families and make a day of it?
Sure.
We'll book out the studio for you. Now, I have two families. So you and your sister get your hair and makeup done. The boys can look after the children. They can come in at, say, 11:30. Excellent. The best part about that is you can get babysitters in the afternoon and you can all go out tonight and look absolutely incredible. So if that is my sales pitch right from the start, that I'm selling the entire package right from the beginning, I'm educating you, and I'm going to talk more and more about that because it comes down to how educated you are and how invested you are in the shoot, how invested you are in the final product, but never at any stage have I withheld from you or planted a seed in your head that says that you will spend less than $3,000 with me. And now, just because I'm going after $3,000 doesn't mean you are. You can just tailor this to how you're selling and how you're presenting your work. In my studio, you can buy a folio box. It's handmade by Saldex in Australia. My favourite album company. They treat me like a family member, and I'm not even one of their big clients because their big clients do hundreds of weddings a year. I love their folio box because I hate albums. Okay, I don't want to offer albums. I think they're confusing. If you want to sell albums in your studio, go for it. I don't want to. I want to sell wall portraits and a folio box. This is a Saldex folio box. This is a beautiful folio box with my name embossed on it, and inside this folio box is a beautiful set of hand-mounted images, and they can be taken out. The best part is they can be framed individually, given away as gifts, or if you want to keep it as a very special little gift, a little keepsake, you can hide it under the bed if you want to, if it's a private folio box. But the beauty of it too is it stands up vertically in a bookshelf, and you can print on this outer cover. These are also distributed through America by Fineo. Sure. Now, when I tell you that I sell wall portraits from small to large and a folio box with images from 6 up starting at $1,200, that's it. There is no more there. When I show you this, these are my wall portraits. They start 7 by 10 at $275 and they go up to $1,200 for a 30-45. Those sizes are in inches. You can pay extra for framing. That's your choice. This is my 9-up frame. When I do a shoot, I'll do a dancing series. I'll work towards selling a 9-up of either one vertical set of horizontal images or vertical images. And what I'm trying to do is sell one beautiful frame set. These images are 6 by 4. If you have 6 by 4 images times that by 9, it makes that entire setup about 22 inches, 24 inches wide by 30. It's a gallery of your 9 best images. That is $2,000 framed and finished. So if you do not want the folio box, you can have an entire wall gallery in one frame. If you do not want that, I sell individual images for the wall. I've covered all 3 of my bases with 3 products that are simple to understand. And I look at it like this. This is the beautiful folio box, small, medium or large, madam?
Large.
So if I can simplify what I do, I can simplify the experience and then simplify the cost of it, people not only understand it, they're no longer confused by it. Ain't that the truth? I love my grammar. By the way, I get a lot of stick on my blog about my total lack of spelling and punctuation. I does not matter. I does not matter. It does not matter which of these you choose. No client will spend if they are not educated. None. Okay, I went to a studio to do a consultation. We get there to this beautiful studio. The photographer's amazing. I love her whole team. Makeup's incredible, fantastic. I'm styling a shoot of 5 women and they are photographing it, and I'm going to be a behind-the-scenes spectator in their business for a whole day and then show them where they're going wrong. At the end of the shoot, the 3 generations of women are kissing us and cuddling us and telling us they had the best experience of their life being photographed. They just had so much fun. Thank you so much. And then they left. I turned to the photographer and I say, I didn't see you give her a price list or talk about price at all. She said, oh no, we don't do that. It's a little bit confusing. I said, yes, that would be very confusing, because the idea is how many photographers have sat down in a viewing and had people say, they're how much? Or why are they so expensive? Or how much are they? Or what? Oh, I didn't know they were going to be that expensive. Okay, uneducated client, shouldn't have been there. Shouldn't have been and now feels trapped. Okay, so if you are afraid of saying what you cost, then you don't believe you're worth it. And until you change that mentality, you will not attract anybody into your business that believes the same. Educate and sell, educate, sell, educate, sell, educate, sell, educate, sell, educate, sell. If I could drill that into your forehead right now, educate, sell, I want you to go away and say this. From the moment somebody calls me, I am selling myself, my experience, my photography, and my studio. Okay. Classic example of selling myself is coming up, and you will just absolutely love this. But I will say one thing. The phone is paramount. Answering the phone, getting clients on the phone, speaking to people about what you do. Let's say you're at a trade show and Mapuana's doing the flyby, and everybody knows that the flyby means don't look at me, don't talk to me, I'm walking past. If she stops to talk to me, I can engage her in a million different ways, but I'm going to engage her like a woman. Fabulous scarf, great colour. Okay, we're not going to talk about the weather. Is it warm out there? Because she's going to say, no, not really. That's why I'm wearing a scarf and a jacket. Yeah. Okay, oh, it stopped raining then? Okay, now you're boring me. Really? The weather? So I want to talk to her. And then let's say I'm doing a wedding expo and say, when are you getting married? Tell me about your wedding day. I'm not trying to pitch to anybody. I'm never trying to pitch to anybody. So when I meet Mapuana in the street and she says inevitably, what do you do? And I say, well, I'm actually a glamour photographer. And you say, a glamour photographer? Remember, I say, yes, like this. Because that tells a story in itself. If Mapu asks me the one question that people ask me constantly when they find out what I do and how I do it, the first thing they want to know is, tell me about this. Oh my God, you're amazing. Or I love your work. You know, wow, how long have you been doing this? This is incredible. So do you do their hair and makeup? All of those questions come. I don't have an elevator pitch that I launch into. Well, Mapuana, it just so happens that I have a glamour photography studio. What I do is I sit there and I just tell people what I love doing. So if you speak with enthusiasm about anything that you do, it is so attractive to people that people are so inextricably drawn to you. And what I'll do is I'll say, I started shooting glamour 20 years ago. I've always worked with a hair and makeup artist. I know. I have my own makeup room. I know. I'm sponsored by Elizabeth Arden. Yeah, and I get excited about what it is that I do. The second I get excited about what I do, people just cannot get enough of what I'm talking about. It's that whole, I'll have what she's having. Right? Okay, at the end of the day, you have to understand one thing. If you read Eckhart Tolle, which is The Power of Now, you will know that Eckhart's philosophy is we have two states, ego and enthusiasm. Enthusiasm is devoid of any ego. When you are in a pure state of enthusiasm, all you're talking about, which could be called passion, but I think people misunderstand the idea of being passionate about something, when you're purely enthusiastic about something, when you can talk about something because you love it so much that the experience of it and everything about you and everything about what I do and what I could do for you is being translated to you because you're so excited that, oh, that's interesting, that's amazing. When you hear that enthusiasm, you will understand one thing. Enthusiasm comes from the ancient Greek word entheos. Entheos means to be filled with a God within you. To be completely devoid of all ego and to be filled with a God within you, to that feeling that you are so excited and so impassioned by what you do that it's so easy to translate to other people. That energy is so attractive in any form that anybody who is actively happy in this world will attract ultimately millions and millions of followers of people because we all want that same feeling. It's just unavoidable when we see it in others and we know it's not bullshit. We know it's the truth. You can't fake that. Consumers have a sixth sense. They are smart. They smell your fear. They can smell fake and you will reek of it if you are not truly enthusiastic about what you do. And if you aren't enthusiastic about what you do, go and do something else. You know, I always thought to myself, every day I would drive to this gas station and I have a little MX-5 convertible and I always drive with the roof down and I pull into this gas station and this guy runs out with his cap on, puts gas in my car. He does not know my name, but he acts like he knows me. Every week I see this guy and every week he charges out, he says hi to me. One day I go there and he's gone. And for a year, this guy's been putting gas in my car and chatting to me every week. I don't know his name. Amazing dude. Suddenly, I'm waiting by my car. Nobody comes out. I'm putting gas in my own car. I'm then having to pay, go in, come out, put gas in my car, go back and buy some other stuff. I'm annoyed. I don't want to go there anymore. And it occurred to me, that guy was happy pumping gas. He was just a happy dude, right? Whatever his life was, he used to like chatting to all the girls and all the boys that used to come in and get their gas. And he was an amazing guy. He was just happy. Okay, it didn't matter what he did, he was happy. I thought to myself, I'm a photographer and I've got this amazing looking job, but I'm struggling to make money. I've got absolutely no money in the bank and this guy's happy pumping gas. You know, attitude counts for 99% of everything. And if you can't be happy or enthusiastic about what you're doing, do something else. If you want to be a photographer, but you cannot master the business side of being a photographer, go and work for another photography studio. I did for 10 years. Yes, you will not get paid as much, but guess what? You also don't have to market your business, sell your work, pay taxes, lie awake at night wondering how you're going to pay those taxes, lie awake at night wondering where your next shoots are going to come from, lie awake at night trying to evolve your business constantly, and go to work every day and manage 8 brats. You know, so you'll get less money, but you'll get to do what you love. Do whatever spins your wheels. Until you're not spinning your wheels, you are not actively participating in your own life. You know, being miserable is not a way of life. It is just not. Being miserable is not the answer. It's your choice. Change it anytime you want. From the moment I pick up the phone, I'm selling SUE. So I pick up the phone and I say, "Good afternoon, Sue Bryce speaking." "Certainly." "Oh, where did you get your voucher from, Kate?" "That's wonderful. So, Kate, sitting with me is $190 and you've been given that for free from Fitness First." "Yes, it's a gift to you. They've paid for your shoot. You're going to come and get a double makeover." "Yes, a double makeover." "Exactly. Well, you can bring your sister, your best friend, your mum, all of the above." "Yes, no extra charge." "Well, we kind of make it a girls' day out, Kate. So the idea is that you all come in, you have a beautiful hair and makeup, we give you a great experience, we take your photographs, you can go out afterwards and paint the town red, and you end up with beautiful photographs of all the people you love." "Sure. Sitting with me is $190. You have that beautiful gift voucher, so you also have on that voucher $100 to spend on photographs. And my wall portraits start at $275, so obviously to get the first portrait it's only $175, and it goes right up to the really large portraits for $1,200, and I have beautiful folio sets as well. The best part though, Kate, is there is no obligation to buy anything. The idea is that I take beautiful portraits of you and that you love them and then you want to buy them. So when you come in, I will show you right through my price list and all of the beautiful products we can create. When would you like to book in? Awesome, let's go and do that. When I first started in the studio, I was 22 years old in the big studio as an employee. My boss told me I had poor elocution, and that means I spoke like a country girl, which I kind of still do, but it's kind of endearing now. Back then it wasn't. And so they made me do phone training. They would sit me down with a unplugged phone and make me talk like that in front of my boss. I would go bright hot red and my stomach would turn. But what it did was it taught me how to speak on the phone. It taught me how to speak to my clients. And if you have not practiced that pitch, my staff wanted me to write it out on key points so that they could hit all of those points and keep the flow of that conversation going. I did that. They did that for a year. They had that conversation above the phone. It was so important that when somebody calls your studio, they are calling to book you in. If you do not book them in, you have missed an opportunity to make money, because why else would they call you if they weren't interested in your service? A business goal. Most of you don't have business goals because most of you are just trying to survive. You're not trying to thrive yet. So let me show you something. This is the best advice I was given. For your own self-esteem, make business goals and achieve them. It never occurred to me, nobody ever sort of enlightened me to the fact that I would gain self-esteem by achieving in business, because I didn't realize that those simple goals, when you achieve them, are so empowering that you then move on to the next goals and the next goals and the next goals, and before you know it, your snowball of being successful has grown and grown and grown, and all of a sudden you are challenging yourself way past what you thought you were capable of. 8 years later, you're standing in another country addressing photographers around the world as to the challenges that you were faced 8 years ago when you decided that you were too scared, but you had to create a business. I think you should make goals for work and not money. And the reason is this. If I tell you, Mapuana, that you have 4 days to come up with $5,000, what would you do? You would worry about finding $5,000 for starters. You would think, well, I don't have $5,000, what am I going to do? You might try and think, well, I could borrow it off somebody. How would I make that in 4 days? There are a million thought patterns behind, oh my God, how am I going to create $5,000? But if I told you that you had to book 5 sittings in a week, what would you think? How am I going to book 5 sittings? And you would go about looking for 5 people as opposed to going around looking for $5,000. Now, the law of manifestation, or whatever you want to call it, dictates that if you don't have money and you want it, that you push it away from you because you are wanting it as opposed to accepting that you have it or going about creating it. The idea then is that the more that you freak out that you don't have money, the less money you will manifest for yourself. And the more that you create goals for people, the more you'll put yourself out there and speak to people, which in turn will give you shoots, which in turn will give you income. The best part part about that is if you make a goal for money, you will cap your income at whatever you make your goal for. Remember, for the first 12 months, I managed to manifest $400 a week, except for when I made a goal to get 10 shoots a week, I started to make $20,000 a week. And yet, had I kept my goal of $4,000 a week, I would not have learnt that I needed to shift my focus away from money and towards shoots. And I made a goal to shoot 10 shoots a week. So I have to ask the question, how many shoots do you want in your studio a week? Tell me how many weddings you want a year. Tell me how many family portraits you want a year. Tell me how many boudoir shoots you want in 1 year. Then don't just tell me, write it down, tell your staff, tell your spouse, tell the universe, and make it a goal, because a dream is just a dream until you write it down and make it a goal. I don't have a dream of earning $20,000 a week. I have a goal of booking 12 shoots. The law of marketing averages states that 12 shoots per week is 48 shoots per month. 48 shoots per month will be booked at 480 target audience monthly. What I then had to focus on was not how the hell am I going to make $20,000 a week. What I turned all of my attention towards was I need to put my business in front of an audience of 480 people a month, in order to fully book my studio 12 months out of the year. In our second year of business, we nearly hit the $700,000 mark in turnover, and in the third, nearly $880,000. At that time, we have now employed 6 staff, plus 2 part-timers, plus me and my business partner. I have now employed 2 full-time photographers who are shooting, and I have stopped becoming a shooter, and I have become a business manager and marketer. A, don't have a marketing degree. B, do not like managing staff. C, was slowly dying on the inside. Had stopped doing the one thing that I love to do, and that is take photographs. I should have hired a business manager, not 2 photographers. Right? Okay. Here I am with my goal, 12 shoots per week, 48 shoots per month, 408 target audience a month. When you think about finding 480 people a month, that's a lot of people to find. It's not. There's people everywhere. It's like 7 billion, actually, on the planet. And they come back every year. So here's the irony. Sometimes we see massive limits. I live in a small town. Yes, I come from a farming community of 240,000. They all spent more money than the rich town wives. The only limits you see, there's a really famous story about Reebok in the late 80s. They took a marketing manager and they went to a certain place in Africa, and they were going to send 100,000 units of Reebok shoes over in the late 80s when Reebok exploded. And apparently in this book, it says that the marketing manager sent back a fax that said, don't send the units, nobody wears shoes here, there's no market here. And then 10 years later, a young upstart for Reebok who really kicked Reebok into gear and made it incredibly famous went to the same place in Africa and sent a fax back that said, send 280,000 units immediately, no one wears shoes here. And the difference was, one saw no market, because why would people buy shoes? They don't need to in this climate, in this place. And the other one saw a massive market, because nobody wears shoes here. And it's a neat story. It's a neat book, actually. I'll find the link and send it to you, because I believe opportunity is everywhere. And until you start seeing it as opportunity, you're going to let it go by. And there is enough in this world. There is enough to go around. There is enough for everybody. There is enough. I want you to make a goal for your business right now. I need you to write down how many shoots you want next year, and I want you to hit this target. Once you hit this target over the year, whatever your target is, let's say it's 3 shoots a week, let's say it's 50 weddings and 100 family portraits, I want you to write it down, make it a goal, and start marketing towards making that happen. I then want you to email me in 12 months' time and tell me how well you hit your target. Okay, I want to see this as a goal. I want it to be on the wall in your studio. I want you to actively participate in the future of your business. I don't want you to sit there anymore telling me you can't have this, you can't have that, why am I struggling, when you are not actively working towards something. And I want you to get off other people's photography websites and start going out there and actively finding people to come into your business. I want you to stop marketing to other photographers. They are not paying your wages. I want you to stop looking for validation in your work by sitting at home getting validation on the internet. You are good enough to make money if you offer a good product and a good service. I want you to stop looking at other people's websites and saying, I don't understand why they're so successful when I'm so much better than them. That is the voice of a blocked artist. And if you were sitting at home wondering why you are not making an income and they are, it's because they're out there doing it and they're not sitting at home criticizing you. I want you to rate your business for me right now. I want you to draw 8 boxes. Out of 10, I want you to tell me how strong compared to mine your brand is. I want you to tell me how strong is your brand. Is it communicating really well? Is it communicating to the people you want it to? Is it speaking to your target market? Is it the kind of brand that you look at and say, I'm attracting a great client because my brand kicks ass, it speaks a great story, it tells a great story? Tell me out of 10 where your brand is. Tell me out of 10 where your marketing is. Are you one of those people that are hiding at home, that are too scared to put yourself out there? Or are you actively participating in the future of your business by doing one thing every day to actively market your business? Are you calling your database? Are you calling your database that has existed with you already, the people that have already spent money with you? Are you staying in contact with those people? Are you telling stories to your market? How is your Photoshop skills? Are you spending 80 hours a week on Photoshop? TY is nodding at me. Are you wasting your time on Photoshop? Adobe doesn't mind. Adobe loves you, but Adobe will love you if you make more money so you can buy more Adobe products. Get off your Photoshop. Pay somebody else to do it, or do less Photoshop. Think smart. Rate your Photoshop out of 10. Rate your production. I'm telling you right now, if you are not turning around your albums, your process, and your week and your product within 2 weeks or a month after a wedding, then you are not getting referrals from your clients, because the entire referral system of your business is based on the turnaround of your finished product. Now, rate yourself out of 10 on your shooting. I know you all want to be better shooters. I want to be a better shooter.